The descent of a system heralded the extraordinary life of Li Yi. At the onset, he was bestowed with the bloodline of Saiyan, and upon leveling up, he unlocked the shadow clone technique from Naruto. Feeling fatigued from walking? Instantaneous movement is at his disposal. Fear of death? He possesses the infinite regeneration akin to Majin Buu. One day, a system notification unexpectedly announced, "Unlock Android 18. Li Yi." Chapter 1. The End of the World from the Very Beginning? On September 7th, 2048, in the Xia calendar, amidst the desolate expanse of space, innumerable celestial bodies traverse their respective orbits in the frigid vacuum, influenced by one another through the invisible threads of gravity. Without warning, a golden meteor streaked across this starry sky, trailing a long tail, darting through countless galaxies before veering toward a cerulean planet. As it breached the atmosphere of the blue planet, a fleeting fluctuation in global electronic signals occurred, but the moment was too brief to draw any attention. Upon entering the blue planet, the golden meteor vanished without a trace, and astonishingly, no nation or organization observed the incident in the summer country, Su Province, Jinling City. At Jingluan High School, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the synthetic track, while a gentle breeze rustled the red flags on the playground. Within a spacious and bright classroom, students sat orderly at their desks, attentively listening to the teacher's lecture. Seated by the window, a boy lay sprawled across his desk, deeply asleep. His eyes were tightly shut, a droplet of saliva lingering at the corner of his mouth, as if he were lost in a blissful dream. Suddenly, a hushed yet urgent voice shattered the tranquility. Li Yi, wake up! Zhang Linpeng, from the back row, poked Li Yi's back with the cap of his pen, anxiously calling his name. However, Li Yi remained immersed in his slumber, unresponsive. Smack! A piece of chalk struck Li Yi's head with precision, jolting him from his dream. Lie, please translate the previous section. The English teacher, Han Meng, a young woman fresh from her postgraduate studies, had secured a position at the prestigious Jingluan High School, a testament to either her exceptional ability or her influential connections. If you cannot answer, you'll have to stand at the back for the remainder of the class. In truth, she usually maintained a cordial rapport with her students, effortlessly mingling with them. Especially with popular students like Li Yi, she had built a solid friendship. However, this did not grant him the liberty to misbehave in her classroom. Who could have anticipated that Li Yi would audaciously fall asleep during her lecture? Even snoring? Such an affront to her teaching authority could not go unpunished. If he were not reprimanded, wouldn't other students follow suit? That simply could not be allowed. Thus, for reasons both personal and professional, it was imperative to discipline this unruly student, teaching him the value of respecting his teachers and adhering to classroom decorum. He stood up in a daze, bewildered for a few seconds before realizing he was in class. Gazing at his English teacher, who wore a furrowed brow and slightly puffed cheeks, he finally comprehended that he had indeed dozed off during the lesson. With an awkward smile, he said, "I'm sorry, Teacher Han. I stayed up too late last night and couldn't help but fall asleep." With that, he voluntarily made his way to the back of the classroom. Li obediently approached the blackboard at the rear, his head bowed, appearing contrite and ready to amend his ways. Seeing this, Han Meng felt her anger dissipate somewhat and chose not to dwell on the incident any longer. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she resumed her explanation of the beginning off-term test paper. It is worth noting that Li Yi's overall performance in class was generally commendable. Though he occasionally sought the spotlight and enjoyed showcasing himself, his attitude toward learning remained relatively earnest, placing him in the upper middle tier. Academically, this incident of dozing off in her class was unprecedented. Thus, when Han Meng observed Li Yi's sincere apology, she thought perhaps he genuinely had not rested well the previous night, and she decided to let the matter slide for the time being. Standing at the back of the classroom, Li Yi appeared listless, his gaze vacantly distant, as if his soul had temporarily departed. "I think I just had a dream," Li Yi murmured drowsily. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to awaken from his stupor and striving to recollect the dream he had just experienced. Gradually, the images from the dream began to sharpen in clarity. Initially, it had seemed like an ordinary dream, where Li Yi transformed into a hero from the League of Legends, wreaking havoc in the battleground. Suddenly, a blinding golden light flashed, and the surrounding scenery vanished, leaving Li Yi suspended in a void. Like a kite severed from its string, he plummeted downward, endlessly descending. In this realm, Time appeared to lose its significance. The prolonged fall seemed to stretch into eternity. Uncertain of how long had passed, perhaps an eternity, perhaps just a fleeting moment, his descent abruptly ceased. With a resounding bang, it felt as though he had shattered something, and immediately, a bubble-like object exploded before his eyes. As the bubble burst, a line of enigmatic text materialized abruptly before him, appearing as though he could grasp it with a mere reach, yet simultaneously feeling as if it were worlds away. You wish to designate the dimension ZWM0001235 as your soul-bound dimension. This line of golden text hovered in the air, emanating a mysterious and alluring glow. Li stood in this ethereal space, his gaze fixated on the two options. Yes, no. As if drawn by an unseen force, Li unhesitatingly extended his hand, gently touching the option that shimmered with faint light. Yes. At the moment his fingertip made contact with the option, an extraordinary event unfolded. The golden text dispersed like grains of sand blown by the wind, gradually fading from his sight until it vanished entirely. Simultaneously, a deep and melodious voice echoed around him. This voice was unique, defying classification as either masculine or feminine. Binding in progress. Binding successful. The non-magical dimension ZWM0001235 has been bound. This binding is irrevocable and cannot be cancelled. After the voice faded, another line of text materialized. Strangely, despite being entirely incomprehensible, Li inexplicably understood its meaning. Do you wish to extract the abilities from the fantasy world? Once again, the options of yes and no presented themselves, and without a moment's hesitation, Li selected yes. After all, having read countless novels, who wouldn't yearn for an adventure that would allow them to dominate the world? The cold voice reemerged, devoid of any human emotion, yet not resembling a mechanical sound. Extracting from the fantasy world. Extraction complete. The comparison between the designated individual's memories of the fantasy world and the ZWM0001235 dimensional data has yielded a total of 2 extracts. Correcting ZWM0001235 dimensional data. Correction complete. Before him, the golden text transformed once more, presenting 2 new options. You wish to eliminate all matter in ZWM0001235 and randomly reconstruct the dimension? Yes. No. Chapter 2. Daily Life After Escaping the Apocalypse. The September sky appeared shrouded in a layer of heat, and although autumn had arrived, the oppressive warmth lingered. At the edge of the playground, clusters of students gathered in the shade, engaged in idle chatter. A gentle breeze occasionally wafts through, bringing a modicum of coolness. However, this slight respite is but a drop in the ocean, and soon everyone is once again drenched in sweat on the basketball court. Youthful lads, unperturbed by the heat, are pouring forth their youthful sweat, and among them is Li, clad in athletic attire. The young man sports a neat, short black hairstyle, now dampened by perspiration. His features are strikingly handsome, with a prominent nose, inky eyebrows, and a healthy light tan complexion. A mischievous smile graces his lips, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth, while his eyes shine with vitality. Though not a paragon of beauty, upon closer inspection, one might concede there's a certain charm. Calling him a handsome lad would not be entirely misplaced. TZ, you seem to be on a stimulant today, playing the entire game without a substitution, Zhang Linpeng exclaimed, dribbling the basketball and catching his breath. The character in Li's name is often misread as Se, leading to the affectionate nickname TZ, which has accompanied him from primary school through high school, albeit only among close friends. Who knows? I was up late last night playing Honor of Kings until past 1, and I thought I'd be utterly drained today, Li mused, puzzled by his unexpected vitality. In the past, he would need a break after just an hour of play, yet today, after running the full court, he merely broke a sweat, feeling no fatigue at all. However, Li, by nature, is not one to ponder too deeply. He attributed it to the excitement of the first game of the new school year and swiftly shifted the conversation. Hey, Fatty, let me tell you, I dozed off in English class today and even dreamed, he began, eager to share the peculiar dream he had that morning. That dream felt incredibly vivid. I can still recall the sensations, he continued. Don't call me fatty, I'm not even 200 pounds. Zhang Linpeng retorted, tossing the ball to Li. I.8 T 1.68 meters and 190 pounds, that can only be described as slightly overweight, he quipped, stubbornly defending himself. Zhang Linpeng and Li Yi have been inseparable since their childhood, fellow compatriots from the same province. They shared classrooms from kindergarten through middle school, establishing a bond akin to brothers. After the high school entrance examination, Li Yi's grandfather, a professor at Jinling University, leveraged his connections to secure Li Yi a place at the prestigious Jingluan High School in Jinling City. Initially, it seemed their camaraderie would come to an end, but unexpectedly, Zhang Linpeng's father was reassigned to serve as the district secretary in the Jiangbei district, rekindling their connection. "All right, fatty, I got it," Li Yi replied casually, catching the basketball with confidence. By the way, fatty, if you could have a superpower, what would you want to do? "I do want to tear that mouth of yours apart first." Fatty shot back, exasperated. "Stop dawdling, the defense has returned, hurry up." The group had gathered to play during their lunch break, and with 10 players available, they decided to play a full-court game. Now, fatigue was setting in, and their movements had noticeably slowed. With a burst of speed, Li Yi sprinted forward, taking 3 swift steps before executing a flawless layup that swished through the net. Turning his back to the hoop, he flashed a yay sign to Fatty before jogging toward his half of the court. His demeanor, embodying the essence of a true man who never looks back, elicited a chorus of cheers from the girls seated on the steps nearby. "Keep pretending," Fatty grumbled inwardly, feeling a wave of frustration as a member of the school basketball team. Li was no mere showman, he was a bona fide athlete, and he paid no heed to Zhang Linpeng's jibes. Envy and jealousy were all it was. Noticing the time, the two friends made their way back to the dormitory, aware that they had afternoon classes and could not arrive in the classroom reeking of sweat quick. "Shower was in order. Slow down. Are you on something? Why are you running so fast?" Zhang Linpeng gasped, hands resting on his thighs as he paused at the dormitory entrance. "Strangely enough, I feel different today. After playing for so long, I'm not tired at all, and even at lunch, I ate more than usual but still don't feel full," Li Yi remarked, slowing his pace and glancing back. "Do you think I've undergone some genetic mutation? I think I got bitten by a mosquito last night. What does that make me, mosquito man?" "Ha! By your logic, I should find a bat to see if I turn into Batman or a vampire." Zhang Linpeng rolled his eyes, dismissing Li Yi's bravado, too fatigued from their game to entertain his friend's fanciful ramblings as he trudged up the stairs to the 3rd floor. "If I could choose, I'd rather become a Super Saiyan. How cool would it be to explode a planet with a single punch?" Li Yi leapt lightly up several steps, reaching the 3rd floor. After all, if boasting was the order of the day, he might as well go Big Spider-Man, paled in comparison to Goku. "Super what? Super Saiyan. Is my Mandarin that bad?" Li Yi pouted, repeating himself. In his youth, Li Yi's father forbade him from watching television, claiming it was detrimental to his eyesight. Thus, during winter breaks, he would feign homework obligations to spend afternoons at Fatty's house, engrossed in Dragon Ball. "Never heard of it, sounds like nonsense." Zhang Linpeng scoffed as he opened the dormitory door, retrieving his toiletries and towel before slipping into the bathroom. "I'll shower, first you take too long, don't blame me if you're late," Zhang Linpeng called out. "Fine, shower away, but don't pretend to be deaf," Li Yi replied, deciding not to stoop to the level of such trivial banter, recognizing that Fatty was merely reeling from the blow. To his pride dealt by Li Yi's superior skills, "And one's competing with you," he muttered, dismissing Fatty's earlier remarks. Ding, ding, ding. The school bell rang, and Li Yi and Zhang Linpeng timed their entrance into the classroom perfectly. Li Yi glanced at the empty seat beside him. His desk mate had yet to arrive for the afternoon class. The ever-helpful Li Yi contemplated making a phone call to check in when the classroom door swung open. Their homeroom teacher, Lu Jinxing, entered in his 40s of average build and sporting black-framed glasses. He slicked his hair back with a bit of gel, revealing a receding hairline, all too common plight for men of his age. "Students, before we begin, I have an announcement. Next Friday and Saturday, the school will host the autumn sports meet, and following that, there will be a mid-autumn break from the 20th to the 22nd, Lu Jinxing stated, surveying the room until a hush fell over the students as silence enveloped the classroom. Excitement bubbled up among the students, and whispers began to circulate, growing louder by the second. "All right, quiet down." Lu Jinxing rapped his knuckles on the podium to quell the rising din. "This sports meet will be attended by district leaders, so I hope everyone will actively participate to earn honor for our class. Please sign up with the sports representative after class," he said, turning to Li Yi and handing him the registration form at LIE. Race the registration form. "Each event can have a maximum of 3 participants, and each person may enter up to 3 events. Please submit the list to my office by the end of the day." Chapter 3 Something Awry Received. Li Yi saluted on the spot. As a member of the school basketball team, it was only natural for him to assume the role of sports committee member for Class 3 of the second year, and his amiable disposition garnered the support of his peers. After the homeroom teacher concluded his remarks, he left with his teacup, replaced by the amiable physics teacher. Mr. Zheng He, nearly a decade younger than the homeroom teacher, had a smaller generational gap with the students and a pleasant temperament. Observing the animated discussions among the students after the homeroom teacher's departure, he shook his head in resignation, cleared his throat, and commenced his lecture. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Li Yi promptly stood from his seat, approached the podium, and announced, "Come forward to sign up. Each event has a maximum of 3 slots. First come, first served. I'll sign up for the long jump. I'll take the 100 meters. I'll go for the long jump and the 1500 meters." Owing to Li Yi's sociable nature, the sign-up process concluded swiftly. He registered for the 4x100-meter relay, the 100-meter sprint, and a long jump. As the sports committee member, he felt compelled to lead by example. Based on last year's experience, securing a gold medal in the 4x100-meter relay seemed highly probable given the class's overall strength. Additionally, there was a good chance for Li Yi to place in the long jump. He had reached the finals last year and nearly clinched a top 3 finish. With his current form, vying for the championship was indeed within reach. After school, he exchanged greetings with his overweight friend, asking him to wait, and made his way to the homeroom teacher's office with the sign-up sheet. Upon arriving at the door, he peered through the slightly ajar wooden door to see his desk mate, who had been absent all day, standing before the homeroom teacher. Intrigued, he tiptoed closer to eavesdrop. "Suya, your grades have declined significantly, dropping from the top 50 to 85th place." Lu Jianxing adjusted his glasses, expressing disappointment. "Several teachers have reported that you often lack focus during class." The girl lowered her gaze, pressing her lips together in silence, her tall frame appearing to shrink in on itself. With delicate features and fair skin, her hair was tied in a ponytail, with bangs slightly obscuring her eyes, yet failing to conceal the pronounced dark circles beneath them. Witnessing his desk mate's fragile demeanor under the homeroom teacher's reprimand, Li Yi felt compelled to intervene heroically and knocked on the doorframe. "Mr. Liu, I've completed the sign-ups for the sports meet. Here is the list." "All right, place it over there." Lu Jianxing accepted the sign-up sheet from Li Yi, opened his mouth as if to say something more, then turned to the despondent Suya, who seemed on the verge of tears. He sighed, "Forget it. Please review your recent lessons carefully. If your performance doesn't improve by the next exam, I will have to call your parents." With that, he waved them both out of the office. "Thank you, Li Yi." Once outside, Suya cautiously lifted her gaze to meet Li Yi's eyes. Upon realizing he had turned to her, she hurriedly looked down and murmured her gratitude. "It's nothing. When I see injustice, I cannot stand idly by, and since we are desk mates, it is my duty." Li Yi was accustomed to Suya's timid nature, aware that she tended to fade into the background in class. If not for sitting next to him, she might have been bullied. It wasn't that Li Yi harbored any romantic notions towards Suya. Although she was indeed attractive, her shyness made conversation challenging, often leading to awkward silences. Moreover, her prominent dark circles gave her an overall melancholic aura. This resulted in Suya having few friends in class, with most of her interactions limited to borrowing pens or asking questions from Li Yi and Zhang Limping. Therefore, if there were any feelings Li Yi held for Suya, they were merely a respectful acknowledgement of her beauty and interest, but nothing more. "I refrained from signing you up for the sports meet, knowing your athleticism isn't strong, but you can come cheer for us." The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, prompting Li Yi to break the silence. Thank you." Noticing Suya's subdued mood and her absence from class that day, Li Yi speculated there might be issues at home, yet he refrained from prying, deciding to wait for her to share when she was ready. Stopping at the classroom door, Li Yi mustered the courage to engage in a few more awkward exchanges before bidding her farewell. "I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow." Goodbye." They parted ways at the classroom entrance, with Suya heading home while Li Yi and Zhang Limping made their way to the cafeteria, as their paths did not align. "Hey, did you wait long? Today, I'll treat you. Let us add a chicken leg." Not far along, Li Yi spotted his friend standing alone, a look of resentment on his face. Li Yi chuckled and draped an arm over his shoulder as they walked toward the cafeteria. "You scoundrel, prioritizing girls over friends. I've been waiting here forever, and you ran off to flirt. How scandalous." All right, I'll throw in an extra sausage. 2 sausages, and it's a deal." such as the bond of friendship among men. By the way, what was that Saiyan thing you mentioned at lunch? Is there a new anime out? As they sauntered toward the cafeteria, Zhang Limpeng suddenly recalled something and turned to inquire. Huh? Li Yi halted, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Are you serious? Zhang Limpeng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Is Saiyan really that popular? I haven't heard anyone mention it. If it were popular, there would surely be buzz. Not that, my friend. Li Yi felt something amiss and quickly responded. We've grown up watching Dragon Ball together. How can you not know about Saiyans? Zhang Limpeng rubbed his head, then placed a hand on his forehead. I'm not feverish. Why would I be talking nonsense? We've watched Dragon Ball together our entire lives. And you claim to have never heard of it? Did you stay up late and fry your brain? What do you mean? What did we watch during the winter break as kids? It was Detective Conan, wasn't he it? Upon hearing Zhang Limpeng's words, Li Yi immediately pulled out his phone and began searching. If you're joking, at least be accurate. Do you really need me to look it up for you? This is not Dragon Ball. After flipping through several pages of search results, Li Yi felt utterly defeated. Dragon Ball, a perennial herbaceous plant of the Solanaceae family, characterized by its soft hairs, can reach heights of up to 1 meter. Dragon Ball Live is a comprehensive game streaming platform developed by Sioux Province U Vision Network Technology Company, Limited. Officially launched on February 1, 2035. Continuing to scroll through several pages, he found not a single mention of Dragon Ball. In the past, he could easily sift through 23 pages and find nothing but Dragon Ball. Gazing at his friend, who bore a look of incredulity, Li Yi took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Let me think for a moment. This doesn't add up. This is all too bizarre. It's unscientific. Chapter 4, A Breakthrough. Having regained his composure, Li Yi hurriedly purchased a chicken leg and 2 sausages for his friend, instructing him to remain where he was, as he intended to fetch an orange. Amidst his friend's grumbling, Li Yi left the cafeteria and returned to the dormitory, where everyone was occupied with their meals, leaving all 4 beds unoccupied. System? An interface appeared, revealing character attributes and tasks. After several attempts, Li Yi still could not summon the sci-fi interface he had envisioned, leaving him to sit helplessly on the lower bunk. Could I be mistaken? Is this not a system-based narrative, but rather a tale of transmigration? Yet, neither my friend nor Suya has changed. Frustrated, Li Yi pondered the countless novels he had read, convinced he must have been chosen by the fabled system, yet he could not summon it. Feeling like a fool for toiling in vain, did Li Yi suddenly recall the dream he had at noon? What were the options in that dream? Let me think. First, I was prompted to bind something, which must have been the system. Li Yi analyzed, striving to restore that dream in his memory. Then I was asked whether to manifest a fantasy world. No, it seemed to be the ability to manifest a fantasy world. Li Yi was abruptly awakened, remembering the options presented. Manifesting a fantasy world led to the disappearance of Dragon Balls in reality, which indicated that the manifestation was most likely related to Dragon Balls. With his intellect in gear, Li Yi swiftly deduced the conclusion. I hadn't noticed before, but now that I think about it, my physical strength seems particularly robust, and I can eat quite a bit. Could it be that I possess the physique of a Saiyan? Unable to contain his excitement, Li Yi exclaimed. If I truly have the Saiyan physique, then I am in for something extraordinary. In the world of Dragon Balls, even mid-tier Saiyans can easily obliterate a planet. If this inexplicable system has indeed granted me the Saiyan physique, it would be akin to drawing a winning card in a lottery, a golden legend. Calm down, calm down. Li Yi forced himself to regain composure. Nowadays, there are countless travelers. Who knows if the system is common? I must be discreet. This is a Saiyan we're talking about. Just as Li Yi was lost in his fantasies, contemplating whether to be a superhero or a patriot, he suddenly realized something. A cold sweat running down his back in fear. The last option asked if I wanted to reset and reconstruct the realm. If I had chosen yes back then, would I have directly caused the apocalypse? Goodness, must it be so thrilling? The existence of the system was indeed proven, and it had already erased the traces of Dragon Balls from reality, which suggested that the third option was not merely for amusement. Recalling that he had hesitated for a moment on whether to choose yes for fun, Li shuddered, thankful that he wasn't the type to court danger. Otherwise, what would I be doing, sneaking around? Suddenly, a gruff voice called from outside, unmistakably belonging to someone of considerable stature. I suppose I must open the door now. Li hadn't locked the dormitory door, merely closed it, and besides, he wasn't engaged in any clandestine activities, so he said, "Come in if you wish." Who would dare to engage in covert operations in broad daylight? Then, darkness fell before his eyes as though a mountain had suddenly appeared. His roommate Pang Bo pushed the door open and entered. Jinglan High School is not an entirely closed-off institution. Most students are day scholars, with only a select few like Li Yi and Zhang Linpeng, who gained admission through connections, residing in the school dormitory. The dormitory is limited, consisting of only 2 buildings, one for boys and one for girls, totaling about 30 rooms, with 4 occupants in each dormitory. Yet, since the establishment of Jinglan High School, it has never been fully occupied. The dormitory environment is relatively pleasant, previously constructed for the child of a wealthy businessman who invested significantly to ensure a comfortable living arrangement, surpassing even some teachers' accommodations in other schools. Each dormitory contains 4 bunk beds, with a desk beneath and a bed above, independent bathrooms, and small balconies, offering a level of comfort exceeding that of many single apartments. Among the 4 individuals residing in Li Yi's dormitory, aside from him, Pang Bo, and the stout fellow, the other roommate, Huang Liang, is a scholarship student who was admitted without tuition or accommodation fees, a true academic prodigy. Hey, are you all alone in the dormitory? I heard from Pang that you haven't eaten. You wouldn't really be. East China's stout Pang Bo scrutinized Li Yi's face, as if he suspected him of doing something untoward. Ignoring his friend's sarcastic remarks, Li Yi stood up, preparing to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Although he had some inklings about the changes in his body, he still lacked evidence and needed to contemplate how to verify his suspicions. Don't rush off. I was just joking. The guys were accustomed to playful banter, and such light-hearted teasing seldom offended anyone. However, Pang Bo had something serious, so he called Li Yi back. Huang Liang seems to be hiding something from us lately. Whenever we ask him, he evades the question. But if you inquire, he surely won't refuse you. He can't disrespect you. Bro, all right then. I'll ask him when he returns to the dorm tonight. Huang Liang is in class 1, and he rarely returns to the dorm during lunch breaks, either studying in class or at the library, so inquiries could only be made in the evening. Moreover, Li Yi had more pressing matters to attend to. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Li Yi conveniently missed the peak meal hours, and the number of students was sparse, allowing him to conduct an experiment. There are numerous ways to verify whether he possesses the Saiyan physique, but the simplest method, without a doubt, is through eating. It is well known that Saiyans have an appetite exceeding that of ordinary individuals by more than tenfold, and their formidable digestive systems can effortlessly process the food consumed, replenishing the energy required by their bodies. After the World Martial Arts Tournament, the prize money acquired by Master Roshi was consumed entirely by a young Goku. To avoid drawing attention to any anomalies, Li Yi did not initially pile his plate high with food. Instead, he filled it with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, in line with his usual portion size. In a corner of the cafeteria, Li Yi swiftly devoured the food on his tray, and as anticipated, the usual portion was insufficient to satiate him, making it feel akin to not having eaten at all. After switching to 2 different serving counters, he consumed a total equivalent to 3 people's meals, yet still felt no sense of fullness. However, he refrained from continuing to take more food. After all, the cafeteria was crowded, and being observed might lead to unnecessary complications. Boss, I'd like a bowl of beef noodles, the large size, no cilantro. Ultimately, Li Yi opted for the small beef noodle shop at the school entrance. Having visited there with Pang Bo a few times before, the taste was commendable, and more importantly, the portions were generous, with free refills on the noodles, with the proprietor giving a thumbs up and an expression of admiration. Li Yi departed from the noodle shop after consuming 3 large bowls, finally feeling about 70% full. This realization affirmed for Li Yi that he had most likely acquired the Saiyan physique. However, amidst his excitement and joy, he also felt a tinge of worry. If I continue eating like this, I won't have enough for this month's meal expenses. Chapter 5. The pursuit of wealth. Like the protagonists in television dramas, Li Yi preferred that others remain oblivious to his uniqueness. It was not out of fear of being experimented upon. After all, anyone familiar with blockbuster films knows that living subjects hold far more value than mere specimens. Rather, Li Yi understood that if the state or certain organizations became aware of his situation, his life would undoubtedly spiral into chaos. He relished his current leisurely, or perhaps somewhat lethargic, existence and wished to avoid any disruption. If his abilities were exposed, freedom would be a distant dream. Not to mention, complete confinement would almost certainly ensue, with continuous surveillance being a given. However, He recognized that he currently lacked the power to safeguard this tranquility. All right, it's settled. Li Yi rose from the steps beside the playground, brushing off the dust from his trousers. Before acquiring overwhelming power, he would proceed discreetly, endeavoring to develop his Saiyan physique without revealing himself, gradually growing stronger. Next, Li Yi began jogging around the playground, not sprinting the entire distance, but rather maintaining a normal running pace to gauge his current stamina. To his astonishment, after 5 laps, he did not feel particularly fatigued, estimating that it would take at least 10 laps to wear himself out. I ran at a speed of approximately 400 meters, maintaining a steady pace without slowing down. Li Yi calculated, a normal person would likely struggle to complete 23 laps at this speed. He speculated that his strength had not significantly increased, but his stamina had now reached approximately 5 to 10 times that of an ordinary individual. Having gained some understanding of his body, he was now faced with the task of enhancing his combat prowess. In Dragon Ball, the Saiyans possess 2 notable characteristics beyond their appetite and love for combat. 1. Their combat power increases rapidly through diligent training. 2. Their strength surges significantly when they are on the brink of death. The first aspect is exemplified in various instances, such as Vegeta's arrival on Earth, where Goku's training under King Kai elevated his power from mere hundreds to an astonishing 8,000 in just a year. Furthermore, the remarkable enhancements witnessed by the 2 pairs of fathers and sons in the hyperbolic time chamber are nothing short of extraordinary. The second characteristic is best illustrated by our prince, who, after consuming the magical senzu beans, experiences exponential increases in power. Had it not been for Yajirobe consuming the last of the beans, he might have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Nevertheless, the second method is one that Li Yi would certainly avoid. In this era of peace, who would willingly place themselves in such perilous situations? Knowing that the effectiveness of this method hinges on being near death, a miscalculation could lead to a dire outcome. Moreover, without the availability of senzu beans, Li Yi cannot even attempt this approach. The training methods depicted in Dragon Ball are unattainable for him, and he wonders if martial arts or combat techniques in the real world would yield any benefits. He muses that since both traditional martial arts and modern fighting techniques focus on physical conditioning, they must surely be effective. After all, much of Goku's early training was grounded in fundamental exercises. As Li Yi contemplates the traits of the Saiyans and how to fully harness their physical prowess, he abruptly halts on his way back to the dormitory. He realizes that if he begins training, his energy expenditure will undoubtedly increase, leading to a greater appetite. Being a high school sophomore and not a wealthy heir, his meager savings might not last until his mother provides the next allowance. He needs to devise a plan to earn some money. Currently, his physical condition is only slightly above average, with better recovery abilities. After all, Saiyans are not born as invincible beings. Their formidable strength is cultivated through rigorous training. Thus, he cannot resort to robbery or seek assistance from any underworld figures. Additionally, to avoid drawing attention, he must rent an apartment outside of school. Exercising in the dormitory or on the playground is feasible at first, but as the intensity increases, it becomes impractical. One can only imagine the expressions on his dorm mates' faces if they witnessed him performing 1,001 finger push-ups. It would surely frighten them into a state of shock. Thus, for the sake of his friend's well-being, moving out of the dormitory seems prudent. However, while the idea is appealing, the reality is daunting. Even if he manages to acquire funds, how will he explain the need for renting an apartment to his father? The more he thinks about it, the more it troubles him. Li Yi, who has always been somewhat lackadaisical, decides to abandon these thoughts and adopt a carefree attitude. Believing that he will figure things out as they come, he resolves to focus on earning money first, continuing toward the dormitory, where he plans to consult a few of his friends, thinking that a collective effort might yield a quick solution. As the lights go out at 9 p.m., the dormitory's discussion begins. Li Yi presents his dilemma, and Zhang Limpeng immediately responds with legal knowledge. Article 263 states that those who rob public or private property through violence, coercion, or other means may face imprisonment of 3 to 10 years and fines. In more severe cases, the punishment may escalate to 10 years or more, life imprisonment, or even the death penalty, along with fines or confiscation of property. Huang Liang, despite his slender frame and appearance of a bookworm, aspires to become a prominent lawyer. I'm not joking. I've been in a tight spot lately and was considering a part-time job. Can you think of something? Li Yi conveys his seriousness, prompting his dorm mates to offer practical suggestions. How about working as a waiter in a restaurant or hotel? It's not too exhausting, and the pay is decent, suggests Pang Bo, who has experience working in a 5-star hotel and found it quite satisfactory. That's not feasible. Restaurants and hotels are busy during meal times. When would he find the time? Chimes in the overweight student, dismissing the idea. What about handing out flyers? It's simple and pays daily, another suggests. That's too time-consuming. And you don't earn much. The middlemen take a large cut, Li counters, recalling what he had heard from older students. At that moment, Huang Liang, who had been quiet, speaks up. If you're looking to earn money quickly without consuming too much time, I know of something. But it depends on your willingness to endure hardship. Tell me more. I believe I can handle it, Li replies confidently. My cousin mentioned that when he returned home for the new year, he worked unloading goods here in Jinling, earning 15 yuan per ton. If he unloaded 30 to 40 tons in a day, he could make 500 to 600 yuan. It's not difficult, albeit tiring. If you're strong enough, you could earn 1,000 a day. But if you're not, you risk exhausting yourself without earning anything, Huang Liang explains. That's it. Li Yi's eyes sparkle with the promise of financial gain. Chapter 6. Huang Liang's love life. Li Yi resolves to take on the unloading job. While others might earn a modest amount for unloading a few tons, he sees himself as the future master of the Blue Star, a Saiyan capable of extraordinary feats. This job suits him perfectly, as he initially considered working at a gym or martial arts school, but feared his exceptional physical abilities would be revealed. Now, he need not worry. Unloading work is temporary, and anonymity is guaranteed. Once the job is done, he receives his payment. Moreover, with the logistics industry thriving, there are ample unloading jobs available, allowing him to move from one to another without drawing attention to his unusual capabilities. Can you ask your cousin about it? Li Yi, who is impulsive by nature, wishes to pursue this opportunity immediately. Sure, I'll ask him tomorrow, Huang Liang responds. Great. Once I start earning, I'll treat you all to a feast, Li Yi declares, never one to be stingy. Hey, you can't eat all the good food alone. Pang Bo interjects, clearly eager to join in. Indeed, the 4 handsome men of room 302 must stick together, adds Pang Bo, insisting on their unity. All right. I won't leave you two out, Li Yi reassures them. After discussing business, Li Yi recalls Pang Bo's earlier mention and decides to inquire further. Hey Huang, have you been preoccupied with something lately? You've helped me solve my problem, so if you need assistance, just let us know. We can brainstorm together. Yes. Many heads are better than one, another friend encourages. Well, there's nothing I can't share, Huang Liang says after a moment of hesitation. I met a freshman girl at the library a few days ago, and I've been contemplating whether to ask her to study together. Upon hearing this, the dormitory erupts in laughter. Look at you, Huang. Unbeknownst to us, this fellow with his prominent brows and large eyes has been clandestinely courting girls. Zhang Limpum, filled with excitement, nearly collided with the ceiling as he exclaimed, You are betraying the revolution, betraying all of us comrades from 302. Exactly. What on earth is going on with you two? Speak the truth at once. Li Yi, unable to contain himself, added, How can I, a dashing young man, still be single while you dare to pursue a junior? Is there no justice left in this world? Pang Bo promptly rolled out of bed, pinning Huang Liang beneath him, and declared fiercely, Today, you shall confess, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, prepare for my severe interrogation. Don't crush me, I can't breathe. Huang Liang struggled to push away the weight atop him, but how could his 1.7-meter frame withstand the bulk of Pang Bo, who stood at 1.9 meters? I confess. Just let me breathe. Huang Liang pleaded, gasping for air as Pang Bo finally relented. I didn't say I wouldn't confess. You should have asked. Pang Bo scratched his head, a sheepish smile breaking across his face as he admitted. I got so caught up in my threats that I forgot to ask. What followed was Huang Liang recounting the entire sequence of events, though whether he intentionally omitted details is known only to him. It began as the new school year for sophomores commenced on September 1st. However, Huang Liang, being a boarder with no home nearby, returned a day early. After settling into the dormitory, he found himself with nothing to do and decided to visit his frequent haunt, the library. Coincidentally, August 31st was the day for freshman registration. The young heroine of the tale completed her registration and, accompanied by a few newly acquainted classmates, wandered around the school, leading to a fateful encounter with Huang Liang. Of course, this so-called fateful encounter meant much more to Huang Liang than to the girl, who merely saw him as a friendly senior from the same hometown, inquiring about school matters. Did you add her on WeChat? Invite her out, Pang Bo urged, his impatience palpable. What does she look like? What is her name? How many people are in her family? The rotund fellow chimed in, attempting to extract details. I did add her. Her name is Li Tian, a lovely name, and she is from the same province as us, though not from the same city, Huang Liang replied. A hint of bashfulness evident as he stammered. I think she is quite pretty, demure, and has fair skin, his voice trailing off. What are you waiting for? Message her and ask her out, Pang Bo exclaimed, his enthusiasm infectious. If you don't strike now, you'll surely regret it later. Although Li Yi had never been in a serious relationship, he understood the youthful fervor depicted in dramas and felt it was his duty as the dormitory's elder statesman to assist his comrades in their romantic endeavors. Rest assured, we'll handle the logistics, he assured Huang Liang. Li Yi took charge, while Pang Bo pledged his full support, offering his fully charged electric bike for use over the weekend. Huang Liang, this is a crucial moment. If there are obstacles, create them if necessary. Disregarding Pang Bo's whimsical comments, Li Yi formulated a plan. Old Huang, you are an academic star, so invite her out under the pretense of helping her review her textbooks. Offer her your notes from freshman year, and once you've warmed up to each other, invite her out for some weekend fun. Precisely. This Saturday is also old Pang's birthday. We had planned to dine at Shaochuanyu, so we can invite her along to liven things up. After dinner, we can all go karaoke, and you two can duet a few songs to deepen your bond. Pang Bo chimed in with enthusiasm. Do you really think she'll come? We don't even know each other, and she is not in the same grade, Huang Liang pondered, feeling hesitant about inviting a girl so boldly. Pang Bo conceded the challenge, realizing that it was indeed a tall order to ask a young girl to join a group of unfamiliar older boys for dinner and entertainment. I've got it, Pang Bo exclaimed, seizing on a brilliant idea. Didn't Tiyu say she wants to join the music club? Have Tizi introduce her to Ding Qian. That should work. Yes. How could I have overlooked that? Pang Bo exclaimed, smacking his forehead. You're a genius, Pang. I'll talk to Ding Qian first thing tomorrow. If Li Yi is there, she'll definitely agree to come. Hey. Are you all planning this without me? Li Yi interjected, his expression darkening. What makes you think I've agreed to this? Brother Yi, isn't it true that when one faces adversity, others rally to support? Huang Liang has been single for over a decade, and now he has finally met his true match. You can't just stand by and do nothing. Pang Bo fanned the flames of enthusiasm. Tizi, you'll have to make a small sacrifice. Think of it as your contribution to a great cause. When Huang Liang and Li Tian tie the knot, you'll be at the main table, Pang Bo added, joining in the playful banter, reveling in the chaos. Just as Li Yi was about to explode in protest, he turned to find Huang Liang's innocent, hopeful gaze fixated on him, brimming with anticipation. Fine. I must have been cursed to share a dorm with you lot. Li Yi sighed, smacking his forehead in resignation. Chapter 7. The brick-moving god time flew by like a rushing river, and before long, a week had passed. The sweltering heat did not deter people from venturing outdoors. Vibrant young women strolled in groups, their short skirts and hot pants captivating the attention of the male onlookers, who occasionally faced the wrath of their female companions for their wandering eyes. Under the blazing sun, pedestrians hurried forward, shielding themselves with umbrellas, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon entering the cool embrace of a shopping mall. They would gather their thoughts while ordering iced drinks from the tea shop at the entrance, contemplating where to begin their shopping spree and which restaurant to choose for lunch. As for our future scion, Li Yi, he was far from enjoying the luxury of iced tea and air conditioning. Instead, he was in the parking lot behind the mall, unloading goods under the scorching sun. The day after the last dorm meeting, Huang Liang had contacted his cousin and arranged to unload goods at the Senmu supermarket in Jiangbei district at 8 a.m. on Saturday. They had negotiated a price of 20 yuan per ton, and this truck carried approximately 20 tons. Two men expected to complete the task within 2 hours before arranging for other deliveries. Though Li Yi could have easily managed the task alone, he collaborated with another loader, Wang Go, and together they spent over an hour unloading the truckload of rice. Wow, you're quite strong, Wang Go, appearing to be in his mid-30s, remarked. He was of average height and had tanned skin from years of working outdoors, revealing a set of yellowed teeth stained by poor-quality cigarettes. His smile crinkled the corners of his eyes with aged lines. Yet, he was warm and welcoming. When Li Yi first arrived, he patiently taught him how to unload goods without straining his back and how to conserve energy while exerting force. He kept chattering away, expressing concern over Li Yi's youth and suggesting he should focus more on his studies rather than engage in such laborious work. Li Yi managed to pass this off as an extracurricular assignment to gain real-life experience. I've always enjoyed physical exercise. I may not have much else, but I can certainly lend a hand. During the unloading, Li Yi handled more than double the amount of rice than Wang Ge, completing the task at a speed that was half as fast again as usual. Wang Ge felt embarrassed and wanted to give Li Yi an extra 100 yuan, but Li Yi firmly declined. Wang Ge, keep the money. If you feel indebted, help me find more unloading work nearby. I'd appreciate any introductions. Li Yi's goal was straightforward, to find several supermarkets to earn enough over the weekend to cover his rent and food expenses. Don't worry. I've been working in this area for years. I'll make sure to find you reliable opportunities. After exchanging WeChat contacts, the two continued unloading 2 more trucks worth of goods. Li Yi insisted on splitting the wages evenly, and Wang Ge, unable to refuse, promised to treat Li Yi to a feast next time while providing him with contact information for several other supermarkets before they parted ways. Having completed his tasks, it was nearly 11:30. After unloading 3 trucks of goods that morning, Li Yi earned a handsome sum of 1,500 yuan, which left him quite pleased. After all, his earlier display of fatigue in front of brother Wang had been feigned. In truth, he merely felt a slight ache in his hands. These Saiyans are incredible. Li Yi mused to himself, feeling as if the substantial physical exertion had hardly affected him. Strangely, he sensed a gentle warmth coursing through him after a while. Li Yi resolved that once he secured a rental property, he would acquire some fitness equipment, such as dumbbells and barbells, to assess his physical capabilities and document his progress with each workout. Since today marked the birthday of Pang Bo, everyone had agreed to dine together at noon, prompting Li Yi to arrange visits to several supermarkets for the following day. He calculated that, given today's efficiency, if he visited several more stores tomorrow, he could earn no less than 400 to 500 yuan. He envisioned informing the supermarket manager that he could unload an entire truck by himself, potentially achieving daily earnings exceeding 10,000 yuan. Call me Brick Mover Kamisa. He chuckled. He recalled that the hotel was not far from his location and decided to navigate there. Initially, the group intended to dine at a local restaurant near the school, but for Huang Liang's happiness, they switched to Jiangshan Yuan. The reason for choosing this restaurant, a 20-minute subway ride away, was rather convoluted. This week, Huang Liang had heeded the advice of several close friends and successfully invited Li Tian to the library under the pretense of borrowing notes during lunch break. As they spent time together, their relationship naturally grew closer. On Friday, he casually mentioned that a friend's birthday was on Saturday, which led to a discussion about the vice president of the music club attending. And it became apparent that there was a strong connection between the vice president and their dormitory. Thus, the subsequent developments were entirely predictable. Jinglan High School, recognized as a key institution in the city, not only excels in academic achievement, but also prioritizes the cultivation of a rich cultural environment. Under the leadership of Principal Zhang Guoming, the school expanded its clubs from 3 to 9 in response to the national emphasis on cultural development. Furthermore, any group with 15 or more members could apply to form a new club, leading to the establishment of culinary and anime clubs in recent years. However, the original 3 clubs, music, literature, and sports, continued to thrive, receiving additional funding from the Educational Bureau alongside their government subsidies. Joining these clubs offered students the chance to obtain recommendation letters from club presidents and faculty advisors, potentially securing direct admission to prestigious art schools, albeit with limited slots. For Li Tian, who aspired to attend Jinling University of Arts, joining the music club was essential. When she learned of Huang Liang's connections with the vice president of the music club and the weekend gathering, she felt a flutter of excitement, though she hesitated to express her desire to attend. Fortunately, Huang Liang extended an invitation, and she eagerly accepted. Residing in the Jiangbei district, Li Tian was concerned about the late hour affecting her return after dinner and karaoke, so Huang Liang suggested they find a restaurant in Jiangbei. The dormitory friends were flexible about the dining location, and since the birthday boy, Pang Bo, approved, they selected Jiangshan Yuan, which had received favorable reviews and reasonable prices. Coincidentally, the job that Huang Liang's cousin had arranged for Li Yi was also in Jiangbei, allowing him to head directly to the restaurant after work. Before arriving, he took a quick shower in Brother Wang's lounge to freshen up, as even though his Saiyan physique allowed him to work for hours without fatigue, he still perspired. A good friend's birthday warranted a presentable appearance. Though Pang Bo likely wouldn't mind, Li Yi felt it was disrespectful to appear disheveled. As he approached the entrance of Jiangshan Yuan, which appeared newly renovated, he was interrupted by a cheerful shout from behind. Li Yi, wait for me. Turning around, he was greeted by a waft of fragrance as Ding Qian, the vice president of the music club and the class flower of Class 2, hurried towards him, playfully punching his shoulder. Why didn't he reply to my message? Li Yi rubbed his forehead, realizing he was face to face with the very person he least wanted to encounter alone. It wasn't he that he harbored any animosity towards Ding Qian. She was, after all, a highly regarded figure in their class. Hailing from the same city as Pang Bo, Ding Qian stood at 168 centimeters with a model-like figure and long legs that could leave anyone mesmerized. Yet, instead of being captivated, Li Yi felt perplexed. He acknowledged that he was indeed someone who occasionally scrolled through beauty videos on social media and rated passing beauties with his friends on the school playground. He also admitted to having a fondness for Ding Qian. After all, who wouldn't he be drawn to a stunning girl with a lovely figure and shiny black hair? However, Li Yi prided himself on having standards and not being shallow. When Ding Qian confessed her feelings for him during their sophomore year, he hesitated and reflected deeply, ultimately rejecting her with the reasoning that he wasn't interested in a high school romance. He had not experienced that electrifying sensation with her, an instinctual pull that transcended mere attraction. While he found pleasure in her company as a friend, the idea of redefining their relationship felt unsettling. Additionally, fear loomed over him. Without that spark, he worried they wouldn't last as a couple, ending up losing their friendship altogether. At times, Li Yi wished he could be more carefree, dismissing the complexities of feelings and simply enjoying the moment. Yet, his sense of responsibility, the bond of friendship with Ding Qian, and his subconscious yearning for a perfect love restrained him from accepting her affections. Moreover, as social media often suggests, what do high school students truly understand about love? Perhaps Ding Qian's feelings were merely a fleeting infatuation, captivated by his charm rather than genuine love. Thus, he found himself apprehensive about facing this passionate young woman alone. I wasn't ignoring you. I was busy with a part-time job this morning and forgot to reply. You can ask Huang Liang if you don't believe me. The truth was he struggled to find the right words, fearing that a cold response might hurt their friendship, while being overly enthusiastic could lead to misunderstandings. In matters of the heart, Li Yi found himself in a state of indecision. Really? I'll ask Huang Liang, and if I find out you're lying, you'll be in trouble. Ding Qian's fists were clenched, her cute nose scrunching up in a way that suggested she wouldn't let him off easily. Li Yi couldn't help but chuckle at her expression, feeling the earlier awkwardness dissipate, leaving him unexpectedly at ease. Why are you standing at the entrance? You're blocking the business. Ding Qian, donned in a green floral dress, her lustrous black hair cascading down, pushed Li Yi into the hotel lobby. The pair inquired about the location of their private room from the server and strolled inside side by side. I heard Huang Liang's partner is coming today, right? She wants to join the music club? Ding Qian casually asked, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear with her left hand. Pang Bo, being in the same class as her, had shared some details with her earlier. They're not even officially together yet, Li Yi corrected. There's just some mutual affection. It's not serious. The girl simply wants to join the music club, and we're merely providing Huang with an opportunity. You mean, they weren't planning to invite me? But since the girl wants to join the music club, they called me over as an afterthought? Li Yi's nervousness was palpable as he denied it vehemently. No way. It's impossible. We must invite you. We're quite familiar with each other, and you and Pang Bo are both classmates and fellow townsmen, Ding Qian remarked dismissively, rolling her eyes. Suddenly, she halted, and Li Yi turned to inquire, what's wrong? Her gaze was fixed intently on him as she posed a question that sent shivers down his spine. If it weren't for Huang Liang, and if Pang Bo hadn't called me, would you have specially phoned me to come? Well, this is Pang Bo's birthday, not mine. It's not up to me to decide, Li Yi stammered, feeling beads of sweat form as the air conditioning offered no relief. Pang Bo is in your class. He won't forget you. Then, would you invite me for your birthday? Ding Qian stepped closer, pushing Li Yi against the wall, the distance between them mere inches, allowing him to feel her breath, faintly scented with oranges, which was oddly pleasant. My birthday is around the new year, and I'll be at home then. Aside from Fatty, I can't invite anyone else, he managed to respond with great effort, turning his head away and walking towards the private room. Humph, Ding Qian muttered, calling him a coward before she relinquished her pursuit. placing her hands behind her back and skipping after him. The hem of her floral dress fluttering as a smile graced her lips. Upon reaching the private room, Li Yi opened the wooden door to find Huang Liang, Zhang Limping, Peng Bo, and Dai Lei, all gathered around a small table playing cards, perfectly synchronized for a game of Do Di Zhu. Looks like you all have already started, Ding Qian remarked, familiar with these fellows, having often found excuses to visit room 302 for inspections, much to the indifference of the dormitory matron. Your little girlfriend hasn't arrived yet? Ding Qian teased Huang Liang with a grin. What are you talking about? Don't let anyone hear you. Huang Liang glanced nervously at the door, relieved to find it empty. She's a junior from our school, and we're both from the same hometown. She's quite eager to join the music club, and since you're here, I asked her to come along. I don't believe you. You clearly invited me for her. Ding Qian complained lightly, but let the matter rest, as everyone shared a good rapport. Plus, she had previously sought Huang Liang's help with challenging academic problems. Li Tian just sent a message. She's at the door. Huang Liang checked his phone and set his cards down. By the way, I should have mentioned yesterday that she's bringing a friend. Got it. A close friend, right? As long as she's not a boyfriend, Fatty added, setting down his cards. The main character is arriving soon, so let us not play anymore. Shortly thereafter, two figures appeared at the door of the private room. Chapter 9. The reality of love at first sight. Indeed, love at first sight exists in this world. Or perhaps every couple experiences it, only to fade into mere infatuation if they do not last. Sometimes, a person's image is etched in the heart upon the very first glance, though it may go unnoticed until time reveals its significance. Had it not been for that initial impression, perhaps they would never have ended up together. According to scientific explanation, the first impression effect refers to the impression one leaves during their initial interaction, which occupies a dominant position in the other's mind and is notoriously difficult to alter. Unless subsequent interactions diverge significantly from that first impression, it tends to deepen in memory and is often subconsciously idealized. Huang Liang experienced this sensation upon meeting Li Tian. While it was not an immediate and overwhelming love, his initial impression was quite positive. He found her to be pure and cheerful. As they interacted more, he found himself increasingly entranced, ultimately becoming the subject of light-hearted teasing among his dorm mates. Of course, Huang Liang would never admit it, cloaking it in the guise of a senior's concern for a junior. Hello, senior. Li Tian walked into the room confidently, hand in hand with her companion, radiating a sweet smile towards Huang Liang at the entrance. She greeted everyone in the room, her gaze lingering slightly longer on Ding Qian, the only female present, as she was the primary target of today's gathering. Senior Ding, I've heard from Huang Liang that you're stunning. Meeting you in person exceeds my expectations. Li Tian expressed, having grown up aspiring to enter the arts, influenced by her father, a minor singer. Thank you. You're quite lovely yourself. Ding Qian replied with a smile, though she had heard such compliments countless times before. Li Tian then introduced her companion. This is my best friend, Lin Shui. She's from Jiangbei No. 1 High School and 2 months older than me. I was a bit apprehensive about coming alone, so I brought her along. Hello, seniors. I'm Lin Shui, and I hope I won't be a bother today. She politely greeted the group. Her voice was melodious, sweet, and soft, with a charming smile revealing 2 delicate dimples on her oval face. Clad in a pale yellow dress that complemented her fair skin, she appeared even more radiant. Standing around 1.6 meters tall, slightly taller than Li Tian, she exuded a bright and cheerful aura, her lively eyes sparkling with youthfulness, her ponytail high and spirited. Everyone was pleasantly surprised by the presence of such a beautiful girl, who, it seemed, rivaled Ding Qian in looks. Ding Qian, being the only girl present, naturally guided Li Tian and Lin Shui to their seats, ensuring that Li Tian sat next to Huang Liang. As this was Lin Shui's first meeting with everyone, Ding Qian thoughtfully arranged for her to sit between herself and Li Tian. Li Tian could sense Huang Liang's interest in her, yet while she felt no romantic inclination, she was not entirely averse to him either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to join a stranger's birthday gathering simply because she knew a senior from the music club would be present. Now seated next to Huang Liang, she realized that Ding Qian was intentionally trying to bridge their distance, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. In truth, summer country does not prohibit high school students from dating. Many graduates marry directly upon turning 18. However, due to family circumstances, Li Tian did not possess the same infatuation as some girls. She remained cautious in her choice of a partner. while she harbored a slight fondness for Huang Liang. She was not inclined to rush into a relationship. This was not a tactic to play hard to get, but rather a rational approach, preferring to take her time to understand him better before considering the next steps. Unbeknownst to Huang Liang, who had entered the probation period, he diligently rinsed the utensils for Li Tian with boiling water and then proactively initiated a conversation to help her become acquainted with Ding Qian. Lin Shui observed her friend engaging with the senior and felt no sense of neglect. As she was alone, rinsing the utensils, she suddenly sensed a gaze upon her. Raising her head, she discovered a rather handsome young man beside Ding Qian looking at her, and she nodded in acknowledgement, offering a smile in return. Li Yi had encountered beautiful women before. After all, as his admirer Ding Qian was undeniably a goddess. His initial lingering gaze had merely been a natural instinct of attraction upon seeing a beauty for the first time. To his surprise, she noticed him and smiled back, prompting him to awkwardly return Lin Shui's smile before hastily diverting his attention to drink some water. Li Yi held a favorable impression of Lin Shui. Although she did not possess that striking allure at first glance, her voice, demeanor, and youthful, neighborly charm suggested that friendship with a girl like her would be quite pleasant. With the presence of girls at the table, and given that they were all high school students, Pang Bo refrained from ordering any hard liquor. Instead, the boys each opened a bottle of beer while the girls opted for orange juice. Happy birthday, old Pang. Once the dishes were served, Li Yi led the toast to celebrate the birthday star. Thank you all for coming today. I won't say much else. Enjoy your food and drinks. And later we'll head to my Luchan. I've booked a private room, and no one is allowed to leave. Pang Bo, true to his stature, downed a whole pitcher of beer in one go. With the alcohol flowing, the atmosphere grew lively. Being young, they adhered to few formalities, toasting only once to the birthday boy before indulging freely. You're more than qualified to join the music club. Just go on Monday, I'll speak to them, and you can simply mention my name. No need to wait until after the national day for recruitment, Ding Qian stated confidently. This was not due to Huang Liang's influence. He had yet to earn such favor with her. It was because Li Tian's abilities were commendable. She had just sung a couple of lines, showcasing a distinct voice and solid foundation. Even without Ding Qian's assistance, she could certainly gain admission to the club. This was precisely what Li Tian desired, an opportunity to leave an impression on the club's management and instructors, especially by joining early, which would significantly enhance her chances of receiving a recommendation later on. Congratulations, Li Tian, on successfully joining the music club, and kudos to the goddess Ding for recognizing a potential talent. The observant Pang Bo, seeing the conversation winding down, kicked Huang Liang discreetly and whispered for him to flatter Li Tian. Sweet Tian, congratulations. You must strive to achieve your dream of enrolling in Jinling University of Arts. Lin Shui raised her glass of orange juice to toast Li Tian, then filled her beer glass and turned to Ding Qian, saying, Thank you for your efforts, senior. Sweet Tian's greatest dream is to become a singer and perform her own songs on stage. I can't assist her much, so I must trouble you, senior. With that, she downed her beer with gusto, eliciting applause from the table, surprised by her friend's boldness. Rest assured, with Li Tian's vocal quality and foundation, as long as she remains diligent, her chances of securing a recommendation are quite high. Although she had been thrust into the role of a temporary supporter today, Ding Qian genuinely held a positive impression of the two girls. They were polite, pleasant to look at, and had good personalities. It was indeed possible for beautiful women to harbor fondness for their female counterparts, as the appreciation of beauty is a universal trait. After a hearty meal, Pang Bo waved his hand, and the waiter brought out the cake. It was all in good fun. The dorm mates, along with Dai Lei, playfully smeared a bit of cream on Pang Bo's face before sharing the cake. Let us head to my Luchan and let you experience the charm of this song, God Once More. The jovial Pang Bo, having consumed several bottles of beer, was blissfully unaware of his surroundings. Chapter 10, Upgrade. Cloning Technique. Universal capsule. The weather in Jinling is as fickle as a lover's mood. Yesterday, it was bright and sunny. Today it is shrouded in clouds, with temperatures plummeting by several degrees, a dramatic shift indeed. With his bare torso glistening with sweat, Li Yi glanced at the darkened sky, ensuring the last bag of fresh produce was stored away before seeking the manager to settle his wages, in hopes of reaching the final supermarket before closing time. After an enjoyable evening, the group had disbanded. Several girls departed around 5, leaving only the men behind, which rendered the atmosphere dull. Although Pang Bo had hoped to continue singing, seeing that no one was paying him any mind, he reluctantly left the private room, putting down the microphone and following the others out. During the festivities, Huang Liang and Li Tian had been teased into singing a few duets. Surprisingly, they harmonized quite well. Despite Huang Liang's initial nervousness causing him to stray off key, they found their rhythm and performed commendably. Li Yi discreetly observed Li Tian's reactions. Though she appeared slightly flushed from the teasing, she displayed no signs of annoyance or distaste. He silently commended Huang Liang, sensing potential for a budding romance. Of course, he also found himself singing alongside Ding Qian. Although he had not yet envisioned a passionate romance, he had previously sung with her and felt no need for hesitation. Furthermore, with everyone present, there was no reason for embarrassment. If it were just the two of them, he might have hesitated, uncertain of how the atmosphere might shift. By evening, only the dorm mates remained. Pang Bo's classmate, Dai Lei, being a diligent student, returned home for dinner when the time came. Consequently, the remaining friends ventured to a nearby restaurant for some dishes and shared a case of beer before returning to the dorm for rest. Wary of drinking hard liquor lest the dormitory supervisor catch wind of their revelry, the warmth coursing through his body was a peculiar sensation. It arose each time he exerted himself physically. Li Yi accepted the cash from the manager, counted it to confirm the amount was correct, and thanked him before heading to the lounge to retrieve his discarded shirt, all the while reflecting on his day. Remarkably, the Saiyan physique proved its resilience. Having worked from 8 a.m. until now, excluding lunch, he had effectively labored for nearly 67 hours without feeling fatigued. Clenching his fists, he noted the noticeable increase in strength from the heavy lifting of the past 2 days, albeit modest, yet significant considering the brief time frame. This tangible sense of growing power entranced Li Yi, especially given the financial rewards. Calculating his earnings, he realized he had visited 3 supermarkets today, unloading 7 truckloads of goods. Aside from the first truckload, which he assisted with others, he had single-handedly handled the remaining deliveries, accruing nearly 10,000 yuan in income. At the second supermarket, he had directly approached the manager about unloading a truck by himself for 35 yuan per ton. After successfully unloading 1 truck, the manager noticed that his speed was comparable to that of 2 workers, but at a reduced cost. Consequently, he readily assigned the remaining deliveries to Li Yi. This opportunity was ideal. Not only did it provide physical training, but it also yielded substantial earnings. It was high time he treated Huang Liang to a nice meal for helping him find such a fitting job. As he contemplated where to take Huang Liang for dinner, he glanced at his phone and noted it was already past 3. Li Yi set off for the next supermarket, the same one he had visited yesterday. In the Jiangbei district, Li Yijing and Brother Wang were unloading goods and engaging in light-hearted banter about where to enjoy a drink later that evening. Suddenly, a powerful surge of warmth enveloped him, far more intense than before. At that moment, a deep, neutral voice echoed in Li Yi's mind. Saiyan bloodline upgraded to level 1. Unlocking clone technique. Unlocking universal capsule 10. The mysterious voice faded away, leaving Li Yi wondering if it had been a mere illusion. Brother Wang, something urgent has come up on my end. I need to head back now. Could you help me move the remaining bags? I'll leave the payment with you, and I'll treat you to drinks next weekend, he said, realizing he had no time to continue working. Don't worry, I've got this. Just a few bags, and I can manage alone. I'll hold on to your payment for now. I can transfer it to you later, Brother Wang replied. Having grown quite familiar with Li Yi and knowing he wouldn't take advantage of the money, after bidding farewell to Brother Wang, Li Yi bypassed his dormitory and entered the public restroom behind the mall. Noticing that all the partition doors were open and there was no one inside, he swiftly entered the last stall and shut the door. He attempted various methods to access the system attributes, yet received no response. Feeling utterly exhausted by the lack of intelligence in this frustrating system, recalling the mysterious voice's words, he silently recited clone technique in his mind, and unexpectedly, he felt a reaction. Information about the clone technique materialized in his consciousness, leaving him momentarily stunned. He quickly pulled out his phone and began to search on Baidu. To his astonishment, it turned out that not just one world could be manifested. Even the realm of Naruto was accessible. Li Yi felt a mix of joy and frustration. The joy stemmed from discovering that the world of Naruto had been realized, offering him the potential to acquire skills from that universe. According to the information in his mind, each time a skill reached level 1, he could randomly obtain a skill or item from 2 different worlds. The frustration arose from the fact that he had only acquired the basic clone technique, which merely produced simple illusions without any substance, rather than the legendary shadow clone technique. However, after pondering for a moment, Li came to terms with it, realizing this was merely the beginning. He couldn't expect his luck to always be exceptional. The thought of potentially drawing powerful abilities such as the earth-shattering star or the heavenly obstruction star caused him to salivate with anticipation. And there was also a reward. Li regained his focus, remembering that the universal capsule must be the cutting-edge technology from Bulma's company. He silently recited the name, and indeed, he sensed the presence of a small, box-like object in his mind, capable of manifesting at his will. He pondered whether he could return it once taken out. If not, it would be quite troublesome. After some thought, he decided against retrieving the capsule for now, as he had no immediate use for it and didn't want to risk losing it. Then, pinching his nose, he began to delve into another piece of information in his mind, likely obtained when the system was bound to his Saiyan bloodline, which he had overlooked until now. Chakra extraction technique. Chakra is a form of energy refined from physical and mental energies through a special method. In the Naruto universe, nearly all techniques require chakra to execute, making it an indispensable resource in battle. From the information in his mind, Li learned that the amount of chakra is closely linked to the strength of one's body, being extracted from the cells within. Upon reaching this point, Li nearly erupted with laughter, but the unpleasant odor of the public restroom restrained him. Isn't this a bit ironic? When it comes to cellular energy, isn't a Saiyan's body superior? Wouldn't that lead to an overwhelming abundance of chakra in the future? Having digested all the information, Li could hardly contain his eagerness to extract chakra and use his only currently known technique, the clone technique. Although the Saiyan's potential undoubtedly surpassed that of Naruto's realm, that was a matter for the future. For now, the Saiyan physique only enhanced Li's physical capabilities without any immediate, awe-inspiring effects. In contrast, chakra represented a distinctly magical element, sufficient to shatter an ordinary person's worldview. Li closed his eyes, concentrating his mind, and followed the method outlined in his thoughts, summoning two different elements within his body to coalesce into a new form of power. With a flourish, Li opened his right hand, revealing a soft blue energy in his palm, flickering like a flame, only to extinguish moments later. "Wow, that's impressive," he exclaimed, wishing he could unleash a grand fireball to express his excitement, but regrettably, he lacked that ability. He quickly released a bit of chakra at his fingertips. If chakra isn't continuously released or utilized in techniques, it dissipates within seconds. The chakra he had just extracted was insufficient to perform the clone technique, indicating he would need to dedicate time to refining it in the future. Li gauged the chakra required for the clone technique, estimating he would need to meditate for about 10 minutes. Nevertheless, the fact that he successfully extracted chakra and projected it externally on his first attempt proved that the Saiyan body indeed complemented chakra remarkably well. This upgrade was nothing short of a tremendous surprise. The Saiyan bloodline level 1 had effectively doubled Li's physical attributes, granted him the previously unnoticed chakra extraction technique, taught him the clone technique, albeit temporarily unusable, and provided him with 10 universal capsules of advanced technology. However, finding accommodation had to be prioritized. Living in the dormitory was becoming increasingly inconvenient. Previously, Li had contemplated renting a place but lacked the financial means. Now, with over 10,000 in assets and the prospect of weekly increases, it was time to explore his options. Having researched online, he knew that the properties near the school were close in proximity but situated in bustling areas, noisy, and often old and dilapidated, with rental prices that were far from reasonable. After much consideration, he concluded that the Jiangbei district was the most suitable option. Jiangbei, adjacent to the Yuan River, boasts several residential complexes near the riverside, offering a pleasant environment at lower prices. With the added convenience of a subway system that allows for a mere 15-minute commute to the school, followed by a short 10-minute walk, Li retrieved his phone and called the real estate agent he'd previously consulted. "Hello, is this Manager Go? I'm the one who inquired about renting a place last time and wanted to know if you have time to show me the apartments we discussed." After 23 seconds of ringing, the call connected, and Li articulated his request. "Of course, Mr. Li. I'm available to show you the apartments at any time. Are you on your way now? We have keys for all 3 properties we discussed, so we can go directly to see them," the enthusiastic agent replied. "I'll be there in about 10 minutes. I'll come to your office," Li responded. The subway conveniently connected to the agent's office near the Sima supermarket. 20 minutes later, Li Yi exited the station, where Agent Gu awaited him. The office was a short distance from the subway exit. So they hopped onto Agent G's electric scooter and commenced their apartment viewing journey. During the ride, Agent Gu provided detailed information about the surrounding amenities and transportation options, showcasing 5 apartments. Ultimately, Li Yi was particularly drawn to a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment in a newer building, conveniently located near the subway. You have a keen eye, my friend. This apartment was originally the owner's residence, a young couple who recently married. Look, the wedding decorations are still up, Agent Gu remarked, eager to share more details about the property, hoping for a successful transaction. They both work in Shuhai and don't stay here long, so they feel it would be a waste to leave it empty. They're looking for a quality tenant to rent it out, Agent Gu continued, knowing the property well since he had shown it to 4 other clients, all of whom found it appealing, but negotiations had stalled. Since you're a student living alone, the owner will likely be more flexible with the price. Xiao Ge showcased his eloquence as a salesperson, engaging in a spirited verbal duel with the landlord. After several rounds of negotiation, they finally settled on a monthly rent of 500 yuan, with the landlord covering the property management fees and requiring a deposit of 1 month's rent in advance. Li Yi, now effortlessly earning money, promptly signed the contract online, remitting a total of 10,000 yuan in rent and deposit to the owner, and received the keys from Xiao Ge. After Xiao Ge departed, Li Yi sank into the plush first-class sofa at Zhijia, reveling in the cool touch of the genuine leather against his skin. Before him loomed a 70-inch curved LCD television. Leaning back, he felt utterly relaxed, not wishing to lift a finger. This was the essence of life. Although he had nearly depleted his small reserve of savings, leaving only a few thousand yuan, Li Yi felt no regret. After all, money is meant to be spent, and it would be quite shameful to continue being miserly when a system was in place. Furthermore, earning money had become exceedingly simple for him, often yielding 10,000 to 20,000 yuan in a single day, which kept his mind at ease. The apartment was furnished with most essentials, as the landlord had originally intended to reside there. However, personal items like bed linens and toiletries were absent, necessitating Li Yi to procure them himself. He was eager to move in that very night, but unfortunately, the dorm supervisor would conduct a room check, so he would have to wait until he could apply for a day student status. Nevertheless, he resolved to purchase the necessary items first, intending to move in as soon as his application was approved. While inspecting the apartment earlier, the agent had mentioned a large shopping complex, Shiri Plaza, just a few kilometers from the community, which was considered the largest in the Jiangbei district. Thus, Li Yi decided to head there to spend the few thousand yuan he had left. Standing at the entrance of the Binjiang Water City community, he opened a ride-hailing app on his phone, preparing to order a taxi, when a striking figure emerged from the complex. Chapter 12. The neighbor Lin Shui found herself in a quandary. It was the weekend, and having completed her homework, she had initially planned to unwind that evening by dining at a newly opened hot pot restaurant in Shiri Plaza with her classmates. However, just half an hour before their agreed-upon time of 7 p.m., one of her classmates called to say that family had unexpectedly arrived for a visit. Not wanting to hold a grudge against her classmate for canceling, Lin Shui smiled and said it was fine, suggesting they reschedule. However, once the call ended, she found herself in a rather awkward situation. Her parents were attending a colleague's wedding, and with her classmates unavailable, there was nothing in the house to eat. While it was feasible to buy groceries and prepare a meal at this hour, especially since Lin Shui had inherited her mother's culinary talents, there was a catch. Her parents had assured her they would return before 9 p.m., and she had forgotten to bring her house keys. The reason for her oversight was that she had dressed in a lovely white princess dress for a day of shopping, which, while aesthetically pleasing and making her appear ethereal, had no pockets to hold anything. She had assumed she would simply dine out and return without needing a bag, thus leaving her keys at home. As Lin Shui approached the entrance of the community, brimming with enthusiasm, she received the disappointing call from her classmate. Even if she were to find a fast food restaurant, what would she do to fill the next 3 hours? Just as she furrowed her brow in contemplation, a bright and clear voice called out, "Lin Shui, do you live in this community?" Turning around, she recognized the boy approaching in a short-sleeved shirt. It was Li Yi, the senior she had dined with just the day before. "Hello, Senior Li. I live just over there. What brings you here?" Lin Shui exclaimed, surprised. During their conversation yesterday, she had learned that he lived on campus with 3 other seniors, so she was curious about why he was in Jiangbei at this hour. Li Yi found it quite a coincidence that he had chosen the same community as the junior he had just met. Isn't this fate? I just rented an apartment in Building 13 of your community. I completed the contract and was about to head to Shiri Plaza to buy some items, he explained. Lin Shui found the coincidence amusing. What a coincidence. I live in Building 2, just ahead. So, we're neighbors now. She laughed. Are you heading out to eat? You look so lovely all dressed up. Noticing Lin Shui's exquisite appearance in her white dress, with her long, dark hair cascading down, Li Yi couldn't help but compliment her. Lin Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she adjusted her deer-themed headband. I was supposed to meet a classmate for dinner at Shiri Plaza, but since she canceled, I was planning to find somewhere nearby to eat. Lin Shui hesitated to mention her forgotten keys, fearing it would paint her as careless in front of the somewhat charming senior. Li Yi contemplated inviting her to join him at Shiri Plaza since he was unfamiliar with the area and could use a local's assistance in selecting items. However, he hesitated, worried that she might misinterpret his intentions. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he decided there was nothing to fear, as he had no ulterior motives. Thus, he asked Lin Shui, Lin Shui, I have a favor to ask. I just rented a place and haven't bought any bedding or toiletries yet. I was planning to check out Shiri Plaza, but I'm not very familiar with the area. Not to worry. There's a Jinxing home furnishing city at Shiri Plaza. I have nothing planned, so I can take you there. Lin Shui eagerly offered, interrupting him. Lin Shui's reasoning was simple. Rather than waiting idly for 3 hours or longer, she preferred to accompany the senior to Shiri Plaza and pass the time. It wasn't that she had any romantic notions about Li Yi. She simply found him engaging to converse with, and now that they were neighbors, it felt serendipitous. Furthermore, in today's society, with the bustling crowds at Shiri Plaza, she felt safe from any unwanted advances. Moreover, she had noticed that during their previous gathering, Senior Ding Qian seemed to be pursuing Li Yi, and it was evident that Li Yi was not particularly attracted to such tall, leggy beauties. Lin Shui believed she could hold her own charm in comparison. Thus, the two hailed a taxi to Shiri Plaza. Li Yi initially intended to treat Lin Shui to a meal as a gesture of gratitude for her assistance, but Lin Shui, being a strong-willed girl, insisted on paying for herself. Reluctantly, Li Yi settled for buying her a cup of milk tea after their meal. It must be said that girls possess a unique enthusiasm and talent for shopping that boys often lack. From just before 8 p.m. until nearly 9 p.m., they wandered through the plaza, acquiring all the essentials, including bedding, toiletries, and toilet paper. Thankfully, Li Yi was strong enough to manage the numerous bags, or else it would have been quite a challenge to carry them all back. Lin Shui, thank you so much today. Without your help, I wouldn't have remembered to buy many of these items. Li Yi expressed his gratitude, recognizing her thoughtfulness. Some items are easily overlooked until the need arises, making it inconvenient to purchase them at the last minute. After hailing a taxi, Li Yi first dropped Lin Shui off at Binjiang Water City before heading back to school, aware that he would receive a frosty reception from the dorm supervisor if he returned after 9:30 p.m. I should be the one thanking you, senior. The milk tea was delightful. Lin Shui smiled as she stood by the roadside, waving goodbye to Li Yi, revealing her adorable dimples. Be cautious on your way, senior. I'm heading back now. Goodbye. Li Yi waved farewell, carrying his bags towards Building 13. Lin Shui's home was in Building 2, conveniently close to the entrance, while Building 13 was a bit further in. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Li Yi placed his bedding and linens in order, feeling too lazy to tidy up further. He hailed a cab, confident he could return before 9:30. Upon arriving home, Lin Shui noticed the lights on the upper floor were lit, indicating her parents had returned from their meal. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Lin Shui slipped into her bunny slippers and settled onto the living room sofa, casually spearing a piece of cantaloupe with a toothpick and popping it into her mouth. How was your outing, Xiaoxue? Was the hot pot delicious? If so, I'll go with you next time when I have a day off, her mother asked, neatly folding the last piece of clothing and placing it in the cupboard before sitting beside her daughter and offering her a piece of cantaloupe. It was quite tasty, and the ingredients were really fresh, Lin Shui replied. Although she had finally enjoyed the hot pot, it hadn't been with her classmates, a detail she decided to keep from her mother to prevent unnecessary speculation. At the beginning of the school year, buoyed by her commendable exam results, she had been elected as the study monitor for her class. After making several calls to the class leader regarding class funds, her mother had bombarded her with questions about whether she was dating someone and when she would bring him home for a visit. Seriously, how could I find a boyfriend just days into the new semester? I can barely take care of a puppy. Thus, Lin Shui resolved to keep her outing with Li Yi a secret from her parents, fearing her mother's unpredictable comments. But was this even a date? Lin Shui felt her cheeks warm at the thought, as it was her first time alone with a boy, shopping and dining together, and even being treated to a cup of milk tea. At the moment, it hadn't struck her, but now she reflected on how they had appeared together, resembling a couple in their initial stages of cohabitation. No wonder the lady selling bedding had looked at them so oddly. Embarrassed, Lin Shui excused herself, claiming she was tired from shopping, and retreated to her room. Once inside, she collapsed onto her pink-striped comforter, burying her face in her bunny-shaped pillow. Thank goodness she hadn't run into anyone familiar, she thought to herself. Chapter 13. The excuse for commuting at Jinglan High School. It was Monday. The weather continued as it had the previous day, with dark clouds looming over the city, blocking the sun's rays and filling the air with a dampness that signaled impending heavy rain. As the school bell rang, Lu Jinxing, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, Grade 2, gathered his lesson plans and teacup, stepping out of the classroom, leaving behind a blackboard filled with mathematical formulas. Mr. Lu, wait a moment. Li Yi called out from the stairwell, presenting the rationale he had been formulating for days. Are you saying that starting next week, you will be living with relatives and not staying in the dorm? Lu Jinxing furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Li Yi. Do your parents approve? I've already discussed it with them. They signed the commuting application during the upcoming mid-autumn festival break. Li Yi replied confidently, having prepared his explanation in advance. Since he had enrolled as a boarding student, he needed to submit a commuting application with parental signatures. All right, just make sure to hand in the application after the break. It doesn't really matter if you stay in the dorm or not. Our school doesn't have additional evening study sessions for boarders, Lu Jinxing said, his typically stern demeanor softening in light of Li Yi's reasonable request. Thank you, teacher. After Lu Jinxing left, Li Yi exhaled softly, feeling relieved that the first hurdle had been cleared. The true challenge had been with his 3 dorm mates. When he mentioned the possibility of renting a place, they had erupted into protest, labeling him a traitor to dorm 302 and a capitalist lackey. Only after he promised to treat them weekly did they settle down. Despite the teasing, Li Yi's friends genuinely valued him. Their bond, forged over more than a year, was remarkably strong and devoid of any ulterior motives. A rarity among high school students. Don't worry, I'll inform the school as well. I don't need a refund for the dorm fees and will occasionally return to stay, Li Yi reassured them. Now that he had a part-time job, those funds were insignificant compared to the friendships he cherished. Make sure to keep my bed space reserved and don't pile up random stuff on it. With the dorm situation sorted, his biggest challenge remained how to explain the situation to his parents. If he simply stated that he was moving out to live alone, they would undoubtedly disapprove. However, Li Yi had concocted a plan. Is this idea reliable, buddy? Huang Liang, his close friend, looked apprehensive. Absolutely, leave it to me. Last time, I sacrificed my pride to help you win over your crush. This time, you need to cooperate, Li Yi said, patting Huang Liang's shoulder confidently. Li Yi's ingenious plan involved telling his parents that the dorm was too noisy due to a snoring roommate, the chubby one, which prevented him and Huang Liang from sleeping. Thus, they decided to rent an apartment together. Huang Liang, being an academic achiever, agreed to tutor Li Yi during their rental period. They would display Huang Liang's awards and trophies in their rented apartment, making it appear as if they had hired a private tutor. With the rental cost comparable to dorm fees, his parents would likely consent. Of course, he wouldn't mention the non-refundable dorm fees and would quote a lower rent, claiming it was shared with Huang Liang. He would buy bedding for the second bedroom and toiletries for the bathroom to placate his parents and secure their signatures on the commuting application. This way, Li Yi could finally enjoy his newfound freedom. Time flew by, and the sports meet was upon them. Over the past few days, Li Yi had diligently trained, running each morning to enhance his physical fitness and practicing chakra techniques at night, leading to a fulfilling routine. After several days of effort, he felt a noticeable increase in his chakra reserves, enabling him to perform the shadow clone technique 15 times consecutively. However, the technique proved somewhat underwhelming. Late at night, he had experimented in the restroom while his roommates slept, discovering that the clones he created were akin to low-quality holograms. They were blurry and ephemeral, lasting only about a minute and vanishing at the slightest external disturbance. Disappointed, Li Yi recognized this skill as nearly useless. Yet, even as he grieved, he resolved to persevere, feeling an intangible sense of progress towards upgrading his abilities. Therefore, whenever his chakra replenished, he would make excuses to visit the restroom to practice the cloning technique. Sensing it advanced towards enhancement more rapidly than his chakra extraction technique. Li, could you lend me 100 yuan? I'll pay you back next week, whispered Suya, his usually quiet desk mate, after much internal deliberation. During the day, Li remained attentive in class, cherishing his leisurely life despite his newfound extraordinary abilities. When he heard Suya's request, he turned, surprised. His desk mate rarely spoke, let alone borrowed money. So her sudden request for 100 yuan piqued his curiosity about her situation, especially since she had taken a day off recently and seemed emotionally down. 100 yuan is no problem at all. We're desk mates. You don't have to worry about paying it back, he replied. Li said, glancing at Suya once more. The girl still bore deep dark circles under her eyes, and her eyelids were slightly reddened, suggesting that she had likely cried in the restroom during the break. It seems you are facing some difficulties, he remarked. As desk mates, feel free to share if you need anything. I'll do my best to help. Suya typically gave off an aura of invisibility, a bit melancholic, yet Li, being her classmate, was aware that her beauty was undeniable. She simply lacked the know-how, or perhaps chose not to dress up, often with her head bowed low. Her long bangs obscured her eyes and brows, making it challenging for others to notice her features. Thus, driven by a normal man's concern for a beautiful girl, coupled with the camaraderie of being desk mates and the desire to flaunt his newfound abilities, Li was quite willing to assist her. Suya opened her mouth, uncertain of where to begin. Observing her delicate demeanor, Li sighed and transferred 500 yuan to her via a messaging app. Never mind. Just tell me when you're ready to talk, he said, feeling somewhat helpless. But do remember, bottling things up can lead to problems. Take care of yourself, he added. You needn't rush to repay me. Just return it when you have the means. With that, he called Zhang Linpeng, who was busy on his phone, to accompany him to the restroom, leaving Suya sitting in a daze as she stared at the transaction record on her phone. Chapter 14. Summoning Technique. In the 4-star Dragon Ball. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the bathroom window, illuminating a droplet of water suspended at the edge of the shower head, gradually elongating until it fell, forming a sphere in midair before plunging into the water below. The droplet disrupted the tension of the water's surface, sending ripples radiating outward. As the waves reached his feet, Li lost his balance and fell into the bathtub, resembling a drenched chicken. Ugh. Mastering the technique of walking on water is at least 10 times more difficult than walking on trees. I'd be lucky to learn it in a week, he grumbled, spitting out water. Indeed, Li was currently practicing the fundamental skill essential for ninjas in his beloved anime, Naruto, walking on water. He had come to realize that the Saiyan physicality and chakra extraction technique provided by the system were not mere strokes of luck. They were foundational gifts bestowed at the start. The chakra extraction technique encompassed both the extraction and utilization of chakra. As a man who had watched the entire Naruto series, Li dutifully began his training by following the steps outlined in the anime. The anime had elucidated the training methods for various ninjutsu and skills quite clearly. Under the cover of night, Li stealthily made his way to a small grove beside the school's artificial lake, adhering to the anime's guidance to attach chakra to his feet and practice walking on trees. Perhaps due to the system's modifications or his own innate talent, he mastered the technique within 2 nights and could now effortlessly stand on ceilings or tree branches. Believing that walking on water would be similar to walking on trees, he decided to experiment in the bathroom of his rented accommodation after the dormitory matron had completed her rounds. However, he soon discovered that walking on water required a continuous output of chakra from the soles of his feet, making the difficulty level soar. Moreover, the Saiyan physique truly excelled. During this period, not only did Li's chakra increase significantly, but his recovery speed was also impressive. After using the shadow clone technique 15 times, he found that he could fully replenish his chakra in about an hour and a half. Assessing his remaining chakra, he realized he could perform the shadow clone technique 5 more times. With practiced hands, he formed the necessary seals, and a figure identical to him emerged beside him. Upon closer inspection of his clone, Li nodded in approval. Compared to the abstract clone he had conjured the first time, this one appeared more coherent, though it still lacked clarity and resembled a large figurine. Li dispelled the clone and continued to form seals. Sensing that the shadow clone technique was nearing the threshold for an upgrade, the shadow clone technique upgraded to level 1, unlocking the summoning technique and allowing for 1 contract with a summoned beast. Additionally, the 4-star Dragon Ball was unlocked, Upon releasing the shadow clone for the fourth time, the system's voice finally echoed in his mind. Upon hearing the announcement, Li Yi was elated. Aside from the summoning technique, he had unexpectedly acquired the Dragon Ball. In the world of Dragon Ball, if one were to ask what they most desired, 9 out of 10 people would choose the Dragon Balls. After all, who wouldn't want a magical artifact capable of granting wishes? He quickly recited the name Dragon Ball in his mind, envisioning an orange, transparent sphere adorned with 4 shining stars. The details materialized in his mind. Dragon Ball, 4-star ball 1. Allows the selection of a reward direction upon leveling up once. 2. Collecting all 7 Dragon Balls summons the Eternal Dragon to grant 1 wish. As he absorbed the information, Li Yi fell into contemplation. In his excitement over the Dragon Ball, he had momentarily forgotten that it required all 7 to be of any use. However, seeing that the system-modified Dragon Ball possessed an additional attribute eased his mind. At least there was a consolation prize. He pondered whether it was possible to select the Dragon Ball for the next reward, but he would have to wait until his next upgrade to find out. Fortunately, he felt that the chakra extraction technique was due for an upgrade soon, at which point he would test that theory. As for the summoning technique, Li Yi felt somewhat uncertain. In Naruto, the summoning technique is a unique space-time ninjutsu with a high ceiling but a low floor. It could summon colossal beings like Gamabunta or mundane creatures like Tauntaun. If the system chose randomly, and he ended up summoning something as massive as Gamabunta, it might crush the entire building. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, Li Yi mentally summoned a beast, preparing to see which one the system would bestow upon him before deciding whether to summon it within the confines of his home. A vague sense of intuition guided him, and he immediately understood what his summoned beast would be. Finding it somewhat challenging to bite his finger, Li Yi opted to prick it with a needle instead. Forming the hand seals, he pressed his palm against the living room floor. The summoning technique was initiated, and intricate patterns appeared on the floor. After a puff of white smoke, his summoned beast materialized in the center of the summoning circle. To his surprise, it turned out to be a small slug. This was indeed a fortunate draw, but in terms of size, Li Yi looked down at the blue and white slug, barely 10 centimeters long, with mixed feelings. The slug resided in one of the 3 great sanctuaries of Naruto, the Wetbone Forest, and was the summoned beast of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. According to the storyline, there was only 1 slug in the entire Wetbone Forest, and any summoned were merely clones of the Sage Slug, known as the Living Slug. The slug's abilities displayed in the anime included unlimited division and aggregation, rendering it nearly immune to physical attacks, the ability to expel acidic slime capable of dissolving rocks, and the capacity to heal fatal injuries and replenish chakra. However, there was one notable difference from the anime. While the summoned beasts in the series could typically speak and possessed intelligence comparable to humans, the small slug Li Yi summoned could not speak and merely followed his commands. This was evidently a result of the system's modifications. Despite being a summoned beast of significant standing, the few-centimeter slug before Li Yi had limited offensive capabilities. Use the acidic slime, he instructed, placing the small slug in his stainless steel basin to test its abilities. With a puff, the small slug expelled a stream of yellow-green acidic slime, hitting the wall of the basin. Though the volume was minimal, merely a few milliliters, the potency was astonishing. The area coated in the acid quickly turned black, hissing and smoking, until a small hole was corroded through. Goodness, if that hit someone's face, they'd be in serious trouble, Li Yi mused, impressed. Now, let's see how effective its healing abilities are. Li Yi extended his finger, recently pricked, towards the small slug, which quickly crawled up and enveloped the wound. After a tingling sensation, he removed the slug to inspect his finger, discovering that the puncture had left no trace, not even a scar. This remarkable ability would certainly prove useful. Minor injuries would no longer necessitate a trip to the hospital. Checking the time on his phone, he realized it was nearly time to head out. He dismissed the spirit summoning technique, allowing the slug to return, and prepared to take the subway to school. Today marked the first day of the sports meet, and he had registered for 3 events. Chapter 15. Unintentionally breaking the record. The clouds that had lingered above Jinling City for 2 days were dispelled by the sun, and the temperature rose above 20 degrees. On the athletic field of Jinglan High School, the athletes' march was played on a loop, while students meandered on the rubber track, eagerly anticipating the opening ceremony of the sports meet. Like other schools, after the opening ceremony, all students, except those participating in events, were free to roam. Not only could they indulge in snacks and drinks, but even the phones, usually prohibited during class, were allowed. At 9:30, the opening ceremony commenced punctually. The national flag was raised, the anthem sung, leaders delivered speeches, and athletes entered the venue. By the time the formalities concluded, it was nearly noon. Participants in the sophomore boys' 100-meter preliminary round, please report to the registration area. Dressed in his sports attire, Lee downed his bottle of mineral water in one go, tossed the empty bottle into the trash with a backward throw, and turned toward the registration area. This morning, he was only participating in the men's 100 meters. With the other events scheduled for the afternoon and the following day, Lee felt a sense of conflict. Last time, his Saiyan-like physique had improved, enhancing his overall physical capabilities. However, he lacked professional equipment to assess his physical data. This raised a quandary. At what speed should he run? After pondering for a while, he realized that the registration numbers were already being called, and his turn was approaching. When the registrar announced his number, 2011, a brilliant idea struck him. He was certain he would desire the championship and could attain it. The challenge lay in controlling his speed, ensuring he could win without drawing undue attention. Li Yi's strategy was simple. He planned to stay behind the leader for the first 80 to 90 meters, then accelerate just before reaching the finish line. This way, he could achieve first place while remaining inconspicuous. Am I a genius or what? Wang Bo, a standout athlete from Class 6 of the sophomore year, stood 176 centimeters tall and weighed a slender 120 pounds, sporting a buzz cut. He had never been interested in academics, often struggling with his grades. Yet he possessed a natural talent for running, frequently winning awards at school sports meets. His parents, being somewhat progressive, accepted that if academics were not his path, then pursuing athletics could lead to success, as a strong performance in sports could also secure admission to a top university. Wang Bo was confident in his speed. His talent combined with hard work had allowed him to dominate the track at last year's meet, even winning over his current girlfriend, who had once been a mere fan. Today, she sat in the stands with sports drinks and towels, waiting to celebrate his victory. He thought to himself that not only would he secure the championship today, but he would also break the 100-meter school record, impressing his girlfriend and perhaps unlocking new privileges in their relationship. Blowing a kiss towards her, he crouched down, awaiting the starter's command. On your marks. Bang! With the sound of the starting gun, Wang Bo shot forward like an arrow. Glancing sideways to confirm he was indeed in the lead, he decided to conserve energy, aiming to shatter the record in the finals. Just a few steps from the finish line, however, a figure darted past him, crossing the finish line a fraction of a second before him. Wang Bo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Despite not exerting his full effort, he had intended to sweep the competition from the preliminary rounds onward, especially considering last year's competitors posed little challenge. Yet, he had been unexpectedly overtaken at the last moment. However, seeing his girlfriend rushing over with water and cheering for him, he felt a sense of balance return to his heart. It was merely the preliminary round's first place. He could afford to let it go. Observing his beautiful girlfriend, he thought, let the others envy my good fortune. He turned to seek out the figure who had outpaced him, curious to see their expression of jealousy. To his surprise, he spotted the individual in white athletic gear, who also had a stunning beauty delivering water to them, a face that looked oddly familiar. Nana, doesn't that girl look like the president of your music club? Wang Bo's girlfriend, Nana, glanced back and confirmed, yes, that's her. You've met her before, haven't you? Wang Bo swallowed hard, quietly pulling his girlfriend aside to cool off, feeling as though a bright red sphere had appeared on his nose. It turned out the fool was himself. While Nana was not unattractive, she could only be described as fairly pretty. She paled in comparison to someone like Ding Qian, who could easily compete for the title of school beauty. Oblivious to Wang Bo's inner turmoil, Li Yi accepted the bottle of water from Ding Qian, taking a long swig before saying, "Aren't you going to cheer for your classmates? Is it really appropriate for you to be over here with me? What's the harm? With those few skinny reeds in our class, if anyone makes it to the finals, we'll be grateful. Cheering or not, it makes little difference." Ding Qian replied with a pout. She was unsure why, but her class seemed to be a magnet for the weak and infirm, having won no championships at last year's sports meet. After chatting for a while, a few of their dorm mates arrived, with Pang Bo munching on spicy strips. "Dude, your speed is impressive. I didn't see you register for the 100 meters last year," he commented. Pang Bo knew of Li Yi's prowess in long jump, having nearly placed in the top 3 last year, yet he was surprised to learn Li Yi could run so quickly. "I just didn't want to be too showy last year. I was saving my strength to give others a chance. This year, I won't hold back. I'm revealing my true identity as a natural sports prodigy." Witnessing Li Yi's boastful demeanor, Pang Bo and his friends felt a wave of nausea, while Huang Liang expressed his disinterest in conversing with Li Yi, tossing an empty water bottle in his direction. Li Yi, realizing that his candidness was met with skepticism, thought to himself that once he claimed the championship, he would stun them all. In the subsequent rounds and semifinals, Li Yi employed the same strategy, consistently finishing among the top 3, effortlessly advancing to the finals. Due to his conservative approach in the previous rounds, Wang Bo secured 2 first-place finishes, feeling quite confident. As the final race approached, Wang Bo took a deep breath, adjusting his focus, ready to break the school record, hoping to elicit cheers from his classmates and a kiss from his girlfriend. On your marks. Bang! Wang Bo swung his arms rapidly, sprinting with all his might, the wind roaring past his ears. He felt fantastic, the record within reach, as if he could hear the crowd chanting his name. Suddenly, a familiar figure surged past him, crossing the finish line ahead of him, leaving Wang Bo momentarily stunned. He quickly regained his composure, sprinting through the finish line, barely avoiding being overtaken by the competitors behind him. Congratulations to Li Yi from Class 3 for breaking the school record in the men's 100 meters with a time of 10:74 seconds. The timekeeper announced the results, and it wasn't long before the school's loudspeaker echoed throughout the venue. Great, he's outshining everyone. Watching Li Yi being excitedly embraced by a tall beauty, Wang Bo seethed with jealousy. Chapter 16, Consecutive Championships, and Su Ya's Tears at Noon. Li Yi and his dorm mates celebrated their victory with a few dishes at the school cafeteria's second floor, but since Li Yi had another competition in the afternoon, they abstained from alcohol. "Dude, you ran so fast, breaking the school record. Are you planning to become a professional athlete?" Pang Bo asked, chewing on some beef. Disregarding the exhaustion of athletes who train daily and yearn for something delicious to eat, one must venture forth. Despite Li Yi's exceptional physical condition, which could easily secure him several championships at the Olympics, this would contradict his desire to lead a more laid-back existence. Perhaps one day, if he were to acquire a transformation technique, he might indulge in a few gold medals for fun, but to pursue this as a profession is another matter entirely. Today, Li Yi did not anticipate breaking the school record. He merely adhered to his pre-established strategy of trailing the leader and overtaking them as the finish line approached. To his surprise, the frontrunner's speed was remarkable, and Li Yi speculated that that individual's time was near the record-breaking mark. However, now that he had put on a show, he was committed to maintaining the performance. Li Yi picked up a piece of water spinach and stated in a calm tone, "After I win the long jump championship this afternoon, please inform our teacher to purchase a small cabinet. Otherwise, I want to know where to put all these trophies." The entire 302 dormitory expressed vehement disapproval of Li Yi's pretentiousness and reached a consensus to impose a harsh punishment. He would have to buy cola for everyone. At 1:30 p.m., Li Yi strolled across the playground, a coin flipping between his fingers, teetering precariously yet returning to balance through his deft manipulation. Onlookers saw a handsome young man skillfully handling the coin, but they had no idea that this was not mere trickery. It was a manifestation of his training. As the chakra extraction technique required subtlety and was progressing slowly, Li devised a method of honing his control by playing with coins and spinning pens. By using chakra to adhere to the pen or coin, he could control their movements in his hand. This continuous release of chakra not only aided in his ability to walk on water, but also advanced his chakra extraction technique. He mused about whether he could exploit the first trait of the Dragon Balls to unlock rewards, allowing him to summon the dragon if he repeated the process enough times. While Li Yi indulged in these whimsical thoughts, the long jump competition began its registration, prompting him to hasten toward the sand pit. Meanwhile, Wang Bo was in a foul mood. He had hoped to break the record and achieve success in both his career and love life, but had instead suffered a setback. His girlfriend consoled him post-competition, suggesting that since someone had broken the school record, there was no need to compare, and losing was perfectly normal. Yet, this only aggravated Wang Bo's wounds, as his result was a mere fraction of a second away from the record. Had he not been overtaken by Li Yi at the last moment, he might have achieved that milestone himself. Frustrated, Wang Bo snapped back at his girlfriend, unintentionally causing her distress, and spent the afternoon attempting to placate her. Now, thoughts of CPR were the least of his worries. He doubted he would be getting any affection in the coming days. Resolute, he prepared for the long jump. aiming not for the record but a first-place finish to redeem his image in front of his girlfriend. As he steeled himself for the competition, a voice called from behind. "Hey, what a coincidence. You're also competing in the long jump." Li Yi approached the sand pit, ready to register, and spotted a familiar figure who had run alongside him in the 100 meters earlier. Recognizing him from their previous encounters, he greeted him. "Hello." Wang Bo managed a strained smile. Having been surpassed by Li Yi twice at the finish line, he felt a shadow of doubt creeping in. "You're entering the long jump too?" "Yes, I signed up for the 100 meters, long jump, and the relay," Li Yi replied, admiring Wang Bo, who had genuinely earned his achievements through hard work. After a brief exchange, Li Yi went to register, while Wang Bo silently encouraged himself, vowing to redeem his earlier defeat. The competition commenced, and as the judges called for the next participant, Li Yi was up, observing the recorded distances. He noted that the furthest jump was just over 5 meters, with no one reaching 6 meters. Checking the school's website for the long jump record, he discovered it stood at 6.94 meters. Although he felt confident he could jump beyond the sand pit, he preferred not to make a spectacle of himself. He discreetly marked a spot about 5 meters away and placed a leaf about a meter ahead of it. As long as he did not surpass the leaf, he would avoid breaking the record and simply needed to focus on his technique. Next up, 2011, 2058. Prepare. Hold this for me. It's my turn to perform, Li Yi said, handing his phone to his friend Peng Bo, taking a moment to tease. As he prepared to jump, he glanced at the leaf he had placed and calculated the distance before starting his run. 6.85. The distance echoed, met with cheers and exclamations of astonishment. "Man, that's incredible. You're definitely in first place, so close to breaking the record," Peng Bo exclaimed, embracing Li Yi as he emerged from the sand pit. "Too bad Ding Qian is competing in the women's 100-meter relay. Otherwise, I reckon you might have received a celebratory kiss," Peng Bo added with a mischievous grin, recalling how he had seen Li Yi and Ding Qian embrace after the previous race. Li Yi pondered the implications, given Ding Qian's personality. His long-preserved first kiss was indeed at risk, though he would not consider it unfortunate if it were with her. The men's 4x 100-meter relay was scheduled for tomorrow, and Li Yi felt his tasks for the day were complete. Although the long jump competition was ongoing, no one in their dorm doubted that Li Yi would emerge as the champion, given his impressive 6.85-meter jump, which was close to the long-standing school record. As he chatted and laughed with his friends, Wang Bo stood in silence, his heart heavy. He had been closely monitoring Li Yi, and upon hearing the 6.85-meter announcement, he felt another wave of despair wash over him. Why is it always me? Can't I at least secure a first-place finish? I'm a sports specialist. For crying out loud. Ignoring Wang Bo's lament, Li Yi and his friends made their way to the shot put area. Peng Bo, strong and sturdy, had been volunteered by the teacher to participate in the shot put, and the group was headed to cheer him on. Li Yi opted to take a detour to the restroom first, intending to meet them later. Having resolved his personal matters, Li Yi adjusted his athletic pants and felt refreshed, ready to reunite with his friends, when he suddenly heard faint sobbing nearby. Thanks to his enhanced hearing from his training, he followed the sound to find a familiar figure crouched in the corner behind the women's restroom. Suzhou? Chapter 17. Every family has its own difficulties. Suzhou lived in a fractured world. In her childhood, she had a happy family, a loving father, a gentle mother. Though not affluent, they ensured she had enough to eat and wear, striving to provide a carefree life for her, akin to a joyous little princess. However, misfortune struck unexpectedly. In the 3rd grade, Suzhou's father was involved in an accident on the highway. When Suya hurried from school to the hospital, she was met with the chilling sight of a lifeless body. Staring blankly at the hospital bed, she observed her mother weeping inconsolably over her father. And it dawned upon her that the person who usually smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair had departed forever. Silent tears streamed down Suya's cheeks at that moment. The little girl felt an unbearable ache in her heart, one so profound that she could only let the tears fall without uttering a sound. With her uncle's assistance, her father's funeral was arranged. Just days prior, they had joyfully visited an amusement park, and now he lay confined in a small box. During this period, Suya and her mother wept countless times. Had it not been for the support of her uncle and grandparents, they would have been utterly lost. Still reeling from the grief of losing a husband and father, the other family affected by the incident came knocking. The traffic police reviewed the surveillance footage, revealing the truth behind the accident. Although Suya's father had passed away, he bore the primary responsibility for the incident. The insurance company compensated only 70 of the expenses, leaving the remaining 30 to be shouldered by Suya's mother, exacerbating their already precarious financial situation. In desperation, her mother sold their home and car, borrowing from relatives and friends until she finally gathered the compensation, allowing the injured young boy from the accident to keep his legs. From that point onward, Suya and her mother's lives spiraled into chaos. Burdened with debt, her mother struggled to make ends meet, waking at dawn and working tirelessly. She often juggled multiple jobs, delivering milk before dawn, rushing home to drop Suya off at school, then hurrying to don a uniform as a cleaner at a hotel, and in the afternoons washing dishes at another restaurant. Suya, obedient and diligent, would remain in the classroom after school, engrossed in her studies, returning to their tiny rented room only after nightfall. Once a cheerful and lively girl, she gradually became self-conscious, introverted, and withdrew into herself. Yet despite the hardships, her mother persevered to raise Suya. Observing her mother's exhaustion and the toll it took on her appearance over the years, Suya felt immense sorrow, striving never to burden her mother with concerns over her studies. To that end, she excelled academically, gaining admission to the prestigious Jinglan High School last year, determined to alleviate her mother's debts through her education. Immersed in her books, she severed unnecessary social ties, fearing distractions would hinder her studies, which led to her growing invisibility in class. Her dark circles from sleepless nights and her quiet demeanor, along with her long bangs obscuring her forehead, concealed much of her beauty, making her an unlikely target for the boys in her class. Perhaps fortune smiled upon her, for her deskmate was Li, the most well-liked student, shielding her from potential bullying. Suya felt immense gratitude and reliance on Li. Whenever she faced challenges she could not navigate alone, this cheerful boy seemed to effortlessly resolve her problems. For instance, during military training at the beginning of their first year, when she tripped while running and fell. While others laughed, Li noticed her scraped knee and took her to the infirmary. When a classmate's phone went missing and Suya, one of the few without a phone, was suspected and her bag searched, it was Li who intervened, rallying the class to find the phone, which had been playfully hidden by a friend. And when she mustered the courage to borrow money from him, he transferred it without probing further. Having experienced the harsh realities of life, Suya was utterly disarmed by Li's sincere kindness. Indeed, Suya harbored feelings for Li, yet she exhibited no signs of this affection. Most days, she would sneak glances at his profile, averting her gaze before he noticed. She understood that someone like him, a popular student, belonged to a different world than hers, and she felt unworthy. Just being able to sit beside him, to hear his voice, and to engage in occasional conversation was enough for her. Perhaps Li's action stemmed from a genuine concern for a classmate. It was merely his nature. Yet for Suya, it represented a ray of sunshine piercing through the clouds of her life, warm yet seemingly out of reach. Fate has a penchant for toying with humanity. The years of relentless labor took a toll on Suya's mother's health, and not long ago, this resilient woman, seemingly impervious to fatigue, collapsed at work and was rushed to the hospital. The burdens of life often break the backs of the weary. Suya had gained admission to a prestigious high school, and their debts were nearly repaid. Brighter days seemed just within reach. However, all of this was mercilessly shattered by a thin medical report. Uremia, a term that evoked despair. The initial costs had already drained their modest household of its newfound stability. Unable to continue working, Sun Qin faced monthly dialysis fees that soared to 23,000 yuan or more, leading her to contemplate ending her own life. Upon learning of her mother's intent to forego treatment, Suya, who typically obeyed her mother's wishes, found herself arguing for the first time. "Mom, I want to let you die. I'll figure out the money." Gazing at her mother, pale and frail in the hospital bed, Suya made a heart-wrenching decision to drop out of school. Given their current circumstances, they could hardly afford the monthly dialysis fees. The only way to ensure her mother's survival was to take this drastic step. Suya resolved to take on multiple jobs while having her mother engage in less strenuous work, believing they could just manage to get by. "My mother has painstakingly raised me. It's time for me to repay her," she thought. When she first received the news, Suya spent sleepless nights, often crying until exhaustion took over. This led to her being called in by her homeroom teacher for a reprimand. But that mattered little now. Suya had made up her mind to inform the school about her intention to withdraw after the sports meet, and to discuss the possibility of a refund for her tuition given her unique circumstances. As students on the playground laughed and played, Sia could no longer contain her tears as she gazed at the school she cherished, retreating behind the restroom walls. She bowed her head, burying it between her knees, her body trembling. Just at that moment, a familiar voice broke through her reverie, prompting her to raise her head. "Suya? What's wrong?" The boy stood with his back to the sunlight, his radiant smile seemingly capable of dispelling all gloom. "Li, what are you doing here?" Suya sprang to her feet, hastily wiping her tears, unsure where to place her hands. "I just finished using the restroom and heard someone crying, so I came to check." Li glanced at the girl, unable to suppress his concern. "Suya, as your deskmate, you can share any difficulties with me. Perhaps I can help." For the first time, Suya looked directly at the boy before her. With her impending departure from school weighing on her, she felt there was nothing left to hide. "After the Mid-Autumn Festival, I won't be coming to school anymore. Are you transferring?" "No, something happened at home, and I can't continue my studies." Suya's nose tinged with sadness as she fought to hold back her tears. "It's been a privilege to be your deskmate." "Thank you, Li." But Suya was merely a girl not yet 16, and with those words, her tears flowed freely, her hands attempting to wipe them away, but only succeeding in reddening her cheeks. "Hey, please don't cry." Li was immediately flustered, staring at the girl before him who was weeping uncontrollably, utterly at a loss for what to do. He tentatively retrieved the unused tissue from his earlier restroom visit to wipe Suya's tears. To his surprise, this gesture only caused her to collapse into his embrace, crying even more fervently. Suya, let's talk calmly. Please stop crying." Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Li raised his hands, unsure of where to place them. After a while, noticing her sobs had quieted, he gently patted her back and helped her sit on the adjacent rubber track. After a moment, Suya composed herself and took the tissue from Li, beginning to share her plight with him. For Suya, this might be the last conversation she would ever have with Li, so she disregarded any concern about leaving him with a negative impression. Finally, having found someone willing to listen, she answered every question he posed. Li fell silent after hearing her story. He often encountered various tragic tales, both real and fabricated, in newspapers and on social media. Many of these narratives sounded far more harrowing than Suya's situation, evoking a deeper sense of despair. Yet, it was only when confronted with such circumstances in reality that one could truly grasp the weight and helplessness felt by those involved. Li was enveloped by this very sensation. Merely listening to her recount her experiences was suffocating. He could hardly fathom how this fragile girl managed to endure such a blow, nor could he comprehend how her resilient mother continued to support her. When he first acquired his system, Li had fantasized about becoming a superhero. However, he soon realized the stark contrast between ideals and reality. His current abilities fell short of even basic self-defense. His Saiyan physique was not yet sufficient to withstand bullets, let alone other forms of weaponry. Furthermore, the political climate in Xia country made it exceedingly difficult to find opportunities for righteous deeds. If he were to remain idle while his deskmate faced hardship, he might as well hang himself from the southeast branch and gift this system to the audience. However, Li believed that his little slug could be of assistance. While it might not cure her mother's illness outright, it could at least alleviate her suffering. In Naruto, even Tsunade could be revived after suffering grievous injuries. So surely a condition like uremia, which stemmed from kidney issues, fell within the realm of treatable ailments. Yet, good deeds must be approached with care. Directly assuring Suya that he could heal her mother's illness would likely earn him a reputation for insanity. How could he assist Suya in a more normal manner? As thoughts raced through his mind, a spark of inspiration struck him. I've got it. Suya, there's something I wish to tell you." Suya paused momentarily, her expression one of confusion, as if her face had grown even redder. "What is it? Just say it. I know an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor." Suya gazed at him wide-eyed, bewildered. Li refrained from embellishing the doctor's credentials too much, merely stating that his family had practiced medicine for generations and possessed various remedies that might help alleviate uremia. Seeing Suya's reaction, it was evident she interpreted his words as an attempt to comfort her. "Soon, you'll understand my prowess," he thought to himself. As midnight approached, Li lay on his dormitory bed, his arms and ankles pressed against the wall, leaving his body suspended in midair. He continuously extracted and released chakra until, at last, the long-awaited mysterious voice resonated. Chakra extraction technique upgraded to mastery. This skill cannot be further leveled up. Unlockability. Use of the Dragon Ball 4-star ball? Yes or no? This prompt was different from previous notifications. It seemed the chakra extraction technique had reached its maximum level. After some contemplation, Li Yi selected yes. Eager to see what would transpire. Instantly, the world around him faded to black, and he found himself once again in that enigmatic space. Two golden phrases flickered before him. Still unfamiliar, yet their meanings were discernible. Naruto World and Dragon Ball World. Without hesitation, Li Yi chose Dragon Ball. The text dissipated, revealing a lengthy list of golden words, items, scenes, martial arts, bloodlines, talent skills, energy skills, and more. It appeared that he could not draw another Dragon Ball. Li Yi had anticipated this. After all, a system that could be easily deceived was far-fetched. Since he could not confirm that he would receive a Dragon Ball, he decided to focus on the Naruto realm instead. He exited and reselected the Naruto world, scanning the extensive list of options until he found what he desired, Dojutsu. In the Naruto universe, the most iconic abilities are undoubtedly those remarkable Dojutsu, such as the Sharingan, Byakugan, and Rinnegan, regardless of which one he obtained. It would be a significant gain. This decision had taken considerable thought. Ideally, he had wished to select the Rinnegan directly, but the system did not support keyword searches, leaving him to rely on chance. He clicked on the Dojutsu text, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Selected Dojutsu, unlocking the 3-tomo Sharingan. Unlocking Universal Capsule 30. A mysterious voice announced the results. Nice. Li Yi could hardly contain his excitement at the first skills revelation, as bypassing the 1-tomo and 2-tomo stages saved him considerable time. However, his spirits dampened upon hearing the second result. While the Universal Capsule indeed represented cutting-edge technology akin to spatial equipment, it was rather impractical for Li Yi at this moment. He already possessed 10 of them, and he had no idea where to store another. Curiously, he attempted to retrieve one, only to discover he could only extract them in bulk, either the initial 10 or the subsequent 30, an exceedingly inconvenient design. Just as Li Yi prepared to take out 10 and test whether he could store them again, the mysterious voice spoke once more in his ear. Chapter 19, Skill Mastery Rewards. Chakra Extraction Technique at Maximum Level, Unlocking System Ability, Granting. A sudden wave of delight washed over Li Yi. He had not anticipated that reaching maximum skill level would yield a gift package, particularly one as prestigious as this, given the system's implications. He hurriedly examined the newly acquired ability. Granting can share abilities with a designated target. The maximum ability level of the designated target cannot exceed that of the subject. The subject's ability level is entry level, and abilities can be revoked at any time. Note: the skill upgrade progress of the designated target reverts to the subject upon revocation. The granting range is 100 meters, while revocation is not restricted by distance. Current number of designated grant recipients, 0. Wow. This is akin to the Demon Heart cultivation method. Li Yi marveled. This ability, which allowed others to work for his benefit, was the ultimate dream of a capitalist. If he could gather tens of thousands of individuals to cultivate together, revoking their skills afterward would send him soaring to new heights. Of course, theory and reality were worlds apart. As a high school student, merely assembling such a crowd posed a formidable challenge. Moreover, what would happen after granting the ability? Would it be a resurgence of spiritual energy or an invasion from another realm? Such matters were beyond his current capability, without even basic self-defense. He had no place to cry should something go awry. The state machinery did not joke around. If an incident occurred, thorough investigations would leave Li Yi a mere minnow. Nowhere to hide. Setting this aside for now, Li Yi resolved to bide his time. However, given that he had directly drawn the 3-tomo Sharingan, he could expedite his previous plans. September 19th, clear skies. Today marked the final day of the sports meet, coinciding with the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Yi's second-year Class 3, unsurprisingly, claimed the championship in the men's 4x100-meter relay. Li Yi merely showcased a glimpse of his prowess, exerting little effort, for the strength of his class was already commendable. With his triumph in securing a 3-time championship and shattering the school record, Li Yi became the focal point of the sports event, prompting even the physical education teacher to inquire whether he had considered pursuing a career in athletics. Naturally, as someone who occasionally suffered from sporadic bouts of lethargy, Li Yi graciously declined the teacher's kind suggestion and, accompanied by a few close friends from the dormitory, made his way to a small eatery called Chuan Yu at the school gate. TZ, with 3 days off for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Are you heading home or planning to go out for some fun? Peng Bo, whose home was quite distant, decided not to return during the holiday. I plan to stay here for a day and head back on the 21st. Li Yi contemplated using this break to refine his abilities and ponder how to effectively utilize the powers bestowed upon him by the system. Shall we visit an internet CAF? I heard that the new Zhulang Internet CAF at the intersection has recently acquired holographic projection booths, allowing patrons to experience a virtual reality akin to that described in novels. Zhang Limpong had arranged to return with Li Yi on the 21st and was eager to spend the night at the Internet CAF. Sounds good. We can head there right after the closing ceremony this afternoon, pull an all-nighter, and rest until noon tomorrow. It had been a while since Li Yi last visited an Internet CAF, and he felt a twinge of interest in the holographic gaming booths, despite knowing there would be a disparity between reality and the novels. After a hearty meal, they returned to their respective class areas to prepare for the upcoming closing ceremony. Li Yi opened his phone and found Suya's Feishin message. Her profile picture was a dandelion, and her nickname read Dandelion in the cracks. Suya, after the sports meet concludes, please wait for me at the school gate. A smile crept across Li Yi's face. The exhilarating sensation of being able to alter the fate of those around him was truly delightful. Since he had resolved to assist Suya, certain necessary disguises were in order, and the newly acquired 3-tomo Sharingan undoubtedly simplified this task. Initially, Li Yi planned to work one more day on the 20th to earn some money to hire an elderly man to impersonate a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, secretly using a small slug to treat Suya's mother. However, with the Sharingan activated, he altered his plans, of course, without admitting he was keen to test its power. Fast forward to this morning at 6 a.m., Li Yi was jogging along the lakeside path at Qinglong Lake Park, his eyes scanning for a target. Beneath a willow tree, he spotted an elderly gentleman practicing Tai Chi alone. Intrigued, he approached slowly, feigning a keen interest in Tai Chi as he observed from the side. Wang Zhengwo, aged 61, had retired the previous year and moved to Jinling City to live with his son. He had a habit of rising early for exercise, and despite his age, his health remained robust. Although age inevitably brought minor ailments, it could be said that he possessed greater vitality than many young people who lived a sedentary lifestyle. Today, as he practiced Tai Chi by Qinglong Lake, he noticed a young man watching intently, seemingly intrigued. After completing his routine and catching his breath, he addressed the handsome youth. "Young man, do you have an interest in Tai Chi?" Observing the elderly man with white hair and a goatee initiate conversation, Li nodded and replied, "You have quite an impressive presence, sir. You're the one." In response to Wang Zhengwo's puzzled expression, Li Yi's pupils turned crimson, and the 3 black tomo began to spin, locking onto the elderly man. After a moment, through the genjutsu inherent in the 3-tomo Sharingan, Li Yi gleaned information about the old man and successfully hypnotized him, convincing him that he was a highly skilled medical practitioner. Due to a past connection with Li Yi's grandfather, Wang Zhengwo agreed to assist Li Yi in treating Suya's mother. Once the time felt right, Li Yi dispelled the illusion, erasing the old man's memory of the encounter, and his pupils returned to normal. "Sir, are you all right?" Li Yi waved his hand in front of Wang Zhengwo, testing his awareness. Who are you?" Wang Zhengwo felt a momentary darkness cloud his mind, followed by the sight of the boy waving his hand before him. "Sir, you almost fainted earlier, and I helped steady you." Seeing that Wang Zhengwo genuinely seemed to have forgotten their previous exchange, Li Yi prepared to leave for school. "Now that you're fine, I shall take my leave." With the Jinjutsu experiment successful and his tools secured, Li Yi bid farewell to Wang Zhengwo and headed toward the park's entrance. Wang Zhengwo remained puzzled, questioning why he had nearly fainted despite his usual good health. "I need to visit the hospital for a checkup. I hope it's nothing related to heart or vascular issues." As the award ceremonies for various events concluded, the closing ceremony of the sports meet officially came to an end. After handing the 3 trophies to his homeroom teacher and briefly bidding farewell to his dormitory friends, Li Yi made his way to the school gate. There, he spotted a girl in a white dress quietly standing under a tree, as if she belonged to a different realm compared to the noisy students bustling around her. "Suya." The girl turned, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Li Yi. Chapter 20. A skilled hand in healing at the 4th People's Hospital of Jinling City. Li Yi accompanied Suya to her mother Sun Qin's hospital room. "Mom, I'm here. This is Li Yi, my deskmate whom I mentioned before." "Hello, Auntie." Li Yi gently placed the fruit basket on the bedside table, observing the woman in the bed. Her complexion pale. "Ah, hello, young man. I've heard from Suya that you take good care of her in class. You're a fine lad." "Thank you." With Suya's assistance, Sun Qin struggled to sit up straight, smiling as she appraised Li Yi. "Your visit brings me great joy. No need to bring anything." Although Sun Qin worked multiple jobs and had little time for conversations with her daughter during their occasional heart-to-heart talks, Li Yi's name often surfaced. Sun Qin could discern her daughter's fondness for the young man before her, adopting an expression akin to that of a mother-in-law evaluating her prospective son-in-law. Feeling somewhat bashful under her gaze, Li Yi quickly replied, "It's nothing, Auntie. Suya and I are desk mates. I thought it was only right to visit you upon learning of your illness." He then recounted the plan he had discussed with Suya regarding introducing an old Chinese medicine practitioner to examine her mother. At her age, Sun Qin understood that treating a severe illness like uremia was no simple task. However, recognizing the boy's sincere concern, she felt it would be rude to dismiss him and agreed to let the old practitioner take a look. Thus, Li Yi excused himself, stating he would fetch the person. As soon as he departed, Sun Qin grasped her daughter's hand and smiled. "Xiaoya, do you have feelings for your deskmate?" "No, Mom, don't say such things. We are merely classmates." Suya's face flushed as she peeled an apple from the fruit basket, unable to meet her mother's gaze. "I can see that this young man harbors some feelings for you. Otherwise, why would he go out of his way to visit an old lady like me?" "Mom, Li Yi just mentioned he knows an old practitioner. His remedies are effective for uremia, and since we are deskmates, he is merely helping out." Suya felt a sweetness in her heart at her mother's words, but quickly reminded herself that Li Yi likely did not share such intentions, leaving her feeling uncertain. After exiting the hospital, Li Yi took out his phone and called Wang Jiangwo. He had saved the old man's phone number earlier in the park and had implanted a suggestion in his subconscious. Upon hearing Li Yi's voice, Wang Jiangwo would unconsciously adopt the role Li Yi had set for him that morning. After hanging up, Li Yi waited at the hospital entrance, twirling a coin in his hand, practicing chakra control. To facilitate his chakra extraction exercises anywhere and anytime, Li Yi typically carried 23 coins in his pocket. Before long, Wang Jiangwo emerged from a taxi, dressed in a traditional Tang suit. Remarkably, the old man looked quite ethereal in his attire. "Once you enter, take Suya's mother's pulse and give her this hawthorn pill." Li Yi handed Wang Jiangwo a hawthorn pill, roughly the size of a longan. The hawthorn pills were purchased by Li Yi at a traditional Chinese medicine shop, purportedly to alleviate gastric bloating and indigestion, now masquerading as a miraculous remedy. Li Yi returned to the hospital room with Wang Jiangwo, introducing him to Suya and her mother. Observing Wang Jiangwo's ethereal demeanor, Suya, who had initially harbored little hope, found a flicker of anticipation igniting within her, deepening her gratitude towards Li Yi. As Li Yi was not well versed in traditional Chinese medicine and feared exposing his ignorance, he portrayed Wang Jiangwo as a distant and aloof sage. After Wang Jiangwo took Suya's mother's pulse, he retrieved a pill from the pocket of his Tang suit, instructing her to take it with water. He then nodded at Li Yi, turned, and exited the room, leaving behind a promise to reconnect the following day, exuding an air of sophistication. Li Yi, seeing that the preliminary arrangements were complete, discreetly allowed a small slug concealed in his sleeve to crawl beneath Suya's mother's blanket. Moments later, the slug activated its telepathic abilities. "Mom, your complexion." Suya, engaged in conversation with her mother, was pleasantly surprised to see her mother's pallor gradually transforming from waxy yellow to a slight rosy hue. Hastily retrieving a small mirror from the bedside to show her mother, "I felt a warm sensation in my lower back moments ago, but I thought it was merely a figment of my imagination," Suya's mother remarked in astonishment, noticing a newfound lightness in her body. "Auntie, please remain calm. I mentioned that this elderly doctor has some unconventional remedies that can alleviate uremia," Li Yi interjected. "Dr. Wang informed me that you should have another checkup tomorrow. If there is any improvement, I will return to procure another course of treatment." Li Yi was cautious not to promise a complete cure at once. According to the messages transmitted by the slug, Sun Qin's condition had already improved significantly and would not deteriorate further. With 2 more sessions of treatment at the current intensity, a complete recovery was within reach. "Thank you, Li Yi." Suya's eyes brimmed with tears, unsure of how to express her gratitude to the boy before her. Her mother echoed her thanks, recognizing that this young man had rekindled hope for both of them. After calming the emotionally charged Sun Qin into slumber, Suya and Li Yi exited the hospital room. Li Yi, I know that a simple thank you feels insufficient, but I truly do not know how to repay you. Suya gazed at Li Yi, reflecting on how he had once illuminated her life and now rescued her from the depths of despair. Li Yi initially considered jokingly suggesting she offer herself in return, but sensing the gravity of the moment, he merely patted Suya on the shoulder, saying, "We are friends, so there is no need for such formality. It was merely serendipitous that I knew this old doctor. I was just a facilitator." Li Yi wished to alleviate any psychological burden on Suya, downplaying the situation. "That pill must be rather expensive. Li Yi, please inquire about the cost. We will find a way to afford it. Even if we cannot manage it now, I will take on extra jobs to repay you." Influenced by Sun Qin's values, Suya maintained a strong sense of ethics, which was why she had consistently aimed to repay her relatives and friends' debts over the years. Li Yi refrained from disclosing that the Hawthorn pills cost merely 9 yuan per box, containing 12 pills, and were quite palatable. Instead, he deflected the conversation by attributing the perceived efficacy to the secret formula. Upon hearing Li Yi's response, Suya ceased her insistence, recognizing his intent to spare her from further financial strain. However, she understood that even if the cost of the medicine was minimal, the favor of such an esteemed healer attending to her mother was far more valuable than any monetary fee. Li Yi, hoping to avoid further entanglement in the matter, excused himself under the pretext of having other obligations, reminding Suya to send him the results of her mother's examination the following day before making his way toward the hospital exit. As Suya watched Li Yi's hurried retreat, tears welled up in her eyes once more, but this time they were tears of gratitude and joy. The most fortunate event in her life had been encountering Li Yi. "Li Yi, will I ever be able to repay you?" Chapter 21. The game concept. This is intriguing. Although it diverges from the novels, it is quite impressive nonetheless. The chubby boy lay within a semi-transparent holographic gaming pod, adorned with a 3D imaging helmet, exclaiming in excitement. The group of roommates found themselves at the Zhulang Internet CAF at the new intersection. Zhulang had recently introduced a new batch of holographic gaming pods, touted as the next generation of virtual reality, allowing players to embark on a second life within the game. The holographic projection technology had been available to the public since 2038, primarily utilized in large-scale events such as concerts and sports games. Over the course of a decade, this technology had progressed to the point where, under suitable weather conditions, it was nearly indistinguishable from reality. However, true immersive virtual reality, where one could not discern between the real and the virtual, remained elusive. Last year, the nation's largest gaming company, Tongfei, announced the successful development of a holographic gaming pod, accompanied by the release of a virtual world game centered around national warfare. Initially, access to the gaming pods was restricted to first-tier cities like Kyoto and Shanghai, with broader distribution to second-tier cities beginning only this year. Additionally, private purchases of the gaming pods were not yet permitted. Opinions on Tongfei's game varied widely online. Half of the netizens supported Tongfei, asserting that while the game might not qualify as true virtual reality, it surpassed previous offerings, providing an immersive experience. Conversely, others criticized the game as overstated, claiming it merely improved visual effects without substantial gameplay content, thus failing to innovate beyond traditional gaming mechanics. Li Yi reclined within the splendidly designed, sci-fi-inspired blue and white circular gaming pod. Inside, a silicone reclining chair awaited, with its lower half enveloping the legs. Upon donning the helmet, the staff sealed the pod's door, and Li Yi adorned each hand with a sensory glove. As he entered the national warfare game, he experienced a semblance of immersion. It indeed felt reminiscent of earlier gaming experiences, allowing for observation in all directions as the scenery shifted accordingly. The sensors at his left foot registered his movements, enabling him to pivot, while those on his right leg controlled his forward and backward motion. Buttons beneath his left foot managed his inventory and map, while those on the right controlled equipment and attributes. Each fingertip on his hands was equipped with buttons, allowing him to unleash skills with a thumb press. Initially, the controls felt somewhat awkward, but familiarity soon transformed the experience, though it remained limited to visual aesthetics. The gameplay mechanics still relied on sensory devices coupled with button controls. After playing for a while, a sudden epiphany struck Li Yi. What if I could develop a truly immersive virtual reality game, granting players skills within the game and stripping them upon exit? Wouldn't that equate to free labor for me? The more he contemplated, the more feasible this notion appeared. Though it would require him to unlock additional skills in the future, a matter to consider carefully. Gazing at his friends, who were thoroughly engrossed in their gaming experience, Li couldn't help but smile, thinking of his loyal comrades. The group returned to their dormitory at 5 a.m., a testament to the resilience of youth. After a night of gaming, they could easily recuperate with a half-day's sleep. Once his roommates succumbed to slumber, Li roused them one by one, employing his Sharingan to cast illusions. As they drifted into a sleepwalking state, Li repeatedly used his illusions on each of the four, then released them. Increasing his experience with the Sharingan, he realized that, contrary to his earlier expectations, the most promising path to advancement lay not in the summoning technique he had previously acquired, but rather in the 3-Tomo Sharingan obtained through a lottery draw from Dragon Balls. Based on previous comparisons between the progress of his shadow clone technique and the initial upgrade, Li had presumed that the upgrade for the 3-Tomo Sharingan would take an eternity. However, upon careful reflection, Li realized that his 3-Tomo Sharingan was merely a mere 5% away from leveling up. This revelation led him to suspect that the Sharingan he had drawn from the Dragon Ball may not have been a regular draw, but rather a dual-tiered upgrade, inherently possessing a 95 upgrade progress. This prompted the current scene, where several brothers in the dormitory contributed their physical forms, as Li resolved to complete the upgrade of his Sharingan that day. From 5 a.m. until noon, the somewhat obsessive Li incessantly released illusions, depleting his chakra, resting momentarily, then extracting chakra again. The Saiyan's extraordinary physique and maxed-out chakra extraction technique enabled him to recover swiftly. With only a sliver of progress remaining, Li gritted his teeth and pressed on. Finally, after casting the last illusion on the hefty individual, the long-awaited notification chimed. 3-Tomo Sharingan upgraded to Manjiki Sharingan. Unlocking skills, Tsukuyami would release Saiyan combat attire. The knight's efforts had not been in vain, and Li was nearly moved to tears once again. The system had rewarded him handsomely. He distinctly felt a substantial enhancement in his vision. Previously, he could track the trajectory of a fly in flight, and now he could likely discern the path of a bullet. Of course, merely seeing the trajectory of a bullet did not guarantee evasion, as his physical strength was still lacking. He was eager to experiment with Tsukuyami on the hefty individual, but after a moment's contemplation, he abandoned the notion. It turned out that utilizing Tsukuyami with the Manjiki Sharingan not only required an immense amount of chakra, but also consumed visual prowess. As depicted in the anime, excessive use could lead to diminished eyesight, ultimately resulting in blindness. Nevertheless, the system, being what it was, would not be so miserly with its gifts. Although the modified Manjiki would still consume visual prowess and reduce eyesight, it would not do so permanently. Li estimated that he could currently use Tsukuyami 3 times, with visual prowess replenishing every 2 days. For the time being, this posed no significant issue, as, unlike in the world of Naruto, the illusions of the Sharingan were already unparalleled, rendering Tsukuyami unnecessary. Tsukuyami would be a one-hit kill for elite ninjas like Kakashi, and using it on ordinary individuals would be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, a gross waste of power. After thoroughly examining the Manjiki Sharingan, Li turned his attention to the newly unlocked skills and items. Interestingly, he had unlocked a considerable number of skills thus far, even acquiring a formidable weapon like the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, he had failed to draw any of the fundamental elemental ninjutsu: fire, wind, lightning, earth, or water. The only ninjutsu he had acquired was wood release, a technique mastered by only a select few in Naruto. It seemed that with the system by his side, Li's fortune was indeed exceptional. Chapter 22. Returning home seated on the high-speed train back home, Li listened to music through his headphones. His gaze drifting towards the distant farmlands and vegetable patches, his thoughts wandering aimlessly. The sound of snoring from the hefty individual beside him interrupted his reverie. Glancing over at his friend, who was blissfully asleep with an eye mask, he couldn't help but smile. The previous day, Li had successfully upgraded his Sharingan with the help of his hefty friends, unlocking Tsukuyami and would release, resulting in a restless night for them. As they did not awaken until the afternoon, they all wondered why, after a night of revelry, they felt so exhausted despite sleeping until past 2 o'clock. Li smiled silently. Although he had unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan, the limitations of only being able to use it 3 times and the consumption of visual prowess left him somewhat dissatisfied. However, upon further reflection, He realized the Mangeki Sharingan could still be upgraded, which made it more acceptable. He just wondered how long it would take to reach the eternal Mangeki. The previous afternoon and that morning, he had visited the hospital to administer the Hawthorn pills, rather, the Qingfeng detoxification pills, to Suya's mother, ensuring her discharge shortly after the Mid-Autumn Festival. After informing Suya that the old Chinese medicine doctor preferred discretion, Li Yi sought out his hefty friend and embarked on the journey home. The astonishment of the attending physician and the silence of Suya and her mother shall remain unspoken here. Naturally, as a tool for others. The elder Wang Jiangwo was not forgotten, and Li Yi made sure to pay him for remedying some minor ailments. Now, he could relish life with vigor and vitality. The high-speed train zipped through the fields, the scenery outside continuously receding, the glass reflecting a pair of crimson eyes, with 3 black tomos slowly rotating. Li Yi's father, Li Jinghua, hailed from Kaisher City in province and graduated from Jinling Normal University, where he met his mother, Tang Wan, at the neighboring University of Finance. Their acquaintance blossomed into love, overcoming various obstacles to eventually marry and welcome Li Yi, the fruit of their affection. After marrying Li Jinghua, Tang Wan resolutely resigned from her government job arranged by her father and followed her husband to Kaisher City, much to her father's discontent. In the eyes of the older generation, government positions were seen as secure employment. While the salary may not be high, the benefits were excellent. However, in Kaisher City, Tang Wan did not settle for any random job. Utilizing her abilities and education, she became an accountant at the local branch of a thriving company. Given the proximity of Kaisher City to Jinling City, Li Yi would often traverse between his parents' homes during holidays like the Mid-Autumn Festival and Spring Festival. When Li Yi attended Jinglan High School, his grandfather initially wanted him to stay with his family in Tongning, but the distance from the school was too great, requiring over an hour by subway. Ultimately, he opted for boarding school. After 20 minutes on the high-speed train, they arrived at Kaisher East Station. Li Yi roused the still dreaming hefty individual and grabbed his suitcase as they disembarked. At the exit, he spotted his mother, Tang Wan, clad in a black long dress and a denim jacket, alongside the hefty individual's mother. The two families maintained a close relationship, so during holidays, whoever had the time would drive to pick up the other. Today, it was Zhang Linpeng's mother who was behind the wheel. "Mom, I'm back." After sharing a gentle hug with Tang Wan, he turned to greet the hefty individual's mother. "Hello, Aunt Bai. It's been a while. You still look as beautiful as ever." The hefty individual's mother was not truly hefty. In fact, she had been a beauty in her youth. And even with the passage of time, traces of her former charm still lingered. "Little E, you're so sweet. Aunt Bai can't hold a candle to your mom in terms of beauty. If you two stood side by side, one might even mistake you for siblings." Aunt Bai shot a glance at Tang Wan, envy glimmering in her eyes. At 37, Tang Wan was a year older than Bai Xian. Yet she appeared the younger of the two. With her silky black hair cut to shoulder length and adorned with airy bangs, fair skin, and double eyelids, her smile revealed 2 adorable dimples. The harmonious family atmosphere and comfortable middle-class lifestyle had shielded her from the ravages of time. While she may not possess the collagen of an 18-year-old girl, her face bore no conspicuous wrinkles or blemishes, making her a beautiful middle-aged woman. All right, enough flattery. Let us head home. The meal is ready." Tang Wan knew that Bai Xian had always envied her complexion and frequently inquired about her skincare routine. Though she had not put in much effort, just regular moisturizing and sun protection. Perhaps it was simply a matter of constitution. Perhaps due to being born into a scholarly family. With her father being a university professor and her mother a high school teacher, Tang Wan embodied a certain graceful demeanor, making conversations with her feel like a refreshing breeze. On the way, Li Yi shared amusing anecdotes from school with his mother, how Huang Liang from the dormitory had fallen in love, and how he had won 3 championships at the sports meet, among other tales. Tang Wan listened with a smile, occasionally showering him with praise. The hefty individual, seated in the front passenger seat, was also chatting with his mother, but upon Bai Xian discovering that his weight had increased by 10 pounds, he was met with a relentless lecture about dieting throughout the journey. Before long, they arrived at the upscale neighborhood of Yulong Bay, where the hefty individual lived. The two families had agreed to have lunch together at Bai Xian's home. The two families have always maintained a cordial relationship. In the past, they were next-door neighbors in the village, and now they reside in adjacent units in the city. Hence, they frequently visit one another. Ascending to the 30th floor via the elevator, Bai Xian used her fingerprint to unlock the door. Upon entering, she found Li Jinghua engaged in conversation with Zhang Shiqing, the father of her son's friend, Fatty, on the sofa. Shiqing, have you prepared the dishes? Xiao Yi and Xiao Peng are back, Bai Xian said, changing her shoes while addressing her husband. All set, just waiting for your return, Zhang Shiqing replied, his appearance reminiscent of an adult Fatty. Yet he bore a robust physique that dispelled any notion of being merely a portly man without children. Clad in an apron, he embodied the essence of a devoted homemaker. Dad, Uncle Zhang, Fatty greeted them both, followed by Li Yi as they settled onto the sofa, using toothpicks to enjoy slices of watermelon. Xiao Yi, don't just eat. Assist Uncle Zhang with the dishes, Li Jinghua remarked, observing the juice dripping from Li Yi's chin. Li Jinghua possessed a quintessential square face, with thick eyebrows, deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and a sun-kissed complexion. His perfectly aligned white teeth and a neatly styled side-parted haircut lent him an air of charisma. His passion for fishing and a routine of morning runs kept him in good health, sparing him from the common midlife anxieties regarding hair loss. Oh, I understand. Li Yi replied, somewhat intimidated by Li Jinghua, not due to any violent tendencies on his part, but rather due to long-standing habits formed in his childhood. Li Yi attended the second middle school in Kaisher City, where his father served as both an English teacher and homeroom instructor. All right, the final dish has arrived, oil-braised prawns. Zhang Shiqing announced, placing the last dish onto the dining table with a cloth in hand, beckoning everyone to commence the meal. Uncle Zhang's culinary skills remain exceptional, Li Yi exclaimed, savoring the oily dish while showering compliments. Indeed, your Uncle Zhang once earned a chef's certificate. Zhang Shiqing replied proudly, serving both Li Yi and Zhang Limpeng a piece of rib. Chapter 23. A new encounter with the Dragon Balls in Chaohui City. Li Yi languidly reclined on his bed, comfortably stretching out his limbs as if every muscle and bone in his body was luxuriating in this moment of relaxation and comfort. He exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Though it had been less than a month since he left home, it felt to Li Yi as if an eternity had passed. Ever since he unexpectedly acquired that mysterious system, his life had been filled with endless surprises and anticipation. Each morning, he awakened with eager enthusiasm to cultivate the skills bestowed by the system. Every time he leveled up and unlocked new abilities and items, his inner joy was beyond words. Thus, Li Yi remained enveloped in this exhilarating atmosphere of tension and excitement. It was precisely this that made him perceive time as unusually slow, each minute and second stretching infinitely, allowing him to fully relish the joy and sense of accomplishment. Zhang Shiqing, having recently been appointed the secretary of the Jiangbei district, had numerous arrangements to make for this year's Mid-Autumn Festival. Therefore, after dinner at Fatty's grandfather's house, he planned to depart for Jinling. Fatty had hoped to return with Li Yi, but Bai Xian was concerned about him being home alone and decided to take him back as well. After a hearty meal, Li Yi assessed the progress of his summoning technique and discovered he was on the verge of leveling up. He locked his door and performed the hand seals to summon a small slug. The summoning technique, perhaps due to an increase in proficiency, now produced a slug measuring approximately 15 centimeters, nearly double its initial size of under 10 centimeters. After an hour of dedicated effort, the summoning technique finally leveled up, and the newly unlocked item stirred a small thrill within Li Yi. The summoning technique upgraded to level 1, unlocking the creation of explosive tags. This skill cannot be leveled further, and the Dragon Ball 2-star ball. Is this for real? The Dragon Balls are so easily obtained? Li Yi mused, incredulous at his good fortune in acquiring yet another Dragon Ball. If this continued, would he not soon attain immortality? After a period of excitement, Li Yi managed to calm himself, reminding himself to remain composed, as it would be better to celebrate once all 7 Dragon Balls were collected. After all, the Dragon Balls were only effective when all 7 were gathered. Even possessing 6 would be as useless as stones. He recalled the experience of making a purchase on a certain platform, where the final attempt might require hundreds of tries to achieve the slightest success. The other reward, upon inspection, was a modified version of the explosive tag. By infusing a specific amount of chakra into a piece of white paper, one could create an explosive tag that could only be detonated using chakra. Fire would be ineffective. Li Yi found this skill somewhat absurd. He was not a terrorist. So what use was this skill to him? Much like the Saiyan battle suit he had previously drawn, it was both impractical and unattractive, prompting him to leave it untouched. He still had 10 universal capsules packed away in his suitcase from last time, and with the system's items being extractable but not storable, Li Yi was now troubled about where to safely keep them. Fortunately, this was a time of peace. Had it been during a war, he would certainly become an expert in explosions. Li Yi, feeling the pulse of his skills, noted that the technique closest to leveling up was wood release, and he resolved to push for it that evening, hoping to draw another Dragon Ball. The thrill of this lottery-like experience was irresistible to Li Yi. It was no wonder so many people bought lottery tickets. However, his situation was far superior to a mere lottery ticket, which could yield nothing but a thank you for participating. In his case, there was a guaranteed outcome, ensuring he would not suffer losses. Xiaoyi, are you awake? We need to head to Grandpa's soon. His mother, Tang Wan, knocked on the door, interrupting Li Yi's thoughts. I'm getting up. Li Yi flipped out of bed and unlocked the door. We're going to your grandfather's for dinner tonight. And tomorrow morning your dad will drive us to your grandfather's house, she explained. This annual routine had long been familiar to Li Yi. However, feeling there was something he should address while he had the chance, Li Yi decided it was best to speak up now. Is Dad awake? Your dad had a bit to drink with Uncle Zhang at noon and just woke up. Why? Do you need to talk to him about something? Yes. There is something I need to discuss. I'll wait until Dad arrives to tell you. Are you planning to rent an apartment with your classmates? Li Jinghua furrowed his brow as he regarded Li Yi, who wore a serious expression. Yeah, the dormitory is quite uncomfortable, and Fatty snores a lot, making it hard to sleep at night. I often feel drowsy in class the next day. You can ask the English teacher. I fell asleep during her class last time because I hadn't rested well. Li Yi recounted his prepared explanation to his parents. Though the truth about dozing off in class was genuine, the details behind it were not to be scrutinized. No way. You're still young and want to rent an apartment? Others can stay in the dorms, and you're too delicate for that, Li Jinghua reprimanded sternly. What are you doing? Don't frighten the child, Tang Wan chided, lightly hitting Li Jinghua on the shoulder and sitting beside Li Yi. Don't worry, son. Your mom agrees you can live outside. I'll cover the rent for you, Tang Wan assured, grasping Li Yi's hand. However, you must pay attention to your safety. And when living outside, don't stay up too late. If I find out you're slacking off and your grades drop, don't even think about staying out. She glanced at Li Jinghua, who was about to speak. Your son is already of age. At 16, he is legally capable in Xia country. What is wrong with renting an apartment? Besides, didn't you hear Xiaoyi? He won TB alone. You've met Huang Liang's parents at the parent-teacher meeting. And his grades are excellent. Li Jinghua sighed, knowing this would be the outcome. Once the child's mother intervened, things were no longer within his control. Just indulge him. Now that we're at this point, what more can I say? All right. This will also help cultivate the child's independence, Tang Wan said. Moving closer to Li Jinghua to comfort the head of the family, stealing a quick kiss on his cheek while Li Yi munched on fruit. Li Yi could perceive the trajectory of the conversation, but at that moment, he chose to remain blind to it, ignoring the slight flush on his father's face as he discreetly gave his mother a thumbs up. Li Jinghua placed the signed application for the day's student in his suitcase while Li Yi hummed a little tune, indulging in a slice of watermelon on the coffee table. Li Yi's grandfather resided some distance from Chaohui City, and given the cigarettes and liquor they brought along, driving was indeed more convenient. However, since Li's father had consumed alcohol at noon and was likely to drink again in the evening, Tang Wan took the wheel, setting off in the family's white car. Grandpa's home was situated in a peri-urban area, where the roads had previously been poor, making it nearly impossible to drive in during rainy weather. Fortunately, recent road construction in the district had paved a cement road. Little Li, you are an adult now. Next summer vacation, you should get your driver's license. So you can help drive when your dad has been drinking, Tang Wan said while driving. We'll see then. I probably won't need to drive much by that time. I might be faster on foot, Li Yi thought to himself, dismissing the necessity. Chapter 24. True Health Wine. Li Yi's grandfather, Leander, was 60 years old this year and had just retired at the beginning of the year. In his youth, he had graduated from middle school but did not pursue further education. At 18, he took over his father's position as a worker in the Kaisher steel plant, dedicating his entire life to this job. Though he was diligent and hardworking, his somewhat rigid nature and inability to adapt meant he only achieved the rank of workshop foreman by the time of his retirement. Leander's greatest pride in life was having raised Li Jinghua, a student of a prestigious university and now a high school teacher. Neighbors often praised the old man as excellent education methods, which would bring a smile to his face. Li Yi arrived just as his grandfather was reclining in a wicker chair in the courtyard, squinting in the sunlight, while his grandmother, Zhang Zuolan, was picking chives nearby, occasionally exchanging a few words with him. "Grandpa, Grandma, I've come to see you," Li Yi exclaimed, carrying tea and milk, followed by Li Jinghua and his wife, who were laden with cigarettes and liquor. "Ah, my dear grandson, let me see if you've lost weight," his grandmother said. As the only child, Li Jinghua's son, Li Yi was a treasure in his grandmother's eyes. "Jinghua, Awan, you've arrived," Leander said, rising from his chair to take the cigarettes and liquor from Li Jinghua, grumbling. "Why did you buy so much? I don't smoke, and I hardly drink. Most of the liquor you brought before has already been consumed by you." Since the distance was short, Li Jinghua often visited Leander with Tang Wan. As the old man mentioned, he rarely indulged in smoking or drinking, but Li Jinghua had a penchant for a drink now and then, which meant the liquor at home was indeed consumed more by him. "It's nothing, Dad," Tang Wan interjected diplomatically. "You don't smoke. But it can be useful when Uncle Su comes over." As the family chatted, Tang Wan went to the kitchen to assist Zhang Zuolan, while Li Jinghua stayed outside talking with Leander. Li Yi discreetly slipped into the car and retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from the trunk. These were not ordinary bottles. They contained a special concoction he had prepared with care, possessing genuine benefits. After upgrading his summoning technique, the system had not gifted him a new summoning beast, but rather enhanced the original little slug. It wasn't merely an enhancement, it had unlocked additional abilities. In the world of Naruto, slugs were indeed formidable summoning beasts. The evolved little slug was now the size of a medium dog, and it had gained a new skill, healing mucus. In the original Naruto, Li Yi was uncertain whether the slug possessed this skill, but it certainly had it now. The slug could secrete a special transparent healing mucus by consuming chakra, which could linger for an extended period, capable of healing most internal and external injuries while enhancing vitality. Although its efficacy was slightly weaker than direct healing techniques, it was still remarkably potent compared to the special medicines of the real world. "Grandpa, this is a health wine given to me by a classmate from school. His family practices traditional Chinese medicine. It's beneficial for your health. And you and Grandma can have a small cup before bed every day," Li Yi said, naturally invoking the name of the elder Wang Jiangwo as a means to an end. The health wine bottled in the mineral water container was merely ordinary liquor that Li Yi had purchased under the pretext of buying drinks on his way to his grandfather's house. On his way to the underground garage, he poured the liquor into the mineral water bottle, allowing the little slug, in its split form, to add its healing mucus. While his parents were distracted, he placed the mineral water bottle in the trunk, carefully concealing the scent of the liquor with chakra. "Hey, little Li, where did you get that? I didn't see you bring it along," Tang Wan inquired curiously, eyeing the mineral water bottle in Li Yi's hand. "I mentioned I was going to buy drinks. I just picked it up then. I thought I'd surprise you with it. You and Dad should share a bottle. It's good for you," he replied. After confirming with the little slug, he knew that the mucus not only treated ailments but also enhanced vitality without side effects. "It's commendable of you to show such filial piety, little Li. Let us have a bit of this wine at noon. We must not waste your thoughtful gesture." Leander chuckled, pleased at his grandson's consideration. As Tang Wan and Zhang Zuolan set the table, the family began to enjoy their meal. "Wow, little Li, your classmate's health wine tastes just like regular liquor, but once it hits the stomach, it warms you up all over. It's quite good," Leander remarked after taking a sip, feeling quite content. Li Jinghua, being fond of good wine, couldn't resist joining in after hearing his father's praise. As the liquor flowed down his throat into his stomach, the slug's mucus gradually permeated his body, quietly nourishing his organs and cells with vitality, creating a feeling akin to soaking in warm water. "Hey, Dad, I must say, after drinking this, I feel significantly more relaxed. There's definitely a warming sensation. It's probably infused with traditional herbs," Li Jinghua commented. Li Yi smiled but remained silent, savoring a chicken leg. "This is far more nourishing than ginseng or deer antler. It's essentially a remedy," he thought. The meal concluded amidst laughter and conversation. After lingering at his grandparents' house for a while, Li Yi bid them farewell as darkness fell, reminding them to remember to drink the health wine before bed. Unbeknownst to them, he had already allowed the slug to remedy some of their minor ailments, and with the health wine provided, longevity was assured. On the way home, sitting in the passenger seat, Li Jinghua turned to Li Yi and said, "Little Li, this time when you return to school, you can rent a place. But please don't neglect your studies, all right?" "I understand, Dad. Don't worry. You'll see a significant improvement in my grades next exam, Li Yi assured him playfully. With his physical condition strengthening and his mental acuity greatly enhanced after unlocking the Sharingan, he was confident that even without photographic memory, he had nearly reached the level of reading 10 lines at a glance. With a little effort, getting into a key university would be a trivial matter. Upon returning home, Li Yi took a shower and shut himself in his room, informing his parents not to disturb him as he needed to complete his homework. In truth, he had finished his assignments after the sports meet. Tonight, he primarily aimed to upgrade his wood release technique. After washing up, Li Jingguo lay in bed, picking up a book from his nightstand to read. He had a habit of reading before sleep. However, for some reason, he felt an abundance of energy coursing through him, rendering him wide awake instead of drowsy. Forcing herself to read a few pages of a book, Tang Wan had finished her bath and emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, drying her hair as she spoke. Xiaoyi has grown up, renting a place outside. Starting this month, let us increase the living allowance. If he gets a girlfriend, this amount will hardly suffice. With that, she tossed aside the air conditioning blanket and reclined on the bed. I'm asking you something. Speak up. Noticing that Li Jingguo had not responded for a while, she turned to find him breathing heavily, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Overwhelmed by the fragrance emanating from Tang Wan, Li Jingguo could no longer contain himself and turned, pinning her down. Chapter 25. Xiaoyi, is there still any of that wine left? In the early morning, Li Yi stifled a yawn, rose, and went to the bathroom to attend to his personal needs, then retrieved his toothpaste and toothbrush to begin brushing his teeth. He cast a glance at the door to the master bedroom and sighed in resignation. With his current hearing, even though the soundproofing of 2 doors was adequate, he could still faintly discern some noises. This corner was not meant for him to overhear. Thus, he had worn headphones last night, practicing his wood release technique with the green pot hose in his room for most of the night, only surrendering to sleep when exhaustion set in. He was so close to leveling up his wood release. He hadn't anticipated that the health wine would be so domineering, possessing such a function. However, considering that the mucilage of the little slug significantly enhances vitality, it made sense. Replenishing vitality for the elderly was harmless. Yet, his father, in the prime of life, might have overindulged. After washing up, Li Yi settled on the living room sofa and switched on the television, aimlessly flipping through channels. The door to the master bedroom opened, and Li Jingguo emerged quietly, intending to head to the restroom, when he suddenly spotted Li Yi sitting on the sofa. Xiaoyi, up so early? He greeted awkwardly, before joining him on the sofa. Yeah, couldn't he sleep, so I got up to watch some TV. The father and son sat in silence for a moment, neither speaking. Suddenly, Li Jingguo leaned closer, his gaze evasive, and whispered, Xiaoyi, how many bottles of that wine did your classmate give you? Do you still have any left? He looked at Li Yi with a hint of embarrassment. Seeing his usually serious father in such a state made Li Yi want to laugh, though he restrained himself. He only gave me 2 bottles. I thought if you found it beneficial, I could ask him for more. If it's not effective, then never mind. Li Yi understood why his father was asking. What man could refuse a wine with such purported effects? Didn't you have a little at Grandpa's yesterday? I think this wine is quite good for the body. I used to have stomach issues, but after drinking it, I felt a significant relief. It was true that Li Jingguo had minor stomach problems, but as long as he maintained a regular diet, he seldom experienced issues and hadn't had any problems in recent months. Li Yi chose not to call out his father's ulterior motives. Alright then. This wine isn't expensive, 50 yuan a bottle. I'll buy a few more for my classmate. Agreeing with his father, Li Yi readily responded. Yes, for such good effects. 50 is indeed a bargain. It's quite cheap, Li Jingguo exclaimed, but upon noticing his son's peculiar smile, quickly added, I mean, stomach medicine costs several dozens for a box, so in comparison, this wine is definitely cost-effective. Li Jingguo took out his phone and transferred 500 yuan to Li Yi, instructing him to buy 10 bottles from his classmate. Dad, you have quite a little stash, huh? Li Yi teased. Nonsense, it's just 2 bottles of wine. What stash are you talking about? Li Jingguo's face flushed, and he warned, don't tell your mother. She doesn't let me drink much. I'll save this wine and sip it slowly. Li Yi gave an understanding expression, accepted the money, and informed his father he was going out for a morning exercise before stepping out the door. That little rascal dares to mock me. Li Jingguo chuckled and headed to the restroom. This boy usually didn't seem to exercise. It was hard to tell if he was genuinely going to work out so early. Li Yi arrived at the forest on the north side of the community, activated his Sharingan, and scanned the surroundings, finding no surveillance. Controlling his chakra, he infused it into a small tree sapling, which grew at an astonishing rate into a small tree. At the entry level of wood release, he could hardly execute any substantial ninjutsu. At most, he could stimulate the vitality of plants, enabling them to grow rapidly. With a departure back to Jinling City scheduled for shortly after 10 a.m., and with it still being under 7 a.m., Li Yi decided to level up his wood release before leaving. Given the prevalence of surveillance in modern society, Li Yi refrained from making any grand gestures, instead controlling the flora around him to grow and then wither away. Half an hour later, content with his results, he ceased releasing chakra, watching as the grass that had grown to over a meter swiftly withered. Wood release upgraded to level 1. Unlock ability. Use Dragon Balls, 2-star ball. Yes or no? In response to Li Yi's prior concept regarding virtual reality games, he chose yes, without hesitation. Returning to the familiar space, Li Yi navigated through the Naruto world options and swiftly selected a scene, extending his hand without reluctance. Select scene. Unlock scene. Myobo Cousin. Unlock time pause. Li Yi emerged from the mysterious space back into reality and immediately checked the rewards he had just received. Scene. Myobo Cousin. A small world existing within the main plane, where time flows in sync with the main plane and can be accessed through thought at any time. Time pause. A gifted skill of Goldo from the Jinyu Force, which can pause time in the main plane. The duration is determined by how long one can hold their breath and consumes a significant amount of physical strength when activated. Impressive, Li Yi exclaimed at the second skill, unable to contain his exhilaration, drawing bewildered glances from the elderly residents exercising in the community, who looked around in confusion to locate the source of the outburst. In the Dragon Ball world, rewards are either meager or extraordinary. Tears streamed down Li Yi's face.
Overwhelmed by the disparity in rewards from the Dragon Ball universe, it was either something like Saiyan battle armor or the Universal Capsule, which were useless,
or treasures like the Dragon Balls and the Time Pause skill, which were extraordinary. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yi activated Time Pause. In an instant, the world was enveloped in gray. Li Yi held his breath, noticing that everything around him had come to a halt. The bees on the flowers hung suspended in midair, their wings frozen in motion, and a leaf remained poised in its descent, unmoving before Li Yi's eyes. He lifted a leg, intending to walk away, only to discover that any movement caused a significant drain on his stamina, making it much harder to hold his breath. After releasing the time pause, Li Yi sat on the lawn, taking several deep breaths to alleviate his physical discomfort. While the ability was impressive, it was excessively taxing on his stamina. With his Saiyan physique and enhanced chakra, it felt like he could only sustain it for about a minute. This is ridiculous, Li Yi complained. It's fine to remain still, but once I start moving, the stamina drain is terrifying. No wonder Goldo in Dragon Ball is out of breath after just a few steps. However, Li Yi understood that this was merely the entry-level time pause. As the level increased, it would undoubtedly improve drastically. It appeared that to achieve the effects seen in the anime featuring Cherry Blossom Country specialties, he would need to level up considerably. Whether in novels or anime, time pause is a top-tier skill, and Li Yi was quite satisfied with this reward. He then examined the other reward, which was crucial for his ability to level up rapidly. Scene, Myobo Cousin. Chapter 26. The initial framework of the game with a thought. The environment around Li Yi shifted dramatically. Numerous horn-like structures rose from the ground, appearing as if sculpted from stone, tapering upward, and adorned with countless windows. Waterfalls cascaded from the tips, creating a spectacular sight. Beneath the horn structures lay enormous single-leafed plants, upon which gigantic frogs perched. Wow. Although I've seen this scene in the anime, experiencing it firsthand is truly awe-inspiring. Li Yi marveled at the immense plants and structures surrounding him, feeling as though he had been shrunk to a minuscule size. He continued forward until he reached the frog oil waterfall, where various frog statues of all sizes stood, rumored to be the petrified forms of those who had failed in their quest for the sage mode. According to the system's description, the frog oil here was merely ordinary oil, devoid of any special effects as seen in anime. It appeared that attaining the sage mode would require skill upgrades to unlock the lottery feature. Li Yi scooped up some golden frog oil, inhaling its scent, which was surprisingly bland. The scene of Myoboku Mountain lacked the iconic frog characters from Naruto, presenting itself merely as a quaint little world. The reason Li Yi had chosen to use a precious Dragon Ball for this lottery was to acquire a setting distinct from reality. Currently, his skill levels were relatively low, making his training unremarkable. However, as his skills increased and levels rose, the noise generated from training in the real world would become considerable. For instance, the wood style's birth of dense forest or the water style's waterfall technique would be nearly impossible to practice anywhere at will. Not to mention the catastrophic heavenly obstruction shock star, which would certainly draw global attention. Thus, having a secluded space that no one could access, except for Li Yi, became paramount, prompting him to select a specific scene using the Dragon Ball's properties. Moreover, his previous thoughts played a role in this decision. After experiencing the nationwide war game developed by the Tiantian Company, Li Yi found himself inspired to create his own virtual reality game. However, he intended to construct not a mere fictitious game world, but rather to blur the lines between reality and illusion. The first step involved employing a reverse summoning technique to transport players to Mayaboka Mountain, granting them the shadow clone skill along with any desired skill upgrades. The second step would have players' shadow clones utilize the bestowed skills to defeat monsters, accumulating experience without the risk of injury or death. The final step would involve stripping the granted skills upon exiting the game, thus reclaiming the experience points. With the skills currently at his disposal, this plan was entirely feasible. What remained was the acquisition of the shadow clone technique, which Li Yi speculated would soon be within reach. The shadow clone technique, currently at its initial level due to a system upgrade, had previously been overlooked by Li Yi, as its clones lacked physical form and were seemingly impractical. However, he later realized that with the evolution of the 3-Tomo Sharingan into the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the shadow clone technique could potentially lead to the unlocking of the advanced shadow clone and multiple shadow clone techniques. Therefore, during this period of training in wood style and other skills, he also practiced the shadow clone technique and anticipated an upgrade in the near future, at which point he would confirm his hypotheses. Additionally, Li Yi had devised a strategy regarding the source of players, the game pods. He planned to use his Sharingan to manipulate a small gaming company owner into publishing a virtual reality game and selling private game pods. Given that Tiantian Company had already set a precedent, it seemed reasonable for others to develop similar games. The crux of this plan hinged on the game pods. Over time, Li Yi had invested considerable thought into devising a method that would be discreet and, at least in the short term, undetectable. The outer shell of the game pod would be made of metal, while the inner shell would be constructed using wood-style techniques. Hidden within the inner shell would be a small split slug. By sealing an illusion within the slug's body, using his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, players could enter into a contract with the slug, allowing them to summon Mayaboku Mountain at will. Upon logging off, the small slug within the game pod would employ the reverse summoning technique to bring them back. Each time a player visited Mayaboka Mountain, Li Yi would cast an additional illusion, ensuring that no discrepancies would arise. The wood-style inner shell would serve to protect against any attempts to forcibly dismantle the game pod, which would trigger a lockdown, prompting the slug to detonate everything within using explosive tags while simultaneously releasing the summoning technique. Furthermore, Li Yi intended to place some circuit boards inside the game pod so that when the explosive tags detonated, they would leave behind a mass of debris, preventing any suspicion that the interior was entirely empty. This method appeared to be quite secure, but over time, it was likely to reveal flaws. However, for Li Yi, this was inconsequential. As long as he remained undetected in the early stages, he would have time to grow. By the time any discrepancies were noticed, he would have amassed sufficient resources. As the time approached, with insufficient time left for the upgrade of his shadow clone technique, Li Yi decided to return home, as he would soon be heading back to Jinling City. Using his fingerprint, he unlocked the front door to find Li Zhengwa seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, while Tang Wan prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Xiao Yi, when you visited your grandfather, did you bring back any of your classmates' health wine? Be sure to send some to your grandparents. Tang Wan remarked upon noticing Li Yi's return. I had a bit of that wine yesterday, and I certainly feel much better today. Don't worry, Mom. I'll find my classmate at school and have it shipped directly to Grandpa and Grandma, Li Yi replied, casting a glance at the silent Li Zhengwa, who remained absorbed in his phone. In addition to sending the wine, Li Yi planned to leave behind 2 small slugs to help regulate his grandparents' health. After finishing breakfast, the family of 3 set off for Tangning District to visit Li Yi's grandparents. Kaisher City was only a few dozen kilometers from Jinling City. Though Tangning District was slightly farther, it would take just over an hour by car. Around 12:30, they arrived at the grandparents' home, where they had been waiting downstairs after Li Yi's earlier phone call. Xiao Yi is here. Come upstairs. The watermelon is just cut. It's hot outside. Come in and have some. His grandmother enthusiastically welcomed them. Her name was Zhao Shirhan, and she was a music teacher at Jinling No. 1 High School. With a kind demeanor and gentle features, the slight wrinkles at the corners of her eyes did not detract from her elegant presence. Her hair was loosely curled and pinned at the back, with a few strands framing her face, hinting at her youthful beauty that had surely captivated many in her prime. Indeed, time is unforgiving, and even the most beautiful must face their twilight years. It was apparent that Tang Wan had inherited more of her mother's features. Li Yi's grandfather, Tang Jingming, had a square face, arched eyebrows, a light beard, and wore gold-rimmed glasses. His neatly combed, graying hair exuded an air of authority. Currently a history professor at Jinling University, he was perceived by Li Yi as a rather stern old gentleman. Tang Jingming ruffled Li Yi's hair and nodded at Li Zhenghua and Tang Wan, uttering a simple acknowledgement of their return without further elaboration. Yet, Li Yi understood that beneath his grandfather's cool exterior lay warmth. He was undoubtedly pleased at their arrival. Chapter 27. All set in the deep of the night. At Binjiang Water City, 10 figures stood in the living room. In the blink of an eye, 9 vanished, leaving only 1. Phew, this should be the last time. Li Yi mused, having returned to his rented apartment after dining at his grandfather's house. Before leaving, Tang Wan had transferred 5,000 daxia coins for his rent and living expenses for the following month, while Li Zhenghua had gestured as if toasting with a drink. Now holding the application for off-campus studies, Li Yi gazed at the receding taillights of the car and felt an overwhelming sense of freedom wash over him. He was finally unshackled. In pursuit of his grand scheme, Li Yi returned to his apartment and devoted himself to rigorous training, ultimately pushing the shadow clone technique to its limits just past 11 o'clock at night. Now, only a final step remained. The shadow clone technique upgraded to shadow clone technique, unlocking the chakra ball and fire style. Li Yi closed his eyes, absorbing the rewards he had just received, and after a considerable time, opened them again. As anticipated, the upgrade transformed the shadow clone technique into the shadow clone, while retaining the capabilities of the previous clones. The fire style was a rather standard reward, as it seemed that in the world of Naruto, both humans and spirits could unleash a fire style technique with ease, making it rather commonplace. To Li Yi's surprise, he unlocked the skill of the energy ball. The energy ball is a signature technique of the early protagonist, Liu Ping, in the Dragon Ball series. It involves releasing the energy within one's body through the hands, forming a controllable sphere of energy. Although Liu Ping becomes largely inactive in later episodes, he is still one of the few characters who could match Goku in the earlier stages. In terms of Earthlings, Liu Ping's combat power would likely rank among the top few. The energy ball itself boasts few victories in the anime, yet this does not diminish its strength. It remains the sole offensive skill Li Yi has unlocked in the Dragon Ball world thus far. However, what captured Li Yi's attention was not its flexibility or might, but rather the accompanying mastery of energy manipulation. In the context of Dragon Ball, the nature of energy resembles that of energy itself. Every individual possesses it within their body. Strengthening and accurately controlling this energy is the path to becoming more powerful. With closed eyes, Li Yi focused on the information in his mind, sensing the energy within him, channeling it into his right hand. In an instant, a cherry-sized sphere of energy appeared in his palm, radiating a gentle glow. He gently tossed the sphere, aligning his index and middle fingers, attempting to make the small orb move up and down. Initially clumsy, he soon learned to control the sphere as it circled around him. After playing for a while, Li Yi dissipated the energy ball and took a moment to savor the sensation of energy. This so-called energy is reminiscent of chakra, but also distinctly different, an indescribable feeling, truly marvelous. Li Yi attempted to convert chakra into energy, but whether due to insufficient level or the differing power systems, his attempts were unsuccessful. Regardless, having an additional means of offense is beneficial, especially since he can now sense certain dangers through energy. Previously, Li Yi's Sharingan could discern bullets, yet he could not evade them. Now, with the presence of energy, he felt confident in detecting imminent threats at the moment a gun was fired, allowing him to take evasive action. Though he had not tested it in practice, he believed he would be able to sense a normal handgun ambush, at least avoiding fatal injuries. With greater safety assured, Li Yi eagerly anticipated the upcoming game release. It was time to act, citizens of Blue Star. A new era is upon us. Li Yi covered his face with his left hand, a devilish smile creeping onto his lips as his crimson Sharingan glimmered. Ah, what a clutch line and gesture. The air fell silent for a few seconds as Li Yi awkwardly retracted his Sharingan, realizing he had momentarily indulged in a melodramatic display, a tad foolish. He opened his phone and searched for reputable gaming companies in Jinling City. After all, even if he intended to promote his game through others, he should choose a company that appealed to him. Wu Xiaokong is the legal representative of Yuanli Digital Technology Company in Su Province, as well as one of its largest shareholders and founders. Wu Xiaokong, along with a few like-minded friends, started from scratch to elevate a previously obscure company to one of the top 3 renowned enterprises in the province. They endured countless hardships and challenges along the way. Some had left, but the remaining few persevered, building the company to its current scale. However, now Wu Xiaokong faced a daunting mountain, a mountain named Tongfei. Yuanli Digital Technology Company specializes in 3D games, and their technology is highly regarded, earning them a commendable reputation in the industry. Yet, in recent years, as Tongfei Company advanced into the realm of 3D gaming, revenues for Yuanli plummeted. Finally, last year, Tongfei announced the development of the world's first holographic projection gaming pod and launched a virtual reality game titled Universal Warfare. The industry gasped. It felt as if the wolf had arrived. As an industry elite, Wu Xiaokong knew all too well that while his company had not yet faced a financial deficit, it was only a matter of time before Tongfei's gaming pod became widely available, leading to the imminent demise of many gaming companies like his. How could he navigate this crisis? Wu Xiaokong had not slept well for days, fretting to the point where he felt his hair might fall out. Although it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, he found himself at the company after dinner with his family, poring over financial statements and ongoing projects, searching for a breakthrough in the current predicament. Just as he was squinting at the computer screen, Li Yi had already selected Yuanli Digital Technology Company from a myriad of names. It was settled, this was the company he would approach. Li Yi's choice was straightforward. First, Yuanli Digital Company has a good reputation online, unlike many companies that prioritize profit to the detriment of quality, transforming commendable games into pay-to-win schemes. Second, the company structure is simple, with major shareholder Wu Xiaokong holding absolute control as a founder, granting him significant influence. Third, and most importantly, Yuanli Digital Technology's headquarters is located in Qinglong District, not far from Li Yi's school. He planned to visit during the lunch break the following day. If Wu Xiaokong seemed amiable, he would take him under his wing, offering him a stroke of fortune. What identity should he adopt for this endeavor? Pain? No. He had yet to learn Shinra Tensei. Orochimaru? No, that wouldn't work. The snake's uncle had an ominous demeanor, clearly a villain. In his dilemma, Li Yi felt that for this historic event of extraordinary intervention in reality, it was imperative to introduce a character of higher stature to do justice to the audience. Chapter 28. Suya's Gratitude on Wednesday. At Jinglan Middle School, the sky was a brilliant blue, cloudless and radiant, with golden sunlight generously illuminating the earth, while a gentle breeze brought refreshing coolness. On such a delightful day, students gradually entered the campus, their faces beaming with youthful smiles and vitality. The recently concluded Mid-Autumn Festival had left everyone basking in joy, and the excitement lingered as the National Day holiday approached. As Li Yi walked along the path, he noticed many classmates clustered in groups, animatedly discussing various plans for the upcoming holiday. The entire campus was imbued with an atmosphere of anticipation and joy for the approaching National Day break. Li Yi, with a leave application form in his pocket, bypassed the classroom and headed straight to the office of his homeroom teacher. Mr. Liu, here is my leave application form. He knocked on the wooden door of the office, and upon receiving an invitation to enter, he approached Liu Jianxing's desk and handed over the form. After glancing at the handwriting, which did not appear to be a forgery, Liu Jianxing took out his phone, dialed Li Yi's father's number, and verified the information. Yes, indeed. It's essential for children residing externally to prioritize safety. Parents should be vigilant. After hanging up, he offered Li Yi some safety tips before allowing him to return to class. As Li Yi reached the classroom entrance, he patted his chest, surprised that his teacher had called his father for confirmation. He was relieved that he had not been questioned further. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to using his Sharingan for an illusion. Upon entering the classroom, he found that the chubby classmate had not yet arrived. But Suya was already seated. Good morning, Suya. Li Yi sat down, glanced at the schedule affixed to the desk corner, retrieved his English book, and greeted Suya. Suya stared intently at Li Yi, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. She opened her mouth to speak, but faltered, ultimately only managing to call out his name. Hey, 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 Suya, please don't. We're in the classroom. If you cry here, everyone will think I've done something to you. Observing Suya's tearful expression, Li Yi felt overwhelmed, realizing that the saying women are made of water held some truth. Fortunately, Suya was aware that the current situation was inappropriate. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve and said, I'm sorry, I truly don't know what to say. Seeing you reminds me of my mother's illness, and I can't help but feel like crying. I am genuinely grateful to you, Li Yi. Subsequently, Suya informed Li Yi that the test results from the hospital had come out over the past 2 days, astonishing Sun Qin's attending physician. Sun Qin's uremia had evidently improved within just a few days. Following yesterday's examination, everything appeared normal, and the disease had completely vanished. The attending physician, having practiced for many years, had never encountered such a case. Suya and her mother also honored their promise, keeping the existence of the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner a secret, and they declined the attending physician's repeated requests for hospitalization, completing the discharge formalities yesterday. Li Yi, concerned that Suya, this fragile and sensitive girl, might become emotionally unstable again, tactfully shifted the topic. Suya noticed that Li Yi did not wish for her to remain entangled in this matter, and she quietly buried her thoughts. She retrieved a drawing from her drawer and handed it to Li Yi. It was a sketch depicting a youth with tousled hair, clad in sportswear, triumphantly breaking through the finish line, a radiant smile adorning his face. The expressions, proportions, and interplay of light and shadow in the drawing were remarkably natural, showcasing the artist's profound skill. Wow, Suya, did you draw this? It's astonishingly lifelike. You're incredible, Li Yi exclaimed, surprised to find that the boy in the drawing was indeed himself. He had never expected that the usually unassuming student in class possessed such talent. Well, I have loved drawing since childhood, and I even attended a sketching class before. Our school's art lessons also taught us, Suya replied. Feeling a bit bashful from the praise, her cheeks flushed, and her speech slightly stammering. In truth, there was one thing Suya did not mention. Not only had she adored drawing since she was young, but she also possessed remarkable talent. She had participated in numerous citywide painting competitions during middle school and even won first prize. Her greatest dream was to become a renowned artist, fulfilling her childhood aspirations while also alleviating her family's financial burdens. Just as the atmosphere began to turn pink, a jarring voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, it's been a few days since I last saw you two. When did your relationship become so close? Are you two dating? The portly boy burst into the room and immediately noticed Li Yi and Suya gazing at each other affectionately, unable to resist poking fun. He then reached out, attempting to snatch the drawing from Li Yi's hands, curious if this couple was exchanging some token of affection. Get lost. Li Yi naturally wouldn't allow him to take it, swiftly evading the boy's clumsy grasp. I helped Suya with something before. This is her gift to me. You'd better stay out of this, or else beware of your father disowning you. The two boys ended up in a playful tussle, ultimately leaving the portly boy oblivious to the contents of the drawing. Watching the commotion between the two boys, Suya lowered her head, pondering, if this were ancient times, would I have to pledge myself? Would Li Yi accept? The ringing of the bell interrupted their playful banter and Suya's daydreams. As the English teacher Han Meng entered the classroom, commencing the first lesson following the holiday, time in school seemed to pass particularly swiftly, with the end-of-class bell ringing. All morning courses concluded. Zhang Limpong wanted to invite Li Yi to lunch, but Li Yi declined, citing a family obligation. He had important matters to attend to that afternoon. The headquarters of Yuanli Digital Technology Company Limited was located on the 13th floor of the Hanyuan building in the Qinglong district. During peak times, the company's staff had exceeded 500, occupying the entire 13th floor as their office space. However, as of today, the workforce had dwindled to fewer than 200, resulting in a reduction of nearly 2/3 of its scale, with the office area now being less than half of what it once was. Wu Xiaokong sat in his office, chain-smoking, contemplating the future direction of the company. Smoking is harmful to health. It appears you are quite troubled, a deep, magnetic voice echoed. Wu Xiaokong abruptly raised his head, astonished to see a strangely dressed man before him. His office, sparsely decorated, had no hidden corners, and the door had not been opened at any point. How had this man entered? Who are you? What do you want? Wu Xiaokong swallowed hard, scrutinizing the unfamiliar figure. The man was tall, with pronounced tear troughs extending from the corners of his eyes to the sides of his nose. He wore a standing collar trench coat adorned with red clouds on a black background. On the ring finger of his right hand, he wore a ring inscribed with the character Zhu. His hair, as smooth as silk, cascaded down, parting down the middle like a tranquil river, flowing evenly from both sides of his forehead. The strands lay neatly against his cheeks, reaching down to his jawline and collarbone, resembling meticulously drawn ink lines that outlined the sharp contours of his face. Simply standing there, he seemed to condense the surrounding air, an invisible pressure radiating outward like a tidal wave. "I am here to help you resolve your troubles. You may call me Weasel," he declared. Wu Xiaokong's eyes reflected the crimson, windmill-shaped pupils. "Weasel?" Wu Xiaokong repeated the peculiar name. "You say you can alleviate my troubles. What do you mean by that?" The man named Weasel exuded an inexplicable aura of reassurance, prompting Wu Xiaokong to relax despite his initial tension. Deciding to hold off on calling the police and observe the situation further. "Your current distress stems from the concern that Tungfei Company's expansion in the gaming sector will inevitably lead to your company's bankruptcy." Weasel pinpointed the issue with precision. Wu Xiaokong did not refute this assertion. Anyone with even a cursory understanding of the gaming industry would recognize this truth. However, the harsh reality was that their company's current scale could not support such immense financial investment. And competing directly with Tungfei in holographic projection technology was akin to chasing a pipe dream. In truth, Tungfei Company's rapid market capture, which left you feeling hopeless, relied solely on its heavily promoted so-called holographic projection technology, Weasel stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaokong could no longer contain his agitation, exclaiming, "What do you know? Do you understand how difficult it is to master this technology? Our company has not neglected attempts. We have invested a significant amount of money trying to develop a comparable game. But the outcome was utterly disappointing. The substantial funds we initially invested vanished without a trace, not even causing a ripple." As someone with a programming background, he understood all too well that relying on his small team to crack this technology was a distant fantasy, requiring astronomical funding. "No, you are mistaken," Weasel replied, unfazed by Wu Xiaokong's rudeness. Continuing with a calm demeanor, "I understand better than anyone what true virtual reality entails. Tungfei Company's games have yet to even brush the surface of virtual reality." As he spoke, Weasel walked to the center of the office. Under Wu Xiaokong's puzzled gaze, he pulled out a small vial from his coat and tossed it onto the floor. "Allow me to show you what true virtual reality is." When the vial hit the ground, it exploded with a loud bang, releasing a cloud of white smoke, and a wooden, spherical object emerged. Wu Xiaokong's mind momentarily malfunctioned, as the scene before him shattered his worldview. "Is this magic?" "Consider it magic," Weasel replied nonchalantly. "Are you interested in experiencing the true virtual world?" Wu Xiaokong realized that he had no other choice. He did not believe anyone would go to such lengths to play a prank on him. Moreover, the astonishing scene that had just unfolded, if forced to be explained as magic, seemed utterly implausible. After all, he had witnessed it with his own eyes in his familiar office, where no trick could achieve such a breathtaking effect. Once all erroneous answers have been cast aside, even if the remaining one appears utterly preposterous, it undoubtedly stands as the sole correct answer, an extraordinary power. This enigmatic force, transcending the realm of ordinary comprehension, manifests in an unimaginable manner. Wu Xiaokong, being a perceptive individual, did not opt to alert the authorities. Instead, he astutely recognized this as potentially the greatest opportunity he had encountered in over 3 decades. Following Itachi's guidance, Wu Xiaokong ascended into the experimental game pod that Itachi had opened. The air was infused with the refreshing aroma of foliage. Upon reclining and donning the wooden helmet inside the pod, the door suddenly sealed shut, plunging his consciousness into darkness. Li Yi, exhaling in relief, had cast an illusion upon Wu Xiaokong the moment he entered, ensuring that Wu's vision was dominated by the image of Itachi Uchiha. Regrettably, despite possessing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Li Yi had not mastered one of the fundamental techniques of ninjutsu, transformation, which was indeed a lamentable oversight on his part. Consequently, to realize his intentions, he had to resort to illusionary techniques, planning to rectify this deficiency once he unlocked the transformation jutsu later on. As for how Li Yi had materialized in the office, the explanation was straightforward. He activated his time-stopping ability, entered the room, closed the door, and then released the power. This prompted Li Yi to reminisce about a certain individual who manually assisted others up and down the stairs. The next step involved Wu Xiaokong signing a contract with a slug, followed by summoning the mystical Mori Mountain through reverse summoning techniques. In truth, the Li Yi in the office was merely a shadow clone. He first took a taxi to the vicinity of Hanyuan Tower, ordered a cup of iced fruit tea at a nearby bubble tea shop, and sat there savoring his beverage. The shadow clone, utilizing the time-stopping ability in conjunction with the Sharingan, adeptly evaded surveillance cameras to reach the office, ensuring that even if the authorities uncovered any irregularities regarding the game, they would find no trace of him. In the darkness, Wu Xiaokong, groggy, heard the sound of flowing water and gradually opened his eyes, only to be astounded by the sight before him. He lay upon a leaf the size of a small boat, surrounded by a dense thicket of similarly shaped leaves, some of which bore 2 or 3 frogs perched upon them. However, comparing the leaf beneath him, these frogs must weigh around a ton. Am I not dreaming? Wu Xiaokong gazed in disbelief at the surreal scene, the air saturated with the scent of greenery, as distant horn-shaped structures continuously spewed forth cascades of water, creating a symphony of rushing currents. Pinching his arm forcefully, he was astonished to find he could still feel pain. Is this what Itachi referred to as virtual reality? He called this virtual? Wu Xiaokong was at a loss for words. This was far from a mere virtual world. He could feel, hear, smell, see, and taste. It was as if the laws of physics mirrored those of reality. At some point, Itachi appeared behind him, his tone as serene as ever, as if nothing could disturb this man. Have you ever played the Soaring National War game? How does my authentic fantasy world compare? Is this truly a game world? Or have you transported me to another realm? Wu Xiaokong inquired skeptically. Indeed, you must trust in science, Itachi replied, grasping Wu Xiaokong's arm and leaping down from the leaf. Approximately 20 meters high, landing safely on the ground. Ignoring Wu Xiaokong's impending distress, Itachi continued. This is our Akatsuki's most advanced virtual reality technology. By synchronizing brainwaves and utilizing our proprietary bioelectronic algorithms, we can immerse one's consciousness into a meticulously crafted program. Pointing with his right hand, adorned with a ring and purple nail polish, he stated, I am akin to the administrator of this world. I will now grant you partial access to experience the allure of this game. Bestowed release, beginner. At the instant Itachi's finger indicated him, Wu Xiaokong felt an electric surge coursing through his body. Almost immediately, he sensed a mysterious energy surging within him. Simultaneously, a torrent of information materialized in his mind without warning. These pieces of information intertwined and collided within his consciousness like countless twinkling stars, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Wu Xiaokong's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the abundant and restless chakra within him, a mix of excitement and trepidation enveloping his heart. After much hesitation, he cautiously extended his right hand, gently resting his palm upon the sturdy trunk of a colossal plant beside him. In an instant, the already towering plant emitted a faint rustling sound, and then, to his astonishment, it visibly surged upward at an astonishing rate. However, this remarkable transformation was short-lived, as the meager chakra he had just acquired was swiftly depleted. Breathtaking, Wu Xiaokong closed his eyes, absorbing the newfound information in his mind. He realized that if he had sufficient energy within him, he could summon an entire primordial forest. At that moment, he understood that whether this was a virtual world crafted by the Akatsuki through technological prowess or a transcendent force that had transported him to another dimension was inconsequential. According to Itachi, the Akatsuki aimed to promote this world as a game. He believed that if implemented as planned, few could resist the overwhelming allure of this second world. After all, who would not wish to embark on an extraordinary adventure in a fantastical realm? Even experiencing it as a mere otherworldly vacation would entice countless individuals to clutch their wallets eagerly, not to mention the opportunity to wield unimaginable power. Just as Wu Xiaokong was lost in the shock of this extraordinary force, the surrounding scenery abruptly shifted, returning him to the office. Feeling the loss of extraordinary abilities as he reverted to an ordinary human form, he experienced a sense of wistfulness. Devise a promotional strategy for the game. This is your area of expertise, Itachi said, gazing at Wu Xiaokong reclining in the wood release game pod. Rest assured, if I cannot compete with soaring success while holding such a trump card, I might as well retire now. Good, confidence is key. Casting a glance at Wu Xiaokong, who was now filled with fervor, Itachi remarked, the shell of this game pod is here with you. Please create the first batch of 100 metal shells and helmets according to its dimensions. Should any issues arise, contact me through the game. Wu Xiaokong had already realized that this was not merely a simple virtual reality. In fact, Li Yi had an inkling of this truth. Yet, as long as it remained unspoken, no one could provide evidence to the contrary. After conveying Wu Xiaokong's tasks, Itachi's figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind the solitary game pod in the center of the office. Meanwhile, Li Yi, having finished the last sip of his fruit tea, rose to discard his cup in the trash outside the door and retrieved his phone to summon a taxi to the school. As for the profit sharing after the game was successfully launched, there was no need to discuss it with Wu Xiaokong. He was astute enough to discern the underlying discrepancies and would naturally refrain from foolish actions, regardless of the circumstances. Even if Wu Xiaokong's reasoning faltered and he engaged in actions displeasing to Li Yi, a mere use of Tsukuyomi would suffice to resolve the matter. Such unreasonable extraordinary power remains insurmountable in modern society. Li Yi had already hidden a toothpick-thin slug in Wu Xiaokong's hair. Should he exhibit any unusual behavior, it would promptly invoke illusionary control. Indeed, Li Yi discovered that his skills could also be bestowed upon the slugs. Although the chakra within the tiny slug, roughly the size of a toothpick, was sufficient for a basic illusion technique, it was adequate for now, especially since there was a larger slug residing in the GamePod's compartment. After contemplating if there were any other oversights, Li Yi boarded a taxi and headed towards the school. Li Yi, do you have time tomorrow? My mother would like to invite you for dinner. Suya spoke up as soon as he settled into his seat. There's no need for that. Why is Auntie being so courteous? You've already gifted me something. Li Yi replied, not feeling embarrassed, but rather concerned that Suya's family might incur extra expenses due to the invitation. It's different. You've helped our family tremendously. And given our current circumstances, we lack the means to offer you substantial repayment. At the very least, we should treat you to a meal, Suya insisted stubbornly. Moreover, my mother is an excellent cook. Her dishes are no less delightful than those from restaurants. Upon hearing Suya's words, recalling that she often cooked at home, Li Yi hesitated. Although he had not known Aunt Sun Qin for long, he admired her fortitude. She had raised her daughter independently after her husband's passing while diligently repaying debts to relatives and friends. This time, he had indeed saved her family, and if he were to decline even a meal, it might cause Suya's mother distress. Noticing Li Yi's silence, Suya assumed he was reluctant to visit her home, and her expression dimmed. All right, then I'll join you after school tomorrow to taste Auntie's cooking, Li Yi said casually, instantly rekindling the light in Suya's previously dulled eyes. The girl beamed at him like a flower blooming in the spring, her radiant smile illuminating her features. Li Yi momentarily stared at her, lost for words and actions. As he had never seen Suya so joyful before, he silently acknowledged that he had never imagined the seemingly invisible Suya could look so enchanting when she smiled. At that moment, he felt as if an invisible hand had gently brushed against his heart, healing him with the brightness of her smile. After school, Li Yi treated a few friends to dinner at a restaurant, then packed his belongings and officially moved out of the dormitory. However, he had previously informed the school's dormitory management that he would continue to pay for his accommodation, allowing him to return whenever he wished. But without the need for inspections, he tossed his belongings into the living room and plopped down on the sofa, turning on the television, relishing the allure of freedom. After a while, he reviewed his current skills, noting that the easiest to upgrade were the recently acquired time pause, chakra manipulation, and fire release techniques. The skills he had already upgraded, such as wood release and summoning techniques, required significantly more experience points and thus took longer to develop. With the official launch of the game approaching, he anticipated the potential for substantial gains. Hence, Li Yi preferred to focus on honing his entry-level skills. Among these, the time pause technique was undoubtedly the one he aimed to master first. Chapter 31. Selling flowers in a world shrouded in somber hues, everything was frozen in time, as if captured in a singular moment. The city emanated an eerie stillness, resembling an enormous, lifelike painting. Within the living room of a household in the riverside city, a blazing fireball surged forth like lightning, targeting the soft, inviting sofa. As the fireball seemed poised for a catastrophic encounter with the furniture, a dreadful inferno appeared inevitable. Yet, at that critical moment, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the space. A slightly smaller energy sphere shot forth like an arrow, hurtling towards the impending fireball with astonishing speed and accuracy. In an instant, The two spheres collided mid-air with a resounding crack, their flames and energy intertwining, erupting before vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. This commotion was, of course, orchestrated by Li Yi. In the suspended world, he utilized the newly acquired chakra manipulation, while his shadow clone employed fire release, effectively training 4 skills simultaneously. Although the rapid depletion of stamina and chakra was significant, even Li Yi's Saiyan physique could not endure for long. Nevertheless, the results were remarkably effective, with his skill experience soaring. This was not to imply that Li Yi did not wish to train in Mayaboka Mountain. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary at present. His fire release and chakra manipulation levels were too low, and practicing in the living room sufficed. Plus, he could easily grab a cold soda from the fridge when fatigued. Moreover, wielding such extraordinary powers in the real world provided Li Yi with an indescribable thrill. It was not mere youthful exuberance. Rather, it was the profound sense of satisfaction and accomplishment that arose from possessing abilities that transcended the ordinary. Thus, most of the time, even while training, Li Yi preferred to remain in the real world. As for Mayaboka Mountain, he had also discovered numerous practical applications. The first map of the genuine fantasy game world had been predetermined, for which he had even utilized Dragon Balls. The second utility was the personal space he had developed. The third benefit was its potential as a life-saving refuge in times of danger. Li Yi realized that he could enter and exit the Mayaboka Mountain world at will without any cooldown or mental exhaustion, akin to possessing a form of divine might. Though he could neither phase himself nor launch spatial attacks, he could always retreat to safety. Most importantly, there was no cooldown or consumption, surpassing even the divine might in that regard. Imagine asking Kakashi to unleash several powerful techniques in succession. His chakra would be depleted entirely. However, Li Yi could chain his abilities infinitely. I'm out, and now I'm back in. Come and fight me. Li Yi gathered his universal capsules and essential supplies into a single box, placing it within the horn structure of Mayaboka Mountain. He planned to purchase additional necessities and refreshments, treating this space as a secret stronghold. However, he needed to address the electricity issue. Otherwise, he would be unable to charge his phone or store sodas in the fridge. After searching online, he discovered that a generator costing around 30 could be acquired for less than 10,000, which would adequately meet his needs. Contemplating this, Li Yi realized his finances were somewhat limited and needed to devise a plan to increase his income. While he could directly use Itachi's identity to ask Wu Xiaokong for some funds, it felt beneath his dignity. There was no need to return to manual labor, as he possessed ample skills and did not need to toil physically. Previously, while browsing Dolu, he had seen that well-cultivated orchids could fetch astronomical prices, particularly rare mutations that could sell for hundreds of thousands. Though Li Yi suspected the online claims were somewhat exaggerated, even if he sold for a tenth of that, it would still amount to 100,000. Since he could effortlessly conjure as many as he desired with wood release, he decided to give it a try. Checking the time, he noted it was only around 8 o'clock and resolved to explore the flower and bird market while indulging in a late-night snack. Mingyu Flower and Bird Market, as the largest market in the vicinity, was bustling with activity. Although it was not the weekend, 8 o'clock was typically peak hours, and the market was still teeming with people. Li Yi wandered about, purchasing a packet of spring orchid seeds, 3 empty pots, and a bag of nutrient soil. Turning, he entered a public restroom, instructing his shadow clone to take the seeds and pots to Mayaboka Mountain while he continued to explore the flower and bird market. Li Yi's shadow clone poured nutrient soil into 3 empty pots, placed orchid seeds inside, watered them lightly, and then picked up a tablet to peruse the introduction to orchids. Lacking knowledge about which orchids held value, he searched online for images and information regarding rare orchids. He gathered that orchids are typically appraised based on petal shape, flower color, fragrance, and mutations. Consequently, the clone casually tossed a seed onto the ground, intending to observe the flower's growth as an experiment. With the continuous input of wood-style chakra, the orchid in the pot sprouted and grew at a visibly rapid pace until it bloomed. Since the seeds were only worth 100 yuan per packet, they were common red spring orchids. Upon understanding the color, the clone began channeling chakra into the pot, directing the orchid to grow in resemblance to the exorbitantly priced orchids in the pictures. After a few minutes of meticulous manipulation, a vividly colored, brilliant red orchid appeared before him. The flower's shape resembled that of a lotus petal, plump and rounded, with multiple petals and lips. exhibiting both tiger stripes and snake skin, emanating a delightful fragrance. Following the same method, he refined the other 2 pots of orchids according to the images and incorporated some mutations based on his online research. This should suffice. After all, I based it on hundreds of thousands of orchid photos. Selling for a discounted price of 100,000 should be reasonable. Li Yi's expectations were modest. He aimed to sell the 3 pots of orchids for 20 to 30,000 yuan, enough to cover his recent expenses, as he anticipated not lacking funds once the real fantasy game was launched. Satisfied with the completion of his task, he dispelled the shadow clone technique, and the memories of the clone returned to Li Yi's consciousness. While he was in an orchid shop listening to the owner introduce the flowers to a customer, he suddenly paused and turned to exit the shop. Upon stepping outside, Li Yi glanced back at the elegantly arranged shop, clearly expensive in its decor, named Jinglan Pavilion. Committing its location to memory, planning to procure orchids from there shortly, he walked to a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, entered Mayaboka Mountain, and retrieved the 3 pots of orchids, placing them into a black plastic bag he had acquired from a nearby plant shop. Naturally, Li Yi would not admit to stealing plastic bags using time stop. After all, no one would discover it. Carrying the bag, he made his way toward Jinglan Pavilion, prepared to swiftly dispose of the 3 pots of orchids. Chapter 32. Exorbitantly priced orchids. When Li Yi returned to Jinglan Pavilion, the shopkeeper, an elderly man past 50, was still engaged in explaining the newly arrived orchids to the previous customer. Upon his earlier visit, Li Yi had overheard their conversation and recognized that this customer was a regular at Jinglan Pavilion, deeply enamored with orchids. Today, his 3 pots of creations might just find their way into the hands of this old gentleman. Lin Mofeng had developed a passion for cultivating flowers and plants since his retirement. Initially, he tended to easier varieties like peonies and roses. Gradually, his younger relatives, aware of his interests, began gifting him exotic flowers. With no financial constraints, he frequently purchased flowers he fancied. Consequently, the flowers in his garden multiplied, and their value increased significantly. Recently, the old gentleman had become particularly enamored with orchids, referred to as the gentleman of flowers. In just the past 2 months, the orchids he bought from old Qin had reached a 6-figure value. Of course, Qin, the shopkeeper, was not lacking in pocket money. Running the flower shop merely facilitated his collection of rare and cherished flowers and allowed him to meet fellow flower enthusiasts. Today, upon hearing from old Qin about the arrival of a spring sword orchid worth 150,000, he had come over, hoping to secure it if he liked it. Upon entering the shop and seeing the flower, he immediately fell in love with it. It was indeed a prime specimen for which old Qin had paid 150,000. Both the color and patterns were exceptionally beautiful, deserving a prominent place in his collection. Just as he was about to negotiate with old Qin to acquire this spring sword, he noticed the young man who had been browsing the shop earlier returning. He watched the youth scrutinize the spring sword orchid for a while, appearing contemplative, which piqued Lin Mofeng's interest, as it was rare to see someone so young with a passion for orchids. He decided to jest, saying, "Young man, are you here to buy orchids for your elders? This spring sword orchid is quite expensive and may not be suitable as a gift." Li Yi, recognizing the opportunity for conversation, responded, "I am not here to buy flowers. I am here to sell them. I noticed that this flower resembles the ones I intend to sell, so I took a closer look." "Oh, you want to sell flowers?" Both Lin Mofeng and the shopkeeper, Qin Yao, expressed surprise. Qin Yao inquired, "Young man, you mentioned this flower resembles yours. Do you know how much it's worth?" While Li Yi was well aware that this spring sword orchid was priced at 150,000, he feigned ignorance. "I don't know. I only know that my flower looks somewhat similar, but it's more beautiful." Lin Mofeng and Qin Yao exchanged glances, chuckling as they shook their heads. If anyone could casually compare a flower to this spring sword orchid, then the 150,000 yuan price tag would be ludicrous. Seeing that they dismissed his words with expressions of disbelief, Li Yi decided against further conversation and simply retrieved a pot of flowers from the black plastic bag. Just as Qin Yao was about to send the young man away with a few words, he was stunned upon seeing the flower Li Yi produced. His gaze fixated on the pot. Among the lush green leaves, the red tiger-striped orchid stood proudly. Its petals were vibrantly colored and striking, akin to a blazing flame. The tiger-striped markings sprawled across the petals, the deep brown veins resembling the mysterious patterns on a tiger's body, varying in thickness and arranged artistically. Each petal opened slightly, as if whispering secrets, showcasing its unique beauty. The flower's center was golden yellow, slender and elongated, adorned with glistening pollen that sparkled under the sunlight like stars in the night sky, adding a touch of liveliness and mystery to the orchid. As a gentle breeze passed, the flower swayed slightly, releasing a subtle, delicate fragrance, neither as overpowering as roses nor as sweet as jasmine, but rather a refined and elegant aroma that captivated the senses and drew one into its charm. What is this flower? Qin Yao gasped, unable to close his mouth. Having dabbled in orchids for over a decade, he considered himself quite knowledgeable. If his judgment was correct, the quality of this orchid was on par with the flower king auctioned at the Astor auction house last year. To think such a flower, fit for a king, was in the hands of a youth who barely seemed of age, and he intended to sell it? You wish to sell this flower? How much do you want? I'll buy it. Before Qin Yao could recover from his astonishment, Lin Mofeng eagerly interjected, directly asking Li Yi for a price. This snapped Qin Yao back to reality, and he reproached Lin Mofeng. Old Lin, that's not fair. This young man came to my shop to sell flowers, and you're trying to poach him. Who said I came to your shop to sell flowers? The flower is in his possession. He can sell it to whomever he pleases. Young man, state your price. I want tea haggle. Lin Mofeng was utterly taken with the tiger-striped orchid. He may not have realized it was of the quality of a flower king, but he knew he had to acquire it today, regardless of the cost. Come now, old Lin, I truly like this flower. Please don't try to take it from me. I can gift you that spring sword orchid instead. Qin Yao, seeing Lin Mofeng's intense desire to purchase, grew anxious. Such a flower king was a rare find. Who knew when he would encounter another? All right. You two, being of such age, shouldn't be bickering like this. It's quite unbecoming. Li Yi, speaking nonchalantly, extracted 2 more pots of orchids from the plastic bag, stating, I have 2 more pots here. You can discuss how much to package them all together, and you can divide them among yourselves. Qin Yao and Lin Mofeng, who were tugging back and forth, were momentarily stunned. Gazing at Li Yi as he casually produced 2 exquisite pots from the bag, their expressions akin to encountering a ghost. Particularly Qin Yao, a professional, understood the significance of suddenly having 3 pots of these floral treasures appear. I'll take all 3 at 200,000 each, Lin Mofeng declared outright, exhibiting an attitude of readiness to increase his offer if necessary. Hey, Lin, don't be like that. I'm not asking for 2 pots anymore. At least leave 1 for me. Qin Yao responded anxiously, though he refrained from pointing out that the price of 200,000 was rather low. Noticing that the two were on the verge of an argument, Li Yi hastily interjected, enough bickering. 200,000 is fine. I'm in a hurry and 1 tea haggle. Just decide quickly and transfer the money to my bank account. To Li Yi, the difference between 200,000 and 2 million was negligible. After all, his target for the day was merely 200,000 to 300,000, as an excessive amount would only draw unwanted attention. Ultimately, Lin Mofeng conceded, allowing 1 pot to Qin Yao, who in return promised to gift him a pot of Chun Jian he as compensation. However, there was no choice. Despite having some wealth, his background was not on the same level as that of Lin's esteemed family. The transfer process was completed swiftly, showcasing the efficiency of such influential individuals, as the company's finance department transferred the money in under 10 minutes. Upon seeing the balance on his phone, Li Yi couldn't help but smile, realizing he had exceeded his target for the day. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Mofeng called out to him, Hey, young man, wait a moment. What's the matter, old sir? Li Yi paused and turned to face Lin Mofeng, who sported a short, grizzled beard. Young man, where did you acquire these orchids? Do you have any more? Lin Mofeng, noticing Li Yi's youth yet recognizing the substantial income from selling 3 pots, remained composed throughout the transaction, as if he were merely selling a bundle of vegetables, and felt inclined to establish a connection. He understood that such high-caliber orchids were rare, and that presenting 3 at once likely meant the young man had no inventory left. However, he hoped Li Yi might possess additional top-tier specimens and wanted to exchange contact information. The orchids were grown by chance. I only have these 3 pots. Once they are sold, that's it. Perhaps it was just luck, Li Yi replied casually, as selling orchids was merely a spontaneous decision to earn some extra cash, and he preferred not to complicate matters further. He offered a dismissive response, intending to leave, but Lin Mofeng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hesitated to continue pressing for more information, as he too had his pride. It was evident that Li Yi was not interested in forming a relationship, after all. Who could be so fortunate as to casually grow exceptional orchids and produce 3 at once? His current excuses seemed rather flimsy. However, as the saying goes, old children are just children at heart. Lin Mofeng, despite his age, found himself feeling rather youthful in spirit after much contemplation. He felt a twinge of regret at the thought of letting this opportunity slip away. Thus, he insisted on adding Li Yi on Feishin, saying he could contact him in the future if he cultivated any fine orchids, as he had the means. Li Yi, noticing this old gentleman's persistence, complied. After all, the man had indeed made a purchase, and one must recognize their customers. Nearby, Qin Yao also approached to add Li Yi on Feishin, for in the business world, friendships were always advantageous, as one never knew when they might be useful. As Li Yi exited Jinglanxian, contemplating his recent profit and planning to indulge in a late-night snack, a figure suddenly sprinted toward him, accompanied by shouts of "Stop the thief!" Upon closer inspection, Li Yi saw a man in a black shirt and a cap, clutching a woman's handbag as he barreled toward him, shoving past several pedestrians, one of whom was a child who fell as a result. Li Yi was not a vigilante seeking to right every wrong, but even before acquiring his system, he had never turned a blind eye to such incidents. His principle was that if he encountered a situation he could resolve, he would not ignore it. Previously, he might have hesitated to assess whether the assailant was armed and strategized carefully. However, now he simply acted. As the man dashed by, Li Yi extended his right leg, tripping the cap-wearing thief, who fell in a spectacular fashion. The handbag flew from his grip, and Li Yi took a step forward to catch it deftly. Momentarily stunned by the fall, the thief struggled to rise, just as the handbag's owner caught up. "Is this your bag?" Li Yi asked the approaching middle-aged woman, who was dressed quite modestly. "Yes, it's mine. You can check. My ID is inside." "Thank you." The woman, filled with apprehension, quickly reassured him. Fearing that he might doubt her, Li Yi opened the bag to find a thick envelope likely filled with cash, alongside an ID card, which he compared with the woman standing before him. "Li Hui. Indeed, this is your ID. We are actually related. Here's your bag, ma'am." Thank you. I just withdrew money from the bank and had only just exited when I was robbed. I suspect he followed me from the bank." The woman clutched her handbag tightly, terrified of losing it again. The thief, still struggling to rise from the ground, scanned the area and spotted the one who had caused his fall. He pulled out a folding knife from his pocket and snarled, "You little brat, you think you're a hero, huh? Let us see how many holes I can put in you." Having sustained injuries from his fall, his face was bloodied and his nose was bleeding. Seeing Li Yi return the stolen bag to its owner, he was momentarily consumed by rage and charged toward him with the knife. "Watch out!" shouted onlookers. Possessing the physique of a Saiyan and the prowess of a Sharingan user, Li Yi had sensed the thief's intentions the moment he began to rise. As the man rushed toward him, Li Yi carefully controlled his strength and kicked toward the thief's shoulder. This was his first time engaging in a direct confrontation since acquiring his system, and he feared seriously injuring the man, so he exerted only a fraction of his strength. However, inexperienced as he was, Li Yi underestimated his current capabilities. The kick shattered the thief's scapula with a resounding crack, sending him flying several meters away. Unconscious upon landing, Li Yi placed a hand on his forehead, realizing he had overdone it. The situation swiftly unfolded. Bystanders had already called the police, and officers arrived shortly thereafter. A young officer inquired about the incident from the gathered crowd and listened to the victim's account to grasp the situation. He called for an ambulance for the thief and then approached Li Yi, saying, "Young man, your courageous act was commendable, but please remember to prioritize safety. When circumstances are not dire, it's best to let us handle such matters." "Do I need to go to the police station?" Li Yi asked. "Although you acted heroically and there is surveillance footage, the thief was still injured. We need you to accompany us to the station to provide a statement, lest the thief retaliate against you later." Li Yi considered this and agreed, realizing it would be more troublesome otherwise. Thus, after waiting for the ambulance to transport the thief to the hospital, he rode with the young officer Zhang Sheng to the police station to provide his account. "Li Yi, have you trained in martial arts?" The doctor in the ambulance mentioned that the thief's scapula was shattered, akin to being struck by a vehicle. On the way to the police station, Zhang Sheng could hardly contain his curiosity and inquired of Li Yi in the back seat. Li Yi felt a bit embarrassed. It was his first time engaging in such a confrontation, and fortunately, it had only resulted in a fractured scapula for the thief, with no threat to life. However, With Officer Zhang asking, he had no choice but to respond, I suppose so. I've always enjoyed physical exercise, perhaps a bit too much strength. He attempted to downplay the situation. It was hardly just a bit of strength. Officer Zhang, you did not witness how that thief was sent flying several meters by Li. As if in a movie, the nearby sister, Li Hui, chimed in with a witty remark. Haha, sheer brute force, perhaps due to a good diet. Li Yi wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Chapter 34. The Art of Invisibility and Sky Dance at the Linjiang Street Police Station in Jiangbei District. After completing their statements, Li Hui had to leave early due to family matters, while Officer Zhang retained Li Yi, stating that the director of the Jiangbei Public Security Bureau wished to meet him. Li Yi pondered the reason for the director's interest, feeling quite ordinary as a citizen. It was somewhat perplexing. This was hardly a sensational case. The door swung open, revealing two middle-aged officers, leaving Li Yi uncertain of who the director was. Once seated, Zhang Sheng hastily offered tea, but one of the officers waved him off, instructing him to leave. Hello, Li Yi. I am Qiu Jian, the head of the Linjiang Street Police Station, and this is Director Han Xinhua from the Jiangbei Public Security Bureau. Qiu Jian appeared to be in his mid-30s, while Han Xinhua was over 40. After shaking hands with Li Yi, Han Xinhua, perhaps to alleviate any apprehensions, stated directly, Li Yi, I am here to discuss a positive matter. This year, the Jiangbei district has been actively combating crime, and the Bureau is seeking real cases to highlight as examples. I happened to hear about your act of valor today while attending a meeting at the Linjiang station and wish to meet you. Han Xinhua then smiled at Li Yi and inquired, Li Yi, I noticed from your statement that you are a student at Jinglan High School? Yes. I am currently in my second year. Li Yi found it odd that the director would ask such an unrelated question. Haha. My daughter teaches English to second-year students at Jinglan High School. Li Yi suddenly understood why a mere theft case had garnered the attention of someone of the director's caliber. It turned out that Han Xinhua was at the Linjiang police station for a temporary meeting and, upon seeing Li Yi in his school uniform, casually inquired about it. To his surprise, he discovered that Li Yi was a commendable youth who had acted heroically, and upon reviewing the statement, realized Li Yi was in his daughter's class, thus leading to this meeting. However, what I mentioned earlier is true. The district is looking for cases to promote, and not only will there be a banner of commendation, but also a monetary reward, which will be presented at your school. The reward was not merely for show, and Li Yi's act of bravery was genuine. Thus it did not constitute favoritism. Nevertheless, Li Yi politely declined. He did not wish to be in the limelight, and the prize of 2,000 yuan was negligible, especially since he had just sold a rare orchid and was now somewhat of a small fortune holder. The thought of being honored in a school assembly made him shudder. This was not akin to winning a gold medal at a sports event. Director Han did not insist on Li Yi's acceptance, but rather found himself more fond of the young man. In these times, it was rare to encounter someone who performed good deeds without seeking reward or recognition. After this unexpected diversion, Li Yi lost interest in seeking culinary delights, and by the time he exited the police station, it was already past 10 o'clock. He took a taxi back to Binjiang Water City and casually ordered a braised beef rice bowl at a nearby eatery, also requesting 5 different takeout boxes for others. The Saiyan physique was indeed advantageous, especially in chakra extraction, and in just a few days, Li Yi's chakra levels had likely reached that of an average Chunin from Konoha. However, the troublesome attribute of a substantial appetite was a burden. Dining out with his friends never left him satisfied, forcing him to sneak in extra meals at home. Upon arriving home, Li Yi first devoured the 5 rice bowls before commencing his daily training. He practiced the shadow clone technique alongside time stop, fire release, chakra control, and the shadow clone technique. After a considerable duration, as the gray world dissipated, Li Yi gasped for breath, sprawled on the living room floor, when a mysterious voice echoed, time stop upgraded to level 1. Unlocking invisibility. Unlocking sky dance, non-upgradable. Upon hearing of his newly acquired skills, Li Yi felt an immediate resurgence of energy, as if fatigue had vanished. With a swift motion, he sprang to his feet. Incredible. The Dragon Ball universe really is as remarkable as ever. It either offers treasures or utter disappointments. Humanity has long harbored the dream of flight since ancient times. The last to achieve this feat were the Wright brothers, yet their invention relied on tools, not innate strength to soar through the skies. However, Li Yi could now genuinely experience the freedom of flight, transcending earthly bounds. The sky dance technique. a skill essential for nearly every individual in the later stages of the Dragon Ball universe, allowed one to manipulate their internal energy to soar freely, breaking free from the grasp of gravity. Without hesitation, Li Yi entered Mayaboka Mountain, eager to experience the sensation of flight and fulfill the age-old human aspiration. As for the other reward, invisibility, he had no recollection and lacked the time to ponder it. Mayaboka Mountain. Li Yi materialized beside the frog oil waterfall, eagerly closing his eyes and focusing on controlling his internal energy. A stream of energy gradually enveloped him, lifting his feet from the ground. Ascending to approximately 100 meters, he ceased his ascent. Opening his eyes, the excitement of earlier had settled, and he observed the plants below, now appearing diminutive. He began to experiment with changing direction. Although it was his first attempt at the sky dance, Li Yi was unafraid of falling. He could always return to the real world if necessary. Upon entering Mayaboka Mountain, he could choose any location within a 100-meter radius from where he had departed. Initially, he struggled with the aerial maneuvering, but after some time, he adapted, mastering the ability to change direction, accelerate, and abruptly halt in midair. After frolicking in the sky for over an hour, Li Yi finally returned to the ground, thoroughly satisfied. Once his exhilaration subsided, he recalled an untested skill and searched his mind for information. In the world of Naruto, invisibility was seldom featured, yet he vividly remembered it from the character Moonlight Gale. Kishimoto had not clearly delineated whether this was a bloodline limit or a technique. However, upon closely sensing the information in his mind, Li Yi's expression shifted slightly. It turned out that invisibility was a technique that cloaked the user with chakra, concealing their form and scent. In simpler terms, it was an invisibility technique. Unexpectedly, after upgrading Time Stop, he had acquired the invisibility technique, which would certainly make for an intriguing narrative in the world of Japanese anime. Shaking his head, he cast aside the bizarre thoughts and commenced testing invisibility. As he released his chakra, his body gradually became transparent until he vanished completely. This invisibility technique is indeed a must-have for home, travel, and dare I say, mischief. Li Yi mused, though its low level results in a rather brief duration. Chapter 35. How I Long for Transformation Techniques. In the real world, the curtains in the living room suddenly parted of their own accord, unaffected by any breeze. Almost immediately, a soda bottle on the coffee table began to levitate, its mouth angled downward at a 45-degree tilt. The liquid inside flowed downward, only to vanish abruptly as it poured from the bottle. Before long, Li Yi's silhouette gradually materialized, grasping the bottle and drinking the soda with a series of satisfying gulps. Through experimentation, Li Yi discovered that his chakra reserves were ample enough to sustain the use of the technique of invisibility, which proved to be quite economical in its consumption of chakra. However, the entry-level invisibility could only maintain its concealment for 5 minutes, necessitating approximately 30 seconds of cooldown for subsequent uses. Yet, Li Yi could hardly wait to enhance his invisibility. He had longed to experience the reality of the sky dance technique since acquiring it, though he had been apprehensive about the omnipresent surveillance cameras and satellites above. Now, with invisibility at his disposal, he was eager to give it a try. As he activated Time Pause, the world around him faded into a gray hue. At this initial level of Time Pause, Li Yi had a full 10 minutes to move freely. Without a doubt, given his extraordinary Saiyan physique, holding his breath for 10 minutes without engaging in strenuous activity would be a trivial task. Taking a deep breath, he closed his mouth and subsequently employed the sky dance technique, his body gracefully soaring through the already open window. As Li Yi ascended higher and higher, it felt as though he were breaking through the clouds. Eventually, at a considerable altitude, he could survey the entirety of the Binjiang Water City community below. The urban nightscape unveiled before him was breathtaking. Towering buildings stood proudly, with warm lights spilling from countless windows, resembling stars adorning the cityscape. Gazing at this scene of countless glowing homes, Li Yi was enveloped by an unprecedented sense of ease and joy, as if all his worries and stress had evaporated in that moment. However, after flying for a while, Li Yi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Of course, how could one fly without the sensation of wind? His clothes and hair should be billowed by a breeze to truly feel the flight. With this realization, he activated invisibility once more, rendering himself unseen, and then released the Time Pause. The instant time resumed, the night wind at high altitude rushed towards him, and Li Yi accelerated forward, heading straight for the riverbank. With the enhanced vision granted by his Sharingan, Li Yi utilized the moonlight and the lights along the banks of the source river to clearly observe the flowing waters beneath and the occasional cargo ships drifting by. The river breeze rustled his clothing and tousled his hair, yet he found it exhilarating, finally experiencing the sensations portrayed in anime and films. Indeed, flight was an eternal romantic pursuit for humanity. Given that he was currently invisible and soaring over the deserted source river, Li Yi could not resist letting out a few jubilant shouts. Ah, what a delight! Pausing midair, he felt the time for invisibility nearing its end and quickly activated time pause once more, settling into the gray world to await the cooldown period for invisibility. Sighing, he pondered when he might acquire the transformation technique, reminiscent of how characters in novels often donned alternate identities to orchestrate their schemes while remaining hidden. He too longed to create a spectacle, as relying solely on the illusions of the Sharingan had grown tiresome, and it could not induce mass hypnosis. The skill he yearned for most was undoubtedly the transformation technique. While he could now freely soar through the skies or engage in mischief on the streets after pausing time. Human beings were inherently social creatures. Without an audience to appreciate his antics, the thrill diminished significantly. This desire for shared experience was deeply embedded in human nature, as evidenced by ancient idioms about hidden gems returning home in glory. If only he could acquire the transformation technique, he could adopt a false identity, venture further afield, and enact a script showcasing his prowess. Assessing his skills, he noted that only the fire release technique was close to leveling up. Should he take a gamble? Previously, he had observed that even among entry-level skills, the rate of advancement varied considerably. The shadow clone technique had taken considerable time to upgrade due to his chakra limitations. Yet, now, it could potentially be completed in half a day, not worth comparing. Take, for example, the chakra ball and fire release techniques. Both had been unlocked simultaneously during the shadow clone's upgrade. However, the time he devoted to both skills had been roughly equivalent. Yet, the progress for the chakra ball was still less than a third, while the fire release had already reached around 80%. Noticing the dwindling progress bar for fire release, Li Yi decided to draw another skill, banking on the good fortune he had experienced recently. Above the source river, fireballs began to appear intermittently, only to vanish and re-emerge several hundred meters away. This was not due to a newfound boldness and fearing discovery. He remained cloaked in invisibility over an empty stretch of the source river, where the probability of being detected was nearly zero. Even if satellites captured the spectacle, they would likely dismiss it as a natural phenomenon or a malfunction of the recording equipment. After all, in the 21st century, who still indulged in superstitions? Thus, two versions of Li Yi continued to unleash fire release techniques in the air, pausing time whenever invisibility was about to expire. Were it not for the current limitation of producing only one shadow clone, his progress might have accelerated further. Reflecting on this, Li Yi found himself yearning for the multi-shadow clone technique, though he understood it would not be achievable in the short term. After all, he had already leveled up the shadow clone technique twice, and the experience required for further upgrades seemed a distant prospect. Unless he could unlock it as a reward during skill upgrades, that would be a waste, given that the multi-shadow clone technique was practically within reach, merely a matter of time. With the anticipated launch of the real fantasy game, Li Yi was confident that his upgrade progress would significantly increase, allowing him to lie at home and watch his skill experience soar. With a clear goal, efficiency surged. Just as his chakra reserves dwindled, he finally reached the moment of upgrading. Please, dear system, let it be the transformation technique. Li Yi recalled that in the early episodes of Dragon Ball, Oolong and Puar possessed transformation techniques. Thus, it was possible to obtain them in that universe, effectively doubling his chances. A mysterious voice resonated, devoid of emotion, its tone unaltered by Li Yi's feelings. Fire release upgraded to level 1. Unlocking body regeneration, non-upgradable. Upon hearing the first skill, although he did not receive the transformation technique, the body regeneration ability was indeed remarkable, and Li Yi felt a surge of happiness. Yet, he remained uncertain whether this regeneration resembled Piccolo's or Buu's abilities. When the second skill was revealed, Li Yi was utterly stunned, doubting his own ears and questioning his existence. Unlocking seduction technique, non-upgradable. Chapter 36. What I desire is the transformation technique. Please, dear system, I wanted the transformation technique, not the sex change technique. Naturally, the system remained indifferent to Li Yi's lamentations. Once a skill was unlocked, it could not be altered. With a despondent expression, Li Yi realized that in a certain sense, his wish had indeed been fulfilled. One could argue that the seduction technique could serve as a form of transformation. At that moment, he longed to vent his frustrations to the system, as the seduction technique was fundamentally a branch of the transformation technique. Why separate the two skills? Regrettably, Li Yi's system was a taciturn and passive entity, lacking any inclination for interaction. With no alternative, he steeled himself to utilize the skills he had drawn. He quickly delved into his mind to retrieve information about the seduction technique. Moments later, a peculiar expression crossed his face as he grasped the reason behind the separation of the seduction technique from the transformation technique. The authentic transformation technique involves enveloping oneself in chakra to alter one's appearance and attire. However, it becomes ineffective when confronted by ninjas adept at perception or individuals possessing unique ocular jutsu. Moreover, should one endure a powerful attack, the technique would automatically unravel. In contrast, the system-modified seduction technique not only enables the practitioner to be entirely transformed into a female from a material standpoint, but also ensures that, as long as the technique remains active, the change is permanent. To illustrate, if Li Yi were to employ the seduction technique, even if he were to undergo a blood test, the results would indicate female. Of course, the possibility of pregnancy remains uncertain, a reality Li Yi prefers not to contemplate throughout his life. Furthermore, the seduction technique does not alter one's inherent image. The appearance post-transformation is fixed and based on the original image, enhancing aspects such as beauty, physique, skin, and charm. Li Yi now finds himself in a quandary. This skill could indeed fulfill his desire to adopt an alternate persona, and the fact that it would not be easily discerned qualifies it as a minor miraculous technique. Yet, female attire is a leap from zero to countless occurrences. As an exceedingly straight man, Li Yi grapples with the notion of such a transformative breakthrough. At this moment, two inner voices engage in a fervent debate within him. One voice argues that, as a normally oriented male, employing this technique would signify a descent into abnormality, suggesting that he would inevitably acquire transformation techniques in the future, making this unnecessary. The other voice counters, asserting that since only he is aware of it, embracing his alternate persona sooner rather than later would yield greater satisfaction. Amidst this internal conflict, Li Yi's gaze falls upon the river below and the distant lights, leading to a sudden epiphany. With a system at his disposal, he need not remain ensnared in such dilemmas. He should simply follow his heart and act as he wishes. Naturally, years of education and his parents' teachings have instilled in him a solid moral compass, preventing him from straying too far from conventionality. With this realization, Li Yi feels a refreshing breeze and finds the night view even more enchanting. He muses that this must represent a significant breakthrough in his mental state, akin to a pivotal moment in a cultivation narrative. Having liberated himself from his psychological constraints, Li Yi hesitates no longer and swiftly forms the necessary hand seals. After a swirl of smoke, an exquisite beauty clad in Li Yi's short-sleeved shirt and shorts materializes in his former position, with brows resembling distant mountain ridges. Elongated and gentle, akin to two softly swaying willow leaves, her large, luminous eyes are framed by delicately fanned lashes. Her nose is elegantly defined, her skin surpassing the purity of snow, finely textured like mutton-fat jade, softly glowing under the moonlight. Her lips are full and alluring, naturally adorned with an enticing hue. Without the need for lipstick, gazing downward, her collarbone appears exquisitely delicate, resembling two graceful strings of a zither, shimmering under the light as if playing a silent melody of allure. With cascading, lustrous hair that flows like a waterfall, dark and smooth, it falls carelessly over her shoulders. A few strands are gently stirred by the breeze, dancing beside her cheeks, adding a touch of vivacity and playfulness. The transformed Li Yi surveys her curvaceous figure, reveling in the marvelous experience of inhabiting a new body, with her foremost desire being to glimpse her own visage post-transformation. All of her original skills remain unaffected and available for use, prompting her to employ the technique of phasing, soaring towards the city across the river. Fortunately, her height post-transformation is approximately 165 centimeters. Otherwise, her ample bosom might have stretched the black short-sleeved shirt to its limits. Adjusting the waistband of her shorts, she ties the hem of her shirt and gently descends onto a shopping mall rooftop. The shoes she wears are somewhat oversized and ill-fitting. But she has no choice but to make do, securing them with chakra to prevent them from slipping off with each step. As she descends the stairs into the mall, she notices that nearly all the shops are closed, save for a few still illuminating their interiors as they tidy up. Spotting a women's clothing store where the staff have yet to leave, she swiftly slips inside and enters the fitting room. Tao Ling is busy organizing several items on the racks, preparing to switch them out for new arrivals. Suddenly sensing a breeze, she instinctively looks up but sees nothing amiss and resumes her task. Unbeknownst to her, the curtain of the fitting room is slightly swaying. Seeing that the shopkeeper is oblivious,
Lee breathes a sigh of relief. It seems her Sharingan is unnecessary here. She then deactivates her phasing technique, revealing her form.
Upon witnessing her transformed appearance for the first time, Li admits that her heart skipped a beat. What a striking visage! Who could resist such allure? Moreover, with her kaleidoscopic Sharingan, she possesses a degree of resistance to mental attacks like illusions, thus failing to fully experience the charm enhancement conferred by the seduction technique. One can only imagine that in ancient times, such beauty would have bewitched nations and brought calamity. With a mindset of pure appreciation, Li suddenly becomes curious about how an ordinary person would react to this appearance. If I want to do it, I shall do it. This is my ninja way, she thinks to herself, playfully chiding her own hesitation. Following this, she activates a time stop and steps out of the fitting room. Inside the women's clothing store, she tries on several outfits, ultimately selecting a suitable shirt and shorts, along with a new pair of sneakers, discarding her previous attire in the Meowwood Mountain. Observing the motionless shopkeeper, Li summons a small slug for a comprehensive healing, remedying any ailments the shopkeeper may have as a form of payment for the clothing. From the shopkeeper's perspective, this is undoubtedly a profitable encounter. Subsequently, Li ascends into the sky from the shopping mall, aimlessly soaring forward. She observes the bustling streets below and reflects on the vibrancy of Jinling City, a second-tier city, bustling even at nearly midnight. She wonders how the scenes in Shuhai and Kyoto compare and resolves to visit them when time allows. Continuing her flight until reaching a new intersection, Li feels a pang of hunger, leading her to gently descend and seek out a lively snack street, landing beside a public restroom. After a brief moment of hesitation, she decides against entering the women's restroom and instead deactivates the time stop behind the facility, stepping out. It is now close to midnight. Yet the snack street remains bustling with activity, the lively atmosphere hardly indicative of the late hour. The tantalizing aromas of grilled squid, odin, and fried skewers fill the air, eliciting a mouth-watering reaction from Li. Approaching the grilled squid stall, her voice rings clear and melodious as she addresses the vendor. Sir, I'd like a large serving of squid, please. All right, would you like it spicy? Just mildly spicy, please. The vendor, engrossed in seasoning the squid, fails to notice the sudden hush that envelopes the surroundings. The air seems to momentarily stagnate before erupting into the lively chatter of a festival. The gazes of passers-by gravitate towards the young beauty, their expressions captivated. Those closest are rendered momentarily dazed, mouths agape, their hands frozen mid-motion, forgetting their earlier actions. Amidst the crowd, hushed whispers emerge, speculating about the enchanting young woman before them. Young men exhibit admiration and astonishment, their eyes seemingly glued to her figure. Female tourists traveling in pairs pause their playful banter, one gently nudging her companion, whispering, "Look at that girl. She is extraordinarily beautiful. Truly unfair." Yes, I feel myself leaning in her direction. The atmosphere surrounding the grilled squid stall becomes enchanting, with all eyes fixated on Li. Just as she prepares to pay, she suddenly recalls that her phone is left behind at Meowwood Mountain, and amidst the collective gaze, she quickly informs the vendor, "I apologize, but please hold my squid. I forgot my phone." "Not a problem at all. Take your time." The boss was just about to unleash a tirade when he raised his head and beheld the exquisite visage of a young girl, a masterpiece seemingly crafted by the divine, accompanied by an inexplicable allure that instantly quelled his ire. "Beautiful lady, allow me to treat you. May I add you on Feishin?" At this moment, a nearby college student, seizing the opportunity, eagerly volunteered to foot the bill. "Step aside. She hasn't even brought her phone. How can she add you on Feishin?" Another young man, approximately 30, squeezed through the crowd, inadvertently revealing a golden watch on his right wrist, and said, "Miss, I have some cash. Take it for now. No phone is no problem. I can drive you home later." No, thank you, replied the young girl, Li Yi, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as more and more people gathered to gaze at her. She hurriedly walked away, seeking a secluded spot to retrieve her phone. Wherever she went, the eyes of onlookers followed her, causing several to collide with others or even bump into trash cans. It felt like a scene pulled straight from an anime or film. Upon reaching a quiet alley, Li Yi patted her chest and exhaled, relieved. Although these ordinary folks combined would not pose a threat to her, the sensation of being scrutinized, as if their gazes could strip her bare, was unsettling. This power of allure was formidable. Had she lived in ancient times, she would undoubtedly have been a calamity for nations. Observing the absence of surveillance cameras around, Li Yi activated her time pause ability and returned to Miamu Mountain to retrieve her phone. Just as she was about to return, she recalled a plot from a novel regarding mobile phone signals, and thus placed her phone back, opting instead to pull out 100 yuan in cash from her shorts pocket. She couldn't remember where she had read it, but the protagonist had initially remained in the shadows, only to be exposed due to his phone's signal appearing in 2 locations simultaneously. Li Yi resolved to be cautious about such matters in the future. It would be foolish to be unmasked for such a trivial reason. With 100 yuan in hand, Li Yi sought out a fried chicken shop, purchasing 50 yuan worth of chicken legs and wings, then went to a bubble tea shop to order an oversized fruit tea. She settled at a communal table in the snack street to enjoy her meal. Naturally, she was not spared from the gazes of passers-by, but she gradually grew accustomed to the attention. After rejecting 6 requests for her fashion, she savored the last bite of her chicken leg. Noticing many people taking photos and videos, she dismissed the thought. She doubted anyone could identify her from mere pictures. Having satisfied her hunger and tested the power of her allure, Li Yi patted her belly and prepared to head home. As for testing her regenerative abilities, she deemed it unnecessary. She certainly wouldn't want to sever her own arm for no reason. However, she was aware through her mental information that she had drawn the ability of Bix's regenerative powers, which would allow her to regenerate as long as her brain remained intact, albeit at the cost of energy and stamina. "Excuse me, miss, may I have a moment of your time?" Just as Li Yi was about to find a secluded area to activate her invisibility, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Turning around, she saw a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a suit despite the sweltering heat, as if he had just concluded an event. Zhou Dongxiang halted, wiping the sweat from his brow. After all, he hadn't exercised in a long time, and his weight of over 180 pounds made running a bit taxing. Yet, the moment the girl turned to face him, he was struck by her beauty, momentarily forgetting to breathe, feeling that his hurried arrival was utterly worthwhile. Once Zhou Dongxiang explained himself, Li Yi realized that he was a manager from Tianhe Media Company. Tianhe Media ranked among the top 3 entertainment companies in Xia country, representing numerous artists frequently seen on television, including several A-list celebrities. Zhou Dongxiang had brought a newly launched artist to Jinling for a new drama press conference. Having just concluded the event and not yet returned to the hotel, he received a call from a cameraman under his supervision, who had encountered a ferry at the new intersection and urged him to come quickly. The cameraman accompanying him was an old friend, having witnessed countless beauties in the entertainment industry. The fact that he described someone as a fairy piqued Zhou Dongxiang's interest, prompting him to take a taxi to the new intersection, where, with his friend's assistance, he found Li Yi. In that fleeting moment when she turned, Zhou Dongxiang envisioned a rising star in the domestic entertainment scene. Her beauty, grace, and figure were such that not to pursue stardom would be a crime. Even if she were mute, he was confident he could elevate her to the forefront. Li Yi held Zhou Dongxiang's business card, glancing at the title inscribed, Deputy Director of the Artist Department at Tianhe Media Company. "Are you a celebrity manager?" she inquired curiously. "Indeed, I have nurtured many big stars, such as Lu Feier, Wang Jiqiang, and Jiang Jingjing," Zhou Dongxiang replied, naming familiar faces often seen on television. "I am here to invite you to join Tianhe. I assure you, within 3 years, you will be a household name across the land." This was no empty promise. Given the girl's exceptional attributes and the company's robust promotional resources, there was an 80% likelihood of her success, though longevity would depend on her potential. Li Yi did not perceive him as a fraud. In fact, she thought to herself that this man held considerable influence. As her authentic fantasy was soon to be revealed, she might find his involvement beneficial, so she accepted the business card and told Zhou Dongxiang, "I understand. I will keep your card and will call you once I have made my decision." With a wave of her hand holding the card, She moved to the roadside, preparing to hail a taxi. Please leave a contact or add me on Feixing. You are welcome to visit our Tiana headquarters. Zhou Dongxiang called after her. No need. If I require anything, I will call you. Goodbye. Just then, a taxi arrived, and Li Yi signaled it, climbed inside, exchanged pleasantries with Zhou Dongxiang, and instructed the driver to proceed. The driver, having gazed into the rearview mirror for quite some time, finally reacted, stepping on the gas and driving away, leaving Zhou Dongxiang standing there, feeling a sense of loss. Chapter 38. The resilient girl's fortune will not falter. The weather in Jinling is perpetually unpredictable. Just yesterday, the sun shone brightly, allowing one to venture out in a short-sleeved shirt. Today, one would wish for a warm coat. The sky was overcast, clouds obscuring the sun and creating an impression that rain could fall at any moment. Yet the weather forecast boldly declared it to be cloudy. Students entering the school gates donned their jackets. Even athletic students like Wang Bo ceased to flaunt their muscles. Li Yi joined the throng of students entering the school, and although her constitution allowed her to wear short sleeves without risk of catching a cold, she opted to conform and added a jacket. Upon reaching the classroom, Suya was as punctual as ever, being among the top 50 students in her grade. Good morning, Li Yi, she greeted. Recently, Suya's smile had become noticeably more frequent, particularly for a certain someone. Good morning, Li Yi responded, retrieving her assignments from her backpack to hand over to the respective class representatives. For Li Yi, assignments no longer consumed much time. With the activation of her shadow clone technique and her formidable mental prowess, she could complete them swiftly. During classes, she effortlessly extracted key information from the teacher's lectures, retaining it after merely one listen. She believed the realm of photographic memory was not far off. Don't forget to come to my house for dinner tonight. My mother has prepared many delicious dishes, all of your favorites, Suya reminded her. After the last invitation, Suya inquired if Li Yi had any dietary restrictions or preferences. Sure, I'll eat lightly at lunch, saving room for a feast tonight, Li Yi replied playfully, thinking that if Suya's culinary offerings were as abundant as her dowry, they would surely be devoured. A pair of lecherous eyes scrutinized the two individuals from behind, before lowering their voice to address the companion beside them. Zhongyu, do you think they are dating? Zhongyu shot Zhang Limpsing a disdainful glance and retorted, what business is it of yours whether they are in a relationship? Mind your own affairs. Oh, how can you be like this? Wasn't it you who kept pestering me about Li Yi and Ding Qian last time, making me seem like a busybody? Zhongyu's face flushed. Her curiosity was not the issue, but she was acutely aware that Li Yi had not even responded to Ding Qian's confession. It was implausible for him to be involved with Suya, a mere shadow. Besides, she sat just one row behind, and Zhongyu feared being overheard by Li Yi, worried it might tarnish her image, especially since she harbored a slight crush on him. Zhongyu was not unattractive, possessing a delicate charm, though she could not yet be classified as a beauty. Keep your voice down, or someone will hear you, she admonished, stifling the overweight boy's ramblings, asserting her disinterest in the matter. Meanwhile, Li Yi, seated in front, smiled subtly. He was quite capable of hearing. However, he refrained from elaborating, knowing the boy was merely speaking for effect, and their friendship precluded any malicious gossip. Li Yi felt more sympathy and admiration for Suya than infatuation. Upon learning of her struggles, he was impressed that she had not succumbed to adversity, instead overcoming various obstacles to secure a place at a prestigious school with commendable grades, a feat he doubted he could achieve. Before receiving the system's aid, he had never ranked even among the top 50, let alone the top 100. Now, however, he could measure himself against Suya. During the morning English class, as the teacher Han Meng entered, her gaze immediately sought out Li Yi. Noticing her stare, he looked up, perceiving a knowing expression that suggested his father had divulged details to her. Sure enough, as soon as class ended, Han Meng intercepted him. Li Yi, please come to my office, she requested. With a resigned sigh, he stood and reassured the slightly anxious boy beside him that everything was fine. Following Han Meng out of the classroom, upon reaching her office door, she halted and scrutinized him, teasing, not bad. I didn't know you practiced martial arts. My father mentioned you shattered a thief's leg, leaving him in the hospital for months. Then, with a hint of disappointment, she added, and why didn't you accept the award for your bravery? You know this is not only an honor, but also adds points for college entrance exams. Amused by her urgency, Li Yi felt warmth in his heart. Though Han Meng was young, her concern for her students was genuine. While she could be carefree in conversations, she proved reliable in critical moments. It's all right, Ming Ming. I don't need those 2 points. Just wait until the next exam. I'll aim for the top ranks. With his current memory, subjects like English, which primarily relied on rote memorization, posed no challenge, especially since he had always performed well in the subject. How dare you call me that? If you keep it up, I'll inform your homeroom teacher. Han Ming initially wanted to lecture him, but when he called her by her given name, her cheeks flushed crimson. Although they often joked around, being addressed so directly by someone nearly her age left her flustered. All right, Ming Ming understood. With that, Li Yi hastily made his exit before she could retort. Darn it, Li Yi, I'll remember this. Han Ming huffed, her chest rising and falling in exasperation. Her father really should not have been so indiscreet. With Li Yi's antics distracting her, she decided not to dwell on his refusal to accept the award, but resolved that if he performed poorly on the next exam, she would ensure he faced the consequences. The third period was physical education. The robust PE teacher rarely fell ill during the second year of high school. After completing warm-up exercises and basic training, he allowed the students to engage in free activities. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi slipped away to the restroom, activating his time-stop ability to create a shadow clone. As he had something to confirm, the clone exited the restroom, employing his stealth to soar into the sky towards the new intersection. Meanwhile, the original Li Yi deactivated the time stop. In just a few minutes, the shadow clone arrived at the Daxia department store at the new intersection, refreshed his stealth, and began searching. Shortly, he located what he sought in the first-floor atrium, a banner proclaiming the store's 10th anniversary celebration, promising a lottery with any purchase, where the grand prize was 50,000 Daxia currency. Indeed, this was the reason for Li Yi's visit. He had noted the announcement the previous day and was now checking for the grand prize's existence. Of course, Li Yi did not need the money for himself. Rather, he wished to offer this chance to Suya, hoping to alleviate some of her family's financial burdens. After all, he could not simply hand her money. It would seem inappropriate. However, if she won it through a lottery, she would have no reason to refuse. He was quite considerate of his deskmate, believing in the adage that one should deliver blessings to those in need. Having already assisted in her mother's treatment, he did not mind extending another small favor, even if his intention to participate in the lottery had been spontaneous. Activating time stop again, Li Yi overturned the massive lottery box, spilling out the plastic balls within, to ensure there was no foul play regarding the grand prize's authenticity. Utilizing his Sharingan's extraordinary vision, he swiftly identified the golden ball representing the grand prize among countless plastic ones. Satisfied, he confirmed there was no deceit involved. With the grand prize genuinely available, it would be simple. He would wait for Suya to select a ball and then, using time stop, swap it for the golden one. After placing all the balls back into the box and noting the lottery's cutoff time of 9 p.m. that evening, he discreetly stored the golden ball in the mystical Miaomu mountain before dismissing the shadow clone. Chapter 39. The Fortunate Girl at 6 in the evening. At the Daxia department store's new intersection branch, Suya stared wide-eyed at the golden ball in her hand, disbelief washing over her, as if she were in a dream. She had merely accompanied Li Yi to buy headphones, intending to return home for dinner afterward. After purchasing the headphones, Li Yi insisted she treat him to bubble tea, a request she could not refuse given his status as her savior. Using money her mother had given her, she bought a cup of bubble tea and, at Li Yi's insistence, purchased another for herself, spending half her week's food allowance. As they passed through the atrium, Li Yi urged her to use the receipt to enter the lottery, proclaiming that fortune often follows hardship. Bewildered, she approached the lottery booth and randomly selected a ball, only to discover she had won. Congratulations to this lovely lady for becoming Daxia department store's lucky goddess this year. The enthusiastic host announced Suya's grand prize win, while 2 staff members presented a foam board emblazoned with 50,000 for her to hold for photographs. This event was an annual tradition at Daxia, though previous grand prizes had typically been around 30,000. This year, in honor of the 10th anniversary, the prize had been increased. Still dazed, Suya only snapped back to reality when the host asked for her bank details, promptly exclaiming to Li Yi, what's your bank account number? I can't accept this money. If you hadn't brought me here today, I wouldn't have one. Seeing the flustered expression on the girl before him, Li Yi found it amusing yet recognized the need to persuade her to accept the funds. Adopting a serious tone, he replied, Suya, you cannot do this to me. This prize is a result of your good fortune. I just mentioned that blessings come after hardships. If you give me this money, wouldn't I be courting disaster? You can't repay kindness with ingratitude. Suya, unable to match wits with Li Yi, was left in a tizzy, resorting to her old second-hand phone to call her mother for assistance. When Sun Qin heard the news, she was initially incredulous and feared that her daughter had been deceived. However, upon opening the video, she discovered that it was indeed in a large shopping mall, and there was no need to fill out any irrelevant information. She simply provided her card number and transferred the money, promising to discuss it further at home. Li Yi and Suya arrived at the residential complex where the mother and daughter rented an apartment. This location was approximately 10 bus stops from Suya's school, which was not particularly close, but the rent was the lowest for comparable distances. The complex was somewhat old and lacked a good school district, resulting in both purchase and rental prices being lower than those in the surrounding area. Suya and her mother shared a 2-bedroom apartment on the 6th floor, measuring 50 square meters. Without an elevator, the rent was slightly higher than Li Yi's residence, nearing 3,000 yuan. They occupied a north-facing bedroom, which cost 1,200 yuan per month. Climbing the 6 flights of stairs, Li Yi felt little discomfort, while Suya was slightly breathless, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, accompanied by a delicate fragrance typical of youth. Clearly, despite having grown accustomed to the climb, Suya's long-term nutritional deficiencies had left her somewhat lacking in stamina. Suya retrieved her keys and opened the door. As soon as they entered, Li Yi was greeted by the delightful aroma of braised fish, nearly causing him to salivate. Wow, it smells wonderful, he thought, and although he had yet to taste it, the scent was certainly as appealing as what Uncle Zhang would prepare. Mom, I'm back. And Li Yi is here too, Suya announced, placing her backpack on the small fabric sofa by the dining table, then stepping into the kitchen to speak with Sun Qin. Little Yi is here. Please have a seat. The house is a bit messy, I apologize, Sun Qin said as she emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron and offering Li Yi a plastic stool. Originally, Sun Qin had planned to treat Li Yi to a meal outside, but due to their dire financial situation following a recent illness that depleted her savings and the impending rent due, she found herself unable to extend such an invitation. It would be inappropriate to offer him fast food, so she reluctantly welcomed him into her home, grateful that her culinary skills could provide some comfort. Little Yi, you should keep this money, she insisted. If it weren't for you taking Suya to the mall, she would never have won that prize. You have already helped us so much, you saved my life. As tears welled in Sun Qin's eyes, Suya's own eyes reddened in sympathy. Li Yi felt a surge of discomfort, quickly interjecting, Annie, I understand your desire to repay me, but I truly cannot accept this money. Li Yi explained, firstly, you need this money more than I do. Suya still needs to attend school, and you have rent to pay. Secondly, as I mentioned before, this is your well-deserved blessing after enduring hardships. Accepting it would only bring misfortune upon me. However, Sun Qin appeared intent on continuing her plea. Li Yi promptly shifted the topic, saying, all right, Annie, let's leave it at that. I'm quite hungry, and the aroma of your cooking is irresistible. I've been eager to taste it. Wiping her tears, Sun Qin chuckled at Li Yi's playful demeanor and hurried to serve the dishes, instructing Suya to help Li Yi with his rice. As they dined and conversed, it became evident that Sun Qin's culinary skills were commendable, with 5 dishes and a soup that had Li Yi devouring his meal voraciously. Had it not been for his Saiyan physiology, he might have overindulged. From Sun Qin, Li Yi learned that the southern bedroom was occupied by a female sales representative who often returned home late, sometimes not at all, which meant that the kitchen was primarily used by Suya and her mother. The landlord resided in a different area and rarely returned to Jinling. Sun Qin would transfer the rent to the landlord's account every 3 months. After finishing their meal and engaging in further conversation, Sun Qin expressed her gratitude once more. As the time approached, Li Yi decided it was time to take his leave. Sun Qin and Suya escorted him downstairs. Watching him board the bus, Sun Qin noted her daughter's lingering gaze, a look of infatuation, and shook her head. Little Yi is a good person, but alas, our circumstances do not match his. I only hope my daughter does not fall too deeply, she mused. With time still on his hands, Li Yi planned to train further in his evasion and energy manipulation techniques when he suddenly sensed someone entering Miamu Mountain, knowing it must be Wu Xiaokong seeking him. He found a secluded alley, temporarily divided his essence to take the subway home, while his main body entered Miamu Mountain. As the slug had already placed an illusion on Wu Xiaokong during the reverse telepathy, Li Yi appeared before him in the guise of Itachi. Mr. Itachi, Wu Xiaokong expressed great reverence towards the mysterious figure before him, surprised that his presence had been detected as soon as he logged into the game. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Itachi inquired in his calm manner. "Indeed, we have finalized the promotional plan for Real Fantasy. It is available on my office computer. Should you have the time to review it," Wu Xiaokong explained. "No need. Simply provide me with a brief overview. Given your expertise in this field, I trust you to handle it without my excessive involvement." Wu Xiaokong then proceeded to outline the general content of the plan. Chapter 40. Bottlenecks and Real Fantasy Promotion. Time slipped away unnoticed, akin to sand slipping through one's fingers. The tighter one grasped it, the faster it flowed. Before long, it was the 30th, and the eagerly awaited National Day holiday for students was to commence the following day. As the second longest holiday after summer and winter breaks, National Day boasted a full 7 days off. During this period, the internet was abuzz with activity as the local Yuanli digital technology company in Jinling suddenly launched an extensive advertising campaign across major platforms. They claimed to have developed the latest virtual reality technology, with the true virtual world game Real Fantasy set to undergo internal testing soon. Platforms like Duel and others were flooded with content related to Real Fantasy, yet curiously, no game footage had been released. This unusual tactic only served to amplify the game's notoriety, leading to increased online discourse. A senior executive from Tungfei Company pointed out that this was clearly an attempt to attract attention, asserting that only Tungfei had made breakthroughs in domestic virtual reality technology and predicted that Yuanli's game would be similar to their previous offerings. Tungfei Company condemned such deceptive practices aimed at luring consumers. In contrast, Wu Xiaokong, the founder of Yuanli Digital Technology Company, asserted that Real Fantasy would completely revolutionize conventional gaming experiences. Requiring minimal promotion, those who had experienced it would be unable to resist its allure. The current wave of advertisements aimed to inform players of the game's existence. He further announced plans to establish gaming pods in 15 first and second-tier cities, including Kyoto, Summersea, and Jinling, with the first batch of internal testers set to receive access on National Day. The initial group would consist of 100 players, with 50 selected from leading game streamers across all platforms, while the remaining 50 would be chosen randomly from the Real Fantasy official website, with the registration deadline set for September 30th. "Buddy, what if Yuanli Technology spends so much on advertising and the game flops? Wouldn't that lead to their immediate collapse?" Fatty remarked, having also signed up on the official site, contemplating his chances of winning. Online analysts calculated that Yuanli Technology's advertising expenses during this period had reached astronomical figures, likely draining their available cash flow, possibly even requiring loans. This could not merely be considered a heavy investment, but rather a do-or-die gamble. Either they would thrive or perish. Nevertheless, Yuanli's unwavering confidence indeed sparked considerable anticipation among many, especially with the absence of any game footage. The air of mystery surrounding it was palpable. Their audacity to proceed in such a manner suggested they possessed significant assurance. Tomorrow would reveal all. Li Yi languidly rested his head on the desk, remarking, "Wu Xiaokong has already briefed me on the promotional plan. Given the unparalleled quality of the game compared to others, we need not worry about customer retention. The advertising can be executed in one fell swoop. The first batch of gaming pod exteriors has been meticulously customized, with Li Yi taking the time to insert the wooden escape shells into each pod. Naturally, when he emerged from the warehouse shortly after entering, claiming the loading was complete, it further astonished Wu Xiaokong, reinforcing the notion that this was beyond the realm of current technology. Moreover, under Li Yi's modifications, the safety of the gaming pods has significantly improved, making them exceedingly difficult to detect for anomalies. The helmets are merely standard third-generation gaming helmets, with the LCD screens serving as mere facades, connected to the metallic exteriors via wires. Initially, when players don the helmets and enter the gaming pods, the doors close, obscuring the interior from external view, while players are hypnotized by the small slug using illusionary techniques. Following this, the slug binds the players with a contract and employs reverse necromancy to connect to My Boku Mountain. After Li Yi bestows the shadow clone technique, players leave a shadow clone on My Boku Mountain, allowing the slug within the pod to once again transport the players back to the real world. At this moment, the pod's door descends, revealing only a transparent glass portal through which outsiders can observe the slumbering players within. The slug within the pod will awaken the players as circumstances dictate, and at the instant of awakening, the shadow clone on my Boku mountain dissipates, restoring the player's memories to their original state. Thus, a perfect closed loop is established. Within the player's perception, they genuinely enter a virtual game world within the pods, and any damage incurred in the game leaves no trace on their physical bodies. Consequently, it is unlikely that anyone would suspect a genuine traversal to another realm. More than half of the class is engaged in discussions regarding this topic, especially since the advertising expenses have been quite substantial. Meanwhile, Li Yi finds himself preoccupied with a troubling issue. He has hit a bottleneck. This predicament stems from his recent consecutive upgrades. Since his last dinner at Suya's home, he has successfully upgraded his two entry-level skills, the Chi Manipulation Ball and the Invisibility Technique, to level 1. However, the issue lies with the rewards unlocked. The first upgraded skill, Chi Manipulation Ball, granted him a weapon, the decapitating blade of the 7 ninja swordsmen. In the world of Naruto, most unlocks pertain to skills. With items being scarce, this sword, one of the 7 ninja swords, possesses commendable attributes, allowing it to absorb iron from an enemy's blood for self-repair, thus earning the reputation of an indestructible blade. The other unlock is the Dragon Ball radar, crafted by Bulma in the Dragon Ball universe. This proves to be a conundrum for Li Yi, as there are no Dragon Balls in the real world. What purpose does a radar serve? Unsurprisingly, the radar reveals nothing but emptiness, although it does indicate 2 red dots on my Boku mountain, corresponding to the 2-star and 4-star Dragon Balls Li Yi previously acquired. Although this was somewhat expected, Li Yi did not dwell on it. However, upon upgrading the invisibility technique, he discovered that it unlocked the Kusanagi sword and a battle power detector. At that moment, Li Yi felt utterly disheartened. While the Kusanagi sword could still serve as a formidable weapon, the battle power detector seemed utterly useless, as the blue star inhabitants are, in essence, weaklings. Yet, as Li Yi regained his composure, he suddenly realized a significant problem. He has no entry-level skills left to upgrade. This realization sent him into a slight panic, as the inability to upgrade means he cannot unlock new skills or items. The alluring skills from the realms of Dragon Ball and Naruto now seem out of reach, particularly since he already possesses 2 Dragon Balls. However, after calming down, Li Yi contemplated that there remains one opportunity, the full-level skill rewards. Previously, when he mastered the chakra extraction technique, it rewarded him with a system skill enhancement. This indicates that upgrading skills to their maximum level will also unlock rewards from the system. With this thought, Li Yi felt a bit more at ease. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to maximize all his skills, as surely one would yield an upgradable skill. Nevertheless, having acquired the system, Li Yi had been unlocking a new skill roughly every few days. Now, the sudden halt left him feeling somewhat despondent. Hey, are we going out for National Day? I checked, and the weather in Haimen looks great. We can go fishing and enjoy some seafood. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Li Yi decided not to dwell on his predicament. Whatever happens, he still has plenty of skills to enjoy for now, and since upgrades won't happen anytime soon, there was little point in worrying. That sounds great. I haven't been to the seaside yet. Please elaborate on the arrangements, he replied. Chapter 41. Travel plans. I found a decent itinerary online. We can leave on the morning of the 2nd and return on the afternoon of the 6th, allowing us 5 days of fun, and we can rest a day upon our return. We should be able to cover all the major attractions, the chubby friend shared, sending the itinerary to Li Yi. After reviewing it, Li Yi agreed that it was indeed well planned. Following this route would allow them to visit all the important sites and enjoy seafood without feeling rushed. Is it just the 2 of us? Surely not, Li Yi remarked. Incredulous. Of course not. If it were just 2 guys, people might think we were a couple, his friend scoffed. It will be me, Pang Bo, Huang Liang, and his girlfriend Li Tian, along with Li Tian's close friend, Lin Shui, whom you met at dinner last time. Li Yi nodded. The more, the merrier. As they were not merely a couple on a honeymoon. Are the 2 girls' families all right with this? We rugged men have no qualms. But would their families approve of them going out with a bunch of guys? Li Yi recalled previous outings with his chubby friend, where their parents were generally at ease, as long as they checked in via video call or phone. Interestingly, the decision to visit Haimen was significantly influenced by Huang Liang's girlfriend's close friend. His friend recounted the story. A few days prior, he had been organizing the travel plans and researching destinations, but had not finalized where to go. Later, in the dormitory, he mentioned this to Huang Liang and Pang Bo, suggesting they join him for more enjoyable company. Huang Liang then recalled that his girlfriend had mentioned plans to go to Haimen for National Day with her friend Lin Shui. Lin Shui's aunt lives in Haimen and will be returning home on the 2nd after a business trip to Jinling. Thus, both girls plan to accompany her and stay at her aunt's house. Lin Shui and Li Tian share a bond similar to that of Li Yi and his chubby friend, having grown up together and with their families acquainted, making Lin Shui's aunt's presence reassuring. During the conversation, Huang Liang proposed that they all go to Haimen together. Given that they had only recently begun dating, and with the girls going out with their friend and a parental figure, Huang Liang felt hesitant to intrude. However, if their group consisted of several friends, it would be entirely appropriate. They could enjoy daytime activities while Li Tian and Lin Shui stayed at her aunt's house at night. Li Tian's family is somewhat aware of her relationship with Huang Liang and is currently in a watchful phase, not opposing it, but advising her to avoid any excessive conduct. Last night, his friend spent half the night finalizing the itinerary, and today, he hurriedly urged Li Yi to hop in the car. "I'm fine with it. I just need to inform my family. My parents are also going away for National Day." Since Li Yi's first year of high school, his parents, Li Jinghua and his wife, had agreed to travel every year during the National Day holiday. They euphemistically call it giving Li Yi freedom. In reality, it's just his father, a romantic at heart, wanting to enjoy some quality time with his wife, Tang Wan. This year, they plan to visit the Yunhai region to witness the Tsongshan and Arai lakes. Li Yi can only scoff at how his father seems to play it cool, appearing rather rigid but being quite romantic at heart. No wonder he managed to win over his mother back in the day. After school, Li Yi called Li Jinghua, and as anticipated, his father readily agreed, even transferring 5,000 yuan for the travel expenses. Before hanging up, he casually reminded Li Yi to buy some health-preserving wine from a classmate to stock up, in case he wanted more later on. Li Yi promised to purchase another 20 bottles to send back, then ended the call. Grandfather and grandmother, as well as maternal grandparents, each sent a box of health-preserving wine, which should suffice for their consumption for a while. Besides, the little slug has undergone a comprehensive treatment, so there shouldn't be any major issues in the short term. As I pondered that tomorrow the true fantasy would officially make its debut, I realized there were some arrangements to finalize. Thus, I activated the time stop and sent a shadow clone flying towards Wu Shaokong. In the Hanyuan building, Mr. Itachi, seated in his office, had grown accustomed to the sudden appearances of this enigmatic figure. When he looked up and saw Itachi, he was not overly surprised. How is the production of the second batch of game pods progressing? Due to the fact that one must reach maximum skill level to unlock the next reward, Li Yi's focus on the game had transformed significantly. Currently, he felt that the skill closest to reaching maximum level was the shadow clone technique, as it was the only skill that had advanced by 2 levels. Moreover, in the world of Naruto, there seemed to be no higher level clone techniques beyond the multi-shadow clone jutsu. As for the Manjiki Sharingan, he would rather not pursue that for now, as he had been diligently training. Every time his ocular power replenished, he would randomly select fortunate viewers to expend it upon, allowing his roommates to experience the illusion of Tsukuyami, granting them many delightful dreams. However, the pace of leveling up was exceedingly slow, as it required both chakra and ocular power, which could not be used indefinitely. He sensed that the next stage, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, would likely be among the last of his skills to reach maximum level. The cornerstone of his true fantasy game hinged upon the shadow clone technique. The more players there were, the faster the leveling up would be. Once he unlocked the multi-shadow clone jutsu, he could swiftly elevate the other skills to their peak. Just imagine, each player wielding a multi-shadow clone, utilizing the shadow clone to unleash skills. It would be a phenomenon of exponential growth. Upon hearing Wu Shaokong report that the second batch of 1,000 game pods would be delivered at the latest by National Day, Li Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Currently, the limit for the slugs was to split into over 2,000. Thus, having more game pods was of little use. Once the game was officially launched and his summoning technique level increased, enabling him to split into more, the third batch of game pods could soon be released. Speaking of which, how did the endorsements we discussed fare? The last time, the young lady Li Yi encountered Zhou Dongxiang from Tiana Media, who left a business card. Li Yi instructed Wu Shaokong to contact him, preparing to recruit several popular stars to endorse True Fantasy. Xie Feng had previously endorsed a game, and the contract stipulated he could not collaborate with other gaming projects during the endorsement period. However, Lu Feier faced no such issues and would attend the press conference in Shanghai City tomorrow. That's great. Itachi produced a label-less glass bottle from his trench coat and placed it on Wu Xiaokong's desk. The organization is quite pleased with your recent performance. This is a reward for you. The organization's power is beyond your comprehension. Continue to excel, and what you receive will surpass your imagination. Wu Xiaokong looked up, only to find himself alone in the office. His heart raced with the realization that this bottle's contents were surely extraordinary. He picked up the bottle, hesitated briefly, and then drank its viscous liquid, reasoning that it was unnecessary for the other party to go through such elaborate means to harm him. After consuming the somewhat sticky liquid, Wu Xiaokong closed his eyes to savor the sensation of warmth enveloping his entire being. A few minutes later, after stretching his neck, he discovered that the stiffness in his neck and shoulders, a consequence of his late-night habits, had vanished completely. Furthermore, his chronic mild rhinitis, which he had been unable to remedy, seemed to have dissipated as well. Observing Wu Xiaokong's exuberance, Li Yi, floating outside the window, smiled, realizing that a little sweetness could sometimes motivate others to exert even greater effort. Chapter 42. The Internal Test of True Fantasy. October 1st, National Day, Clear Skies. Today marked the first day of the National Day holiday, and the Jiashijio International Trade Center in Shanghai City was bustling with crowds. The escalators were filled with customers, resembling a slowly flowing river of colors. The atrium was particularly lively, with the activity booths surrounded by throngs of people straining to catch a glimpse of the displays. Indeed, the stage showcased the latest product from Source Power Digital Company, the dedicated game pod for true fantasy. Visually, it bore little difference from the game pods of Tungfei Company, both being spherical metallic structures. However, through the transparent glass door, one could see that the internal construction diverged from that of Tungfei's pods. This game pod, named Illusion Realm, appeared somewhat akin to a massage chair found in malls, devoid of any superfluous buttons or grips, featuring only a silver helmet connected to the pod. There were 10 game pods on display, reserved for game streamers, 5 for local players who registered on the official website, and 1 for the spokesperson of True Fantasy. Lu Feier, journalists from various media outlets crowded around, armed with cameras, eager to obtain first-hand information. Those who were not selected for the internal test, including numerous streamers, wielded their broadcasting tools, directing them toward the booth while interacting with their audience. The 9 individuals who were granted internal testing privileges, along with Lu Feier, approached their respective game pods, each wearing expressions of anticipation. Source Power Digital Company was quite rigorous, having not conducted any rehearsals prior to the internal test. This was Lu Feier's first encounter with such a situation. She had not even seen the final product of the endorsed game. However, both the company executives and her manager assured her that everything was fine, leading her to dismiss her concerns, as games differ from physical products. At worst, they simply might not gain popularity without the risk of collapsing. Yet, to leave no fallback options at all, such confidence in one's game was indeed remarkable. Thus, the 10 individuals on stage were filled with curiosity about the game they were about to enter. While some pondered what expressions they should wear should it fail to meet their expectations, in order to spare the organizers any embarrassment. Shun Xiaoya, a game streamer from Whale Live, known by her handle Goddess Yaya, had a captivating appearance and an impressive physique, coupled with exceptional gaming skills, which established her as a leading female streamer on the platform. This time, she had been invited by Source Power Digital Company to experience what was claimed to be a revolutionary gaming experience. As a prominent streamer with tens of millions of followers, Shin Xiaoya had previously experienced Tungfei's Universal Warfare. Although it did not break free from traditional controls, it at least achieved the pinnacle in audiovisual effects. Thus, she was curious to see if the seemingly miraculous True Fantasy could indeed surpass Tungfei's offering. As the countdown on the large screen commenced, all players donned their helmets, assisted by the staff, and reclined into the game pods. Simultaneously, other booths in 14 cities were conducting the same event. When the countdown reached 0, the doors of the game pods descended, obscuring the view from the audience. At that moment, the large screen suddenly split into 10 segments. With the staff's assistance, Shun Xiaoya settled into her game pod and donned the gaming helmet, only to be enveloped in darkness. As she sensed the door closing, she intended to remove the helmet but suddenly felt her eyelids grow heavy, as if she had momentarily lost consciousness. Moments later, she perceived a light source and slowly opened her eyes, witnessing a scene that left her utterly astonished. Just moments ago, she had been at the trade center's booth amidst a sea of people, yet the next instant, she found herself upon a massive plant leaf. Xianxia vowed she had never encountered such a plant before. The trunk towered over 10 meters high with only a single leaf atop it. However, this was not the source of her astonishment. Was this truly a game world? Inhaling the fragrant aroma of the plant, gazing at the towering horns of the spire, and listening to the sound of cascading water from the tower's peak, her eyes widened in disbelief. She pinched her thigh to confirm her reality. She felt the pinch, but did not experience pain. Could it be? Is this truly the game world? Has technology truly advanced to this level? Xianxia found herself questioning her existence. The previously soaring virtual reality now seemed like child's play in comparison. Surely, this is an exaggeration. Jumping from the Stone Age straight into modern civilization? Sister Yaya. At that moment, someone called out to Xianxia from a nearby plant, and she noticed several silhouettes on the leaves not far away, presumably other players. The closest was a female player she recognized, a streamer from the whale platform, albeit not from her guild, known as Miaojiang. Their leaves intersected at the tips, prompting Xianxia to walk forward. Cautiously, she advanced, wary of losing her footing from the considerable height of over 10 meters. Despite repeatedly assuring herself that this was merely a game and that falling posed no real danger, the tangible sensations beneath her feet insisted otherwise, reinforcing the astonishing realism. Sister Yaya, is this truly a virtual reality world? It feels so real that I thought I had traveled through time. Miaojiang, a petite girl with a striking figure, despite her short stature, had garnered a considerable fan base, primarily comprised of devoted male followers. Perhaps, if this is indeed a game, then the advertisements from Source Power Digital Company are not only accurate, but perhaps even modest. As a first-hand participant, Xianxia mused that if this game were deemed subpar, then all previous games must be utterly dreadful. While the two female streamers marveled at the game's authenticity, the atmosphere in the real world was reaching a fever pitch. In the bustling Xinjiku of Jinling City, the Daxia department store displayed a massive screen divided into 10 segments, each showcasing the first-person perspectives of corresponding players within the game. The strikingly realistic visuals left the onlookers dumbfounded. "Are you certain this isn't pre-recorded footage? Which film is this clip taken from?" exclaimed one. "Did you not see the goddess Yaya and Miaojiang in the video? I witnessed them enter the game pod with my own eyes." The crowd erupted into fervent discussions, with some insisting it was pre-recorded, others claiming it was synthesized, and a few outright asserting it was cinematic. At this moment, Wu Xiaokong, the founder of Source Power Digital Company, stepped forward, microphone in hand, addressing the audience. "I understand your skepticism regarding the game's authenticity. Shortly, our media friends will have an exclusive opportunity to experience our game firsthand." Wu Xiaokong brimmed with confidence, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Meanwhile, players in Miaomu Mountain were cautiously exploring the game. Despite the absence of skills or game content, their enthusiasm remained unshaken. As players wandered the leaves, some daring souls contemplated jumping down to test the waters, when suddenly, a gentle female voice resonated in their ears. Chapter 43, Explosive Reputation. Welcome to the real-world game for the first time. I am your game guide spirit, and I will inform you of the important considerations in the game. Please listen attentively. The voice was melodious and sweet, uplifting the spirits of all who heard it. This game is 100% virtual reality. You may explore the world freely, but please remember to heed the following guidelines to protect the game environment and ensure an enjoyable experience for all players. Any of the following actions will result in immediate disconnection and penalties, with a maximum consequence of a lifetime ban from the game. 1. Exposing sensitive body parts in-game. 2. Harassing other players. 3. Unprovoked attacks on fellow players. 4. Spreading inappropriate information. Afterward, the voice elaborated on the game's content. This internal test only opens the free action module. Other modules are not yet available. Players will be automatically disconnected upon death or severe damage. Pain sensitivity in the game is adjusted to 10 of that in the real world. Upon learning that death in the game merely resulted in disconnection, a bold player leaped from the leaf, eager to experience a taste of bungee jumping. As the player hit the ground, their body vanished into thin air, and the game pod in the real world opened, revealing a bewildered young man with blonde hair sitting up. Upon seeing a player awaken, reporters immediately thrust their microphones forward, eager to capture his thoughts. What was your experience in the game? Is Source Power Digital Company's promotion on dull exaggerated? Were you asleep just now? And how did you control your character's movements? Are you a plant? And was the footage on screen pre-recorded? Faced with the barrage of questions, the young man appeared flustered. But fortunately, staff intervened to manage the reporters one by one. The first to question was a journalist from Kyoto Entertainment News, a veteran in the field, who posed a penetrating inquiry. In your opinion, how does this game compare to Tungfei's all-out war? The young man responded directly into the microphone. I am not targeting Tungfei. Rather, my point is that all previous games are utter garbage. This statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Are you sure you're not an actor hired by a rival company? He was challenged. The young man had effectively positioned Source Power Digital Company against all other game developers. Please, you all will have your chance to experience it shortly. Once you enter the game, you will realize my words were truly an understatement, he retorted, a smirk on his face. Time flew by, and players began to awaken from the game pods, each one exuberantly praising the game, their excitement palpable and exaggerated. The reporters, skeptical yet intrigued, also entered the game pods for a first-hand experience, emerging with expressions of incredulity. This is real, not staged? Thus, the real fantasy game erupted into a phenomenon. All media outlets, short video platforms, and numerous websites across the internet seized upon this wave of attention, reporting extensively. 50 streamers who had experienced the game in their live broadcasts were fervently extolling its virtues, declaring that anyone who had not played real fantasy would undoubtedly regret it. Source Power Digital Company's customer service lines were inundated with inquiries about the game's official release and partnership opportunities. In Miamu Mountain, Li let out a sigh of relief. Despite the success of today's launch event, the mastermind behind the scenes had endured considerable strain. First, the slug had used illusions to bind contracts with all players, connecting them to Miamu Mountain. Then, a small slug equipped with cloaking abilities was placed above each individual's head, using aerial techniques to hover above, each carrying a camera for live streaming to the outside world. Naturally, Miamu Mountain and the real world existed in separate dimensions, necessitating that Li transmit electronic signals from Miamu Mountain to the outside. He had to maintain control of the event, ready to intervene at any moment with further illusions or temporal stasis. In the days leading up to this live broadcast, Li had sacrificed sleep, meticulously refining every detail. For instance, he had adjusted pain sensitivity through illusions and tested signal connectivity between the two realms, resulting in repeated iterations. Furthermore, he had recorded the voice for the new player tutorial using seductive techniques. Thankfully, the final outcome was flawless, and real fantasy had truly opened the door to success. The subsequent process would be straightforward. Each player would receive a small slug for recording, and upon disembarking, they would receive the footage, allowing them to edit their game screenshots at home. With the cloaking ability now sustaining for half an hour and a cooldown of merely 10 seconds, temporal stasis could easily facilitate transitions. As no other skills were granted, Li merely experienced the progress of the shadow clone technique, nearly moved to tears. Truly, I am ingenious to devise such an effective method of harvesting, he thought. The progress of the shadow clone technique had advanced by 1/5. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaokong was already negotiating with internet cafes in major cities, anticipating that after the National Day holiday, game pods would officially roll out in 15 cities. Li communicated with Wu Xiaokong, stating that for the time being, the 100 gaming pods would be stationed in various shopping malls, allowing people to experience them through a lottery system. For Li, the financial gains and fame from gaming were ephemeral. The player's feedback was of utmost importance. If this pace continued, the shadow clone could reach its maximum level before the National Day holiday concluded. As noon approached, after a busy morning, Li opened his phone to search for nearby delicacies. Having recently sold an exorbitantly priced orchid, he was momentarily free from financial worries. Wu Xiaokong had also proactively drafted a contract, stipulating a 90-10 profit split for all subsequent earnings from real fantasy. Although Wu Xiaokong had expressed his willingness to forego any share, Li did not agree. He essentially took a hands-off approach, indicating that giving Wu Xiaokong a 10% cut was inconsequential. He instructed Wu Xiaokong to deposit his portion into a separate account, which he could freely utilize for game promotion, while Li would notify him in advance when he required funds. Thus, during this period, apart from dining with his dormitory companions, Li spent his time searching for high-end cuisine nearby to satisfy his culinary desires. After all, food is paramount, and the gastronomic culture of Xia country is ingrained in every citizen's essence. While browsing Dole and some food apps, he discovered a restaurant called Crustacean Paradise at the new intersection with an average spend in the 4-digit range. while the quality of the food was yet to be determined. The prices were undeniably steep. However, with money in his pocket, Li Yi was unperturbed by such trifles and decided this would be his dining choice. Upon arriving at the Jinluan International Shopping Center, Li Yi took the elevator to the third floor. As he exited the elevator, the prominent sign of Crustacean Paradise captured his attention, and a cursory glance revealed a long row of their establishments along the elevator corridor. In such a prime location, their considerable scale was noteworthy, though he remained uncertain if the flavors would match the extravagant setting. Today, he intended to discern whether the online reviews about the value of the offerings held any merit. Upon entering, a charming young lady in a qipao graciously welcomed Li Yi and, after inquiring about the number of guests, led him to a lavishly decorated private room. The establishment exuded a slight Republic of China aesthetic with meticulous attention to detail, including several enameled vases that he couldn't ascertain were authentic. The private room was aptly named King Yunju, possessing a melodious and nostalgic charm. Once settled, the qipao lady presented Li Yi with a menu, mimicking a popular duel influencer. He closed the menu and declared, "No need for that. Please bring out your signature dishes, prepared for 10 people. If I cannot finish, I will take the leftovers." To his surprise, the lady, exhibiting exceptional poise, did not react with shock or disdain, but simply confirmed his order before departing to arrange it. While waiting for his meal, Li Yi opened Duel to pass the time, only to find himself captivated by the addictive nature of short videos. There is a saying, scrolling through Duel is a moment of pleasure, and the enjoyment continues. Just as he was about to exit the app to inquire about the delivery schedule for 2 high-power generators he had ordered from Yamu Mountain, he stumbled upon a video that left him momentarily stunned. Shocking. A stunning girl appears at new intersection, and onlookers exclaim, "She's a celestial being." The title was indeed enticing. But what truly caught Li Yi's attention was the beautiful girl in the video devouring fried chicken. Was that not him? Or rather, a version of him under the spell of seduction. Upon inspecting the video further, he realized it featured an outdoor food influencer who happened to capture a moment of Li Yi relishing fried chicken at the night market. To his astonishment, the video had garnered thousands of likes and comments, with the likes surpassing 100,000. Could it be that he had inadvertently become an internet sensation? Indeed. Upon searching for Celestial Girl on Dole, he discovered several videos showcasing him, with the most popular one receiving double the engagement of the previous one. "Hey, that's an invasion of my likeness rights. Where's my royalty?" he mused. However, considering that this Celestial Girl lacked an ID or household registration, Li Yi quietly closed Dole, redirecting his focus to his meal as the allure of the crabs beckoned. At that moment, the private room door swung open, and an enticing aroma wafted in, rousing Li Yi from his reverie. "Hello, Mr. Li. This is our signature red pepper baked emperor crab." As the qipao lady introduced the dish, a server unveiled a massive black clay pot, revealing a gigantic crab. The crab had been expertly prepared, with its claws and legs removed, generously sprinkled with red peppercorns, emitting an irresistible fragrance that nearly overwhelmed Li Yi. "This crab shell is larger than my face," he thought, astonished, but to avoid appearing unsophisticated, he swallowed hard, donned disposable gloves, and calmly took a piece of crab leg meat. Scraping off the peppercorns, he took a hearty bite of the crab meat, nearly moved to tears. The perfect fusion of the pepper's zest and the crab's freshness exploded in his mouth. Li Yi vowed he had never tasted such exquisite crab before. The life of the affluent was indeed refreshingly unpretentious. After savoring the crab leg meat, he seized one of the emperor crab's colossal claws, which felt nearly as long as his forearm. The establishment had thoughtfully pre-opened the crab shell, revealing tender claw meat. As he cracked open the claw, the rich flavors enveloped him. The meat was not only abundant, but also remarkably savory. The delightful combination of freshness, sweetness, and a hint of spice made it utterly irresistible. Observing the server and the qipao lady step out to prepare the next dish, Li Yi could no longer contain his ravenous appetite and devoured the emperor crab as if he were a starved soul reborn. In less than 5 minutes, the once full pot of emperor crab was reduced to mere shells. Satisfied, Li Yi reclined in his chair, reflecting on the sheer joy of indulging in crab. Soon after, the second dish arrived, typhoon shelter-style emperor crab. The qipao lady, noticing the rapid disappearance of the previous crab, appeared slightly taken aback. Nevertheless, her professionalism shone through as she promptly arranged for the server to clear the empty pot, wishing him to enjoy the meal before gracefully exiting the room. With the lady's keen awareness, Li Yi felt encouraged to indulge further, seizing the largest emperor crab claw, coating it in the typhoon shelter seasoning, and taking a mouthful. The salty richness of the salted duck egg yolk, the crunch of breadcrumbs, and the sweetness of the crab melded together. Oh my, once again. Li Yi succumbed to the allure of exquisite cuisine. He devoured an entire emperor crab in no time, licking his fingers, recognizing that this was his first encounter with such high-end ingredients, and soon he would likely grow accustomed to it. However, as the third dish of curry lobster arrived, Li Yi once more feasted with unrestrained enthusiasm, relishing yet another distinct culinary experience. By the end of the meal, he had thoroughly satisfied his seafood cravings, albeit modestly, consuming only 8 dishes and opting to pack the rest. It must be said, with the right investment, the quality of food was exceptional. Even the salt and pepper shrimp and conch served were noticeably larger than what he typically enjoyed. Even the vegetable dish of Sot Ed King oyster mushrooms was delightfully scrumptious. As he was about to leave, he exchanged contact information with the Chi-Pao lady, promising to return when time permitted. However, the primary reason for obtaining her contact was to facilitate future deliveries, as he could truly indulge in his appetite at home. Sipping the complimentary mineral water provided by the restaurant, Li Yi exited crustacean paradise with a hefty bag of seafood. This mineral water was no ordinary fare. Upon searching, he discovered it cost over 30 per bottle. Outrageous. Hailing a ride, Li Yi returned to Binjiang Water City. In a whirlwind of excitement, he eagerly polished off the takeaway dishes. Of course, having consumed such a feast, he, as a Saiyan, felt no discomfort from overeating, though he acknowledged a sense of fullness. Having dined to a satisfying extent, Li Yi contacted the seller of the generators, and they are set to arrive this evening. He purchased 2 300-kilowatt silent generators for a total expenditure of less than 300,000. With these remarkable devices, Li Yi can freely utilize modern electrical appliances even in Miamu Mountain. After honing his skills for a while, Li Yi prepared to depart for the pickup of the generators. Although the realm of genuine fantasy bestows upon him a steady stream of experience points, Li Yi also dedicates time to practice, fully aware of the adage that perseverance prevails. He refrained from registering the delivery address for the generators at his rented residence, considering their considerable size and the difficulties associated with transporting them via the elevator. Instead, he arranged for the generators to be delivered to a construction site he had previously observed near his former rental property, facilitating their eventual transfer to Miamu Mountain. The delivery truck halted at the roadside, not far from the site, where 2 unloading workers carefully removed the wooden crates containing the generators from the vehicle, prompting Li Yi to sign for the delivery. After he indicated that his family would arrive shortly to assist with the transport, the truck departed. This unloading point was deliberately chosen for its lack of surveillance cameras. Given the surrounding desolate terrain, with only a single construction project in progress, there was little foot traffic. Utilizing his Sharingan to scan the vicinity, Li Yi confirmed the area was clear and promptly transported both generators into Miamu Mountain, adjusting his mask before hailing a taxi to leave. Chapter 45. Departure. Destination Haimen on October 2nd, the second day of the National Day holiday. Li Yi and his companions took the subway to Dongling Airport, where they reunited with Li Tian and the 2 young women. Li Tian and Lin Shui had booked their flight for 10:30 a.m., and upon learning this, Huang Liang and the others naturally booked the same time. In previous years, securing a ticket for this period would have been nearly impossible. However, following the pandemic, ticket prices have plummeted during holidays. Having learned from past experiences, the plump fellow purchased his ticket a day in advance, successfully acquiring one at a significantly reduced price. Inside Terminal 1, Li Yi, Pang Bo, and the plump fellow walked ahead, while Huang Liang trailed behind, messaging Li Tian to inquire about their location. Move a little forward, it's at the check-in counter. Huang Liang relayed the information, indicating that Li Tian and her group had arrived. Moments later, they spotted Li Tian and Lin Shui standing gracefully before check-in counter 07, accompanied by a stylishly dressed young woman. Li Tian resembled a charming neighbor girl, adorned in a white dress paired with black Mary Jane shoes, her long hair tied back in a ponytail. Beside her, Lin Shui donned a white crop top with a beige sheer jacket, complemented by a white pleated skirt and beige princess shoes, garnering the attention of nearby male onlookers. Over here, Huang Liang. Li Tian waved to Huang Liang and the others. her sweet smile reflecting the joy of young love. Lin Shue's aunt, Feng Yuan, observed this scene and couldn't help but reflect on the beauty of youth. The families of Lin Shui and Li Tian shared a close relationship, and as Lin Shue's aunt, Feng Yuan, who was only about 10 years older than the girls, maintained a dual role as both a mentor and a friend. During their stay at Lin Shue's home, the two girls had shared late-night conversations, and Feng Yuan was well aware of Li Tian's budding romance. After all, women seem to possess an innate affinity for gossip, regardless of age. Feng Yuan viewed this with amusement, comfortably indulging in the drama. In the summer heat, the law seemed indifferent, and as for Li Tian's parents, they had not interceded. She was still single after all. Many individuals had rushed to the altar upon reaching the legal marriage age of 18. Indeed, at the age of 26, Feng Yuan was still a single lady, not due to any lack of desirability, but rather because her high standards led to numerous disappointments in her romantic pursuits. Feng Yuan possessed a classic oval face, her features elegantly defined, with a subtly upturned chin exuding an air of tenacity and confidence. Her eyebrows arched like willow leaves, framing a pair of expressive, sparkling peach blossom eyes, which, when smiling, resembled crescent moons, captivating all who beheld them. With smooth, delicate skin and an enviable height of 1.7 meters, her long, straight legs drew attention wherever she went, making her a focal point of admiration. Such striking beauty and physique afforded Feng Yuan ample opportunity to select her ideal partner, and regardless of her parents' eagerness, she felt no rush, planning to revel in her independence for a few more years before contemplating marriage. Li, Huang Liang, and the others were momentarily taken aback upon realizing how youthful Feng Yuan appeared. Accustomed to hearing Li Tian refer to her as aunt, they had envisioned a middle-aged woman, only to discover she was not much older than themselves. Sensing their bemusement, Lin Shui greeted them before making introductions. "This is my aunt, Feng Yuan, who shares a close bond with both me and Tian Tian. Aunt, these are Tian Tian's senior classmates, whom she met when she joined the music society. They are traveling to Haimen with us." After a brief pause, Lin Shui turned to Huang Liang, specifically introducing him. "This is Huang Liang, the academic achiever I mentioned earlier." The remark caused both Huang Liang and Li Tian to blush, prompting the group to greet Feng Yuan with enthusiastic antes. "Hello, please take care of Tian Tian. We wouldn't want her to face any bullying at school." Feng Yuan smiled, casting a meaningful glance at Huang Liang. "Especially you, academic achiever. We cannot afford to let Tian Tian fall behind in her studies, or else I would hear it from her parents. Of course, if she encounters any difficulties, I will be there to assist her," Huang Liang quickly asserted, his words tumbling over one another, overwhelmed by Feng Yuan's commanding presence. "All right, let us promptly check in our luggage," Li interjected, noticing Huang Liang's flustered state. Feng Yuan then relented, allowing the conversation to shift. After passing through security and completing the necessary procedures for checked luggage, the group finally boarded the plane shortly after 10 o'clock. At the flight attendant's instruction, everyone turned off their mobile devices or activated flight mode, awaiting the aircraft's departure. With a brief roar, the plane gradually advanced, accelerating until, after a moment of weightlessness, it successfully ascended into the sky. Gazing out the window, Li watched as the Earth receded, buildings and vehicles shrinking in size until the plane soared above the clouds, eventually stabilizing. As clouds drifted past, casting fleeting shadows on the ground below, Lin Shui and Li Tian could not resist capturing the breathtaking scenery with their phones. Even the usually boisterous Pang Bo and the plump fellow paused to snap a few pictures, captivated by the wonders of nature. Although Li had previously experienced flight through his own abilities, the sensation of being on an airplane was an entirely different experience. Since the dormitory companions had purchased tickets together, they engaged in conversation once the plane stabilized, while Lin Shui and her group were only 2 seats away. The conversation soon turned to the probability of airplane accidents. It was said that the likelihood of an airplane incident was lower than that of any other mode of transportation. As it was Pang Bo's first flight, he felt a twinge of apprehension. The plump fellow, overhearing Pang Bo's remarks, chimed in, "Though the accident rate is the lowest, the mortality rate is the highest." His voice was perhaps a touch too loud, drawing a glance from a nearby older woman. "Let's avoid discussing such topics on the plane. It's inauspicious," Huang Liang suggested, eager to change the subject. "Indeed, let us steer clear of that. After all, Such occurrences are unlikely to affect us, they agreed, dismissing the notion as a mere statistical anomaly unlikely to befall them. The overweight man slightly retracted his already inconspicuous neck, choosing not to continue the conversation. Li Yi remained unfazed, thinking to himself that even if something were to go awry, he had friends who could fly. What was there to fear? Of course, Li Yi was well aware that the odds of an airplane accident were minuscule, often cited as 1 in a million or even 10 million, significantly lower than that of a car accident. After all, it was merely a 2-hour flight. Calamity seemed unlikely. However, one tenet of Murphy's Law states that if one is concerned about a particular outcome, it is quite probable that it will occur at the next moment. Chapter 46. The unexpected. Under the vast blue sky, the airplane glided smoothly, devoid of turbulence or thunderstorms, with the engines operating flawlessly. Life is not akin to a movie or a novel. One cannot simply encounter highly improbable events without warning. Statistically, the likelihood of an airplane mishap is even less than that of winning the lottery, a truth grounded in data. Yet, when it comes to human error, the chances are considerably higher. Approximately 1 hour into the flight, an announcement suddenly resonated through the cabin. Could the doctor, nurse, or medical professional on board please make themselves known to the cabin crew? Thank you for your cooperation. Subsequently, flight attendants traversed the aisles, seeking anyone with medical expertise. It was then that Li Yi and his companions learned of a passenger in first class who had suffered a heart attack and had lost consciousness. With nearly an hour remaining until their destination, there was no time to wait for an emergency landing. Hence, they sought assistance among the passengers. Li Yi mused on the peculiarities of fate. Just moments before, he had considered this journey devoid of complications, only to be confronted with an unexpected crisis. The afflicted individual was fortunate indeed. Having encountered someone like him, Li Yi felt compelled to offer aid. Reciting melodramatic lines in his mind, he excused himself to the restroom and made his way to the front of the plane. After all, if fate had presented him with this situation, he could not simply turn a blind eye. Saving a life was worth more than any grand endeavor. Upon closing the restroom door, Li Yi activated his time-stopping ability and proceeded to the first-class section to assess the condition of the patient. There, a circle of concerned individuals surrounded a young girl, who lay on the floor with a pained expression, her delicate features reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Her parents, visibly anxious, hovered near her, their worry palpable. The girl appeared to be no older than 12 or 13, likely in the 6th grade, or perhaps just entering junior high. With her bangs dampened by sweat and an expression of agony etched on her face, Li Yi thought to himself, "Lucky you. The benevolent Li is here to rescue you from your suffering." With that, he summoned a small spirit to aid in her healing. The spirit worked with remarkable efficiency, quickly relaying to Li Yi that the treatment was complete. Not wishing to prolong the moment, he dispelled the summoning and returned to the economy section, resuming his conversation with the overweight man and his companions as if nothing had transpired. In first class, Wang Min was overwhelmed with regret and guilt. Her daughter, Chen Yuyao, had been born with a congenital heart condition, leading to a frail existence despite their efforts to provide her with a joyful childhood. They had sought treatment from esteemed doctors both domestically and abroad, but all had delivered the grim prognosis that she might not survive to adulthood. Last year, Yuyao's condition had deteriorated drastically, with frequent episodes of angina, culminating in a fainting spell. The hospital's findings were disheartening, her life hanging by a thread. The news devastated her parents, particularly Wang Min, who spent her days in tears. Yuyao, a remarkably obedient and intelligent child, understood her plight and empathized with her parents' distress. Despite her own fears, she sought to comfort them, recognizing that her time was limited. Yearning to see the ocean before her time came, she expressed a desire to travel. Having spent most of her life confined to hospitals, moved by her request, a tearful Wang Min promised to fulfill it. However, as fate would have it, Yuyao suddenly fell ill on the flight, succumbing to pain and losing consciousness. "Yao Yao, please don't scare your mother. Wake up. We're almost at the beach you love," Wang Min pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Why must the heavens be so cruel to her darling child, who was merely 12 years old? "Mom, please stop crying. I feel okay now," came a soft voice, as a small hand reached up to wipe away Wang Min's tears. "Yao Yao," Wang Min exclaimed, embracing her daughter tightly, terrified of losing her. "Thank goodness you're awake. I was so frightened. I feel a bit strange," Yuyao replied, furrowing her brow. "What is it, Yuyao? Is your heart still hurting?" Chen Qingyun asked anxiously. No. At first, my heart hurt terribly, causing me to faint, but now I feel no pain at all. In fact, that tightness in my chest has vanished. I have never felt this light before. It's as if I am no longer ill. Wang Min and her husband exchanged worried glances, both harboring the same thought. Could this be a fleeting moment of improvement? Yao Yao, don't overthink it. Just close your eyes and rest. We'll land in about half an hour, and then we'll head to the hospital for a checkup, Wang Min reassured her, leaving the rest for later. After performing a good deed, Li Yi felt invigorated, contemplating the day when he would elevate his skills to become a true hero, championing justice. The incident on the plane quickly faded from memory, and as they descended, the passengers learned from the flight attendant that the patient seemed to be recovering. Thankfully, there had been no major issues. Otherwise, seeking medical attention mid-flight would have been impossible. The overweight man reflected on the seriousness of heart disease, recalling a relative who had succumbed to it. Indeed, heart disease is terrifying. It can claim a life in an instant, he remarked. Well, the young girl is all right. So there's no need for concern now. We're about to disembark, so make sure you have your belongings, Li Yi reminded the man, noting that he had left his phone on his seat. Young girl? The others remained oblivious, but Lin Shui sensed something amiss. The flight attendant had never disclosed the patient's identity, so how did Li Yi know it was a girl? Recalling that Li Yi had gone to the restroom just after the announcement, she wondered if he had deliberately checked on the patient. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, chiding herself for being overly suspicious, perhaps influenced by too many detective novels. Chapter 47. Surprises and Frights. Haimen City is a picturesque tourist destination located in the southeastern part of Hujing Province, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. With an average annual temperature of 27 degrees Celsius, the climate is temperate, boasting 130 parks, a greening coverage rate of 43.6, and excellent air quality, earning it the title of Seaside Garden. As the airplane descended slowly, the ground drew ever closer, revealing the entirety of Haimen City in all its splendor. At precisely 15 minutes past 1 in the afternoon, Li Yi and his companions emerged from Gaozu Airport, greeted by a refreshing, briny sea breeze that unmistakably signaled their arrival in the coastal city of Haimen. Having conducted prior research, the plump companion had booked accommodations at the Bolong Hotel along Huandao Road, a seaside establishment whose ocean view rooms commanded slightly higher rates than others. Aside from Huang Liang, all the dorm mates hailed from relatively well-off families and had been allocated a travel fund for this outing. As for Huang Liang, the others had long engaged in discussions to persuade him to join. They had agreed to cover his lodging and meals while he would manage his personal expenses. Huang Liang was acutely aware that being the only one left behind would be quite disheartening, yet his financial constraints precluded him from asking his family for funds for travel. Initially resistant, Huang Liang opened up to his friends after the plump companion remarked, "Aren't you aiming to become a top lawyer? Lawyers earn well, and when you achieve that, don't forget us. Consider this an early investment in your future." Reflecting on this, Huang Liang silently vowed that regardless of other circumstances, his dorm mates would always remain his lifelong brothers. He harbored considerable confidence in his ability to succeed in the legal field, believing that with his academic performance, getting into either Shuyuan University or Kyoto University would pose no significant challenge. Coupled with his genuine interest in law and his extracurricular readings, he had amassed a considerable knowledge base, fostering optimism about his future as an attorney. In truth, it is only upon entering society that one can truly appreciate the purity of friendship cultivated in the academic realm, devoid of any ulterior motives, simple and beautiful, capable of enduring a lifetime. Outside the airport, Lin Shui and Li Tian exchanged farewells with the group, opting not to accompany Li Yi and the others. Feng Yuan, whose family resided in Haimen, was temporarily parting ways with them, as she had arranged for a car to pick her up. They planned to reconvene later that evening for a seafood feast on Zhongsha Street. "Gentlemen, do come visit my aunt's home when you have the chance," Feng Yuan said as she took her seat in the front passenger seat, bidding adieu to Li Yi and the others while Lin Shui and Li Tian settled in the back. "Let us meet at the seafood stall in Jinjia Alley at 7 tonight," Lin Shui waved to everyone. This particular seafood establishment, an old favorite recommended by Feng Yuan, was well known among locals for its reasonable prices and exceptional flavors. With a sweet smile, Li Tian lifted her phone to Huang Liang, indicating that they could stay in touch via Feixin. After parting ways with the lovely ladies, the gentleman hailed a taxi to the Bolong Hotel. As a long-standing establishment in Haimen, the Bolong Hotel was renowned for its affordable rates, superior service, and proximity to scenic ocean views, frequently ranking high across various platforms. The hotel's architecture, inspired by Bali Island, alongside its tropical decor, enticed many visitors. They had reserved 2 ocean view rooms, one for Pangbo and Huang Liang, and the other for Li Yi and the plump companion. Upon concluding the check-in process in the stylishly decorated lobby, they proceeded to their rooms, using their key cards to unlock the doors. The moment they entered, they were greeted by a vast floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the sea, complemented by a small outdoor balcony that allowed them to relish the stunning coastal view without stepping outside. Li Yi and the plump companion stepped onto the balcony, marveling at the breathtaking ocean vista, inhaling the refreshing, salty breeze, and feeling that their journey had commenced splendidly. After unpacking their luggage, the 4 dorm mates enjoyed their first meal in Haimen at the hotel's restaurant. The Four Seasons restaurant within the hotel had received favorable reviews online, particularly for its shrimp and seafood fried rice, which delighted the diners. Having risen early to catch their flight, the group felt somewhat fatigued and agreed to take a brief rest before reconvening at 5 o'clock at the hotel entrance to embark on their adventure to Zhongxia Street. After taking turns showering, the plump companion collapsed onto his bed and quickly fell asleep, while Li Yi, unable to succumb to slumber, ventured to the balcony to admire the coastal panorama. After a while, he returned to his room, ignoring the plump companion who was sleeping soundly, laced up his shoes, and exited the room. With his boundless energy, Li Yi was not easily fatigued and thus sought to explore the vicinity, knowing the beach was just a stone's throw away. Eager to experience the sun, sand, and waves often depicted in novels. As he reached the hotel lobby and was about to make his way outside, Li Yi suddenly sensed someone approaching swiftly and extending a hand toward his shoulder. Suppressing the impulse to retaliate, he turned to discover the identity of his would-be assailant. A delicate, fair hand had just brushed against his shoulder when he pivoted, startling the person, but upon recognizing her, Li Yi was equally taken aback. Ding Qian? The startled Ding Qian stuck out her tongue playfully, raising an eyebrow at Li Yi. Surprised, are you? Unexpected, right? Not surprised, but certainly startled, Li Yi admitted, genuinely taken aback to encounter her here. What brings you to Haimen? You aren't following me, are you? His expression was a mix of curiosity and disbelief. What are you thinking, you average guy? Ding Qian retorted with a roll of her eyes. My family had planned to visit Haimen for the National Day holiday. But when I heard from Li Tian that you would be here as well, I thought it would be a delightful surprise. Li Tian, having joined the music club earlier, had maintained contact with Ding Qian. During a recent conversation, she mentioned that Li Yi and his friends would also be visiting Haimen. However, Ding Qian had quietly arranged to switch their hotel to the Bolong Hotel under the pretense of wanting an ocean view, a detail she deemed unnecessary to share with Li Yi. How about it? My parents are here too. Would you like to meet your future in-laws? Ding Qian teased, throwing a direct challenge. No need for that. Enjoy your time with your family. I wouldn't want to intrude, Li Yi replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he realized that Ding Qian had not changed. She still had a knack for making bold moves. He sensed that if this continued, he would eventually falter. Such a coward, Ding Qian scoffed, never relinquishing her pursuit of Li Yi. Friends are friends, and brothers are brothers. Who says that being close friends precludes one from harboring romantic interest? Over time, Ding Qian had sensed that Li Yi held some affection for her, yet she could not fathom why he was reluctant to acknowledge it. As a girl, she felt it inappropriate to force the issue. Thus, she opted to playfully tease him instead. Noting that Ding Qian had ceased her advances, Li Yi swiftly redirected the conversation. How about we all have dinner together tonight? Lin Shui and Li Tian will be joining us too. Dinner is out. I want to be with my parents. But after we eat, feel free to let me know. And we can go for a stroll together while my parents enjoy their time alone, she replied, offering him a chance to join later. Ding Qian's brief chat with Li Yi was cut short as she received a call from her parents, prompting her to depart. As she stepped onto the elevator, she reminded him not to forget to call her later. Watching her ascend, leaving behind a trail of lingering fragrance, Li Yi suppressed the urge to take a deep breath, then made his way towards the beach. The quality of Haimen's seawater is renowned nationally, appearing from a distance like a vast blue gemstone. Stepping onto the sandy shore, Li Yi was greeted by an azure sky, stretching endlessly overhead like a luxurious blue satin drape. Fluffy clouds floated lazily above, while the sun poured down its golden rays. adorning the ocean with a shimmering veil. Waves rushed toward the shore, eagerly embracing the sand. The golden grains of sand, soft and delicate, spread beneath his feet, interspersed with scattered shells and remnants of coral. The gentle sea breeze caressed his cheeks, laden with the ocean's distinctive salty essence, weaving its way into his heart and dispelling all shadows of fatigue. Seabirds fluttered gracefully between the rocks and the surface of the water, occasionally emitting crisp calls that added a vibrant touch to the coastal panorama. Li, visiting the seaside for the first time, gazed at the vast expanse of the ocean before him. His spirits lifted. Even the sound of his feet crunching on the sand took on a melodious quality. Observing that no one was paying him any mind, he slipped into the shade of a tree, paused time, and soared into the sky. As he ascended, the entire horizon revealed a subtle curvature, a testament to the roundness of the blue planet. Soaring in the heavens, Li's desire for the most fundamental transformation intensified. Being young, the urge to stir up mischief grew stronger as he became increasingly powerful. He yearned to reveal his true form as the maiden Li before others. However, he decided to hold off, waiting for the official launch of the fantasy game, intending to enhance his survival skills and revel in the experience. Yet, having read this novel, he resolved to remain prudent, aware that he was not yet formidable enough. Should he falter, it could be perilous. Moreover, if one is to show off, it must be in grand style. Having come to this conclusion, Li continued to fly along the coastline until he felt he could no longer hold his breath, at which point he returned to his original spot. After wandering along the seashore and collecting some seashells, he returned to the hotel, reclining on his bed to engage in a game of League of Legends. Just as he achieved another pentakill, the hefty fellow in the adjacent bed finally stirred awake. "Oh, I'm so tired," he yawned. "You're still awake, bro? What time is it?" "It's nearly 5 o'clock. You should get up," Li replied casually, glancing at the clock before resuming his slaughter in the game. Before long, the enemy's base crystal exploded, signaling the end of the match. Li turned to his friend and said, "By the way, Ding Qian is also here in Haimen, staying at this very hotel." "What? You two finally got together?" The previously sleepy expression on his friend's face vanished, replaced by newfound energy as he eagerly inquired, "So, are you planning to reintroduce your girlfriend to me?" "Don't worry. When you two tie the knot, I'll definitely give you a generous red envelope." Li nearly unleashed a fireball at his friend in exasperation. "What are you always thinking about? Ding Qian is here with her parents. It's merely coincidence that we're at the same hotel. I ran into her in the lobby when I went out to see the sea." Seeing his friend's knowing expression, Li felt speechless. "Believe it or not, I'm just being honest. Besides, I have nothing to fear. I'm upright, so no shadow can lean over me. Once I acquire the shadow mimicry skill, I can show you my true self." At 5 o'clock, the group gathered in the hotel lobby and took a taxi to Zhongxia Street. During the ride, when his friend mentioned that Ding Qian was also at the hotel, it sparked a chorus of "oh" from the others. Li, having resigned himself to the situation, decided to go along with the banter, as he was no stranger to jokes about Ding Qian from his friends. "Joking aside, bro, if you're not interested in Ding Qian, what kind of girl are you looking for? A fairy?" Peng Bo, who had always been curious about this question, chimed in. Li had previously answered vaguely, but now he was caught off guard. "I know there was a goddess-like girl on Dole not long ago. I bet that's your type," his friend added. Li nearly choked on his drink. "What kind of nonsense is that? Am I supposed to be my own match? Stop guessing. It's not that I think Ding Qian is unworthy. It's just that I find it hard to accept the sudden shift in our relationship. I've never thought along those lines." Huang Liang, who had been silent until now, quietly interjected, "What if Ding Qian agreed to someone else's confession and became their girlfriend? Would you be able to accept that?" The air fell silent, and Li's hand froze, the bottle he was about to drink from pausing midair. It was a thought-provoking question that caught him off guard. Indeed, if he did not make a move, she would inevitably end up with someone else. Could he bear that? Imagining Ding Qian smiling in another's embrace, perhaps even engaging in more intimate gestures, filled Li with a sense of unutterable discomfort. Was this what they meant when they said that one does not wish for others to have what they cannot possess? Seeing that Li was at a loss for words, the atmosphere grew tense, prompting Huang Liang to quickly change the subject. "I was just throwing that out there. What gifts are you all planning to bring back from Zhongxia Street? I heard there's a seafood gift pack at the specialty store that's quite a bargain." "Right. I looked it up online. I promise you won't regret following my lead," his friend added, steering the conversation towards souvenirs. Li shook his head. deciding not to dwell on the matter further and joined in the discussion. After all, contemplating such issues was futile. The truth would only reveal itself when the situation truly arose. Yet, a seed had been sown in Li Yi's heart, one that would eventually take root and flourish. After more than an hour of strolling through Zhongxia Street, the group purchased some keychains and other trinkets, sampling various street snacks along the way. By around 7 o'clock, they met Lin Shui and Li Tian at the Jinxiang seafood stall. "Wow, this is how seafood is meant to be enjoyed," his friend exclaimed, stuffing 2 mantis shrimp into his mouth while speaking indistinctly. "Indeed, these oysters and abalones are incomparable to the barbecue place near our school. They're so fresh." Although Pang Bo hailed from a coastal province in East China, he had rarely visited the beach. With the mindset of making the most of their visit, Li Yi and the others ordered an impressive array of seafood. Lobsters, red crabs, large yellow croakers, and mantis shrimp filled the table. A couple of lovely ladies wanted to join them, but the gentleman politely declined, and in a moment of playful compromise, the ladies agreed to cover the cost of the upcoming river cruise. As everyone chatted and joked, Li Tian sipped her juice while Lin Shui enjoyed a bottle of beer, quickly blending in with the group. Huang Liang peeled a mantis shrimp and placed the meat into Li Tian's bowl, prompting cheers from the others. Li Tian's cheeks flushed crimson, and Lin Shui protested, defending her friend and arguing that it was unfair to tease the girls, resulting in a penalty for everyone to drink a bottle of beer. In this light-hearted atmosphere, the entire table of seafood was devoured, with Li Yi making a significant contribution. Chapter 49. The charm of Haimen. The nights in Haimen are dazzling and enchanting. After indulging in a seafood feast, the group set out to experience the night cruise on the Lujing River. Naturally, Li Yi did not forget to invite a certain tall beauty along. After reuniting with Ding Qian at the dock, they boarded a boat and set sail, admiring the brilliant lights of Gulangyu, the Twin Towers, and the Haiwu Bridge, all while soaking in the unique seaside night scenery of Haimen. Disembarking, they could not miss the Zhongxia Road pedestrian street night market. The distinctive architectural style of the Nanyang Arcade glimmered under the night sky. Here, they savored traditional delicacies such as roasted meat zongzi, sauté noodles, and earthworm jelly, alongside a variety of unique goods. Pang Bo devoured no fewer than 10 servings of earthworm jelly, leading Li Yi to predict he would be stuck in the restroom all night. After satisfying their appetites, the weary group sought refuge in a milk tea shop, each ordering a fruit tea to rest for a moment. "How many days are you staying here?" Ding Qian asked. "My parents only took 5 days off, so we'll be heading back on the 5th, she replied. "We have tickets for the afternoon of the 6th, so we'll have an extra day here." Li Tian chimed in, holding Ding Qian's hand. Ever since Li Tian joined the music club ahead of time, Ding Qian seemed to have taken a liking to her, showing her extra care. Given that Li Tian was naturally the obedient type, their relationship flourished beautifully. Lin Shui playfully tugged at Li Tian's other hand, jesting. "You and Senior Ding are in the same school. You can meet every day. Meanwhile, I'll be stuck here, separated from you two." Lin Shui assumed a pose reminiscent of Dai Yu mourning the flowers, covering her face and weeping. With her fair complexion, her imitation bore a striking resemblance. "Xiaoxue, are you still jealous of the senior? You can see me every day since our homes are merely separated by a neighborhood," Li Tian teased, exposing Lin Shui's act, as she frequently visited his home to complete assignments together. "Well, the atmosphere has certainly reached its peak," Lin Shui responded with a smile, which only enhanced her charm. The trio, each with distinct beauty and grace, attracted many glances as they walked together. After all, encountering one stunning woman is rare, but 3 is a true rarity. Although Li Tian may not possess that immediate stunning allure, her neighborly charm appeals to many. As they chatted, time slipped away, and by the time Li Yi returned to the hotel, it was already past midnight. After parting with Lin Shui and the others, Pang Bo succumbed to his desire for alcohol and stopped at a roadside barbecue stall, which accounted for their late return. After a quick shower, he fell asleep immediately, while Li Yi, anticipating their trip to Xinjiang Art Village the next day, opted for rest instead of playing League of Legends. The following morning, the group rose early to embark on their journey to the culinary and artistic haven of Xinjiang. After discussing their plans with Ding Qian the previous day, they discovered she would be joining them as well. Following a complimentary breakfast at the hotel, they set out together. It was also Li Yi's first encounter with Ding Qian's parents. Ding's father was tall and well-built, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his facial features sharp and defined. complemented by deep-set black eyes beneath thick brows. A few fine lines adorned the corners of his eyes, and a light stubble added to his mature charm. Ding's mother wore a flowing aquamarine dress paired with a lightweight white jacket, her hair elegantly styled atop her head. Her delicate face featured long eyebrows framing gentle eyes that sparkled with warmth, and subtle crow's feet hinted at her graceful aging. Her straight nose and lips tinted like cherry blossoms wore a faint, mysterious smile. This undoubtedly explained Ding Qian's striking beauty, clearly a product of fine genetics. With Ding Qian's parents present, Li Yi's friends refrained from teasing about her and him, although they shared knowing glances behind their backs, which Li Yi pretended not to notice. Thus, the group set off, beginning a day filled with joy. In the narrow streets of Xingjian fishing village, the enticing aromas of local delicacies such as sauté noodles and mud snail jelly wafted through the air. Antique signs swayed gently in the breeze, while the myriad of craft shops displayed exquisite shell ornaments and rustic wood carvings that captivated visitors. While Li Yi and his companions focused on sampling local snacks like moon shrimp crackers, Ding Qian and her friends were drawn to trendy establishments. Each shop bore a whimsical name, such as No Squid Here, Zhang Sanfeng Milk Tea, and Heron Coffee. Moreover, every shop had a unique stamp, prompting the girls to purchase a booklet to collect them as they strolled. At noon, they relished a plate of local seafood fried rice served with whole coconuts. A delightful experience. The afternoon's itinerary included a visit to Nanpu Temple, where towering ancient trees and imposing temple architecture imparted a sense of solemnity, enveloped in fragrant incense. Listening to the melodious chime of bells and gazing at the compassionate Buddha statue, their spirits felt rejuvenated, as all worries and fatigue dissipated in that sacred moment. As they walked and chatted, the girls' phones were filled with selfies and beautiful images, while the boys mostly captured scenic views and quirky shop signs. They took group photos at every landmark, intending to print them as mementos later. Li Yi's phone accumulated numerous group photos, most of which were taken at Ding Qian's insistence. Naturally, when avoiding her parents. After a long day, the group returned to the hotel for showers and a brief rest before dining at a highly rated southern Fujian restaurant. Surprisingly, Li Yi, who seldom indulged in southern Fujian cuisine, found himself quite fond of the flavors, which, although lighter, showcased the freshness of the ingredients beautifully. They opted against more barbecue seafood that evening, recognizing that even the most delectable dishes should not be consumed at every meal. Each of them scanned QR codes to rent bicycles and leisurely rode along the coastal road. One side revealed the vast, azure sea with waves crashing upon the shore, sending up sprays of white foam, while the other side boasted lush, verdant mountains adorned with vibrant flowers and rich greenery. Along the way, the Fuli mountain fortress stood silently, its ancient cannons, weathered by time, still emanating an air of authority, evoking memories of past battles. Pedaling gently, feeling the ocean breeze against his face, and witnessing his friends' laughter and joy, Li Yi felt a profound sense of happiness. He was grateful that, after acquiring his abilities, he had not squandered them frivolously, as that might have led to losing his identity, depriving him of such serene moments. Upon returning to the hotel that night, after showering and lying on his bed, Li Yi reflected on the progress of his skills. Although it appeared he had spent the last 2 days in leisure, unbeknownst to others, a shadow clone of him was diligently training on Miamu Mountain. Since shadow clones could not create additional clones, the Li Yi on Miamu Mountain was honing other skills aside from shadow manipulation. Progress was slow due to having only one clone, and substantial advancement remained before leveling up. However, the experience gained from the real fantasy game had been significant, suggesting he might level up the following day. Chapter 50, Mission Accomplished, The Arrival of the Divine Skill, Instantaneous Movement. Sensing the information coursing through his mind, Li Yi let out a long sigh of relief. On the ferry to Galanjiu Island around 9 a.m., while engaging in light-hearted banter with his friends, an unexpected mysterious voice startled him. His shadow manipulation technique upgraded to the multiple shadow clone technique, reaching its maximum level, which could not be further enhanced. This advancement unlocked instantaneous movement, confirming Li Yi's previous speculation that max skills indeed unlock new ones, although it diverged slightly from his expectations as it did not grant a system skill. Regardless, Li Yi's skill tree could now extend further. Presently, his instantaneous movement was at an introductory level, allowing him to move within a 100-meter radius. With a cooldown of 60 seconds, What pleased him particularly was that this skill was not the instantaneous movement learned from the Yatarat aliens, but rather a skill from Jebit. The drawback of the Yatarat's instantaneous movement was that it could not reach unoccupied areas, as it was designed for locating companions on their planet, requiring a sense of the target to initiate movement. Conversely, Jebit's instantaneous movement enabled travel to any planet in the universe, regardless of occupancy. In essence, if Li Yi's skill level increased, he could instantaneously reach uninhabited areas like Mars or the Moon. In any novel or film, skills related to time and space are exceedingly rare. Now, possessing both time suspension and instantaneous movement, Li Yi would undoubtedly be considered an extraordinary figure in the realm of cultivators. Upon arriving at Galanjiu Island, Li Yi excused himself to the restroom and activated time suspension. Returning to Miamu Mountain, executing the multiple shadow clone technique, Li Yi formed a cross seal with his hands, creating 30 shadow clones. This was evidently not the technique's limit, but it was the maximum he could currently achieve. The multiple shadow clone technique, developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, is characterized by its ability to create a greater number of clones than the standard shadow clone technique. The practice of utilizing multiple shadow clones for training allows for the experience gained to be calculated as double based on the number of clones. However, each clone's chakra becomes minuscule due to the vast quantity, and the exhaustion accumulates back on the original body, potentially endangering life. Consequently, in Konoha, the second Hokage, considering that most could not wield such a perilous technique, prohibited it and sealed the skill within a scroll. After systematic modifications, the negative consequences are unlikely to manifest. Although fatigue will still return to the original body, it will remain within an acceptable range. Nonetheless, the upper limit of clones, as before, depends on the total chakra amount of the user. Due to his Saiyan physique, Li Yi's chakra has reached a level comparable to that of elite Chunin in the Naruto universe, despite having trained for only a short time. Thus, he can only manifest 30 clones at once. Some might argue that Kakashi, after a fierce battle against Zabuza, managed to create 50 shadow clones despite his dwindling chakra. While these clones were indeed less substantial, they still numbered 50. However, this perception is misleading. Kakashi's chakra levels have long been a subject of jest among his peers. He often appears on the brink of depletion. It is essential to remember that Kakashi became a Jonin at merely 13 and, after acquiring Kimui, attained a power level akin to that of a Kage, eventually rising to become the 6th Hokage of Konoha. How could such a powerful individual possess scant chakra? The misconceptions arise from two primary reasons. Firstly, his Sharingan, which he inherited from the Uchiha clan, consumes a significant amount of chakra since Kakashi lacks the Uchiha's natural physique and does not possess wood-release techniques. Consequently, his Sharingan remains in a constant active state. Secondly, comparisons to Naruto and Kisame, who are formidable in their own right, skew perceptions. Kisame, known as the Tailless Beast, can absorb chakra, while Naruto, with his Uzumaki lineage and the 9 tails sealed within him, possesses a seemingly limitless chakra reserve. In comparison, Kakashi's chakra levels appear modest, akin to a casual player versus a seasoned veteran. Therefore, a typical elite Chunin manifesting 30 shadow clones is quite commendable. Regardless, this allows for a 30-fold increase in skill acquisition speed. Indeed, shadow clones are a formidable enhancement technique. Without further ado, Li Yi promptly activated his instantaneous movement, vanishing from his location and reappearing at a distance. He closed his eyes to feel the ability, discovering that he could intuitively determine the distance of his teleportation, currently within a range of 100 meters. If his eyes could see the destination or if he had previously visited the location, he could arrive accurately. He tested this by using his phone to capture a photo and then attempted to teleport to the scene depicted, succeeding as long as it was within the 100-meter limit. After several trials, it became evident that instantaneous movement was indeed one of the most favored skills in Dragon Ball, with no energy cost and a brief cooldown period. The key point is that he has only just begun mastering it. As his proficiency increases, it is likely to become an energy-free, distance-unconstrained technique. Much like in the original narrative, returning to the real world, Li Yi exited the restroom, leaving 30 shadow clones in Mayaboko Mountain to practice instantaneous movement without pause. Given that this skill incurs no energy cost and has merely a 60-second cooldown, it is prudent for the clones to expedite their training, likely unlocking the next set of skills shortly. You've been in the restroom for ages. Are you experiencing constipation? Muttered the chubby friend, holding a cup of freshly purchased herbal jelly and offering another cup of sugarcane juice to Li Yi. Here, this one is from the beautiful Ding. Li Yi glanced over to where Ding Qian was chatting with Lin Shui and Li Tian, dressed today in a lovely yellow chiffon dress and a bow-tied straw hat, resembling a Disney princess on the run. Li Tian, as always, embodied the quintessential girl-next-door vibe, wearing a light pink shirt paired with a white pleated skirt, exuding a lively charm. Lin Shui, however, appeared different today, donning a sporty top with a white tennis skirt and white sneakers, topped off with a baseball cap and carrying a small sporty backpack, embodying the spirit of an athletic girl. As they planned to visit Haimen University later that afternoon, the group intended to have lunch on Galanjiu Island and stroll around until 11 before heading to the university. They meandered through the island, indulging in various culinary delights, while the girls embarked on a quest to collect stamps at trendy shops, and before they knew it, lunchtime arrived. In a popular restaurant, Li Yi swallowed the last morsel of fish balls, finally receiving a long-awaited upgrade reward. Chapter 51. The correct use of Dragon Ball's instantaneous movement upgraded to level 1. Unlocking water release and the 6-star Dragon Ball. Li Yi exhaled in relief. Had he received 2 items or an unupgradable skill again, it would have been quite the letdown. But fortunately, it was not the case. Water release is also quite beneficial, serving as a fundamental ninjutsu with numerous applications, at the very least. It could provide water to quench one's thirst in the desert. Unexpectedly, another Dragon Ball was unlocked this time. With the addition of this 6-star ball, he now possessed 3 Dragon Balls, nearing the halfway mark. However, until all 7 Dragon Balls are collected, their significance remains limited. While the attributes directing skill acquisition are currently of greater importance to Li Yi, previously, he had not anticipated encountering a bottleneck, which had indeed been somewhat disheartening. However, with this new Dragon Ball, he need not worry for the time being. He recalled that the last time he used it, he could first unlock a reward from a world before deciding whether to utilize the Dragon Ball. If luck were on his side, it could potentially unlock as many as 23 skills, or, if fortunate, he might experience the same infinite nesting doll effect as before. Indeed, Li Yi believed that using the Dragon Balls as a safety net was the correct approach. Returning from his contemplations regarding the Dragon Balls, Li Yi sensed that the level 1 instantaneous movement had significantly improved. The range expanded to 1 kilometer, and the cooldown period reduced to 10 seconds. However, it appeared that for instantaneous movement to transform into a skill akin to the 3 unrestricted techniques in the Dragon Balls, it would need to rise at least 2 more levels. Li Yi resolved to find a moment to have a small slug summon him to Wu Xiaokong's side to announce that the game had been updated, allowing all players to unlock the short-distance instantaneous movement feature. As for water release, he would utilize his shadow clones to train. After all, entry-level skills are not difficult to level up, and with the mighty technique of multiple shadow clones at his disposal, he would no longer need to worry about his progress. Taking a sip of fishball soup, Li Yi felt somewhat satisfied. However, as a Saiyan, his appetite was considerable, and he would need to replenish at Mayaboka Mountain. His secret base in the Horn Tower contained ample food for energy replenishment at any time. Moreover, with a generator now in place, the refrigerator was stocked with numerous sodas and cold drinks. Naturally, to prevent wandering players from inadvertently stumbling in, Li Yi had stationed several small slugs as guards near the Horn Tower. Anyone approaching would be met with an illusion technique to keep them entertained elsewhere. At 2:30 in the afternoon, in the Saiyan campus of Haimen University, Li Yi and his companions, having just visited Furong Lake, proceeded to the university library. Haimen University encompasses 4 campuses: Saimin, Zhangzhou, Xiang'an, and Malaysia, covering over 700 acres. Within the campus, the unique Jiajing architecture, with its red walls and glazed tiles illuminated by sunlight, speaks of a rich historical legacy. Wow, Haimen University is truly impressive. The environment is akin to a tourist attraction, and it's vast. Just one campus takes half a day to explore, Pangbo remarked while observing the flow of visitors and students around him. Senior, Haimen University is a must-visit tourist spot in Haimen. Many dramas and films have been filmed here. Lin Shui corrected him while sipping her juice. How about we take the entrance exam for Hai University? It would be like a vacation every day, enjoying seafood constantly. The plump fellow had a sudden whim. Li Yi smirked and replied, "Let us not even discuss whether your grades can get you in. Even if you do get accepted, You'd soon tire of the sea view and the seafood. He then turned to Lin Shui, who had spoken earlier. Lin Shui, you might actually consider applying to high university. Li Tian mentioned your grades are quite impressive, and with your aunt living nearby, you'd have some support. Upon hearing Li Yi mention her and praise her as an academic achiever, Lin Shui's cheeks turned slightly pink as she responded, "Oh no, that's just Sweetie exaggerating. However, I'm not particularly keen on coming to Haimen. I spent some time at my aunt's house last summer, and I found the climate rather unbearable, too humid and stifling. Li Shui's ambition is to apply to Xia High University," chimed in Li Tian, licking her sea salt-flavored ice cream and revealing Lin Shui's dream school. Over the past few days, Lin Shui and Li Tian had grown increasingly familiar with everyone, so she felt no embarrassment. Yet when Li Tian disclosed her aspirations, she lightly nudged her friend as a playful reprimand for being so talkative. "Ah, so you have the same dream school as Tai Zi." He mentioned wanting to attend Xia High University as well, the plump fellow added, gossiping. "Who knows, you might just end up being Tai Zi's junior." He chuckled lewdly, but quickly realized the inappropriateness of his comment when he turned to see Ding Qian glaring at him with wide eyes. As if to say one more word, and you're done for. Li Yi was likewise surprised to learn that this beautiful junior shared his aspiration for the same university. He reflected on the fact that he had rented a place right next to hers, pondering the mysterious nature of fate. After visiting the library, the group decided to head to Lover S Valley, a must-see spot at High University. Various legends surround Lover S Valley. One tale recounts that in the early days of the Republic, couples often met at the seaside for romantic rendezvous. However, due to the war, the military and the school imposed a ban, prompting lovers to relocate to the serene and picturesque High University Reservoir, thus giving rise to the name Lover's Valley. Another, more supernatural legend speaks of a couple who visited the reservoir and encountered two assailants. The male, in a bid to protect the female, was fatally injured, leading her to weep by the lake for an entire night. The next day, her body was discovered, having succumbed to her grief. The poem she left behind mentioned Lover's Lake, hence the name was adopted. It is said that at night, a woman in white can often be seen weeping by the lake, and various inexplicable supernatural events have occurred, solidifying its reputation as Lover's Valley. Regardless of the legend, it is said that if couples make wishes in Lover's Valley, their relationships will flourish. Consequently, it has become an essential pilgrimage site for students at High University. There is even a belief that single men and women who visit Lover S Valley are likely to encounter their true love upon returning. Among the group, only Huang Liang and Li Tian are a couple, while the rest remain single. Oh wait, Ding Qian's parents, who are following behind, also count. Li Yi was indifferent to this, but Pang Bo and the plump fellow felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the student volunteers at the entrance share the lore. After all, with Huang Liang already out of the race and Li Yi likely to fall under Ding Qian's charm soon, they couldn't afford to lag behind. Thus, the two quickened their pace towards Lover S Valley. Ding Qian trailed behind, her gaze flickering as she looked at Li Yi, her cheeks flushed. Before coming, she had researched online and discovered another belief, that visiting Lover S Valley with a crush significantly increases the chances of a successful confession. Chapter 52. The Most Practical Skill, October 5th, 2048, Monday, sunny. In the end, Ding Qian did not confess to Li Yi. Of course, the primary reason was that her parents were present, leaving little opportunity for a private moment with Li Yi, compounded by the modesty typical of young women. "I've already confessed once. I can't possibly do it again," she thought. "I have my pride, after all. As the saying goes, dripping water penetrates stone. An iron pestle can be ground down to a needle." Ding Qian was determined to persist with her beauty, hoping to eventually win over the dense Li Yi. Early that morning, she returned to Jinling with her parents. The night before, they all shared a meal together as a farewell gesture for Ding Qian. Standing on the balcony, watching planes fly overhead, Li Yi whimsically wondered if Ding Qian might be on one of those flights. While most would simply dismiss such thoughts, Li Yi was no ordinary person. He was destined to be the master of the Blue Star. He decided to act on his whim. With a combination of time pause and aerial dance, he soared to an altitude of several thousand meters, landing on the wing of a plane. Using the method he had recently mastered to sense the presence of others, he discovered that Ding Qian was not aboard. With a pout, feeling somewhat disappointed, Li Yi leapt off the wing and began free-falling toward the earth. As his speed increased, he activated the aerial dance just a few dozen meters above ground, halting abruptly before gently descending back onto the balcony. Phew, That was exhilarating, far more thrilling than bungee jumping. If I do that a few more times, I might not survive. Although he was aware that he was safe, his heart raced nonetheless. Naturally, jumping from such heights without any protective measures would rattle anyone. Just as Li Yi was about to return to his room to rouse the plump fellow, a mysterious voice echoed, announcing an upgrade to his water escape technique. Water escape upgraded to level 1. Unlockability. Do you wish to use the Dragon Ball 6-star orb? Li Yi contemplated unlocking a world reward first, prompting the voice to respond, unlock telekinesis. Then came the familiar question, do you wish to use the Dragon Ball 6-star orb? After sensing that telekinesis could be upgraded, Li Yi quickly opted to decline, saving the Dragon Ball for future use. Unlock Shuriken, 100. Li Yi remarked, wait, my friend, are shurikens considered a reward? I could easily buy 100 of those online for a few $100. How utterly lackluster. He grumbled, but he knew the system would remain indifferent to his complaints. After all, the right to explain everything lay with the system. Having previously tried and failed to return items once taken out, Li Yi simply decided to head back to Myoko Mountain to retrieve the shurikens and inspect them for any notable differences. Upon extracting the 100 shurikens, he discovered they were merely standard iron projectiles, sharp enough, but no harder than regular stainless steel. He tossed them aside as useless and turned his attention to the recently unlocked telekinesis skill. Since the second item unlocked was shurikens, it was clear the first must be from the Dragon Ball universe. However, he couldn't recall any character in Dragon Ball employing telekinesis as a signature move. Upon further reflection, Li Yi suddenly realized this was King Frisia's ability. Indeed, the cold-hearted cosmic tyrant Frisia's skill. It was understandable that Li Yi had little memory of it, as Frisia typically made a grand entrance by annihilating planets, showcasing skills that affected large groups rather than this more subtle talent. However, he had indeed used it a few times on Namek, such as levitating the Dragon Balls and grabbing Krillin from a distance, which ultimately led to Goku's first transformation into a Super Saiyan. Testing it out, he found telekinesis to be remarkably practical. After all, the other skills were currently unsuitable for public demonstration and required the accompaniment of a time pause. But the beauty of telekinesis was its accessibility. At the entry level, telekinesis had a range of 10 meters and could move objects weighing no more than 10 kilograms. Even without upgrades, it was incredibly convenient for retrieving a soda from the table while lounging in bed. Moreover, telekinesis felt like an extension of one's own body, capable of penetrating objects and relaying their shapes and patterns back to the brain, akin to three-dimensional imaging. This effectively equates to an additional, albeit diminished, form of the clairvoyant skill. From this day forth, as I engage in card games, let it be known that I am to be called the god of gambling. Entrusting the task of upgrading my telekinetic abilities to my shadow clones, Li Yi withdrew from the mystical space of Miamu Mountain and returned to the realm of reality. Last night, he had dismissed 30 shadow clones only to summon them anew. Overcome by the compounded fatigue, he succumbed to slumber almost immediately. Thus, Li Yi resolved to dissolve and resummon his shadow clones every couple of hours, a level of exhaustion that he could just about endure. However, this decision rendered him rather listless throughout the day, leading to mockery from his stout friend during their ascent of Sunlight Rock. Unable to tolerate this, he unleashed his inner energy, leaving his friend far behind. In the afternoon, their destination was the Sun and Moon Valley Hot Spring Resort, located on Fuliang Road in Haizong District. The resort boasts over 100 outdoor hot spring pools, featuring various unique thermal baths such as the Flavored Spring, Petal Spring, Herbal Spring, and Slate Spring, among others. Dining options include the Moonlight Pavilion, the Tranquil Moon Chinese Restaurant, and the Sunflower Western Restaurant, offering themed buffets, local delicacies, health-conscious meals, and specialty hot spring cuisine. Upon entering the Sun and Moon Valley, Li Yi and his 3 dorm mates parted ways with Lin Shui and Li Tian to change into their swimsuits in separate changing rooms. The boys kept it simple with just swim trunks and a towel, complimentary with their ticket purchase, while securing their phones in waterproof pouches hung around their necks before venturing into the valley. After a considerable wait, Lin Shui and Li Tian emerged from the changing room, instantly captivating their attention. Lin Shui donned a 2-piece swimsuit in a refreshing mint green, reminiscent of a gentle summer breeze, evoking a sense of tranquility. The skirt portion was crafted from multiple layers of sheer fabric, each exhibiting subtle patterns that danced with her movements. Rather than possessing exaggerated curves, Lin Xue's figure embodied the graceful silhouette of youth, brimming with vitality. In contrast, Li Tian wore a simple white one-piece swimsuit, akin to a blooming lily. Its minimalist design complemented her youthful form, perfectly showcasing the unique freshness and elegance of girlhood. Noticing Li Yi's wolf-like gaze, Li Tian playfully tapped him on the back, then extended her hand for him to grasp. The three boys expressed their vehement disapproval of the public display of affection, eliciting laughter from Lin Xue, who covered her mouth in amusement. It must be said that Lin Xue's skin radiated an alluring sheen under the sun, prompting Li Yi, whose vision surpassed that of the average person, to swallow hard. An unexpected thought crossed his mind. He wondered how stunning Ding Qian would look in a swimsuit, showcasing her long legs. Chapter 53. Lightning Release and Gravity Chamber. The hot springs at Sun and Moon Valley were indeed delightful. The group indulged in one thermal pool after another, relishing a variety of experiences that offered profound relaxation and joy. The rich Southeast Asian architectural style harmonized beautifully with the natural landscape, lush vegetation, and gentle streams, making Li Yi feel as though he had been transported to a tropical island paradise. With their return to Jinling imminent and most tourist attractions already explored, the group decided to enjoy some specialty cuisine at Sun and Moon Valley before heading to Zhongxia Street to purchase gifts for family and friends. They acquired an array of snacks, including fish skin peanuts, frozen bamboo shoots, and nougat, along with handcrafted items. The two girls also collected a plethora of charming trinkets and sweet treats. After completing their purchases, they arranged for the larger items to be sent home via logistics. Next, they proceeded to their dinner destination, a seafood buffet restaurant named Hating Hui Seafood Pavilion. This establishment is renowned as the largest and most highly rated seafood buffet in Haimen. The selection of seafood was vast, ranging from common shrimp and crabs to rare deep-sea fish, all boasting exquisite taste and tender meat. Various cooking methods, including steaming, garlic preparation, and cheese baking, catered to diverse palates. Upon arrival, they found the ambience of Hating Hui to be quite inviting, with a minimalist and elegant decor, spacious and well-ventilated interiors. The prominent signage marked the restaurant's expansive area, adorned with numerous aquariums housing a variety of seafood, reminiscent of an aquarium experience. The overall cleanliness was commendable, albeit a long queue awaited at the entrance, with the interior bustling with patrons. Fortunately, thanks to Lin Xue's aunt, Feng Yuan, who made reservations a day in advance, they secured a private room for 810 guests, sparing them the uncertainty of waiting in the main dining area. After confirming their reservation with the staff, the group settled into the private room, taking turns to select their preferred dishes and seafood. As a naturally voracious eater, Li Yi indulged to his heart's content. Although he refrained from being overly extravagant in front of others, he still managed to consume an amount equivalent to that of the others combined, devouring 3 lobsters alone. "When did you become such an eater?" remarked Peng Bo, a fellow East China native, as he struggled to finish a single lobster. "Do not mind me. I am simply in a phase of growth, requiring energy, hence my larger appetite," Li Yi replied, his mouth full of 2 large oysters, speaking with a slight slur. Even with the presence of girls, he paid little heed to his manners. After all, the allure of beautiful women pales in comparison to the delight of seafood. Lin Xue and Li Tian found themselves influenced by Li Yi's voraciousness, hastening their own consumption, leading to a sense of fullness within just half an hour. Lin Xue savored a small cup of ice cream slowly with a spoon, while Li Tian began peeling lobster claws to feed Huang Liang. Watching Huang Liang's expression of bliss, Pengzi and Peng Bo transformed their grievances into an appetite, consuming seafood with gusto, both silently vowing to find partners before high school graduation. Just as Li Yi pondered whether to indulge in a 4th lobster or sample a different flavor of shrimp, a mysterious voice echoed in his ear. He paused momentarily, but then nonchalantly resumed peeling the shrimp. After all, he had grown accustomed to the experience of upgrades and no longer felt compelled to investigate immediately. Of course, had he not unlocked a skill with the first reward, he might have had to fabricate an excuse to visit the restroom to secure a Dragon Ball as a safeguard. Telekinesis upgraded to level 1. Unlock ability. Use the Dragon Ball's 6-star ball? No. Unlock Lightning Release. Unlock ability. Use the Dragon Ball's 6-star ball? No. Unlock Gravity Chamber. This reward was quite satisfactory. Lightning Release, one of the fundamental ninjutsu in Naruto, features prominently in many skills. For instance, Kakashi's Chidori, Sasuke's lightning release Kirin, and Raikiko's lightning bolt are all notable examples. While we need not discuss its power, the sheer coolness factor is undeniable. The other skill was equally pleasing, as it should be noted that his first reward was the Saiyan physique granted upon system binding. However, since leveling up to the next tier, there had been no further developments. This was not due to Li Yi's lack of effort, but rather the slow progression of conventional methods. When he acquired the multi-shadow clone technique, he had attempted to utilize the clones for physical training to enhance the experience required for upgrading the Saiyan physique. Alas, this proved futile, as training through shadow clones yielded no benefits towards leveling up. Li Yi speculated that perhaps the Saiyan physique belonged to a bloodline category skill, thus preventing it from being upgraded through shadow clones. Some may argue that the Sharingan is also a bloodline limit, so how can it be upgraded through shadow clones? This is because the Sharingan and other bloodline limits are still reliant on chakra, rather than being purely a manifestation of bloodline power. However, the issue has now been resolved. In the Dragon Ball universe, the most significant aid to power enhancement during the mid-stages has been gravity training. Whether it was Goku's training in the spaceship or his sessions with King Kai, all were based on high levels of gravity. By the time of the Buu saga, Vegeta, despite his already formidable strength, still utilized the gravity chamber. Even the gravity in the room of spirit and time was several times greater than that of the outside world. Thus, within the Dragon Ball framework, gravity training emerges as the most effective method of enhancement. In the Myoko Mountain, after returning to the hotel, Li Yi summoned a shadow clone to lie in bed while he entered the space of Myoko Mountain. Inside the Oxhorn Tower, Li Yi retrieved the gravity chamber to experiment. The gravity chamber was spherical, approximately 100 square meters, with a height of around 10 meters. At its center stood a cylindrical structure covered in buttons, reaching up to the top of the chamber. According to the information in his mind, this gravity chamber could adjust gravity from 0 to 300 times. Naturally, Li Yi would not recklessly set it to 300 times at the outset, recalling how Yamcha nearly perished under such conditions. Given that Goku had used a gravity setting of 50 times when he went to Namek, Li Yi decided to begin by setting the gravity to 10 times. With a brief, deep rumble, the numbers on the central screen of the gravity chamber gradually ascended from 1 to 10. Li Yi felt an overwhelming heaviness throughout his body, including his internal organs, a sensation far more uncomfortable than merely carrying weighted bags. After all, even his delicate organs were now bearing tenfold their usual weight. Nevertheless, it was manageable. Aside from feeling a slowdown in movement and slight difficulty in breathing, he found it tolerable. Thus, he resolved to dedicate 1 or 2 hours daily to acclimatizing himself to the 10 times gravity until his movements felt as effortless as before, at which point he would increase the gravity. Chapter 54. The Theft at 2 in the morning, in Yang City. The entire city seemed to have been muted. The bustling streets of the day now deserted, illuminated only by the pale glow of streetlights casting alternating patches of light and shadow on the pavement. Occasionally, a few cars would speed by, shattering the night's tranquility before vanishing into the endless darkness. Towering buildings stood in silence, with only a few windows flickering with dim light, revealing either the weary workers still battling fatigue or insomniacs gazing vacantly into the stillness outside. The once bustling Tianhua Square, teeming with people during the day, now had its shops shuttered, while the food court's tables and chairs lay disordered. In the center of the mall stood a stage, with 10 circular gaming pods quietly resting before a large screen. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by a cacophony of footsteps as a group of masked and hatted men stormed into the mall. Their intentions were clear as they rushed toward the gaming pods. Working in unison, they lifted one of the pods, preparing to load it onto a cart, when an ear-piercing alarm blared. It turned out that Wu Shaokong had anticipated such a move and installed alarms on every gaming pod in the city. The moment someone attempted to move a pod, the alarm would be triggered. "Quickly, get this one on the truck first, forget the others," barked the lead middle-aged man, who had initially planned to steal 3 pods but decided to focus on one for now. This group was clearly not of good intent. Their movements were practiced, and soon they had transferred the gaming pod to a mid-sized truck at the mall's entrance. When the mall's security arrived, they discovered that only 9 pods remained. One had vanished into thin air. The security captain, sweating profusely, immediately ordered his subordinates to report the theft and called the head of the Source Digital Company in Yang City. Chung Feng, blissfully asleep with his wife, was jolted awake by the ringing phone. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was the security captain from Tianhua Square, and upon glancing at the time, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Upon answering, he learned that there had been an incident with the gaming pods in the mall. Cheng Feng understood the significance of the gaming pods to the company. The theft of the pods itself was minor, but if the technology within them were compromised, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the company, one that no one could afford to bear. With a heavy heart, Cheng Feng dialed Wu Xiaokong's number. After what felt like an eternity, the call connected, and a weary voice responded. Cheng Feng, what's the matter calling me at this hour? Wu. A gaming pod has been stolen from the Tianhua Square, he reported. Silence fell on the other end, and just as Cheng Feng was about to speak again, Wu's voice broke through. All right, I understand. Proceed with the normal police report and cooperate with the investigation. We'll discuss this further tomorrow. After hanging up, Cheng Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, pondering why Wu's tone had been so nonchalant, showing no reaction to the theft. Wu Xiaokong, however, maintained his composure, devoid of the panic and anxiety one might expect. He recalled that a man named Itachi had once stated that, with current technology, it would be impossible to crack the gaming pod's technology within a century. Meanwhile, the truck containing the gaming pods sped along the highway. A short man in the passenger seat turned to the driver and asked, "Boss, what makes this gaming pod so special that they are willing to pay such a high price for us to acquire it?" The driver shot the small man a glance and replied hoarsely, "Don't concern yourself with matters that don't involve you. In our line of work, we earn our keep on the edge of a knife. The employer pays, we deliver. Knowing too much can be a liability." Glancing at his watch, the driver estimated they would arrive at their destination before 5. He added, "This employer has substantial connections and is quite generous, but they demand utmost confidentiality. Once we complete this job, we'll head abroad for a few months until the dust settles." The man was aware of the recent online controversies. Anyone with insight could guess who was behind this. Yet, some things remain just that. Knowledge without concrete evidence holds no power. Regardless, the employer had deep pockets and had hired these professionals with the only stipulation being discretion, ensuring they would not remain in the country after the job was done. Over an hour later, the truck arrived at a warehouse on the outskirts of Peng City. The group unloaded the gaming pods and transported them inside. The lead man made a phone call, and once the final payment was confirmed, he and his crew departed in the truck, planning to stay in Southeast Asia for a few months. The ensuing developments were no longer their concern. Those in their line of work, driven by curiosity, seldom last long. Half an hour later, 2 business vehicles arrived at the warehouse. The first vehicle disgorged 2 men in suits, while the second contained several individuals carrying various instruments. Upon entering the warehouse and turning on the lights, they gathered around the gaming pods. If any journalist had been present, they would have recognized the leader as Niu Xuanting from Tengfei Company. Without wasting time, Niu Xuanting ordered the technicians in white coats to begin analyzing the operational principles of the gaming pods. Previously, when Source Digital Company had inundated the market with advertisements, Niu Xuanting had dismissed it as a joke. After all, it is somewhat implausible for a relatively obscure company to suddenly announce a groundbreaking game that has conquered virtual reality technology. However, the reality soon proved otherwise. The company boldly conducted internal testing in shopping malls across first- and second-tier cities, even inviting media reporters and streamers, exhibiting a complete lack of fear of failure. This piqued the interest of Niu Xuanting, albeit he did not take it too seriously, merely instructing his public relations team to keep an eye on the situation. To his astonishment, the internal testing led to a massive online sensation, with rave reviews proclaiming it the epitome of virtual reality, far surpassing Tengfei's offerings. This revelation made Niu Xuanting realize that the situation was beyond his initial expectations. After some of his team members personally experienced the game at the mall, they reported back with peculiar expressions, suggesting that this technology might indeed be revolutionary, something his own company could not achieve. Unconvinced, Niu Xuanting discreetly donned sunglasses, a mask, and a hat to navigate connections, ultimately experiencing the game named True Fantasy at the Summer Dragon Mall in Pengcheng. He was left questioning his own beliefs. Is this truly feasible with current technology? Although the gameplay was minimal, allowing players only to explore the map, he recognized that since the technology had met the necessary standards, adding game modules subsequently would be quite simple. This shifted the gravity of the situation to a level far beyond previous considerations. Tung Fei's prior release of the War of All game aimed to seize market dominance through advanced technology to attract players. However, it now appeared that they could potentially lose their existing market share to this new competitor. Thus, the gaming pod incident was born. Regardless of your methods, you must crack this technology as swiftly as possible. I will reward your team with 10 million daxia coins upon achieving this goal, Niu Sun Tung declared, his eyes gleaming with determination as he surveyed the gaming pod before him. Chapter 55. The perfect anti-decryption program with such a lucrative bounty. The technical team was electrified upon hearing the 10 million daxia coin prize. A technician clad in white inspected the pod's exterior, discovering that the hatch was locked. To open it, they would either need to find the key or force it open. The key was certainly non-existent, given that the pod was stolen, leaving them with no choice but to resort to brute force. Just as the technician prepared to pry open the lock with a screwdriver, an electronic voice suddenly emanated from the pod. Warning, warning, the gaming pod is under attack. Please cease all actions immediately. The repeated warning startled everyone. However, driven by the promise of a substantial reward, the technician persisted, using a hammer to break the lock mechanism and force the hatch open. Upon opening the hatch, they found no impressive high-tech components inside, just a helmet connected by wires. It was clear they had hidden the wiring and vital components beneath the seating area of the pod. Niu Sun Tung examined the helmet, recognizing it as a commonplace device available on the market. Given the pod's emptiness, it seemed reasonable. Such crucial technology would undoubtedly be well protected and not left exposed. The pod was sizable, with the seating area occupying at least half of its interior, meaning there must be space harboring the secrets of virtual reality technology. Just as the technicians prepared to employ a drill and crowbar to investigate further, the electronic voice altered its message. Warning, warning. The gaming pod will initiate self-destruct in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The team exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to react, and simultaneously turned to Niu Sun Tung for guidance. Internally, he was racing with disbelief. Why would a gaming company implement a self-destruct mechanism? It seemed absurd, as their gaming pods were situated in major malls. Surely they wouldn't dare install explosives within, treating the location as a battleground. 3, 2, 1, self-destruct sequence initiated. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a muffled explosion resonated, causing the pod to tremble momentarily before settling into silence, the alarm ceasing abruptly. Could it be real? This thought crossed everyone's mind, prompting the technicians to hasten their efforts to pry open the metallic inner shell beneath the seating area. As they removed the shattered metal plates, the true material of the gaming pod was revealed. It was crafted from wood. Indeed, beneath the sci-fi silver metal panels lay yellow-green wooden material. What was this operation? Niu Sun Tung chose not to dwell on this perplexing question and urged his team to continue dismantling the remaining parts. The earlier alarm and blast had instilled a sense of foreboding within him, struggling to dismantle the wooden structure, which proved more challenging than the metal panels. They finally managed to break through after 10 arduous minutes. A foul, burnt odor wafted from the exposed wood, prompting Niu Sun Tung to push past the technician in white to investigate further. His suspicions were confirmed. The interior space was filled with remnants of electronic components, now reduced to metallic liquid, utterly unrecognizable. Damn it! Niu Sun Tung, usually composed in front of the media, could not contain his outburst. The Source Power Digital Company had truly gone to extremes, implementing a self-destruct program. Meanwhile, far away in Haimen, Li Yi smiled knowingly. He had long been informed of the gaming pod's theft through the little slug and was unfazed, having prepared extensively for this eventuality. Li Yi had invested considerable effort into ensuring that the explosive symbol, dependent on the chakra input, would yield optimal results. He had conducted numerous trials to find the precise chakra amount that could incinerate the obsolete electronic components inside without breaching the pod's defenses and affecting the exterior. The gaming pod was constructed from a wood-based material, thus possessing robust defensive capabilities, and he had no fear of outsiders forcibly breaching it in time to trigger the explosive symbol. The previous alarm had been included by Wu Xiaokong during the customization of the gaming pod. Yet, the subsequent operations were executed by the little slug within the wooden structure. Upon triggering the explosive symbol, the little slug had immediately disengaged the summoning technique, achieving a seamless execution that left no trace, leading others to believe it was indeed the pod's self-destruct mechanism. As for whether the wooden structure would be discovered, that was no longer a concern for Li. If the little slug did not intermittently input chakra to stabilize the structure, the wooden gaming pod would decompose into dust within a few days. At that point, he could simply claim it was made from biodegradable materials. Moreover, should such an issue arise, it would only occur under circumstances of theft. Who would dare to publicize it online or confront Source Power Digital Company? Noticing the time nearing 6 o'clock and feeling a lack of sleep, Li decided to utilize his shadow clone technique, allowing his main body to enter my Boku Mountain. In my Boku Mountain, at the Bullhorn Tower, within the gravity room, Li adjusted the gravity to 10 times normal and commenced his training. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run around the room. Li pondered whether the world's differences would spare him from hair loss. After completing his workout, even with his robust physique, he was left breathless. The tenfold gravity exerted evenly across his body had effectively turned every cell into a weight-bearing exercise. Returning to the hotel for a shower, he refrained from waking his companion, as their flight was scheduled for the afternoon, allowing him to enjoy a leisurely rest. With his departure imminent, Li decided to take advantage of the time to visit the sea, setting off from the hotel towards the beach. At this hour, the seaside is relatively deserted. The sun rises slowly from the horizon, casting its radiant light upon the sea and tinting the beach with a golden hue. The daytime clamor has faded, leaving only the gentle breeze, the sound of the waves, and the occasional call of a seagull, which evokes a profound sense of tranquility within. Li inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the scent of the ocean. He removed his short-sleeved shirt and shorts, placing them behind a rock, and donned only his swim trunks before plunging into the water. After swimming a short distance, he surfaced. Li was quite adept at swimming, proficient in various strokes such as breaststroke, freestyle, and butterfly, not to mention his exceptional physical condition, which made crossing a strait seem effortless. Taking a deep breath, he submerged again, this time swimming forward. As he distanced himself from the surface, a myriad of marine life began to reveal itself. The vibrant coral reefs, each uniquely shaped, concealed soft coral polyps within their folds. Schools of small fish darted among the corals, while a few diminutive crabs scuttled in and out of the crevices of the rocks. Confident in his ability to return to Miamu Mountain at any moment, Li continued to swim deeper until the light around him began to dim. He had lost track of how many meters he had descended when he spotted an intriguing creature not far away. Chapter 56. The Great White Shark. You are quite impressive. In the deep azure waters, a great white shark glided silently, embodying the essence of a ruthless marine sovereign. Its streamlined body resembled a silver torpedo, with its bluish-gray back contrasting sharply against its snow-white belly, appearing and disappearing in the water. Its powerful tail propelled it swiftly through the depths, each stroke creating swirling eddies in its wake. As an apex predator at the top of the food chain, it had few rivals in the ocean, save for the orca. This particular great white had not eaten in some time, and was patrolling its territory when it unexpectedly spotted a large fish nearby. In an instant, it flicked its tail and surged toward its target. As it closed in, it opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of serrated, triangular teeth that instilled a sense of dread. To its surprise, the large fish flicked its elongated fin, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently and divert the great white shark to the side. Though confused by the sudden shift in trajectory, the shark quickly regained its composure, pivoted, and reopened its mouth, intent on tearing the large fish apart. Seeing the great white shark charging again, Li refrained from using telekinesis and instead began forming hand seals. Water escape, water shark bullet. Li summoned forth a colossal shark composed of chakra and seawater, directing it toward the great white. Let us see whose water shark bullet is mightier, mine or your wild self. He was eager to test the power of his water technique. The water shark hurtled forward, colliding forcefully with the great white, flipping it several times. The once ferocious predator now appeared disoriented, blood seeping from its mouth, belly up, on the verge of succumbing. Realizing he had underestimated the potency of the water shark bullet, Li quickly teleported closer and summoned a small slug to tend to the great white's injuries. Fortunately, the shark's life was spared. It had merely been stunned by the impact, suffering internal bleeding without sustaining fatal injuries. After the slug's treatment, the shark became lively again. Li, no longer wishing to torment it, used telekinesis to catch a few fish nearby and placed them before the great white. All right. I shouldn't have bullied you earlier. Consider these fish a peace offering. The great white gazed at the motionless fish, still perplexed by the earlier encounter. But its instinct to feed compelled it to swallow the fish whole. It then turned and swam away, perhaps sensing that this place was no longer safe. To avoid alarming the great white, Li Yi activated his invisibility shield and followed closely behind, observing the shark's daily activities from a distance. Feeling a bit breathless, he returned to Miamu Mountain, took a moment to catch his breath, and then re-entered the ocean. Thus, Li Yi spent his time in the water, occasionally teasing sea turtles, strolling along the ocean floor, and reveling in the beauty of sights rarely seen, thoroughly enjoying himself. As time passed, and he felt he had played enough, he decided to head ashore. Before leaving, he encountered the great white shark once more, offering it a few fish as a parting gift and naming it Dubai. Initially, Li Yi contemplated taking it back to the water pool at Miamu Mountain, but then realized that it was a freshwater pool, and a great white shark would not fare well there. After consuming the fish, Dubai swiftly distanced itself from this peculiar fish, its instincts warning it of the danger. At noon, after checking out of the hotel, Li Yi and his companions visited a renowned noodle shop on Zhongxia Street, indulging in the specialty sauté noodles. Everyone, except for the plump one who found the flavor unappealing, gave positive reviews. After their meal, the group's trip to Haimen came to a close as they headed to the airport to return to Jinling. On the flight back, Li Yi found himself seated by the window once more. As the airport buildings shrank beneath them and the plane broke through the clouds, the ride smoothed out. Gazing at the blue sky and white clouds above, and the azure sea below, Li Yi felt a surge of joy, deciding that he would return to Haimen when time allowed. With his newfound teleportation skill, ascending another level would undoubtedly facilitate quick travel from Jinling to Haimen. Li Yi had already informed Wu Xiaokong, and the official website of Real Fantasy had announced the latest update, informing all players that short-distance map teleportation within a 1-kilometer radius was now available, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. This would certainly hasten the leveling progress for the players. Li Yi was not concerned about others teleporting into the Horn Tower, as the designated player activity zone was still quite distant. Besides, even if a player accidentally teleported inside, the 30 shadow clones within the tower were not to be trifled with, especially with the Sharingan Jinjutsu in play. Around 5 p.m., the plane arrived at Dongling Airport in Jinling, landing smoothly without any issues, as expected from the safest mode of transport in the world. Lin Shui and Li Tian's parents came to pick them up, and they parted ways with Li Yi and the others. The plump one jested, asking Huang Liang if he wanted to meet his mother-in-law, receiving a roll of the eyes in response. Huang Liang had indeed asked Li Tian if she wished to greet her parents, but Li Tian expressed that while her family had no objections, they preferred to wait until after she graduated high school to meet, emphasizing that there was no rush. After all, Li Tian would only turn 18 next year. The group boarded the subway, with the plump one and others returning to school, while Li made his way directly to the Binjiang Water City. Upon entering, he reclined on the familiar sofa, using telekinesis to retrieve a bottle of soda from the fridge. The liquid levitated from the bottle and reached his lips. Since upgrading his telekinesis, the range had expanded to 100 meters, and the weight of objects he could manipulate had increased to 100 kilograms. Now, he could effortlessly retrieve anything he desired within his home using telekinesis. In fact, he could even resolve matters without moving, wrapping items in telekinesis and tossing them into the toilet. However, Li Yi found that rather distasteful and lacking in ceremony, so he still preferred to visit the restroom himself. Once home, Li Yi checked in with his mother, Tang Wan, letting her know he was safe, and engaged in conversation about their experiences in Yanhai. During his time in Haimen, Li Yi had also made it a point to video call or call Tang Wan each evening to keep her updated. Tang Wan sent some photos taken on the road, depicting various breathtaking sceneries reminiscent of a fairyland and some buildings rich in national characteristics. Among the images is a photograph of Li Zhenghua and Tang Wan, where the elder Li wears a blissful expression. At this sight, Li Yi could not help but recall the other person's request for health-preserving wine, leading him to jest about their frivolousness. However, he pondered the idea of visiting the Cloud Sea during the next holiday. As their conversation continued, Li Yi's lightning release skill leveled up. Chapter 57. The 4 Purple Flames Formation and Signature Skills Lightning Release upgraded to Level 1, unlocking the Kamehameha and the 4 Purple Flames Formation. This time, fortune favored him, as both unlocked skills were advantageous, saving him Dragon Balls. The Kamehameha is a signature skill from Dragon Ball. Utilized by Goku since his childhood during the World Martial Arts Tournament and later against foes like Cell and Buu. Anyone familiar with Dragon Ball is aware of this technique. Even Li, in his youth, fantasized about mastering the Kamehameha and often imitated it during playful moments with friends. As for the four purple flames formation, it appeared in Naruto when Orochimaru executed the leaf collapse plan. It is formed by four ninjas stationed at the corners, utilizing chakra to create a closed space, where anyone who touches the barrier walls is engulfed in flames. This skill would be excellent for hosting battles in a designated area on Myoko Mountain, although he would need to negate teleportation, lest someone escape with a mere flicker. After a brief chat with Tang Wan, Li excused himself to take a shower and ended the conversation. Setting down his phone, he proceeded directly to Myoko Mountain, eager to test his newly acquired Kamehameha. As it was a childhood dream, he utilized the flight technique to soar into the sky, ensuring he remained undetected by the players below. With a poised stance, he directed his hand skyward. Kamehameha, a slender beam of energy shot forth from Li Yi's hands, disappearing into the heavens. Feeling the power of the Kamehameha, he speculated it could rival that of a hand grenade, given the various military tests showcased by foreign vloggers. However, without practical experimentation, the true extent of its capabilities remained unknown. Recalling a stone forest not far from Myoko Mountain, Li decided to venture there to test the Kamehameha's strength. Upon reaching a spacious area in the stone forest and sensing no players nearby, he descended. Gazing at a massive stone pillar that required several people to encircle, excitement gleamed in his eyes. Kamehameha. He struck a handsome pose and executed the technique, cleaving the pillar in two and sending a cloud of dust into the air. Magnificent. The sensation of striking a tangible target was undeniably exhilarating, though the absence of an audience diminished the thrill by half. He contemplated whether to orchestrate an event in the real world ahead of schedule. Originally, Li planned to wait until he acquired the transformation technique before donning a disguise to revel in the experience. Yet, an assortment of random skills had been drawn, including shuriken, but the elusive transformation technique remained absent. This left him somewhat impatient, as possessing immense power without the means to utilize it felt akin to being richly adorned yet unable to flaunt it. Given his current abilities, Li felt little concern for his safety. Equipped with Piccolo's regenerative abilities, heightened danger perception, and the Sharingan's dynamic vision, conventional firearms posed no threat to him. As for missiles and nuclear weapons, he found little reason for alarm. Firstly, such weapons are unlikely to be deployed in urban areas. Secondly, he could simply pause time and retreat to Myoko Mountain at will. Thirdly, he had no intention of opposing the state, thus avoiding such dire scenarios altogether. After considerable reflection, Li resolved that if he did not acquire the transformation technique following the upgrade of his two skills, he would use the persona of young Li for some enjoyment. However, he needed to contemplate what identity he would present to the public. In Shanghai City, at the Ocean View No. 1 apartment, a young woman reclined gracefully on a cream-colored sofa in a spacious, elegantly designed living room. The gentle breeze from the river stirred her cascading hair, with a few playful strands brushing against her fair cheek. Clad in a light purple silk gown that swayed softly with the wind, she seemed to echo the rhythmic flow of the water outside. Her exquisite features were illuminated by her sparkling eyes, which were fixated on the screen before her. She delicately tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her petite earlobe, a subtle yet graceful gesture. Extending her delicate hand, she lifted a glass of red wine from the coffee table and took a sip, her gaze still locked on the television. According to a report from the New Summer Society, a virtual storm has recently swept through 13 first- and second-tier cities, including Kyoto, Shanghai, Yancheng, and Pengcheng. A significant number of tourists have altered their National Day travel plans, redirecting their destinations to these cities. The cause lies in the authentic fantasy virtual reality game launched by Source-Powered Digital Company on National Day, with players who experienced it proclaiming that the game has revolutionized previous standards. Listening to the voice of the reporter from the television, Lu Feier gradually emerged from her reverie, though a hint of confusion lingered on her delicate face. Lu Feier, a trained actress, debuted at the age of 16, skyrocketing to fame through the television series The Rainy Season that year. That same year, she starred in the historical drama The Goddess of the Luo River, earning a nomination for the Golden Dragon Award for Best Newcomer, which she ultimately won. Since then, Lu Feier's acting career has flourished with unstoppable momentum. Now, At the age of 21, she has become the youngest recipient of the Golden Dragon Award for Best Actress in history, while her peers are just graduating from university. Lu Feier resides in the luxurious Ocean View No. 1 apartment and, after amicably parting ways with her former agency, Tianhe Media, following a 5-year contract, she has established her own personal studio. Feifei, what are you watching? A beautiful girl in a bathrobe approached Lu Feier, drying her hair with curiosity. Oh, just some news about authentic fantasy. They've been airing it daily on television lately, Lu Feier replied, her eyes softening as she regarded the girl. Feifei, are you feeling any better these days? Zhou Momo seated herself beside Lu Feier, her expression a mixture of concern and empathy. Lu Feier's demeanor remained unchanged as she smiled gently, replying, I've been taking my medication as the doctor advised, and I go to the hospital for massages regularly. Please don't worry too much. How can I not worry? I looked it up online, and they say there's no cure for this illness. Zhou Momo's eyes welled with tears, unable to fathom that her dear friend, so kind and gentle, was afflicted by such a condition. Don't cry. The doctor also mentioned that outcomes vary by individual. Some patients manage to lead normal lives for many years with proper treatment. Lu Feier spoke lightly, yet a faint shadow of despair and helplessness flickered in her eyes. Who could have imagined that at the pinnacle of her acting career, hailed by the media as a national goddess, she would be diagnosed with such a dire ailment at the most beautiful age? Perhaps fate is equitable, having amassed wealth and fame at a young age. She must now pay the price. Lu Feier transitioned from disbelief upon her diagnosis of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis to a reluctant acceptance. Countless internal struggles had prevented her from succumbing to despair. Yet, the bitterness of her situation lingered. Lu Feier drained her glass of red wine, a wry smile gracing her lips as she contemplated her fate. Chapter 58, Mini Games Myoko Mountain. On a vast, verdant leaf, a figure suddenly appeared without warning. Mere seconds later, another figure materialized upon the enormous leaf like a specter. Sister Yaya, have you found the location for the water balloon game? One of the figures was a charming girl, standing at a petite height of 1.5 meters, adorned in a lace short skirt and crowned with a pair of black cat ear headbands. Her innocent and adorable appearance belied the weapon she carried. She was none other than Miaojiang, the mobile game streamer from the Whale platform. It was not as simple as it seemed. The official website had stated that players must locate the destination before 10 a.m. to receive additional rewards. Xin Xiaoya rolled her eyes and replied, since there are rewards, it must be challenging. The officials have even enabled the map's teleportation feature. Yet no one has posted the location online, indicating it is well concealed. Xin Xiaoya felt helpless. Ever since she experienced the immersive fantasy game, she had become utterly enamored with it. The unparalleled realism felt akin to traversing into another realm, which was simply magnificent. Moreover, within the game, there were no concerns for safety. One could leap from heights of several dozen meters into the water or engage in activities impossible in the real world. Most importantly, every time she broadcasted the game recordings in her streaming room, it garnered her a substantial influx of viewers and gifts. However, there was one point Xin Xiaoya had to critique. Aside from the live streaming option available on the day of the game's release, subsequent access to recorded broadcasts could only be obtained after the game had gone offline, and even then, a full hour had to pass. Xin Xiaoya had provided this feedback to the customer service of the official website, but they merely attributed it to technical reasons, stating there was no current solution. Thus, every time, Xin Xiaoya had to download the recordings after finishing the game and edit them for her streaming room. Furthermore, to gain entry to the game, she had queued at the mall entrance early in the morning. Only yesterday did she leverage her connections to learn that the Crown Network Club in Jinsajio had acquired 20 gaming capsules from the Source Power Digital Company. Knowing Miaojiang had a wide network, she reached out to her for assistance, and early this morning, before the gaming capsules were officially in use at the Internet CAF, she logged into the game ahead of time. It was said that initially, due to the scarcity of gaming capsules, the price was set at 150 yuan per hour. With a subsequent drop expected, Xin Xiaoya thought it was extremely affordable. As a player who had personally experienced the effects of the immersive fantasy game, she believed that even 500 yuan per hour would be worth it. However, this pricing was determined by Li Yi in consultation with Wu Xiaokong. The Source Power Digital Company only charged 100 yuan, with 50 yuan as the shop owner's profit. After all, Li Yi did not create this immersive fantasy game solely for profit. Its primary purpose was to serve Li Yi's skill enhancement needs. If the price were set too high for profit, leading to a decrease in players. It would be counterproductive. Therefore, there might be plans to directly sell private gaming capsules in the future. Li Yi was eager to distribute gaming capsules nationwide, hoping to upgrade his skill shortly. However, the logistics of such an endeavor were daunting. Just considering the current number of small slug divisions at over 2,000, having more gaming capsules would be futile. Nonetheless, it was progressing. The second batch of 1,000 gaming capsules was nearly arranged and would be officially usable tomorrow. It was estimated that in just a day or two, the spirit communication skill could be upgraded to level 2. The only uncertainty was how many avatars the upgraded small slug could produce. Regardless, the third batch of 10,000 gaming capsules was in production, and the deployment would depend on circumstances. Shun Xiaoya and Miaojiang teleported around Miaomu Mountain, searching for the game location mentioned on the official website. Also scurrying about were individuals from various malls eager to experience the gaming capsules, all intrigued by the mysterious rewards touted by the officials. Every player who had tried the immersive fantasy game was filled with confidence in the game company. After all, this was the black technology company that had developed virtual reality akin to that found in novels. Li Yi set the player's spawn point far from his secret base, at the Bullhorn Tower, while the waterball game location was situated in the stone forest. Hence, players would have to teleport quite a distance to discover the so-called game location, isolated by the 4 purple flame array. Naturally, this was all designed to encourage players to utilize the teleportation skill and enhance their experience. The waterball game was merely an experimental endeavor conceived by Li Yi, allowing players to acquire skills and observe their effects and feedback, paving the way for future monetization strategies. Sister Yeya, I think I found it. Shun Xiaoya, awaiting the 10-second cooldown for teleportation, suddenly heard Miaojiang's voice calling her from afar. Estimating the direction based on the sound, Shun Xiaoya teleported beside Miaojiang, where an endless expanse of stone forest lay before them. Towering stone pillars and peaks, narrowing upward like numerous swords pointing towards the heavens, surrounded a clearing. Within the stone forest stood a vast space, where 4 massive pillars of purple flames formed a square, creating 4 walls of violet fire. Miaojiang curiously extended her hand to touch the fire wall, only to be engulfed by flames, causing her to forcibly log out with a loud pop, leaving a cloud of smoke behind. A few minutes later, Miaojiang reappeared beside Shun Xiaoya, patting her weapon and exclaiming, "That scared me to death. Sister Yeya, be careful not to touch that wall." I felt my hand burn and was logged out immediately. Miaojiang had been queuing in the mall as well. When Shun Xiaoya messaged her about the gaming capsules at Crown, she quickly leveraged her connections with a fan to enjoy unrestricted play today. Otherwise, she would have had to wait in line at the mall and would only have a mere 20 minutes of experience time. Of course, seeing you engulfed in flames like a roasted pig, I would be insane to touch it, Shun Xiaoya thought to herself. Nevertheless, she maintained a polite smile and assured Miaojiang, "Thank you for the warning, I won't touch it." Just as the two were feigning sisterly affection, another figure suddenly appeared nearby. Finally found it. What an extensive hiding place. Lu Feier, Shun Xiaoya and Miaojiang gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief at encountering the superstar here. Though not in the real world, the line between reality and the immersive fantasy game was often blurred. Indeed, it was Lu Feier, the spokesperson for this game, who had risen to fame in recent years. After experiencing the game on its launch day, she had asked Wu Xiaokong if she could purchase a gaming capsule. Subsequently, Wu Xiaokong relayed this to Li Yi, who was indifferent. After all, the gaming capsules had built-in contingencies, and he had initially decided to sell private gaming capsules in the future. Thus, once the second batch of gaming capsules was ready, Wu Xiaokong reserved one to be sent to Lu Feier. "Hello there." Her melodious voice chimed as Lu Feier's lips curled into a sweet smile, radiating warmth and comfort that seemed to dispel any gloom. "Sister Feier, are you logging into the game at the Internet CAF as well?" After introducing themselves, Miaojiang and Shun Xiaoya noted that the 18-year-old Miaojiang was the youngest, while 23-year-old Shun Xiaoya was the oldest. "Not quite. I am the spokesperson for the game. Mr. Wu gifted me a personal gaming capsule," Lu Feier replied with a smile. Shun Xiaoya and Miaojiang thought to themselves that indeed, comparisons between people were futile. Miaojiang regretted asking that question, which left her and Yeya feeling a pang of jealousy. But don't worry, Mr. Wu mentioned that once the number of gaming capsules increases, personal gaming capsules will be available for sale, Lu Feier gently reassured. This news somewhat consoled the two girls' wounded hearts. The group then began discussing how to enter the purple firewall. Miao Zhang had already informed Lu Feier about the danger of touching the flames and suggested digging a tunnel to sneak in. Lu Feier, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly vanished from her spot. Shen Xiaoya and Miao Zhang speculated that she might have been startled by Miao Zhang's earlier transformation into a roasted pig, as Shen Xiaoya had not thought to teleport inside as well. It was quite typical for someone as scatterbrained as Miao Zhang to overlook such a strategy. Feeling embarrassed, Lu Feier must surely think both of us are fools. However, she had no time to concern herself with the two dramatists. Having teleported within the violet fire barrier, Lu Feier was about to communicate with Shen Xiaoya and Miao Zhang outside, urging them to teleport in as well. Before she could speak, a mysterious warmth surged through her body. Inexplicably, she intuitively comprehended how to harness it. Her hands naturally formed a seal. The water release, water bullet technique. A chakra-infused water sphere erupted from Lu Feier's cherry lips, striking the violet firewall with a sizzling sound. What is this? Lu Feier had played games before, but skills in games typically required button presses for activation. This direct manipulation of internal energy to unleash a skill, could it not be considered a superpower? Even if this is a virtual reality world, it seems rather extravagant. Perhaps next time they could just provide a full cultivation method in a fantasy game. As Lu Feier focused on this energy within her, the clock struck 10. Including Lu Feier, Shen Xiaoya, and Miao Zhang, there were a total of 103 online players, all summoned into the four purple flames formation through a reverse summoning technique. As the crowd murmured and realized their teleportation abilities were rendered useless, a man clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds and wearing a swirling mask appeared before them. "Greetings, everyone, I am a Fae," the masked man announced in a comical tone. "Today, I shall preside over this water ball duel." A Fae utilized teleportation to position himself within the throng, capturing everyone's attention. "You should now be able to unleash water balls. This is our company's latest technology, stimulating neurons through biotechnology to achieve effects akin to superpowers." As a Fae's words lingered in the air, the players erupted in excitement, attempting to channel their chakra, resulting in a flurry of water balls soaring through the air. The water ball duel was about to commence, and the rewards were to be distributed. Upon hearing about the rewards, the players recalled an announcement from the official website that those who first locate the game area would receive special prizes. The recipients of this reward were Goddess Yeya, Miao Zhang, and Shiyu Feifei. In the illusion setting during game login, players would go through a naming process upon entering the game, much like any typical online game. This name could be discerned through the little slug. Of course, if they later unlock transformation techniques, they could also incorporate facial customization. Your reward is a mysterious gift. This statement left much to be desired, and amid the players' bemusement, a Fae teleported to an adjacent clearing. A Fae conjured a pile of paper number plates, each the size of mahjong tiles. With a flourish, the number plates flew towards the surrounding players, each receiving one except for Lu Feier and her companions. Subsequently, a Fae drew a line on the ground and declared, "The game officially begins. Groups 1 and 2 stand on one side of the line, groups 3 and 4 on the other. Attack your opponents with water balls. Those who are hit will be eliminated." Forming hand seals, a Fae instantly manifested 50 clones, each drawing a line, preparing the game arena. In a synchronized chorus, the 50 Faes proclaimed, "I will officiate each match. Only those who have previously received mysterious rewards may advance directly to the finals. The rest, hurry and find your opponents to begin the game." After the initial shock, the over 100 players began to murmur amongst themselves. Is a Fae a real person? That technique of summoning clones is incredible. It must be real. How else could he officiate 50 matches simultaneously? I suspect it's artificial intelligence. True, with virtual reality technology, this is likely feasible. Despite the discussions, the game must go on. For the sensation of possessing superpowers was an unprecedented experience for everyone, leaving them curious about how this SourceForce digital company had developed such capabilities. Before long, everyone had found their opponents, eagerly awaiting a Fae's cue to start. With a Fae's commands, the sounds of the water bullet technique echoed throughout the four purple flames formation, as players were intermittently struck by water bullets and exited the game. In the blink of an eye, 50 players were eliminated, leaving only half remaining. At that moment, the 50 Faes vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving only one to announce the rules. Round 2, free-for-all. As a Fae's voice rang out, the boundaries of the four purple flames formation shrank dramatically, becoming the size of a basketball court. Within this barrier, all participants could attack indiscriminately. The last 10 standing would advance to the finals. Beneath the white swirling mask, a scarlet three-tomo Sharingan spun. As a Fey continued, anyone struck by a water ball or who touches the barrier will be eliminated. Good luck to you all. As a Fey declared the game to commence, the remaining 50 players immediately began hurling water bullets at one another. Given the limited amount of chakra granted, each player could only cast approximately 20 water bullets. Some indifferent players, uninterested in advancing to the finals, retreated to the sidelines to explore the sensation of their chakra, using their scant reserves to launch water bullets against the firewall. Soon, only the final 10 remained, and a Fey announced their advancement to the finals. The boundaries of the four purple flames formation expanded once more. As a Fey articulated the final rules, they must endure against his water bullets while being able to counterattack or summon a water wall for defense. Chapter 60. Finally within reach, the long-awaited skill. This is outright cheating. Miao Jiang awkwardly sprinted forward, only to watch helplessly as a Fey suddenly appeared before her and struck her down with a water bullet. Before being logged out, she couldn't help but shout. Lu Feier, Shen Xiaoye, and the other players endured a similar fate. Facing the teleporting of Fei, any resistance proved futile. Lu Feier, however, managed to symbolically use a water wall to block 2 water bullets, while the others were swiftly eliminated without a chance to struggle. I'm not cruel. I had hoped to engage you all in a game of cat and mouse, but I simply don't have the time for that now. I must conclude this swiftly and send you offline. With all players forcibly logged out, Li Yi removed his mask, exhilarated to examine the newly acquired skill, transformation technique. Finally, the skill he had longed for had manifested. With this essential skill now within his grasp, Li Yi hastily exited the game, eager to contemplate how to utilize the transformation technique for creating alternate identities. As for the other remarkable reward, he had received a level item from Dragon Ball, the Senza Bean. Although only a single bean, it was exceedingly rare. After all, in Dragon Ball, a Senza Bean could revive someone to full health as long as they had not completely perished, despite possessing a regeneration ability, which rendered him unlikely to encounter life-threatening situations in the real world. Who would ever say no to additional life-preserving items? This transformation technique and Senza Bean were rewards from upgrading the Kamehameha technique, though regrettably, the transformation technique was not upgradable. Simultaneously, the 4 purple flames formation leveled up, evolving into the 4 scarlet sun formation, significantly enhancing its range, power, and defense. Li Yi cautiously unlocked the first reward, which fortuitously turned out to be the earth-shifting technique, saving him a Dragon Ball. However, the reward from the second Dragon Ball was rather disappointing, yielding a pair of Master Roshi's sunglasses. Initially, Li Yi had hoped for a special item, but upon examining the sunglasses from every angle, he realized they were merely an ordinary pair of spectacles. He didn't dwell on it for too long, having previously drawn useless items like shurikens. In the real world, Li Yi employed a transformation technique, taking on the appearance of Itachi Uchiha. Finally, he no longer needed to rely on illusions. His Itachi was indeed striking. After admiring the transformation in the mirror, he began contemplating which disguises to use and how to make his entrance most spectacularly. Meanwhile, Lu Feier awoke from her private gaming pod, still savoring the sensation of chakra coursing through her body. Was this truly a game? Could current technology achieve such a feat? Doubts lingered in her mind. Initially, Lu Feier engaged with the game due to her medical condition. Patients with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, often experience early signs of limb weakness, such as clumsiness in hand movements or diminished leg strength. As the disease progresses, muscles gradually atrophy, leading to increasingly slender limbs. Patients ultimately lose their ability to move autonomously, and basic functions like swallowing and speaking are also compromised. Most individuals with ALS succumb to respiratory failure. Although modern science can slow the progression of ALS in its early stages through medication and physical therapy, no definitive cure exists as of yet. After experiencing the immersive fantasy game, Lu Feier conceived a hopeful notion. Given her current financial situation, if she were to reach the later stages of ALS, requiring mechanical ventilation and feeding tubes for survival, she could still manage the expenses. Previously, she had feared the debilitating state of being a living corpse. But the advent of the immersive fantasy game gave her a glimmer of hope for a once despondent future. With this game, Even if her physical body could no longer perform any actions, she could still lead a normal life in the virtual realm. Yet, following her experience with superpowers, Lu Feier felt the situation was more complex than it appeared. The sensation of energy flowing within her, particularly the act of utilizing it to launch a water ball from her mouth, was indescribable, just as Lu Feier was consumed by her thoughts. The official website of Immersive Fantasy announced an update. The update included the following. 1. Players who found the game location early in the water ball duel and obtained rewards should register their shipping addresses on the official website and will receive gifts within 1 business day. 2. New character A Fei has been added. 3. The game will periodically introduce new characters. For further details, please stay tuned to the official Immersive Fantasy website. As players eagerly anticipated updates and opponents panicked, Li Yi was preparing to meticulously plan his disguise when Wu Xiaokong found himself in a sweat. The cause was a peculiar phone call he had just received. Oddly, the call did not display an originating location or carrier. Just as he thought it might be a scam and was about to hang up, the name of a department mentioned on the other end made him reconsider. After the call ended, Wu Xiaokong appeared visibly tense. He wished to contact Mr. Itachi but refrained, fearing unnecessary actions at this moment. Indeed, it was wise not to enter the gaming pod, as 5 uninvited guests arrived at Wu Xiaokong's office 5 minutes later. The group, dressed in suits and ties despite the heat, was led by a middle-aged man who briefly displayed an identification card before retracting it. "Mr. Wu," he said with a smile. The contents of the call were quite clear. "I hope you can fully cooperate with our work moving forward to minimize any unnecessary complications." However, after seeing the man's credentials, Wu Xiaokong was not inclined to consider him a benign individual. Yet, there was little he could do. His arms were no match for the proverbial leg of the giant. Wu Xiaokong complied and followed the group into a menacing black car, while they loaded the gaming pod from his office into a truck behind. The 2 vehicles proceeded toward the outskirts, a scene reminiscent of a previous incident involving a gaming pod, yet the identities of the 2 parties were starkly different. Upon arriving at a secluded facility, Wu Xiaokong and the gaming pod were escorted into a laboratory bustling with researchers. The leading middle-aged man instructed Wu Xiaokong to sit and had one of his subordinates pour him a cup of green tea. "Mr. Wu, please do not be alarmed," he began. "We harbor no ill intentions. We simply wish to verify certain matters. After all, in our position, we cannot overlook such information." Wu Xiaokong understood the nature of the inquiry. It was evident that he was not the only astute individual in the world, and for reasons unknown, Itachi had not made much effort to conceal anything, seemingly unafraid of scrutiny. Perhaps this was the essence of Itachi's confidence, Wu Xiaokong mused. "Indeed, we dispatched personnel to experience the game after receiving the information." The middle-aged man's expression turned grave. "Thus, we have formally invited you here, especially since our investigation uncovered that the recent theft of a gaming pod was orchestrated by Tengfei Company." As he spoke, the middle-aged man's demeanor grew increasingly serious. "Moreover, the information we gathered from Niu Sun Tung has further corroborated our suspicions, even if it sounds incredible." Fixing his gaze on Wu Xiaokong, he enunciated, "Now, Mr. Wu, please share everything you know." Chapter 61. The Gift on October 8th, the first day following the National Day holiday. Students in uniforms gathered at the entrance of Jinglan Middle School, chatting in small groups as they streamed into the campus. The remnants of the festive atmosphere lingered, with red flags fluttering in the gentle breeze and the National Day decorations on the bulletin board still intact. Returning from their break, students shared anecdotes from their holidays, discussing travels or the joys of gaming at home. TZ, Immersive Fantasy has been making waves online lately. Want to head over to the new intersection after school to give it a try? I heard it's 100% virtual reality, and the experience feels just like reality. Zhang Limpeng suggested to Li Yi, who sat in front of him. "Sounds good. We can invite Peng Bo and the others, but I heard the lines are crazy long." "Not sure how long we'll have to wait," Li Yi replied nonchalantly. The gaming pods previously stationed in first and second-tier city malls were set to be removed today. And now to play, one could only visit a few internet cafes collaborating with the Yuanli Digital Company. Though Li Yi could arrange a backdoor entry for Peng, he deemed it unnecessary to expose himself for such a trivial matter. After all, waiting in line was merely a minor inconvenience. Furthermore, he was not far from leveling up his summoning technique, at which point the gaming pods would be available for private sale. Knowing Peng's nature, he would undoubtedly beg his parents to buy one. Meanwhile, Suya quietly organized her holiday homework, listening to Li Yi and Pang's conversation, a smile gracing her lips. This feeling was delightful. Sitting beside someone she admired, her mother was in good health, and the debts owed to relatives had been settled after her recent windfall. For Suya, the oppressive gloom that had lingered over her dissipated, and even her breathing felt easier. She even dared to entertain a bold thought. Could she attend the same university as Li Yi? She recalled him mentioning that his ideal university was Shihai University. It seems that gaining admission to Summer Sea University should not pose a challenge for me, but it appears that Li Yi's scores may fall short. I will inquire with Li Yi later to see which institutions he can apply to, and I will follow suit. The thought of potentially being able to spend my university days alongside Li Yi causes a faint blush to rise on Suya's face. Stealing a cautious glance, she notices that Li Yi is oblivious to her presence, and she breathes a sigh of relief. She does not harbor extravagant hopes for a romantic relationship with Li Yi. Simply being near him brings her a sense of tranquility. Li Yi and Pang Bo have made plans to visit the internet CAF at Zinluku after school, just as the class bell tolls. In the final moments before the bell, Pang Bo hastily completes his math assignment and submits it to the group leader. It is not that he is lazy or unwilling to do his homework. During their trip to Haiman, he had managed to complete a significant portion of it. However, mathematics can be quite taxing on the mind. Pang Bo feared that if he finished his math assignment, he would lose the motivation to enjoy their trip to Haiman. Thus, he left the math homework undone, opting instead to copy from Zhongyu early this morning. The worst he would face was a few disapproving glances, which are inconsequential. The morning passes amid the teacher's lectures. After lunch, Li Yi joins Pang Bo and others at the cafeteria before they disperse to a milk tea shop. While he uses his time-stopping and stealth abilities to slip away, an important matter awaits his attention. Yesterday, Wu Xiaokong contacted Li Yi through a genuine illusion, revealing that he had been summoned for an interview by the relevant authorities. While Li Yi was surprised that the issue had been discovered so soon, it did not come as a shock. He had never doubted the power of the national machinery. However, he remained unperturbed. All leads had been severed on Wu Xiaokong's end, and it was implausible that a fabricated informant or an unacquainted organization could trace anything back to him. Each of Li Yi's actions was executed through time manipulation and invisibility, and his interactions with Wu Xiaokong had always been one-dimensional, devoid of any shared contact information. Nevertheless, now that he had drawn attention, it might be prudent to reveal a bit of information to prevent ongoing speculation. Lu Feier returned home to Haijing No. 1 after completing her morning engagements, collapsing onto the sofa with a sigh of relief. Due to health reasons, her schedule for the next month is devoid of public appearances, which is an adjustment for someone accustomed to a busy lifestyle. The property manager had informed her of a package delivery, likely a reward from a game. Although its contents remained a mystery, intrigued by the game's unusual nature, Lu Feier looked forward to this so-called mysterious gift. After notifying the manager via Saiyan, the package soon arrived at her doorstep. Holding the small parcel in her hand, roughly the size of a thermos, Lu Feier eagerly tore it open. To her astonishment, inside was a slender glass vial, devoid of any label or ingredient list. Only a slip of paper wrapped around the bottle bore the words, "Drink it." Goodness! Who would dare consume an unknown liquid? What if it were poison? Yet, without hesitation, Lu Feier took a sip. This was not an act of foolishness. Rather, she had gleaned certain insights from her experiences in the genuine illusion. Additionally, upon learning of her terminal illness, a subconscious sense of recklessness had emboldened her. What more could possibly go wrong? After consuming the enigmatic liquid, Lu Feier felt no immediate change. Aside from a slight stickiness, it bore no unusual taste, similar to plain water. Minutes passed, and just as she chuckled to herself, convinced she had overthought the matter, an unprecedented sense of lightness washed over her. It was akin to a person who had borne the weight of numerous stones suddenly shedding a few. The indescribable relief nearly drew a moan from Lu Feier. A similar vial appeared with Miao Jiang and Xin Xiaoya. Miao Jiang, upon reading the words "drink it," did not hesitate and gulped it down, noticing a lack of flavor. She mumbled something about a disappointing reward before climbing into bed for an afternoon nap. However, after drinking, she felt a warm comfort envelop her. In her dreams, Miao Jiang smacked her lips. Unbeknownst to her, her phone, set to silent, received 3 calls from an unregistered number after she signed for the package. Xin Xiaoya, on the other hand, approached the situation with skepticism. She planned to have a friend analyze the contents for harmful substances before considering a trial. Suddenly, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she answered, puzzled. Hello, Ms. Shan. This is the National Department. After a brief conversation, she hung up, feeling bewildered. What was going on? Was the vial potentially a threat? Meanwhile, in a base in Jinling City, a group of researchers clad in lab coats gathered around a spherical gaming pod. Previously, Tongfei Corporation had acquired such a pod, which, due to forced tampering, triggered a self-destruction protocol. A middle-aged man who had met Wu Xiaokong addressed the researchers. We cannot resort to violent destruction. Xiao Chun, you will enter the gaming pod first and log into the game. We need to measure the parameters before and after entry. Understood, Director Zhang. A young man in his 20s removed his shoes and entered the pod. Director Zhang approached an elderly researcher with silver hair and gold-rimmed glasses. Dr. Feng, has the inspection report been completed? Dr. Feng adjusted his glasses, producing a stack of reports to hand to Director Zhang. According to the Quality Department's examination, the outer shell of this gaming pod is made of ordinary stainless steel and glass, indistinguishable from other gaming pods on the market. Curiously, the data extracted from the pod obtained from Tongfei Corporation indicates that the inner shell is composed of a plant-based material. Dr. Feng's face lit up with excitement as he continued. We compared the plant cells, and it appears to be a branch from an undiscovered species. Not only does it possess excellent thermal insulation properties, but its toughness and impact resistance are remarkable, rivaling that of conventional steel. As Director Zhang reviewed the report, he could scarcely fathom the implications should this information reach the public. Is it possible to cultivate this plant? Was the first thought that crossed Director Zhang's mind. Unfortunately, no. Since acquiring the gaming pod from Tongfei Corporation, we have attempted various nutrients and soils, yet we have not succeeded in cultivation. The original wooden structure began to decompose rapidly. Dr. Feng, an expert in materials science, expressed his astonishment, having never encountered such a substance before, nor even heard of it. Director Zhang furrowed his brow, understanding that despite any conjectures edging close to the truth, without tangible results, the higher-ups would never accept such absurd claims. All signs indicated that the virtual reality game launched by Yuanli Digital Company significantly surpassed current technological capabilities, and it had emerged without warning. Who could have anticipated that a company in decline just a month prior would introduce a fully developed virtual reality game without any foundational groundwork? It is essential to note that all major nations in the world require at least a decade to develop initial virtual reality technology. Yet Yuanli Technology Company had produced a finished product, with testers reporting an experience that was 100% authentic. This was utterly inconceivable. It was simple. If this technology had been developed abroad, it could not be utilized domestically. As for the research conducted domestically, it is even more implausible. How could the Xian nation possibly employ such strategic technology in a mere game? Currently, their department has proposed two hypotheses. The first posits that the Source Force Technology Company has received support from forces far beyond contemporary science, perhaps from extraterrestrial intelligent life. The second suggests the existence of non-technological, extraordinary powers. Compared to the latter possibility, the former is somewhat more acceptable. After all, given the vastness of the universe, it is quite reasonable that humanity is not the sole intelligent species. However, based on the current intelligence, it is highly probable that the second hypothesis holds true. Director Zhang, the instruments have been set up. Shall we begin testing? At this moment, a technician approached Director Zhang. The purpose of this test is to ascertain whether the game immerses individuals in virtual reality or directly transports them to another world. According to descriptions from those who previously entered the real fantasy game, their sensory perceptions and breathing felt indistinguishable from the real world. Furthermore, whether tearing leaves, consuming them, drawing on the ground, or throwing a stone, all actions mirrored reality, following a parabolic trajectory. Thus, another hypothesis emerged. The players within the game may collectively be experiencing a form of transference. Director Zhang stepped forward, observing the game pod connected to various instruments, including devices for testing radiation, electrical signals, biological signals, and vibrational amplitudes, among other high-tech equipment. Due to prior knowledge, it was understood that all electronic devices would be damaged upon entering the game pod while it was sealed. Therefore, no recording equipment was brought along this time. Inside the pod, Xiao Chun donned a helmet, and the personnel outside closed the pod door. 10 minutes later, the game pod opened, and Xiao Chun emerged with an expression of lingering desire, sharing his physical sensations with Dr. Feng and others before proceeding to draft a report. Subsequently, The data from various tests was meticulously observed and ultimately compiled for Dr. Feng. Dr. Feng, Director Zhang. Take a look at this. One of the researchers presented a report, pointing to a line of numbers. Dr. Feng took the report, glanced at it, and a grave expression spread across his face. He then handed the report to Director Zhang without uttering a word. Director Zhang examined Dr. Feng before turning his gaze to a set of data on the report. 1211, 36, total weight 3537. 1211, 37, total weight 2882. 1211, 45, total weight 3537. Upon seeing this, Director Zhang exhaled. It seemed their previous suspicions were indeed correct, though he remained uncertain if this was a fortunate development. He craved a cigarette. Notably, the next entry in the report read, Researcher Chen Chong, male, weight 655. Notify the Archives Department that all information related to this incident, including that concerning SourceForce Technology Company, is to be classified as top secret. Director Zhang retrieved his internal phone, made a call to elevate the classification of the previous records. After a moment's thought, he dialed another number. Hello, Minister Pan, the test results are in. Once Director Zhang finished reporting the situation, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line, followed by a voice. Let SourceForce Digital arrange a meeting with someone called Itachi. We should avoid conflict for now. Understood. With the knowledge that a metaphorical giant would shield him should the sky fall, Huang Liang, now in his 40s, recognized that in such circumstances, his best course of action was to remain still and heed the directives from above. Let us call Wu Xiaokong. Inform him that the higher-ups wish to discuss matters with Itachi and see if he can arrange a meeting. Just as he finished speaking, a low, resonant voice cut through the air, sending chills down the spine of everyone in the laboratory. There's no need to trouble Mr. Wu. I happen to have some time. Is there something you wish to discuss, Director Zhang? The gaze of the crowd followed the voice, landing on a man clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, who had mysteriously seated himself atop the game pod, his crimson eyes housing 3 spinning tomo. You are Itachi? Director Zhang felt his throat dry, swallowing hard. Chapter 63. Recruitment of the organization at the eastern outskirts base of Jinling City, despite the summer heat. Itachi's presence in his black robe with red clouds did not seem out of place. In fact, the temperature in the laboratory seemed to subtly drop upon his arrival. Director Zhang, we from Akatsuki do not wish to instigate turmoil or panic with our emergence. Our leader has instructed us to act discreetly, so you need not worry excessively. Itachi's form gradually levitated from the game pod, as if defying gravity, and he hovered quietly in the air. The edges of his black robe fluttered slightly as he glided forward and eventually landed smoothly before Director Zhang. My organization has dispatched me to convey goodwill, to prevent unnecessary losses stemming from misunderstandings. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Director Zhang's forehead, despite considering himself worldly. He found it challenging to maintain composure when confronted with the extraordinary for the first time. Nevertheless, having reached his current position, he possessed a certain acumen. Swiftly regaining his composure and speaking without stammering. Mr. Itachi, allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang Liang, currently in charge of this incident. Forcing himself to remain calm, he completed his introduction and gazed at the man before him, stating slowly, Your extensive promotion of the game, with advertisements flooding the market, hardly seems discreet. Itachi's tone remained placid, as if nothing could perturb his mood. I apologize, perhaps our interpretations of discretion differ. However, Real Fantasy has followed all proper procedures and is operating within the bounds of normal commercial practice. I doubt it violates any laws. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Huang Liang's pupils constricted. The fact that the other party could articulate such statements indicated an awareness of modern society, suggesting he was neither a secluded hermit nor a newly arrived being from another realm. Unfortunately, no further insight into Itachi's background could be gleaned from his words. Mr. Itachi, since you have made your appearance, I will not beat around the bush. May I request a meeting between you and my superiors? A video call would suffice. He added this last remark, unsure if the upper echelons possessed the courage to confront an unknown extraordinary entity directly. A video call could provide a safe buffer for both parties. That is unnecessary. Itachi's tone remained unchangingly calm, yet his forthcoming words carried an undercurrent of firmness. The organization intends to express goodwill, not submission. Convey our leader's will. It does not imply that Akatsuki's forthcoming actions will change for any reason. Informing you is merely to avert unnecessary complications. But should we encounter obstacles, we will, of course, proceed in our own manner. The implied threat was unmistakable. Recognizing that further discourse could spiral out of control, Huang Liang refrained from pursuing the matter further and instead inquired, "Could you please enlighten me on the true purpose of Akatsuki's emergence and the release of this so-called virtual reality game?" Having witnessed firsthand the extraordinary abilities of the other party, he suspected that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Huang Liang did not believe that an organization with members like Itachi would invest considerable effort into launching a game merely for profit. There must be some hidden agenda at play. As for Itachi's claim of not wishing to incite chaos or panic, Huang Liang was generally inclined to believe it. After all, given Itachi's demonstrated abilities of instantaneous movement and flight, assassinating high-ranking officials should not pose a significant challenge. You will eventually discern our objectives. For now, it suffices to know that Akatsuki harbors no malice. My mission here is complete, Director Zhang. I look forward to our next meeting. Itachi's figure gradually blurred and ultimately vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. Only the low, somber voice reverberated in the laboratory, serving as a reminder that what had just transpired was not a mere figment of imagination. Perhaps soon, the purpose would become clear. How infuriating! Huang Liang clenched his fist tightly. To him, the fact that the Akatsuki organization had chosen to converse with him through someone capable of teleportation, flight, and possibly even invisibility was the gravest warning. It proved that they could eliminate anyone at any time without the slightest awareness. Feeling a profound sense of helplessness, Huang Liang had no choice but to duly report the situation over the phone. Upon learning that the opponent possessed such unreasonable abilities, the voice on the other end merely instructed him to refrain from acting rashly and to remain vigilant regarding the true fantasy game. Unable to contain himself any longer, Huang Liang exited the laboratory, lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. It seemed that the world was on the verge of upheaval. A bitter smile crossed Huang Liang's face. Finally, he felt a sense of completeness, a moment of relief. After completing the third batch of gaming pods, Li Yi was contemplating organizing a grand event to randomly select a few fortunate participants. As he savored the last sip of his milk tea, chewing on the tapioca pearls, he stepped out of the shop. He had other matters to attend to that afternoon, as the club recruitment was set to begin at 1:30. As a member of the school basketball team, it was only natural for him to lend a helping hand during the recruitment of the sports club. Moreover, it afforded him the opportunity to admire the grace of the first-year female students up close, especially since the chubby guy had mentioned that there were several new students this year with striking looks. Although Li Yi remained a virgin, his theoretical knowledge was quite extensive, and when boasting with his dorm mates, he could easily embody the persona of a suave gentleman. Therefore, he certainly wouldn't miss the chance to appreciate beautiful girls. As he arrived at the school, Li noticed that the playground had already been divided among various clubs. Members of the anime club donned extravagant costumes and wielded props of their favorite characters, showcasing exquisite artwork to attract the attention of passing students. At the music club's booth, Ding Qian sat with her long legs crossed, strumming a guitar, with enchanting melodies echoing in the air. Members of the literature club were passionately writing calligraphy, the rich scent of ink wafting through the air. Students navigated through the crowd, their faces alight with curiosity and anticipation, some pausing to inquire while others eagerly signed up, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Yi approached the sports club's booth and greeted the president, Wang Yi, before assisting a newcomer in filling out the membership application. Peng Bo, a fellow member of the sports club, was also there, while the chubby guy was aimlessly wandering, on the lookout for attractive girls. After guiding the new student in completing the application, Li Yi joined the chubby guy, playfully tapping him on the shoulder. "What are you doing? Shouldn't you be helping out at your food club?" The chubby guy jumped in surprise, turning to see it was Li Yi, and rolled his eyes. "You scared me. I thought you were someone else." He then added, "I'm just here to see if there are any pretty freshmen I can assist. The ones from our food club are either boys or nearly 200-pound girls." "It's not interesting." Li Yi was speechless. "If you want beautiful girls, go to the music or dance clubs. They're overflowing with them." "Oh, my bad. I forgot you flunked the audition there." Chapter 64, The Scheming Freshman Senior. "Is this where I sign up for the sports club?" Just as Li Yi was conversing with the chubby guy, a soft, delicate voice chimed in. He turned around to see a petite beauty with exquisite features and porcelain-like skin, exuding a fragile aura of slight shyness. "Ah, Indeed, you wish to join the sports club, right? Please fill out this form. Li Yi promptly abandoned the chubby guy, retrieved a form from the table, and gestured for the freshman to sit and complete it. The chubby guy muttered something about Li Yi being heartless, but Li Yi ignored him and diligently helped the freshman. Her name was Shin Mingran, a lovely name indeed. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback by her flawless visage. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered beautiful girls before. After all, his frequent interactions with someone like Ding Qian had elevated his standards. But who could resist a sweet-looking, soft, fragrant freshman? In truth, Shin Mingran's pure and sweet appearance was deceptively alluring, easily stirring a protective instinct within men. Li Yi was undoubtedly a proper gentleman, and this was beyond dispute. As Shin Mingran leaned over the table to fill out the form, the chubby guy excitedly tugged at Li Yi's shirt. "What is up?" Li Yi leaned closer. She asked the most popular girl among this year's freshmen, a hot contender for the new school flower rankings. When did the school even start a school flower ranking? How come I didn't know about it? Li Yi's expression turned peculiar after the chubby guy's brief explanation. It turned out that the so-called school flower rankings were concocted by a group of bored old lechers, encompassing beauties from the first to the third year, with Ding Qian also making the list. Ignoring the chubby guy's incessant rambling, Li Yi positioned himself beside Shin Mingran, observing her as she completed the form. "Senior, I'm done. Thank you for your guidance. What is your name?" Shin Mingran submitted the form to Li Yi, her voice soft and melodic. "I'm Li Yi, currently a sophomore. Just submit the form to me and wait for the notification. The results will be announced tomorrow, and there might be a simple interview afterward." In truth, Li Yi already knew the outcome. The sports club typically had more boys than girls, and a gem like Shin Mingran would undoubtedly catch the eye of the club president, who had been single for over a decade. Conversely, Li Yi was surprised that such a stunning freshman would want to join the sports club. Although Shin Mingran claimed it was because she enjoyed badminton, Li Yi felt a sense of incongruity. Shouldn't pretty girls be in the music or dance clubs? At the very least, they should be in the anime club. While Li Yi's thoughts drifted, Shin Mingran looked up, her big, watery eyes gazing at him as she timidly asked, "Senior Li, could I add you on Saiyan? I might have questions later." She shyly lowered her head and presented her phone's QR code to Li Yi. "Of course, we're in the same school. As your senior, feel free to reach out if you need any assistance." He took out his phone and scanned the QR code to add Shin Mingran as a friend. Sweet soft cat. Such an adorable username. However, in that fleeting moment of adding her on Saiyan, Li Yi's keen eyesight detected a glimmer of mischief in Shin Mingran's gaze. Glancing at the slight upward curve of her lips, he thought to himself that this freshman might not be as innocent as she appeared. "All right, I've added you. Thank you. Senior, I'll go look for my classmates now. Bye." Sweet Soft Cat sent a cute cat sticker to the Wind Chaser boy on Saiyan before turning and walking away, leaving behind a pleasant fragrance. Li Yi watched the girl's departing figure, finding her intriguing. This girl had a certain charm. "Stop staring," she's gone. The chubby guy suddenly appeared, wearing a face that looked as if he had just tasted something unpleasant. "Is being handsome enough to do as you please? You already have Ding Qian, a school flower-level beauty. Could you please stop vying for the freshman?" Li Yi could not agree with this sentiment and retorted, "I must clarify that I have no intentions towards that freshman. But even without me, you wouldn't stand a chance." Thus, the blunt truth struck hard, leaving the chubby guy momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the seemingly fragile Shin Mingran, who had appeared so innocent just moments ago, was now whispering secrets with her close friend Bai Yu beneath a small tree at the edge of the playground. "Is it true? Have you really added him on WeChat?" Bai Yu gazed at her best friend in disbelief. "Of course, you don't even know who's involved. With just a slight effort from me, it's already beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person." It turned out that Bai Yu and Shin Mingran had both transitioned from the same junior high school to Jinglan High School. Bai Yu was undoubtedly the queen of gossip, relishing in collecting snippets of information and discussing the latest scandals surrounding influential figures on campus. Meanwhile, Shin Mingran had earned the title of 100 Conquests during her previous junior high, referring not to any accolade from the female teachers of Sakura Country, but rather to the fact that over 100 boys had confessed their feelings to her. However, Shin Mingran lacked genuine romantic experience. Among the many admirers, she had entertained a couple of suitors, casually agreeing to their advances. Yet these relationships were merely superficial, never progressing beyond holding hands. They served solely as a facade, and those boys were fully aware of this, willingly accepting the role of her boyfriend, as the status alone was prestigious, and who knew? Perhaps genuine feelings would develop over time, as depicted in television dramas. This behavior stemmed from Shun Mengran's family background. The strict upbringing imposed by her parents instilled a rebellious spirit within her. The more they forbade her from dating, the more determined she became to engage in romantic pursuits, relishing the idea of leading these boys on, resolutely refusing to be the obedient daughter. Yet, due to her upbringing, she had never crossed any significant boundaries. It was primarily due to Bai Yu's encouragement that she added Li Yi's faixing. Bai Yu was eager to join the music club, so she had inquired about the club's president and vice president. She discovered that Vice President Ding Qian was pursuing a boy without success. Intrigued, Bai Yu went to observe Ding Qian and was astounded by her beauty, believing she had never encountered anyone as stunning aside from Shin Mingran. How could anyone resist such charm? Naturally, she shared this juicy tidbit with Shin Mingran, who subsequently decided to stake out the music club to catch a glimpse of Ding Qian. She had to admit that the senior was indeed her equal in beauty, yet she felt her figure paled in comparison. Having never faced a rival in this regard, Shin Mingran felt a surge of determination, vowing to make Li Yi fall for her, to prove herself superior to Ding Qian. Sometimes, a girl's competitive spirit can arise from the most unexpected sources. Thus, under the pretense of joining the sports club, Shin Mingran managed to obtain Li Yi's faixing, planning to engage him in conversation in a gradual manner. Like a frog being boiled in warm water, striving to win him over in the shortest time possible. After school, Li Yi and his friends, including Fatty and Pang Bo, ventured to a new arcade to experience a virtual reality game, successfully wasting 300 yuan each. Huang Liang was invited by Fatty. Otherwise, given his limited allowance, he would never have spent money on such frivolities. Of course, in return, he would tutor Fatty to ensure he wouldn't be skinned alive by Uncle Zhang after the exams. As they exited the gaming pod and made their way back to school, Fatty incessantly raved about how amazing the 150 yuan experience was, to the point that Li Yi felt his ears growing calloused. Yet, seeing Pang Bo and Huang Liang nodding in agreement, he could only force a smile. Oh, the creators of this game are truly remarkable. I admire them immensely. They are so impressive. Upon reaching the subway station near the school, Fatty and the others disembarked. And after bidding farewell, Li Yi continued his journey home. At 8 p.m., in the Binjiang Water City, Li Yi sat on the floor of the living room, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Before him floated a golden cloud, gently swirling as if it were alive. Indeed, this was one of the early artifacts from Dragon Ball, the Nimbus Cloud. In the original story, the Nimbus Cloud could travel faster than the speed of sound. The first Nimbus Cloud obtained by Goku could reach speeds of 15 times that of sound, while the second, acquired at Karen Tower, was 4 times the speed of sound, far exceeding that of a typical passenger aircraft. Li Yi's ability to fly was present, yet his speed was not comparable, likely due to insufficient internal energy. This time, the upgrade unlocked Earth Release, Wind Release, and the Nimbus Cloud. With this, Li Yi had now mastered all 5 foundational ninja techniques from Naruto: fire, water, lightning, earth, and wind. According to descriptions in the anime, when 2 chakra nature transformations are combined, they produce a new ninjutsu, known as a bloodline limit. Therefore, Li Yi had attempted to merge the various ninjutsu he possessed, hoping to explore the creation of a bloodline limit. However, it was evidently not an easy task. After numerous attempts, he exhausted his chakra without making any progress. After all, in the original story, bloodline limits were the ultimate trump cards of each ninja village, passed down through bloodlines. Nevertheless, Li Yi remained unperturbed, knowing that as he acquired more skills, he would eventually unlock them. However, when it came to the Nimbus Cloud, he encountered a setback. He had initially been eager to ride the cloud to test its maximum speed and experience the sensation of breaking the sound barrier. Yet, upon jumping onto it, he simply passed through, landing back on the living room floor. Had it not been for his robust physique and reflexes, he would have certainly fallen. This left Li Yi in silence as he recalled that in the original story, only those with pure hearts could ride the Nimbus Cloud. Am I not pure? I'm a bona fide virgin. He protested. What? You mean pure of heart, not body? Apologies. But I have explored the world enough to know my heart is far from innocent. In this regard, he certainly could not claim purity. In this society, perhaps only kindergarten children could ride it. Regrettably, what was once a divine artifact had now turned into a useless trinket. I might as well save it as a reward for a game later, he thought, since I have no use for it. storing the Nimbus Cloud in Mayaboku Mountain. Li Yi entered the gravity chamber to commence his training for the day. The gravity chamber undeniably proved effective for physical training. Li Yi felt that soon his Saiyan physique would ascend to a new level. He was curious about the effects of the upgrade. As his physical condition improved, the amount of chakra he possessed increased correspondingly. Currently, Li Yi's chakra was nearing that of AJ Nin, and he could now create up to 50 shadow clones. Reflecting on this, Li Yi realized that many of his skills were poised for imminent upgrades. The instant transmission had been introduced in the virtual reality game, receiving rave reviews from players. Moreover, due to its low cooldown and no energy consumption, its usage rate was astonishingly high. After all, it was fanciful for ordinary individuals to dream of using instant transmission in reality, but they could easily experience it in the game. Thus, even traversing short distances, players would prefer to teleport. Consequently, instant transmission was on the verge of upgrading to level 2. The same applied to the summoning technique, though he was uncertain which would upgrade first. In the gravity chamber, he completed 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Phew! This 15 times gravity is intense. I feel utterly drained. Sweaty and exhausted, Li Yi exited the gravity chamber and immediately took a shower. Using telekinesis, he summoned a soda from the refrigerator and downed it in one go. With his upper body bare and only wearing shorts, he presented a striking figure from behind. His broad shoulders and narrow waist formed an impeccable silhouette. His muscles were well-defined and proportionate, with his chest slightly prominent yet not exaggerated, flowing seamlessly down to his abdomen, where 8 perfectly sculpted abs lay in neat formation, each one a testament to extraordinary strength. Coupled with his long, powerful legs, he resembled a flawless sculpture emerging from ancient Greek mythology. His appearance, if encountered by a nymphomaniac, would likely lead to the screen being licked to shreds. Feeling a bit peckish, he decided to venture out for a late-night snack. After his rigorous training in the gravity chamber, Li Yi felt his stomach rumbling. This is the downside of being a Saiyan. Their enormous appetites often demand sustenance. Nevertheless, he was grateful that the system had refrained from giving him a tail. Yet, he pondered whether he might transform into a gorilla under the full moon. In the original story, such a transformation could lead to a loss of reason, which is why he had refrained from experimenting during the Mid-Autumn Festival. After all, with his current physical capabilities, even a mindless gorilla could wreak havoc on an entire city. Li Yi certainly did not wish to awaken amidst ruins. Recalling the delightful experience at the last restaurant, Crab Immortal, he activated his instant transmission ability and flew out of the window. Although instant transmission would have been swifter, there was no urgency, and he preferred to savor the night scenery during his flight. Directly using his true form would attract surveillance cameras, leaving unnecessary traces. Fortunately, he had recently acquired a transformation technique, so he morphed into a familiar figure mid-air, Trunks, with his black hair. During his youthful days watching Dragon Ball, he had always felt a special affinity for Trunks, mixed with sympathy and a touch of admiration. He referred specifically to the Trunks who traveled back in time from a future ravaged by androids, utilizing the time machine to return to the main timeline of Dragon Ball. As the only non-reckless Saiyan, Trunks exhibited a calm demeanor, decisiveness, and a resolute nature shaped by his harrowing upbringing. In his bleak future, Earth resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland, ravaged by androids, with all warriors perishing save for himself and Gohan, who fought valiantly against the odds. These traumatic experiences instilled in him a profound understanding of the brutality of war, leaving no room for complacency during battle. Thus, when Frieza arrived on Earth, he swiftly eliminated both Trunks and his father without a trace. Upon returning to his timeline, he faced androids 17 and 18, cutting through any pretense and launching his most formidable attacks without hesitation. Moreover, the transformed Trunks, with his black hair, bore the closest resemblance to a modern individual, making him the perfect guise for Li Yi when he sought to remain inconspicuous. Chapter 66. The glutton Trunks, clad in a black shirt and jeans, descended into an alley devoid of surveillance cameras. Disengaging his transformation, he stepped into the bustling throng, feeling elated as he made his way toward the shopping mall. However, his pleasant mood was short-lived. As he ascended in the elevator, the doors opened to reveal a large sign at the entrance of Crab Immortal, announcing renovations and inviting anticipation. Li Yi scratched his head, having forgotten to check online before coming. He was taken aback by the unexpected remodeling of the establishment. What on earth? with such lavish renovations? Are they aiming to transform it into a palace? He remarked, perhaps limited by his own imagination as he struggled to fathom what upgrades could possibly be necessary for a restaurant that was already so extravagant. With the restaurant closed, he reluctantly sought an alternative dining venue. After browsing the third floor of the Jinluan International Shopping Center, he discovered a high-end steak restaurant named Yuniu Pavilion. Though slightly smaller than Crab Immortal, it was exquisitely decorated, rivaling the former in elegance. Upon inspecting the menu, he noted the availability of steaks graded above 9, with options for sirloin, charcoal grilling, or sukiyaki. The hostess, possessing striking beauty in a white shirt and black miniskirt, greeted him warmly. Rather than ushering him inside as is customary, she gently introduced the various grades of beef. Wagyu beef is primarily classified based on marbling, color, texture, and fat quality, with Japan's Wagyu divided into 3 main grades, each further subdivided into 5 subgrades. The highest grade is 5. Australian Wagyu, on the other hand, is assessed based on marbling patterns, fat color, hardness, and the age of the cattle, rated from 1 to a maximum of 9. In fact, according to the standards set by the Australian Meat and Livestock Association, the highest grade is 9, with no existence of a grade 12. However, in practice, some practitioners have informally added grades 10 to 12 above the 9. Having absorbed the hostess's informative presentation, Li Yi felt enlightened. He wasted no time entering the restaurant to indulge in the exquisite taste of premium steak. The entry fee, relative to the lavish decor and the hostess's presentation, was not exorbitant at 1,380 yuan, though it was hardly affordable, considering an average worker would need to sacrifice nearly half a month's salary for a single meal. As it was a buffet and he was dining solo, Li Yi opted not to sit in a private room, but rather found a small nook in the dining hall. Although it was a buffet, customers did not have to serve themselves. Instead, the waitstaff took orders and delivered the dishes directly from the kitchen. After a brief wait, the appetizer of sauced beef tongue arrived. Though not substantial in portion, Li Yi devoured it in mere moments, relishing its tender texture and delightful sauce, which had a hint of sweetness. Following that, a platter of sea urchin and a grilled lobster arrived, both of which he found quite palatable, though lacking in standout flavors. The freshness of the ingredients was paramount. Having recently indulged in seafood, Li Yi was now particularly eager for the sumptuousness of a large steak. At last, the tomahawk steak he ordered made its grand entrance. True to its name, the steak resembled a formidable battle axe, with the long handle being the rib bone. Sturdy and robust, the wide blade formed by thick beef, showcasing clear marbling, with fat distributed like delicate snowflakes interspersed within the tender red meat, shimmering under the light with a warm glow. The surface of the steak was seared to a perfect golden brown, accompanied by sizzling cherry tomatoes, vibrant broccoli, and creamy mashed potatoes, presenting a colorful and tempting tableau. For a typical individual, this tomahawk steak would suffice to satiate a grown man's appetite. However, Li Yi was no ordinary person. In a matter of minutes, he polished off the entire tomahawk steak, along with the tomatoes and mashed potatoes. The sheer pleasure of devouring such hearty meat was unparalleled. Whenever he felt slightly overwhelmed, he sipped on a chilled plum juice, savoring the explosion of flavors in his mouth. It was utterly delightful. Eager to continue his feast, he placed another order for 3 tomahawk steaks, much to the astonished gaze of the waitstaff. As the 3 tomahawk steaks were served, Li Yi savored his meal, oblivious to the fact that a nearby table had taken notice of him. Huang Liang, a popular Douyin food blogger known for his culinary explorations, stood at nearly 185 meters tall and weighed just under 200 pounds. Despite his size, he had served in the military and possessed an impressive appetite. High-end steak houses and seafood restaurants rarely yielded losses for him, as he genuinely consumed the food live during his broadcasts. His follower count surged rapidly, and he now boasted nearly 300,000 subscribers, marking him as a notable influencer. Recently, due to fan feedback suggesting his previous buffet choices were too low tier, he had splurged to visit this establishment, touted as the pinnacle of steak buffets in Jinling. Who knows? After consuming half of a tomahawk steak, the barrage in the live stream suddenly became dense and overwhelming. Goodness, is this guy so formidable? This must be his 3rd serving, right? Look at him. This is what one calls a competitive eater. Upon realizing the barrage was not directed at him, Huang Liang turned around, only to be taken aback. There stood a young man with medium-length hair, his table adorned with 3 or 4 plates of tomahawk steaks, each reduced to mere bone handles. In his hand, he clutched another steak, having devoured half of it in just 2 or 3 bites. Not to mention the scattered plates of other dishes across the table. Good gracious. This is a true competitive eater. Huang Liang had always considered himself quite the eater. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this profession. Yet, he could barely manage 5 pieces of tomahawk steak before reaching his limit, and that was only for the sake of the live stream. In stark contrast, this young man polished off 4 hefty steaks, apparently having consumed a substantial amount of other dishes beforehand, and showed no signs of being full. Quite the opposite. He seemed to relish the experience. He wasn't even broadcasting. He was simply savoring his meal. This thought sparked Huang Liang's desire to introduce himself. Just as he stood up to say hello, the young man called over the waiter again, requesting 3 more tomahawk steaks and 2 sirloins. The live stream fell into an unexpected silence. Moments later, the barrage flooded the screen, obscuring Huang Liang's astonished expression. This guy is incredible. Huang Liang. Hurry and flirt with him. 1 million followers are within reach. Handsome. I want to have his children. As Li Yi placed his order, the live stream was filled with admiration for the competitive eater, with a few comments even admiring Trunk's looks. Huang Liang noticed the number of viewers in the live stream rapidly increasing, realizing this was a golden opportunity for gaining followers. However, he couldn't just snap photos. As a mid-tier streamer, he knew the repercussions of legal troubles would leave him unprotected. Hello, handsome. I'm Huang Liang, a food streamer on Dole. May I have the pleasure of knowing you? Huang Liang flashed his signature business smile at Li Yi. Li Yi glanced up, finding the fellow somewhat familiar. He seemed to be a local internet celebrity he had encountered before, known for his wild eating style. He looked at the phone on his table broadcasting live, then at the remnants of his plates, and understood the man's intent. Regardless, he was currently incognito, so it mattered little if he was recognized. Sure, feel free to take pictures, he nodded, resuming his consumption of the grilled beef liver that had just arrived. With his consent, Huang Liang excitedly tidied up his things and joined Li Yi at the table. This meal is on me, just as a friendly gesture. To be honest, I thought I could eat a lot, but compared to you, I am utterly outmatched. My follower count has skyrocketed by thousands in just a short time. It's just a meal, so let me treat you. Thank you, my generous friend, Li Yi replied, not one to be overly modest. As he suspected, his presence had indeed brought Huang Liang quite a bit of traffic. Initially, he had intended to settle the bill with cash he had prepared in advance. But now it seemed unnecessary. What is your surname, handsome? I see you've ordered 5 steaks. Are you sure you can handle it? Huang Liang inquired, noticing Li Yi's seemingly insatiable appetite. My surname is Bei. As for whether I can manage, you'll find out shortly, Li Yi responded, hinting at the playful reference to Vegeta, his father. Given the lack of Dragon Ball information in this world, Li Yi felt free to engage in a bit of creative expression, adapting to local customs. He embraced the idea that in this context, Vegeta would be a Bei, and Frieza would be a Frieza. Bei? That is quite an uncommon surname, Huang Liang remarked, realizing he hadn't encountered anyone with that last name before. While they chatted, Li Yi's 3 tomahawk steaks arrived. He was a man of few words, diving straight into the meal, tearing off a large chunk of beef and letting the juices dance in his mouth. The Saiyan physique is quite remarkable. Regardless of how much he eats, he needn't worry about gaining weight, something that is likely the dream of many women. As they continued eating and conversing, with Li Yi swallowing his last piece of beef, Huang Liang's live stream audience surpassed 10,000, breaking his previous record. He was grinning from ear to ear, convinced this meal was a splendid investment, observing his follower count rise by hundreds, even thousands, each minute. Just as he thought the meal was coming to an end and was about to ask Li Yi for a contact number for future meetups, he was nearly knocked off his chair by the next order. Waiter, I'll have 5 servings of grilled beef tongue and 2 fillets. Huang Liang felt his knees weaken, almost longing for a close encounter with the floor. Are you kidding me? More food. This guy was consuming what could feed an average person for an entire week. Huang Liang hesitated, wondering if this young man was simply putting on a show for the live stream, risking his health. He subtly turned his phone to capture the empty plates on the table and quietly urged Li Yi, maybe you should take it easy. Li Yi glanced up, surprised by Huang Liang's concern, noting that he was not the type to exploit others for views. No worries, I can still manage, he assured. With that, in the midst of Huang Liang's astonished gaze, plate after plate of beef vanished into what seemed like a black hole of a stomach. After satisfying his hunger, Li Yi bid farewell to Huang Liang, expressing gratitude for the meal without exchanging contact information, simply saying, Until we meet again, by fate. Huang Liang silently watched as his follower count surged by tens of thousands, along with the barrage of enthusiastic comments. Feeling that today's live stream was worth its weight in gold. It was a pity he hadn't gotten Li Yi's contact. A collaboration could have propelled them both to fame. Having had his fill, Li Yi didn't linger, finding a secluded spot to activate his teleportation, soaring into the sky. The night passed without incident. The following day, Li Yi took the subway to school as usual, just placing his backpack on a seat when a mysterious voice whispered in his ear. Wind release upgraded to level 1. Unlock ability using the Dragon Balls, 6-star. He decided to forego the first reward. Unlock scene, Namek. He chose to decline the ability as well. Fortune cannot last forever. It seems I must resort to the safety net. After such a long time without using it, he considered himself fortunate to have waited this long. However, drawing the Namek scene felt like hitting the jackpot. He pondered whether the entire planet would manifest or just parts of the scene. Coincidentally, Wu Xiaokong had recently inquired about updates, and now he could directly introduce a new village. With a few minutes before class, Li Yi swiftly excused himself to the restroom. As soon as he made his selection, the scene shifted to a mysterious space. Since he had already claimed the Dragon Ball reward, he would now select skills within the Naruto universe. The options were extensive: items, scenes, ninjutsu, summoning beasts, ocular techniques, bloodline limits, and so forth. To be cautious, Li Yi opted for ninjutsu, reasoning that if he were to receive a non-upgradable skill from another category, it would be a waste of the Dragon Balls. At least in ninjutsu, non-upgradable skills were relatively rare. Li Yi felt he wasn't that unlucky. Unlock healing technique. Indeed, Li Yi successfully unlocked an upgradable skill. The healing technique is a form of medical ninjutsu in the Naruto anime. When performed, the ninja concentrates chakra in their hands, using their palms to treat wounds. It can heal external injuries such as cuts and punctures, and can also address internal organ damage to a certain extent. Li Yi reviewed the information in his mind. The mastery of celestial techniques had reached a level capable of curing a myriad of ailments, almost akin to resurrecting the deceased from their skeletal remains. Of course, at this moment, it was still inferior to the healing abilities of a small slug. Nevertheless, it provided an additional means of treatment for minor injuries or ailments. Li Yi could now tend to himself. In the appropriate location, the scene of Namek had materialized, distinct from the previous setting of Myomushin. With an added prompt from the system, the scene of Namek had been fully manifested. The system remained as straightforward and blunt as ever. Subsequently, Li Yi activated the time stop, his thoughts causing his body to vanish from the confines of the restroom stall. Chapter 68. Namek and monster leveling up in the large Magellanic cloud. Amidst the Spider Nebula, a planet abruptly appeared, situated 160,000 light-years from Blue Star. This celestial body moved along a fixed trajectory, seamlessly integrating with the surrounding planets. The term appropriate location referred to this phenomenon. The manifestation of Namek was not as a miniature world, but rather as a direct presence within the universe of the real world. Unlike Myomushin, which existed in an alternate space or microcosm, Namek was different. Without Li Yi's consent, no one could access or depart from Myomushin. However, Namek's current reality meant that, theoretically, a sufficiently fast spacecraft could travel directly from Blue Star to Namek. According to the original text, Namek's size was 30 times that of Earth, a detail the system had not altered. The skies of Namek were green, devoid of night, and the landscape comprised islands and lakes, with the surface adorned by flora and fungi. The atmospheric conditions were similar to Earth, allowing humans to thrive without spacesuits. As Li Yi traversed the terrain of Namek, he marveled at the system's prowess, which had conjured a planet from thin air across hundreds of thousands of light years. Oh, but it was not merely one planet. There were 4, as the 3 moons orbiting Namek had also been manifested. This was advantageous, providing land many times greater than that of Earth, ample for prolonged gameplay. However, the manifested scene lacked any living beings, so although the structures of Namek had been replicated, they remained empty. This was fortuitous, for Li Yi was uncertain how to interact with any extraterrestrial entities. While Li Yi contemplated the updates for the game, a mysterious voice resonated. Spirit communication technique upgraded to level 2. Fortune was indeed on his side. He had just been pondering the absence of monsters in the game, and now he was presented with a solution. The spirit communication technique had ascended to level 2, and the division count of the slugs had skyrocketed to over 100,000. This was excellent, as not only could the player count increase, but wild monsters could also be addressed. He wondered how many divisions a max-level spirit communication technique could achieve. Li Yi had instructed the slugs to attempt reverse spirit communication to summon him to the wet-bone forest. However, perhaps due to the scene being locked, the attempt yielded no response. With the slug division now at 100,000, he decided to allocate 20,000 for wild monsters and other purposes, leaving ample numbers for 40,000 players to be online simultaneously. In fact, the small slug could also employ a shadow clone technique, but it consumed too much chakra compared to simple division. He planned to meet with Wu Xiaokong to finalize the next update. Gazing up at the verdant sky and the 3 satellites hovering above, Li Yi nodded in satisfaction before returning to the real world and deactivating the time stop. The school bell rang, and the teacher entered the classroom. With the homeroom teacher, Lu Jianxing, energetically explaining the problems on the blackboard, the chubby student felt as if the sky had fallen. He had merely dropped a pen. Yet in the blink of an eye, the blackboard was filled with writing. Li Yi found the problems to be manageable after observing the teacher write. He could discern the essence of the material. After all, the enhancement in mental acuity from his Sharingan and the Saiyan physique significantly bolstered his cognitive capacities. He contemplated achieving remarkable results in the upcoming monthly exam. At 7 p.m., on the official website of Real Fantasy, the new update was released, garnering widespread acclaim from players. The specifics of the update were as follows. 1. The third batch of 10,000 gaming pods would officially enter the market, including 1,000 private models available for purchase with ID verification, limited to 1 per person. 2. A facial adjustment module was added, allowing for minor aesthetic modifications. 3. A profession module was introduced, featuring the wizard, warrior, and telekinetic, with detailed information available on the official website. 4. New wild monsters were added, enabling players to gain experience through battles. 5. Players fulfilling upgrade conditions could utilize a teleportation array to access the new map, Namek. This update was indeed filled with sincerity. Although many players were still keen on gradually exploring the new world, the gameplay had yet to reach its full potential. The official forum was already abuzz with players advocating for the swift addition of combat modules. Following the extraordinary experience of the last Waterball duel, anticipation surged for the new professions introduced. If it were to follow the same pattern as before, would everyone become superpowered? What new adventures awaited in the Namek map? This update was largely conceived by Li Yi, with Wu Xiaokong and his team dedicating an entire day to crafting the proposal, which Li Yi then refined and approved. In the design, wizards would harness 5 elemental ninjutsu: wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth. The warrior class would be endowed with Saiyan attributes, armed with energy blasts and the Kamehameha technique. As for the telekinetic, they would naturally wield mental energy to control weapons in combat. Having laid the groundwork, Li Yi instructed Wu Xiaokong to order a significant quantity of weapons from the factory, such as throwing knives and daggers. The slugs would disguise themselves as wild monsters, allowing players to gain experience through their defeats. Fortunately, given that the slugs were naturally immune to physical attacks, there was no concern for injury. As for damage from ninjutsu, the slugs' mental energy shields would effortlessly withstand it, simultaneously enhancing their mental fortitude. Though it was termed gaining experience, it was essentially the slugs recording the number of kills above the players' heads. Upon reaching the upgrade point, Li Yi would endow them with additional chakra or energy. Thus, the slug transformed from a shadow clone at the upgrade point would not only assign professions, but also oversee player advancements. Li Yi stipulated that players could level up by independently defeating 20 wild monsters or collaborating to defeat 40. The more players participating, the greater the number of monsters required. With the overarching direction established, some evident adjustments had been made. As for minor flaws, Li Yi was indifferent. If any clever individual discerned discrepancies, he would leave it to their imaginations. Moreover, Wu Xiaokong reported a recent influx of foreign players logging into the game. Li Yi remained noncommittal. With the considerable buzz surrounding Real Fantasy Online, it was unrealistic to expect no attention abroad. It was plausible that among this batch of foreign players were spies. But so what? Li Yi was presently engrossed in game development and leveling up. Once he found leisure time, he would certainly explore other countries. After all, he felt somewhat constrained domestically, but abroad, he would have no reservations. Should he encounter any disrespectful individuals, erasing their existence in a literal sense would be a trivial matter. Recently, he had heard unfavorable remarks about Xia from America, and once Li Yi had the opportunity, he would ensure to educate them accordingly. Chapter 69. Healing Liquid in the Evening. At the East Suburb Base Laboratory, Shun Xiaoya curiously observed the array of intricate instruments and the bustling staff. Followed closely by a small tail, the drowsy Miao-chan appearing as if it had just awoken. Yesterday, Shun Xiaoya received a call that startled her. Her initial reaction being that it was a scam. However, the caller accurately disclosed her personal identification and address, subsequently instructing her to await further news at home. With a mixture of skepticism and caution, Shun Xiaoya chose not to report the incident to the authorities, instead opting to remain at home for 2 days without venturing outside. Today, the sound of a doorbell echoed, causing a wave of anxiety to sweep over Shun Xiaoya as she peered through the peephole, only to find herself face-to-face with heavily armed special police officers. Complying obediently, she followed them to their vehicle, a striking green police car that appeared markedly different from standard patrol cars. After navigating through several checkpoints, surrounded by fully equipped soldiers, the vehicle finally came to a halt at the entrance of a laboratory building. Shortly thereafter, another green vehicle arrived, and a bewildered Maya Jiang disembarked. The two women exchanged apprehensive glances before steeling themselves to enter the laboratory. "Greetings, I am Huang Liang, the director of the Comprehensive Intelligence Bureau of the Great Xia Security Department." He introduced himself as he approached them. "I apologize for the abrupt summons, but there are critical matters to discuss." Shun Xiaoya and Maya Jiang were ushered into an office, where they were seated like timid quails, trembling with trepidation. The middle-aged man before them bore an expression that was difficult to categorize as kind, yet his tone was surprisingly gentle. However, his authoritative presence left the two inexperienced girls feeling anything but calm. "I am not a spy. I have never even traveled abroad." Shun Xiaoya panicked internally, though she dared not voice her apprehensions aloud. Although Maya Jiang was equally in the dark about the unfolding events, her frequent internet explorations had granted her a vague understanding of the significance of the Great Xia Security Department. Thus, she chose to maintain a low profile. Unlike her usual talkative self, Zhang Liang proceeded to outline the information regarding the organization known as Xiao, shattering the worldviews of both women. The decision to involve Maya Jiang and Shun Xiaoya had not been made lightly. The previous encounter with the organization had profoundly impressed upon the higher-ups the potential threat posed by Xiao. Following extensive discussions and analyses, the consensus was clear. In the absence of a guarantee for complete eradication of this unknown and perilous force, it was best to maintain a cordial relationship while minimizing the number of individuals privy to such information. Fortunately, the Xiao organization appeared to prefer discretion, aiming to operate under the radar. The recent water balloon battle incident had marked the only occasion, aside from the gaming capsule, where Xiao left a tangible trace in the real world. As the primary overseer of these events, Zhang Liang was determined not to overlook this opportunity. Upon contacting Shun Xiaoya, he learned that the reward from the game was a vial of mysterious liquid, prompting him to send personnel to retrieve it. However, upon reaching out to Maya Jiang, he discovered that she had, rather recklessly, consumed the mysterious liquid. "Pray tell, what manner of audacity must one possess to ingest an unknown substance sent through the mail?" Zhang Liang convened an urgent meeting with an array of experts, including psychologists, to construct a comprehensive profile of Shun Xiaoya, Wu Ming, Maya Jiang's real name, and Lu Feier. Ultimately, they resolved to reveal the truth about Xiao to Shun Xiaoya and Maya Jiang, offering them positions as extramural personnel within the Xiaqing Bureau to assist in the research of the real fantasy game. Maya Jiang, in particular, would have the additional responsibility of monitoring bodily data. Lu Feier, being a public figure, was deemed too unpredictable and thus excluded from this initiative. However, upon arranging for personnel to impersonate customer service for the real fantasy game for follow-up inquiries, it was discovered that Lu Feier had also consumed the mysterious liquid, coupled with previous investigations revealing her battle with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Zhang Liang decided to withhold information regarding Lu Feier for the time being. Nevertheless, her attending physician had already been apprehended by Xiaqing Bureau agents, ensuring that all her treatment plans and medical data remained under the Bureau's control. An hour later, Zhang Liang inquired, "Dr. Feng, Dr. N, have the component analyses been completed?" He addressed the two elderly gentlemen emerging from the sterile room. Dr. N shook his head while Dr. Fong, astonished, replied, "At present, we can only ascertain that this is a composite of organic substances, containing various beneficial active peptides and some unidentified materials. Clinical trials on lab mice indicate that these active peptides, along with the unidentified substances, exhibit remarkable healing properties for wounds and demonstrate effective lethality against viruses and bacteria." Huang Liang accepted the report from Dr. Fong, densely packed with specialized terminology. So, one could interpret the primary function of this liquid as a treatment for ailments and injuries? That interpretation is not incorrect, Dr. N replied with a hint of resignation. Though the precise mechanisms remain elusive, the experimental results indeed suggest that. With the emergence of extraordinary powers, the discussion of scientific principles seems somewhat absurd. We shall provisionally designate this liquid as a healing solution. Due to the limited sample size and time constraints, we cannot ascertain its full capabilities. However, based on current experimental data, if the concentration is sufficient, it may even prove capable of curing terminal illnesses like cancer. Dr. N continued, presenting another report. Additionally, we conducted tests on Wu Meng's physiology and found a significant increase in her cellular vitality. After inquiry, it appears that many of her previous suboptimal health conditions have nearly vanished. Huang Liang fell silent, recognizing the implications. The healing solution may potentially have an anti-aging effect. He understood all too well what this could mean, yet he could not conceal the report and was obligated to present it truthfully to his superiors. Whether the older executives would react with fervor to this report was beyond his influence. The desire for longevity had been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people of Xia since ancient times. At that moment, Huang Liang's phone rang abruptly. "Hello? What? I understand. Continue to monitor the situation and contact me immediately with any updates." "What is the matter, Director Zhang?" Dr. Feng inquired, noticing Huang Liang's sudden shift in demeanor. Without responding directly, Huang Liang swiftly opened his mobile browser, searching for something. Moments later, he turned his phone towards Dr. Feng and Dr. N. "The real fantasy game has updated. Ignore everything else. Focus on the last entry." Dr. N took the phone, scrolling through the screen uncertainly. "The mech star? Chapter 70. Instant teleportation upgrade. Tomorrow is Saturday, and Li Yi is prepared for an all-nighter. Given his current physical condition, he only requires 2 to 3 hours of sleep each day to maintain his energy. However, with no formidable foes like Bic the Demon King to contend with, nor Saiyan's invading Earth, why exert himself unnecessarily? Typically, Li Yi retires early, but today is a special occasion. Engrossed in a novel, he lost track of time until past 10 o'clock, feeling no hint of fatigue, though his stomach began to grumble. "Perhaps I should order some takeout," he mused. The thrill of staying up late is delightful, and he can indulge in sleep until he awakens naturally the following day. His phone glided over from the table, automatically launching the food delivery app, and he placed orders from 5 different establishments: grilled cold noodles, charcoal roasted lamb leg, explosive squid, Orleans chicken leg rice, and beef brisket casserole. He planned to savor the late-night snacks lightly. After relishing the delectable cuisine, Li Yi floated effortlessly to the bathroom to attend to personal matters. Post-flush, he approached the wash basin. The toothpaste automatically dispensed, and Li Yi opened his mouth, the toothbrush gliding steadily across his teeth. Subsequently, the faucet was turned on, and the water flowed like a transparent ribbon into Li Yi's mouth. He gargled, expelling the foamy mouthwash, and rinsed his face with clean water before lying down on the large bed in his bedroom. In truth, ever since acquiring telekinesis, Li Yi found that he no longer needed to engage in such grooming rituals, as all impurities could be effortlessly eliminated with his mental powers. Plaque, oil, mucus, anything that did not belong to the human body could be instantly discarded. However, having maintained this habit for over a decade, he still preferred to dedicate a few moments to these seemingly trivial tasks. There remained a psychological satisfaction in performing them, as using his powers to cleanse left him feeling that cleanliness was not fully achieved. Li Yi had no intention of sleeping. After finishing the latest chapter of his novel, he began scrolling through Dole, where he often stumbled upon short videos from the game Real Fantasy. These videos showcased players' screenshots and recordings, complete with various strategies and tutorials. After he released the mage, warrior, and telekinetic roles, players of Real Fantasy experienced a surge of excitement. A water-based cannonball and a fireball simultaneously struck a large toad. sending it tumbling several times before an energy orb obliterated it in a puff of smoke. This video depicted a scene where two mages and a warrior teamed up to confront the wild toads of the Miamu Mountain. Though the spectacle lacked grandeur and the actions were not particularly flashy, the authenticity of the experience far surpassed any Hollywood special effects. Players in real fantasy could relish an unprecedented sensation, genuinely feeling as though they possessed superhuman abilities. Warriors notably sensed their heightened senses and significantly increased strength. One of the most popular videos featured internet celebrity Zhang Dashui performing squats while holding a beautiful mage in each arm. Some netizens, however, expressed their dissatisfaction on the official forum, hoping the game developers would incorporate more elements like items and mounts. Li Yi, on the other hand, firmly rejected such suggestions. To him, the game primarily served as a means to hone his skills, offering just enough functionality to keep him engaged and to help him level up. He scoffed at the notion that modifying some code could equate to the hard work required in the game. Those clamoring for additional game modules were disregarded by Li Yi entirely. Real fantasy had become immensely popular, with gaming pods and internet cafes fully booked around the clock, and long lines of players waiting for their turn. The issue was not the number of players, but rather the insufficient number of gaming pods. However, the player count remained limited to around 40,000, given the finite division of slugs. As for private gaming pods, Wu Xiaokong had reported that half had been procured by the military. Li Yi held no objections. After all, they were all just resources to be utilized. The officials in Daxiao merely hoped to gain insights into the organization behind real fantasy through its popularity. As Li Yi continued to scroll, he noted that the fastest player had already reached Namek. He admired their skill, as the large toads in his game design, transformed from slugs, were characterized by thick health and high defense, capable of launching acidic attacks. Players' shadow clones would immediately log off upon contact with the acid. Generally, a series of 50 hits from evasive attacks or energy blasts was required to defeat a large toad, while telekinetic weapons necessitated 100 physical strikes. Moreover, these creatures were scattered throughout Miamu Mountain, making the search itself a considerable endeavor. To enter Namek, players must have independently defeated 20 large toads or collaboratively vanquished 40. The sudden announcement of instant teleportation upgraded to level 2 elevated Li Yi's mood. In an instant, he vanished from his location. Moments later, he reappeared in the living room, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Just a few minutes prior, he had made a round trip between Jinling and Haimen. Indeed, in the span of those few minutes, he had traversed that distance, with half the time spent merely determining his direction. With the upgrade, the range of his teleportation had increased to 10 kilometers, and the cooldown reduced to a mere second. He estimated that one more upgrade would allow him to reach maximum capacity, transforming him into a godlike entity reminiscent of those in Dragon Ball. Nevertheless, the current range and cooldown sufficed, enabling him to circle the blue star in no time. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to take a trip to America. With that thought, Li Yi transformed into a cool young man with shoulder-length black hair. Considering the time difference, it was just before noon on the other side. Fans of Dragon Ball, if they hadn't had their memories erased by the system, would surely recognize him as a version of Trunks with black hair. He then opened a search engine to determine the distance and direction to America. The total distance was over 10,000 kilometers, and with his teleportation range of 10 kilometers, he calculated that it would take over 1,000 jumps. The cooldown time was 1 second, meaning he could arrive in approximately 20 minutes. Placing his phone in Miamu Mountain, Li Yi activated his teleportation and vanished from the living room. America, New York City, Midtown Manhattan. Standing on Bedloe Island, the Statue of Liberty, with her right hand raised in triumph and her left holding the Declaration of Independence, had stood for over a century. Suddenly, a figure appeared atop her crown. From now on, please call me Trunks. Having borrowed another's visage, he decided against altering the name. Li Yi leaped from the Statue of Liberty, disappearing midair. A cleaner, tasked with maintaining the statue, rubbed her eyes in disbelief, feeling as though she had seen a ghost. My God. Chapter 71. Sin City, New York City, Midtown, Longacre Square. A young Asian man with black hair, clad in a black t-shirt and jeans, strolled through the towering skyscrapers. Having transformed into a likeness of Trunks, Li Yi's first stop was the renowned Times Square, located at the intersection of Broadway and 7th Avenue. Countless billboards and screens flashed various advertisements, news, and artistic displays. creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere, often referred to as the crossroads of the world. Observing the throngs of pedestrians, Li noted the diverse array of skin tones. With a predominance of Caucasians, though Asians and African Americans were also present. It is well known that America is a melting pot of cultures, where one can encounter individuals from virtually every nation. Since he was here, Li decided to explore the attractions he had seen on television and Dole. He wandered from Madame Tussauds Wax Museum to the Broadway Theater, losing interest in the plays and moving past the NASDAQ billboard towards Wall Street. Initially captivated by the foreign scenery, he soon found it somewhat monotonous. Surrounded by skyscrapers, only uniquely styled buildings such as the Gothic Trinity Church and the New York Stock Exchange piqued his interest. Li paused, gazing up at the iconic structure before him, the Empire State Building. Construction began on March 17, 1930, and completed on April 11, 1931. Standing at 381 meters tall with 103 floors, reaching a total height of 443, 7 meters with its antenna, once holding the record for the world's tallest building for 41 years. It was regarded as one of the 7 wonders of modern engineering and remains a historical landmark of America. It is hard to fathom that a century ago, people could construct such a monumental edifice. In any case, far from home, Li completely liberated himself, vanishing in an instant before the astonished gazes of passers-by. The tip of the Empire State Building, a place reminiscent of the cinematic King Kong battling planes, became his new vantage point. Suddenly appearing atop the skyscraper, he looked down, not quite able to capture the entirety of New York, but certainly able to see many of its iconic landmarks. Times Square, Central Park, the Statue of Liberty, and the Brooklyn Bridge were all within his sight, alongside the crisscrossing streets of Manhattan and the Hudson River. However, Li's exceptional vision revealed that the city was not as pristine and sanitary as portrayed by Western media. Certain areas were in disarray, with garbage strewn about and sewage flowing openly. Observing the pedestrians and vehicles below, now mere specks, Li was struck by an overwhelming sense of superiority. He began to understand the mindset of the villains in novels. The possession of absolute power rendered ordinary individuals akin to ants. Grabbing a chilled soda from the refrigerator of a nearby shop, Li settled down to relish the cityscape beneath him. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he caught sight of something intriguing. Erica Criss, a columnist for the New York Daily News and a company darling, strolled down the street. Her golden hair cascaded smoothly over her pale shoulders, her legs shapely and straight, with a figure that was nothing short of explosive. Her deep blue eyes sparkled like sapphires. After a late night spent organizing her articles, she had requested a half-day off from her boss, Lewis, to enjoy the afternoon. Oh, the absurdity of our newspaper's archaic system. It felt as if it had been plucked from the last century, demanding a punctual clock-in at 9 each morning. As Erica walked to the office, she couldn't help but vent her frustrations about Lewis's attendance policies, pondering why they couldn't adopt a more flexible schedule like the Wall Street Journal. Lewis seemed like an alien, utterly oblivious to the struggles of us, his beleaguered subordinates. Just as she passed an alleyway, a pair of large hands suddenly reached out, covering Erica's mouth and nose, dragging her into the shadows. "Beautiful lady, I advise you to keep your mouth shut and make not a single sound, or you will not wish to know what horrors await you." A foul stench of smoke and alcohol wafted over her, nearly causing her to faint. A scruffy man pressed a fruit knife against her neck. Feeling the cold steel, Erica nodded in submission. The hand that had covered her mouth released, but the knife remained poised against her skin. "Please don't harm me. I have 300 in cash. All yours." Erica understood the gravity of the situation. Provoking her assailant could very well lead to her demise. In recent years, the safety of New York had improved significantly, with crime rates plummeting and only occasional incidents of robbery or burglary occurring at night. Yet, here she was, having the misfortune to encounter danger in broad daylight. Looking into the man's bloodshot eyes and deep dark circles, Erica suspected he was a desperate addict resorting to crime for a fix. The man snatched her handbag, rummaging through it to steal 200 in cash and her mobile phone. "Oh, sir, you can have the money and the phone. But could you please return the SIM and memory card? They are very important to me," Erica pleaded. Losing the cash was one thing, but the data and contacts stored on her phone were essential. However, perhaps her words provoked him. Or perhaps it was the sight of her fair skin that stirred his base instincts. The man began to drag her deeper into the alley. "Help! Someone save me!" Realizing her dire predicament, Erica screamed, hoping to attract attention. "Shut up, or I'll carve a cross on that lovely face of yours." The man snarled, his eyes gleaming with lust. Feeling the bite of the blade as it pierced her skin, despair welled in Erica's blue eyes, tears spilling forth. "Friend, it's rather inappropriate to do this in broad daylight, and it seems this lovely lady isn't too keen on it." A youthful voice rang out. Though she couldn't understand the words, it sounded like someone named Xiaoan. "Please, save me." Erica clung to the hope that this was her lifeline. As the scruffy man turned, both he and Erica were taken aback to find a short Asian boy standing before them, appearing barely out of his teens. Disappointment flickered in Erica's eyes. She had little faith that such a young boy could rescue her from an adult assailant. Her only hope was that the man would flee with the cash upon being discovered, leaving her phone behind, which at this moment seemed a trivial concern. "Hey kid, whoever you are, you'd best get out of here, or I want to be gentle." He waved the fruit knife threateningly. "Oh really? I'm so scared." Li Yi replied in English, extending a finger toward the man. "Would you like to experience the sensation of flight?" The scruffy man understood the English, but could not grasp the meaning behind the boy's words. Yet, he detected a tone of disdain. Abruptly, he released his grip on Erica's arm, pushing her to the ground while tightening his hold on the knife, ready to teach this insolent yellow-skinned monkey a lesson. As the man lunged towards him, Li lifted his outstretched finger, and the man found himself unable to control his body. Slowly, his feet lifted off the ground, and he hovered in midair, panic setting in. "What did you do? Put me down," he yelled, realizing it was the boy's doing. Was this some sort of Eastern sorcery? Li Yi ignored the man's cries, finding his voice grating. "You're too loud." With that, he gestured, and the man was flung into the air, soaring to a height of about 5 stories before plummeting back to the ground. Thud! The man crashed heavily, groaning in pain and spitting blood before losing consciousness. Is he dead? Erica thought she might lose her mind. First, she was robbed, nearly assaulted, and now an Asian boy had thrown her assailant into the air? No, he was simply unconscious. In truth, the man was not in any immediate danger. He might suffer a few broken ribs, a concussion, and some internal injuries, but with time, he might also succumb to blood loss. With Li Yi's keen eyesight, he could tell that the man was undoubtedly on drugs. And he felt no concern for the fate of such scum. Though he had never taken a life, he realized that even if the man had died from the fall, he would not feel the slightest remorse. Perhaps the elevation of his existence had dulled his empathy, akin to how one would feel guilty for accidentally stepping on an ant. "Are you all right?" Li Yi asked, extending a hand to help Erica up. As Li Yi gazed upon Erica, who had inadvertently revealed her porcelain skin during her altercation with the scruffy man, he felt a slight dryness in his throat. He would never admit that his intervention was prompted by Erica's exquisite beauty. In broad daylight, the scruffy man's actions warranted severe condemnation in any country, and having witnessed it, Li Yi could not simply stand idly by. No, it was certainly not solely because Erica bore a slight resemblance to Audrey Hepburn, at least not entirely. "Did you just use magic? Or was it some sort of witchcraft?" Erica inquired, rising to her feet, oblivious to her wardrobe malfunction. Her expression one of sheer incredulity as she looked at the young man before her. "You may interpret it that way if you wish. I am Trunks, a traveler pursuing my interests," Li Yi replied, having crafted this persona for Trunks. After all, this was a character meant for the enjoyment of life and the exploration of diverse experiences. And Li Yi had no intention of imposing excessive restrictions on Trunks. He could do as he pleased. "Oh my God," Erica gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. She had never imagined that supernatural abilities truly existed. "So, are you from Blue Star?" Erica asked cautiously, momentarily forgetting her earlier fear, her mind now consumed with excitement and curiosity. The scene she had just witnessed had utterly revolutionized her worldview. "To be precise, I am from Blue Star, but not from this dimension," Li Yi clarified, speaking the truth, for the characters in the realm of fantasy were indeed not from the same plane as the real world. In the original narrative, Trunks had traveled from a future timeline. Erica, a quintessential modern American woman, quickly accepted Trunks' persona, engaging in conversation with Li Yi. As they walked and talked, Li Yi occasionally struggled to keep pace with Erica's rapid-fire dialogue, yet they experienced little in the way of language barriers. Meanwhile, the unfortunate scruffy man lay abandoned in the cold alley, his fate hanging in the balance, dependent on mere chance. Although Erica had called the police, she had no way of knowing how long it would take for them to arrive, hoping desperately that the man could hold on until then. As they conversed at the alley's entrance, Li Yi gained a deeper understanding of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty. At 25, Erica, as an independent woman of the new era, did not live with her parents, but instead rented a studio apartment near her workplace. Employed as a columnist for the Daily News, her income was relatively substantial in her social circle. Erica learned that Trunks was a traveler from a parallel dimension. According to his rather fanciful description, only Blue Star had been discovered thus far as a parallel universe. Prior to this, Trunks had been exploring other planets in his own timeline. Wow, that's incredible. Do you travel through the stars in a spaceship? Erica's large eyes sparkled with wonder at the thought of interstellar travel, a notion so romantic. Indeed, next time I could invite you aboard my spacecraft for a visit, if I manage to secure a spot, Li Yi replied. As their conversation continued, the sound of a police siren echoed in the distance. About 10 minutes had passed, and it appeared the officers from Niue were quite efficient. However, it remained uncertain whether Erica's unique position as a journalist had influenced their swift response. After all, the impact of media personnel could be significant, and perhaps the police had expedited their response due to the potential for public scrutiny. Ms. Erica, I must take my leave now, as a traveler like me certainly lacks proper identification, Li Yi announced, preparing to depart. Trunks, how can I contact you? Do you have a phone number, or perhaps a WeChat account? Erica inquired, not wishing to lose touch with this extraordinary young man. For such encounters with the extraordinary were dreams come true for many. I have memorized your essence. I will seek you out once the situation concludes. Until we meet again. Erica, Li Yi smiled at her and, in an instant, vanished from her sight. Trunks? Erica exclaimed, her eyes wide, scanning her surroundings in vain for any sign of him, marveling at the enigmatic youth who had defied her expectations. Two police officers emerged from the patrol car, and under Erica's guidance, they located the scruffy man. One officer approached, sighed in relief upon discovering he was alive, and promptly handcuffed him before escorting him to the police vehicle. Erica joined them as they set off for the precinct. During the journey, Erica called her supervisor to report the robbery incident, ending the conversation with her superior's words of comfort. As she gazed out the window at the swiftly receding cityscape, Erica pondered to herself, Trunks, you will come to find me again, won't you? Chapter 73. The King's Fist and Puppet Technique. Li Yi had not ventured far. He had merely teleported to the Statue of Liberty. As noon approached, he resolved to savor the culinary delights of America. Although he had previously encountered criticisms online regarding American cuisine, which seemed limited to hamburgers and fries, Li Yi believed that in such a vast international metropolis, there must be exceptional gastronomic experiences to be found. After all, even the tycoons of Wall Street indulged in the pleasures of life, albeit inaccessible to the average citizen. Just as he was about to set off for Wall Street to inquire with an elite about the best culinary spots, he experienced an upgrade in his palm sorcery technique. This upgrade, however, was somewhat sluggish, as it differed from previous abilities. Palm sorcery required a target for its application. Unlike the earlier instances of casting illusions on a few friends, this technique could not be employed on thin air. Thus, Li Yi procured a variety of small animals, such as mice and rabbits, through Wu Shaokong, placing them in Namek to practice his palm sorcery and gain experience. The repeated application of palm sorcery would not adversely affect these small creatures. Rather, it would enhance their health and vitality. Consequently, even with dozens of shadow clones continuously utilizing the technique, it took over a day for the upgrade to complete. Palm sorcery has upgraded to level 1. Unlocks King's Fist. Unlocks Puppet Technique. Non-upgradable. Without the safety net of the Dragon Balls, the rewards were directly granted. And fortunately, one of the skills was upgradable. Li Yi examined the rewards he had received. King's Fist, by unleashing one's inner potential. This technique temporarily amplifies one's physical strength, speed, attack power, and defense, thereby enhancing overall combat capabilities. Current amplification factor, 50. The King's Fist was a minor skill initially wielded by the protagonist Goku in his early days. At that time, Goku's power was significantly lower than that of Prince Vegeta, yet he managed to hold his own with this technique. Currently, the entry-level King's Fist could only amplify half of one's strength, akin to the original works version of the Kaioken technique. For Li Yi, this was somewhat redundant, as he could already navigate Blue Star with ease without needing the King's Fist. Puppet Technique. This allows the user to manipulate puppets for combat using chakra threads. And various forms of puppets can be created using suitable materials. Ah, this is quite intriguing, Li Yi mused. This skill could introduce an array of wild creatures in future immersive fantasy games. After reviewing his rewards, Li Yi sought his bearings and teleported to the base of the McAdams building on Wall Street. This skyscraper, characterized by its distinctive neo-Gothic architecture, housed numerous prestigious companies. Li Yi calmly entered the building amidst the astonished gazes of several office workers and casually pressed the button for the 50th floor in the elevator. Upon arriving on the 50th floor, Li Yi stepped out to find himself in a precious metals trading company. Without wasting time, he used an illusion to compel an employee to escort him to the boss's office. In a place where land was as valuable as gold, a company of such size surely had the knowledge of where to find the finest dining options. Li Yi's aspirations were refreshingly simple. At the age of 40, Taylor Lautner was engaged in a discussion with his petite secretary, seated on his lap, regarding where they should work late that evening. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the office. Damn it! Hadn't I instructed that I should not be disturbed unless it was of utmost importance? Fuming, Taylor set the secretary down and straightened his shirt, muttering for the intruder to enter. The heavy wooden door swung open to reveal an unfamiliar Asian youth. Taylor roared at the young employee, James. Trailing behind Li Yi, "How dare you let a stranger into my office? Do you wish to be dismissed? Calm down. I'm merely asking for directions." No need to be tense. Li Yi's eyes turned a vivid crimson, 3 black tomos swirling slowly within them. Suddenly, the 3, Li Yi and the 2 others, became dazed, as if their souls had been severed. 10 minutes later, they snapped back to reality, yet they could not recall what had transpired. "James, why aren't you at work? How can you have the audacity to loiter here?" James, looking bewildered, returned to his station, unable to fathom why he had found himself in his boss's office. Bernardine Restaurant, a Michelin 3-star establishment specialized in seafood, categorizing its menu into 3 main sections: raw, lightly cooked, and fully cooked, dedicated to showcasing the exquisite flavors of top-tier seafood from quality origins. The sashimi platter, paired with a distinctive sauce, was a veritable feast for the senses. Set in an elegant environment with professional service, making it the preferred dining choice for society's elite. Li Yi took a seat as the waiter presented the menu. Given that Bernardine was a French seafood restaurant, the menu was written in both English and French. Although he had consumed seafood aplenty in Haimen, it had primarily been prepared in ordinary ways, such as steaming or grilling. Li Yi was eager to experience the culinary artistry of a Michelin-starred restaurant, curious to see how the ingredients would be transformed. After much deliberation and confirmation from the waiter, he ordered 3 sets of courses. The first course arrived: seafood appetizers consisting of lobster, crab, and potato balls garnished with South American chili, avocado, and lime. Oysters chilled in seaweed water, accompanied by sea grapes and pickled scallions, and a small serving of tuna paired with oil-marinated sweet red peppers. The flavors certainly justified their steep price, making for a delightful start that whetted Li Yi's appetite. Next came the first dish, a small bowl of seafood rice made with caviar, filet mignon, and raw yellowtail, complemented by a lightly smoked Japanese dashi gel. The second dish featured Pacific crab cakes served with a shell bean and nutmeg cream. The portions were modest, but each dish was served sequentially, with a maximum of 2 dishes at a time. Such was the nature of French dining, and Li Yi was content to savor the experience, embracing the local customs. Following was grilled lobster meat paired with black truffle pasta and black truffle cream. Then came steamed black base with pickled tomatoes and 5-spice tomato broth. Each ingredient was masterfully cooked, perfectly enhancing its natural flavors while being elevated by the accompanying seasonings and garnishes. Li Yi was thoroughly satisfied, relishing the poached flounder and grilled white tuna, before indulging in grilled wagyu beef, seasoned with red wine and pepper sauce. After nearly 30 dishes, he concluded the meal with a gold leaf coffee chocolate tart and a freeze-dried raspberry cake for dessert, marking the end of a dining experience that lasted nearly 3 hours. Li Yi couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this was undoubtedly the longest meal he had ever enjoyed. His prodigious appetite drew the attention and admiration of surrounding diners, even prompting the chef, Riper, to leave the kitchen and engage in conversation with Li Yi about the day's offerings. Initially, Li Yi had intended to use illusion to dine without paying. However, after enjoying a pleasant conversation with the charismatic chef, he found Riper to be quite humorous and affable. Thus, fully satiated, Li Yi employed his palm technique to rejuvenate Riper, restoring the vitality of the 50-something chef by a decade. Ultimately, he managed to avoid the awkwardness of payment through illusion, though he believed that, even if given the choice, Riper would willingly accept his culinary services in exchange for the meal. Chapter 74. Greetings, Mr. President. After leaving the restaurant, Li Yi sought a nearby CAF. Settling into a window seat with an iced macchiato, watching the foot traffic outside. Since he was already in the United States, why not stir up a little trouble? The real fantasy game was undoubtedly destined for international expansion, and thus, it was imperative to establish a few aliases abroad. While he could certainly use the persona of Itachi, employing a new alias for dealings with Western nations seemed prudent. After all, as the future sovereign of Blue Star, he must ensure equity for all. Activating Time Stop, he created a shadow clone, contemplating its transformation into a classic figure. With tousled black curls, a broad face, thick brows, and deep-set eyes framed by a robust, short beard that accentuated his masculine contours, the choice was clear: Mr. Satan. In the original Dragon Ball series, Satan was an unreliable world champion fighter, more adept at boasting than battling. However, when he took things seriously, his appearance could be quite intimidating. Moreover, he inherently possessed a quintessential Western look, tall and formidable. He appeared quite imposing. All right, Mr. Satan, kindly go and greet our president, Li Yi instructed his shadow clone. Unlike the discreet approach taken back home, Li Yi felt liberated upon arriving in America, believing it only courteous to introduce himself to the local powers that be. After all, the capital, Shield City, was merely over 300 kilometers away, and with a few quick teleportations, he could arrive in mere minutes. As Satan teleported away, Li Yi resumed time, sipping his coffee while listening to the English tunes playing in the CAF. He planned to visit Erica soon, hoping this local beauty would show him around. Exploring alone held little appeal, but having an attractive companion would undoubtedly enhance the experience, particularly as Erica's looks aligned well with Li Yi's aesthetic preferences. Satan materialized in an apartment, where a young white man lounged on the sofa, video chatting with his girlfriend. "Oh my God, who are you? And how did you get in here?" the young man exclaimed, startled, directing his ire at Satan. "Jim, what is going on over there?" His girlfriend, unable to see the commotion, anxiously inquired through the phone. "Quiet for a moment. I merely need to use your computer," Satan replied, fixing his gaze upon the young man. As the black tomo continued to whirl, Jim's eyes glazed over, and he instinctively opened the computer, searching for directions to Shield City. Jim, speak to me. What is going on?" His girlfriend's voice echoed through the video feed, but Jim remained unresponsive. "Thank you. Your girlfriend is searching for you." "It is not very gentlemanly to make a lady wait too long," Satan remarked, glancing at the concerned girl on the screen. Having noted the directions, Satan teleported away, leaving Jim to awaken from the enchantment. Julie?" Jim finally responded, hastily picking up his phone. "Sorry, I think I just dozed off. Where were we?" Hearing Julie's serious tone about someone entering the room and that he seemed to have been hypnotized, Jim appeared utterly bewildered, completely lacking any recollection of the incident. On the east coast of America, in Shield City, currently, President Trump is conducting affairs within the White House. Recently, the conflict between Bear Country and Kiefer Country has escalated significantly, necessitating that America, as a major power behind the scenes, prepares accordingly. Suddenly, the figure of Satan appeared before the White House, lingering for over 10 minutes, initially misdirected toward Fat City before realizing the error and swiftly returning. Without employing time suspension or teleportation, Satan entered through the main door of the White House. Numerous trained Secret Service agents patrol and stand guard at various entrances, corridors, and key locations within the White House around the clock. Thus, Satan was quickly detected upon his arrival. However, all nearby personnel ignored Satan, as if rendered blind to his presence, allowing him to advance into the building. It was not that they were visually impaired, but rather their bodies were immobilized by telekinesis, rendering them voiceless. Recently upgraded, the telekinesis now had a reach of 1 kilometer, capable of controlling the weight of objects up to 1 ton. Within this range, Li Yi could effortlessly eliminate any life form at will. After all, once the brain of a carbon-based organism is turned to mush, survival becomes nearly impossible. Alarms blared as the White House went into a state of heightened security, with agents rushing towards Satan's location only to be incapacitated upon reaching the 1 kilometer threshold. Snipers had locked onto Satan, and upon discovering that nearby agents had lost communication, Trump's bodyguard prepared to escort the president through a secret passage while simultaneously ordering the snipers to open fire. The shot rang out, and Satan's keen eyes tracked the bullet's trajectory, capable of evading it at any moment given his current physical prowess. Yet, he remained motionless, allowing the bullet to draw nearer until it was a mere 10 centimeters from his head, at which point his telekinesis halted the bullet mid-flight. Telekinesis could control objects weighing less than 1 ton within a kilometer radius, which naturally included bullets. The bullet fell to the ground as it lost the support of telekinesis. And at that moment, Satan's figure abruptly vanished from sight. "Mr. President, it is still not time to conclude your work," he appeared behind Trump, waving his hand to move aside 2 nearby bodyguards, addressing the relatively composed president. "Will you not offer me a cup of tea?" Half an hour later, only 2 individuals remained in Trump's office, Trump himself and his bodyguard, Eric. Trump gazed at the chair before him, where a moment ago sat an individual. After a cordial exchange, the man known as Satan expressed that he bore no malice toward America, merely seeking a modicum of cooperation on American soil. In return, he promised to provide items of interest to America. Trump, still reeling from the earlier events, hesitantly turned to his bodyguard. "William, I was not merely dreaming, was I? He truly possesses magic?" Recalling the lightning and fireballs that Satan had effortlessly conjured, William confidently affirmed that it was no mere illusion. Moreover, according to the sniper's report, this individual had seemingly withstood a sniper bullet without a scratch. Thus, William replied, "Mr. President, what transpired was indeed real. Although it is astonishing, it seems that extraordinary powers truly exist." After a long silence, Trump retrieved his phone, gathered the cabinet members, set aside all current affairs, and convened at the White House for a meeting. Chapter 75, Strategy. 40 minutes later, within the White House. "Your Excellency, may I inquire what significant matter prompted your summons?" In the expansive conference room, more than 10 cabinet members had convened, with Defense Secretary Peter Lawrence voicing the collective curiosity. Today was not a scheduled cabinet meeting, leaving everyone puzzled as to what warranted their assembly. "Let me state clearly that what I am about to disclose is no jest nor a sign of my mental instability," Trump declared solemnly. "Furthermore, I expect discretion regarding today's events, as failure to uphold this could yield unpredictable consequences." The gravity of Trump's words caused the previously indifferent cabinet members to furrow their brows in earnest. Peter spoke again. "I am well aware that you did not go through such effort merely to share a trivial joke. Please, share what is on your mind. I trust that everyone here stands united." Nods of agreement echoed in the room. Trump composed himself and gestured for bodyguard William to activate the projector. The screen displayed footage from outside the White House, evidently a surveillance recording. As the assembly watched in confusion, the image shifted suddenly, revealing a tall man with black curls who appeared without warning. At that moment, Trump pressed the pause button. "Mr. President, what is the meaning of this? Have you gathered us merely to watch an edited footage?" inquired Secretary of the Treasury Claire, unable to contain her curiosity. "Ms. Claire, I believe I emphasized that I am not jesting," Trump responded gravely, turning to face the group. "That video is neither a film nor a television show. It is real surveillance footage from less than an hour ago, capturing the true events at the entrance of the White House. Just moments ago, this man named Satan approached me alone, and the White House's defense system was rendered utterly ineffective." He fast-forwarded the video, revealing Satan walking past numerous agents without any obstruction as he entered the White House. Trump then rewound a segment, pointing to a dark spot on the screen. In this moment, a sniper fired at him, yet the bullet halted midair before plummeting to the ground. He produced the sniper bullet from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. Moreover, agents reported that anyone within a 1-kilometer radius of him loses control over their bodies. Trump paused, allowing the information to sink in. "Mr. Trump, can you account for the veracity of your claims?" Vice President John Harris, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. "I stake all my possessions on it," Trump asserted. "How can this be? Is it some form of superpower? It is simply unbelievable. Is today April Fool's Day?" The assembly erupted in hushed discussions, unable to suppress their astonishment. Ultimately, it was Defense Secretary Peter who asked the pivotal question. What request did he make upon his bold entrance into the White House? Trump gazed at the figure on the monitor, his expression complex, and replied. His demand was straightforward. He wishes our government to endorse all activities conducted by their organization within America. After a brief pause, he added, moreover, similar actions will be taken in Xia country and other nations. Trump withheld certain details, omitting the mysterious small vial in his pocket. The meeting lasted over 5 hours, concluding in the evening with a consensus on a strategy: maintain goodwill and seek deeper understanding, while probing if other nations had encountered similar occurrences. One could say the perspectives of major powers were aligned, as each country shared similar sentiments. In America, the emergence of Satan led the higher-ups to adopt a wartime stance in response. Meanwhile, Li, still sipping his iced coffee, received feedback from the dissolution of Satan's shadow clone, along with the memories it had retained. After this encounter, it seems that the entry of real fantasy into the United States will proceed without any issues. Li Yi's reasoning is quite straightforward. The more individuals who engage with real fantasy, the swifter his advancement will be. It is likely that there will be a situation akin to the past, where one must elevate their skills to the maximum level to unlock the subsequent abilities. If a significant portion of the global population assists Li Yi in leveling up, attaining the pinnacle of all skills would be a matter of mere moments. Although Li Yi currently possesses the strength to dominate the world, who among high school students finds amusement in world domination? Managing a sports class, where overseeing a group of students during physical education can be exhausting, is far more feasible than ruling an entire blue planet. Unless, of course, Li Yi were to become a tyrant. But if one were to adopt the role of a despotic ruler, what would be the distinction from the present? Thus, governance of a nation ought to be entrusted to those with expertise. As long as they can facilitate the flourishing of Li Yi's blue planet, that suffices. At times, witnessing the apocalyptic villains in films and anime can be perplexing. If one annihilates every individual in the world, leaving oneself alone, would that not lead to loneliness and boredom? Without games, delectable food, or charming companions, what would one derive joy from? As for world domination, it seems unnecessary. With such power, desires can be fulfilled without engaging in arduous battles against protagonists, only to be ultimately defeated by their burgeoning might or fall victim to plot contrivances. Shaking off these thoughts and noting the time, Li Yi surmised that Erica's activities at the police station had likely concluded. Exiting the CAF, he hailed a taxi to the police station. As for payment, no inquiries. It was settled with the mystical currency of the game. Meanwhile, Erica was providing her statement at the police station. The scruffy man had a criminal record, having previously served time for robbery and theft, coupled with a history of substance abuse. Due to the severity of his injuries, he had been taken to the hospital and did not return to the police station. Erica stated that he had accidentally fallen and was unaware of the circumstances, although the officer found it puzzling how a simple fall could result in internal bleeding. He chose not to press further since Erica was the victim, awaiting the suspect's recovery for further details. "Hey, Erica," as it was a unilateral statement. Erica swiftly exited the police station, only to be called by a familiar voice. "Trunks." Surprised, Erica had not anticipated Trunks waiting for her outside the police station. She had worried about losing contact. Overcome with excitement, Erica rushed and leaped into Li Yi's arms, gripping his shirt as if fearing he might suddenly vanish. "I apologize. I was overly excited. I thought you wouldn't come to find me again." The unusual sensation against her chest made Erica realize her behavior was somewhat inappropriate, and she quickly released her grip, her fair complexion tinged with a hint of pink. Despite being a robust American girl, her unreserved leap into someone's embrace was slightly embarrassing for Erica, as they created distance between them, reminiscing about the moment. Li Yi felt a twinge of regret but smiled at Erica, saying, "You are the first friend I've made here, and I certainly wouldn't disappear without a word." He then proposed that Erica show him around New York, to which she readily agreed. "Shall we take a taxi, or should I fetch my car?" Erica inquired, as New York was quite expansive and walking would take an entire day. "No, let us fly there." The youth revealed a dazzling smile. Chapter 76. Erica's day trip to America. Wait, did he just say fly? Erica's mind briefly malfunctioned. Before she could fully comprehend, Li Yi effortlessly scooped her up in a princess carry, lifting her off the ground and into the sky. "My goodness, is this a stunt?" she exclaimed. "Quick, capture this. I must share it." As onlookers gasped, Li Yi accelerated, vanishing into the azure sky. Gradually, Erica's initial panic subsided, replaced by exhilaration as she felt the wind rush against her. Astonishingly, she found herself soaring above New York City. "This is incredible." Erica had previously experienced bungee jumping and roller coasters, but nothing compared to this. "Wow." She could not contain her excitement, letting out a jubilant shout. Feeling the contact of her arms and Li Yi's toned legs, Erica's joy was mirrored in Li Yi's smile. In truth, He could have effortlessly levitated her using telekinesis. But that would be devoid of romance, wouldn't it? Where to next? Li Yi inquired. Although he had blocked much of the wind with his powers, they still needed to raise their voices for Erica to hear. Leaning closer, she whispered near his ear, "Our first stop in New York must be the Statue of Liberty. But today I can experience what it's like to look down upon her." With childlike glee, she struck a superhero pose, urging Li Yi onward. "Be careful. I'm about to accelerate," Li Yi warned before soaring toward the statue, eliciting another round of gasps from Erica. They circled above the Statue of Liberty, allowing Erica to capture several selfies atop her crown before continuing their journey. The pair flew over the Brooklyn Bridge, reveling in the breathtaking views of the Hudson River. They glided above Central Park, savoring the harmonious blend of urban and natural beauty, and at one point, they descended to purchase hamburgers and sodas. Enjoying a light afternoon tea atop the Empire State Building, Erica felt as though she were in a dream. Due to their aerial routes, traversing the entirety of New York took remarkably little time. "I never imagined I could tour the whole of New York in just 1 hour. This is unbelievable." Erica's cheeks were flushed from the wind, yet her enthusiasm remained undeterred. Perched atop the Empire State Building, she snapped countless selfies, continuously sharing her feelings with Li Yi. "There's still some time left. How about I take you to earn some pocket money?" Li Yi suggested, noting that there was still time before sunset to enjoy a bit longer. "What?" Erica struggled to keep pace with Li Yi's excitement. "Hand me your phone." After receiving Erica's phone, Li Yi searched for the location and direction to Las Vegas. With another effortless princess carry, he declared, "Let us embark on an extraordinary adventure." Before Erica could fully register his words, the scenery around them shifted dramatically, and they found themselves hovering above a magnificent waterfall. Grand Canyon Park? "This is about 10 kilometers from New York," Erica gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. She had previously visited this location with her company and knew that the drive took 20 to 30 minutes. Yet here she was, having arrived in an instant. How splendid. "Oh my God, is this teleportation? Trunks, you are incredible." Li Yi couldn't help but beam with pride at her praise. Embracing the fragrant Erica, he executed several more instantaneous movements, finally reaching their destination after a few minutes. Before her lay a city she had often seen on television, and Erica suddenly grasped the meaning behind Li Yi's earlier suggestion about earning pocket money. "Las Vegas?" "Precisely. Correct answer, 10 points." Li Yi landed in a less crowded area. Avoiding drawing attention, they hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take them to the largest casino, arriving deftly at the opulent Bellagio Casino. As they disembarked from the taxi, Erica paid the fare and gratuity. "Trunks, do you possess gambling skills?" Erica inquired, then suddenly recalling something, she clutched her chest, her face flushing as she asked, "You don't happen to have any superpowers like X-ray vision, do you?" It is entirely reasonable for Erica to think this way. After all, with flight and teleportation already at hand, the notion of multiple perspectives does not seem far-fetched. "No, I truly lack any ability for clairvoyance." Li Yi hastily waved his hand in denial. This was indeed a candid truth. He had never activated the Sharingan, which did not possess such powers. Even if it did, it was strictly forbidden to pry into my privacy. Seeing that Li Yi appeared sincere, Erica reluctantly accepted his words. The mere thought of being completely exposed in Li Yi's eyes made her cheeks flush with heat. "By the way, I don't have any cash on me. Could you exchange for some chips?" With that, the two made their way into the casino, passing through security at the entrance before entering the bustling hall. As the largest casino in the vicinity, the hall boasted no fewer than 1,000 to 2,000 slot machines, with most of them occupied by eager players. There were at least 100 gaming tables, featuring a plethora of games including blackjack, craps, pai gow, Caribbean stud poker, baccarat, and roulette. After exchanging for 1,000 making chips at the cashier beside the hall, Li Yi and Erica began to stroll through the casino, observing onlookers fervently placing their bets. "Have you played before?" Li Yi inquired, recalling that many states in the Macon country, including New, did not prohibit gambling. "I'm no gambler. How could I come to such a place?" Erica shot him a glare, then added, "However, I have seen the basics of dice and roulette on television." "Then let's play those too," Li Yi suggested, leading Erica to the roulette table. The primary equipment for roulette consists of a wheel and a ball, with the wheel divided into 36 numbered slots plus a 0, totaling 37 segments, each marked with distinct numbers and colors. Betting on a single number yields a payout of 35, that is, Wagering 1 Macon would result in a return of 35 Macon if successful. Naturally, one could also bet on odd or even or on number ranges with varying odds. What is your lucky number? Lee asked Erica with a mysterious air. 11, Erica exclaimed, as if anticipating what would unfold next, her excitement evident. All right, now please blow on this chip, Lee instructed, mimicking the flirtatious techniques seen in films as he produced a purple chip worth 500 Macon. The only large denomination she had exchanged. Erica complied, blowing gently on the chip, her gaze fixed on Lee with anticipation. Next came the moment to witness a miracle. Lee transformed into a master of the game. In roulette, there are a total of 37 slots. Most players typically bet on odd, even, or on ranges. Those who wager all their money on a single number, as depicted in novels and films, are either cheats or fools. However, today, Lee was neither. He was a prodigy. Without hesitation, he placed the chip blessed by Erica on the number 11. Once everyone had placed their bets, the roulette wheel spun, the white ball bouncing unpredictably among the numbers, leaving everyone in suspense regarding its final resting place. Lee had used his telekinesis to observe the wheel and discerned that it lacked the mechanisms often portrayed in movies. This made sense, as such establishments primarily relied on probabilities for profit. As long as there were enough gamblers, the house would never lose. In fact, should one win, bodyguards would escort them safely out, serving as a promotional tactic to attract more patrons. As the wheel slowed, the white ball heightened the tension among the players. Even though Erica knew Lee was unlikely to lose, she couldn't help but be swept up in the surrounding atmosphere, softly repeating 11 under her breath. Lee calculated the wheel's speed, gently nudging the ball with his telekinesis to ensure it landed on 11. Yay! Erica exclaimed excitedly, embracing Lee and unable to resist planting a kiss on his cheek. The 500 Macon chip instantly transformed into 17,500, a 35-fold increase. She finally understood why so many became entranced by gambling. The allure of receiving substantial returns in a brief span without any effort was undeniably captivating. Lee, taken aback by the unexpected kiss, chuckled, contemplating how he had received such a reward for merely winning over 10,000 Macon. He mused that Erica might soon feel compelled to reciprocate in a more intimate manner. At that moment, Erica also realized her earlier boldness might have crossed a line. However, the assertive woman from the Macon country did not shy away. Instead, she gazed at Lee with her sparkling azure eyes, unabashedly locking her gaze on him. Although they had only just met, this visitor from another world had provided her with an unparalleled experience. If the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel was irresistible to every girl, then the subsequent ability to soar through the air and teleport symbolized immense power. Most women possess an inherent attraction to strength, seeking formidable partners. This inclination is etched into their very genes. Thus, Erica could confidently assert that she had developed feelings for this young man. While love might be a stretch, she was certainly open to engaging in actions that transcended mere friendship. Unbeknownst to Lee, not all women in the Macon country were as liberated, while many were open-minded. A small fraction cherished their bodies. Erica was one such individual. Having grown up in a privileged environment, she never worried about her daily sustenance. Her independent nature also allowed her to possess a rational understanding of her desires. She was not averse to premarital intimacy, but did not wish to surrender herself so casually. At least, she had yet to encounter someone who inspired such thoughts. Trunks? He could be a contender, she mused. What number would you like to choose next? Lee, unaware that he had been added to Erica's shortlist, felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze and posed the question. Erica snapped back to reality, glancing at the pile of chips before her, contemplating her choice. Then let's go with 1. Today marks our first meeting. Lee placed 10 chips representing 1,000 Macon on number 1. This drew the attention of nearby gamblers, as it was relatively uncommon for someone to wager such a significant sum on a single number. Young man, you've already hit a single number once. The odds of hitting it twice in a row are slimmer than finding gold on the street, remarked a Mediterranean uncle, who recognized Lee as the one who had just won on 11. Thanks, but I have the goddess of fortune on my side. It will be fine. Lee responded, appreciating the uncle's concern and smiling back, noting his clumsy English suggested he was from Xia country. Goddess of fortune, please bestow your magic upon this chip. He winked at Erica. At your service, Erica responded, gently blowing on the chip once more. The Mediterranean uncle shook his head at Li Yi's obstinacy, lamenting how the young man was ignoring sound advice. It was a pity to throw away the 10,000 Makin he had just won. The roulette will spun again, the white ball bouncing up and down, capturing the attention of the bettors. The outcome was inevitable. The white ball ultimately landed on the number 1. How astonishing! The Mediterranean uncle exclaimed, taken aback by Li Yi's remarkable luck in hitting a single number twice in a row. Such extraordinary fortune would likely yield a prize back home in the lottery. Oh, but wait, he isn't a relative of the prize center. He may not have that opportunity. Holding 35 chips worth 10,000 Makin each, Li Yi turned to Erica and said, "Next, let us try our hand at dice." Erica nodded excitedly, aware that for Trunks, this casino was akin to a veritable ATM. It was no wonder that cheats were so prevalent in the game. The exhilarating sensation of defying the odds and knowing victory was guaranteed was simply intoxicating. Erica took 2 glasses of red wine from a servant, handing one to Li Yi. "Cheers to our acquaintance," she proclaimed. Li Yi, not wishing to dampen her spirits, raised his glass and softly clinked it against hers, responding, "To our meeting." The duo then approached the long table designated for dice games. The dealer was a captivating Asian woman, clad in a leopard print miniskirt that accentuated her alluring figure. However, her fluent English left Li Yi unable to ascertain her nationality. "Why don't you place a bet yourself?" Li Yi suggested to Erica. "Me?" she replied, pointing at herself. Li Yi nodded affirmatively. "You will assist me, won't you?" Erica gazed at him with her striking eyes. "My dear lady, you must have faith in your own fortune. Besides, watching a movie where you know the ending is rather dull, wouldn't you agree?" Li Yi smiled at her. With a shrug, Erica reasoned that since the chips she held were all won by Li Yi, she felt no psychological burden even if she lost them all. Thus, she disregarded Li Yi's advice and began to wager a few rounds. To his surprise, Erica's luck seemed genuinely favorable. After 10 rounds, she had won approximately 7 or 8, increasing her chips to around 400,000. "Trunks, is that you?" Erica questioned, her eyes reflecting doubt as she glanced at Li Yi. "I swear to God, I have not intervened. This is entirely your good fortune," Li Yi replied earnestly. "However, time is of the essence, and we cannot linger in the casino indefinitely. Let us place one final bet, and with any luck, you will have enough pocket money, Miss Erica." Gambling held no allure for Li Yi, as Erica had said. It was merely a means to extract money. He encouraged Erica to wager 100,000 on the leopards, which had odds of 115, while the probability of rolling 3 sixes was a staggering 180 times. Li Yi's intention was simply to help Erica win some spending money, without the need for extravagance. As the dice cup was revealed, 3 threes emerged, leopards. Erica won a staggering 1 million Makin. Chapter 78. Farewell atop the Empire State Building. Erica and Li Yi sat at its pinnacle, admiring the fleeting hues of the sunset. A gentle breeze tousled Erica's golden locks, rendering her akin to a princess in distress. In the distance, the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, igniting the sky in a fiery display of orange and crimson clouds, weaving a breathtaking tapestry reminiscent of a masterful oil painting. The sunset's glow bathed every corner of the city, adorning the towering edifices with a golden edge, while the streets shimmered with radiance. "Trunks, will we meet again?" Erica inquired, her voice laced with an unmistakable concern. Li Yi, recognizing her fear of his return to his own time without revisiting her, smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I shall return to see you. You are, after all, my first friend in this realm." "Indeed, the first friend in America," Li Yi mused. "Friend?" Erica pondered the term, her face brightening with a radiant smile. "Yes, I am your best friend in this timeline. You must not forget me." "I certainly shall not, the beautiful Miss Erica," Li Yi replied, bowing with a gentlemanly grace, prompting a playful tap from Erica. As joyfully fleeting moments often are, their time together had drawn to a close. After a day of unrestrained enjoyment, it was time to bid farewell. Li Yi escorted Erica back to the ground, discreetly placing a small slug, the size of a toothpick, within her clothing before parting ways. Before leaving, he ensured to keep Erica as contact information and made a solemn promise to reach out upon his next visit to this timeline. Watching the young man vanish into the sky, Erica felt an emptiness within her. The day's experiences, she vowed, would remain etched in her memory forever. She believed Trunks would honor his promise to return, yet she fervently wished for that day to arrive sooner. In that moment, Erica made a significant decision. She resolved to resign from her job the following day and embark on a global journey with the money she had won at the casino. She envisioned weaving her travel experiences into a novel, a dream she had always harbored. With sufficient funds now at her disposal, Erica was determined to pursue her long-held aspiration. Moreover, she contemplated that when Trunks returned to this timeline, they would have even more shared experiences to discuss. And she could introduce him to the delightful places she would explore. I must visit many more destinations. Otherwise, with his ability to teleport, he would have seen everything in no time, she mused, already imagining the adventures they would share upon his next arrival. Li Yi returned to his home in Riverside Water City, sprawled on the sofa with a glass of iced orange juice from a Manhattan beverage shop. After an exhilarating day, he felt no physical fatigue, yet his spirit was profoundly fulfilled. All he desired now was to lounge on the sofa and do nothing. After idly scrolling through a social media app for a while, Li Yi suddenly remembered an important matter. To avoid revealing his identity, he typically refrained from carrying his phone when he went out, which resulted in considerable inconvenience. Whether for making purchases or checking maps, a phone was indispensable. Most critically, he could not scroll through social media or read novels. Thus, the ingenious Li Yi devised a plan and vanished from the living room in an instant. In Xiaohai City, on Kangwu Road South Pedestrian Street, Li Yi materialized on the street, yet passers-by remained oblivious, continuing with their activities. This was, of course, due to his stealthy skills. Subsequently, he entered a mobile phone store, randomly selecting a customer to control using illusionary magic. After choosing a phone, he proceeded with the payment and card acquisition. Half an hour later, the man under his control exited the store, crossed half a street, and entered a public restroom, placing the phone in an empty stall before turning to leave. Mission accomplished. Li Yi's figure gradually materialized as he retrieved the phone the man had left behind. It was a state-of-the-art Huang Liang phone, boasting 241 gigabytes of memory, a 50-megapixel camera, and a 10,000 mAh battery. The accompanying phone plan was the most expensive, featuring unlimited data and 10,000 minutes of talk time, with a balance of 10,000 yuan already loaded onto it. Li Yi, however, did not wish to take advantage of the man. He discreetly slipped 30,000 daxiao coins into the man's pocket. In this way, the man had even made a profit. The reason for this elaborate scheme was primarily due to the requirement of real name registration for acquiring a phone card in the building. Thus, Li Yi had randomly chosen a city and a passerby, using his memory-altering technique to ensure discretion. Based on his recent experiences with illusionary magic, Li Yi discovered that if he did not use his memory-altering technique, ordinary illusions could potentially be unraveled. After all, the basic illusion was an inherent ability of the Sharingan. Should the subject experience strong emotional fluctuations or as time passed, the effects of the illusion could diminish or even vanish entirely. Nonetheless, Li Yi paid little heed to this. Considering that the individuals he had previously used illusions on had no ties to him, even if the illusions failed, there would be no repercussions. Before long, Li Yi returned to Riverside Water City, once again lounging on the sofa as he scrolled through social media, preparing to order takeout once hunger struck. This, he believed, was the true essence of a laid-back life. Health considerations aside, sheer enjoyment was paramount. Simultaneously, on the planet Mexstar, fire release, great fireball technique, a colossal fireball surged forward, radiating intense heat that distorted the surrounding air. Wind release, great breakthrough, just before striking its target, a powerful gust of wind suddenly surged forth, merging with the fireball and significantly increasing its size. The oversized fireball accurately struck a massive silver wolf, which was unexpectedly toppled over, struggling on the ground. At that moment, a burst of energy precisely hit the wolf's head while it was immobilized, causing it to let out a mournful howl before dissipating into white smoke. With the silver wolf vanquished, three figures emerged from behind a large tree: Shen Xiaoya, Miao Jiang, and Lu Feier. Since their last encounter in the game, the three had exchanged contact information and frequently met up in the realm of real fantasy. This time, having unlocked the profession module, they teamed up to hunt monsters. As both Miao Jiang and Shen Xiaoya were gaming streamers, they had a good grasp of positioning and combat rhythm, leading Lu Feier as they fought their way to Namek. The previous massive wolf was an elite monster from Namek, requiring considerably more attacks to defeat than the usual wild beasts, and it was also remarkably swift. The wolf's design and behavior patterns were conceived by the team at Wu Xiaokong's company. Li Yi, finding it cumbersome, simply created a wooden sphere containing a small slug, presenting it to Wu Xiaokong as an artificial intelligence terminal. He then had all the game planners sign a contract with the slug, allowing them to communicate their ideas directly with it. This way, Li Yi, the hands-off manager, could do nothing and simply await feedback on experience. Fortunately, the slug had undergone system modifications and obediently followed Li Yi's commands, content to be a laboring beast. Otherwise, had it been the slug sage from the original work, Li Yi would have likely faced a swift demise. The personnel from the Source Power Digital Company had become accustomed to such black technology, which is why the current Real Fantasy truly resembled an online game. Chapter 79, Lu Feier's request. Sister Feier, your Kamehameha is truly formidable. If it were just me and Yaya, we would have exhausted all our magic and still couldn't defeat this giant wolf. Miao Zhang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Shen Xiaya also looked on with a gaze of respect. Unlike the oblivious Lu Feier, both she and Miao Zhang were aware of the true nature of this Real Fantasy game. This so-called Namek was likely a genuine planet. Thus, it followed that the magic and skills utilized by players were predominantly real phenomena. The enigmatic Shao organization had concealed this truth under the guise of a game. Lu Feier's remarkable proficiency and greater power in using skills within a short span suggested a natural talent for extraordinary abilities. Shen Xiaoya turned to glance at Miao Zhang, realizing that her magical prowess seemed to far surpass her own. Was she truly lacking in extraordinary potential? Unbeknownst to her, Lu Feier and Miao Zhang had ingested the slug slime, resulting in minor enhancements to their bodies that improved their adaptability to chakra. Miao Zhang and Shen Xiaya were also considered extramural personnel of the Summer Emotion Bureau. So many experiments were not concealed from them. Upon entering Real Fantasy, players could not bring any items with them except for clothing. Consequently, they could not conduct various tests. However, personnel had been assigned to conduct experiments to speculate on the underlying principles of Real Fantasy. From previous observations of weight changes, it was evident that players would vanish in the game pod upon logging in and were shortly returned. Players had previously cut their hair and nails within the game, only to find no changes upon exiting. Thus, the most plausible conclusion was that during the moment of disappearance, a form of replication occurred, enabling the player's essence and the replicated entity to share sensory experiences. However, due to the consequences of excessive damage, players would exit the game, leaving the impact of dismemberment within the game on their real bodies untested. It must be said that professionals are indeed professionals. The principles behind the Real Fantasy game that Li Yi created had been largely deduced by them. It was not their true selves engaging in the game, but rather shadow clones, with memories returning to the original self only upon logging out and dissolving the clones. You all performed magnificently, timing your attacks flawlessly, preventing the monster from charging at us. Lu Feier smiled at the two girls, displaying a faint dimple. Her words held truth. Had it not been for Miao Zhang and Shen Xiaoya assisting, the giant wolf would have surely rushed forth and eliminated all three of them. The small slug, based on models provided by the Source Power Digital Company, would recoil in response to the strength of an attack, resulting in a state known as stun. Shen Xiaoya and Miao Zhang adeptly exploited this mechanism to keep the giant wolf immobilized. Furthermore, your combination skills are extraordinary. The power nearly doubles. Lu Feier had never considered that skills could be utilized in such a manner within a game. Miao Zhang and Shen Xiaoya exchanged glances, indicating that they were merely experienced players. In truth, the reason was far more intriguing. Shen Xiaoya had speculated that since this world might be real, the laws of physics should be similar to those in reality. If a strong wind could fuel a fire, it would certainly be effective, prompting the pair to select the fire and wind magic classes, respectively. To their astonishment, the results exceeded their expectations, yielding remarkable power. Had Li Yi been present, he would have undoubtedly given them a thumbs up, amazed that they had independently discovered combination ninjutsu. Subsequently, the group continued to explore the vicinity. According to previous updates on the official website, elite monsters were often guarded by treasure chests that contained various rewards, including healing potions gifted earlier. This idea had originated from Li Yi, who aimed to enhance the game's playability by randomly placing chests throughout the map. Some contained skills, others experience, chakra, and some offered tangible rewards from the real world. The treasure chests were categorized into gold, silver, bronze, and diamond, with Li Yi's shadow clones scattering them across Namek and my Boku Mountain. Approximately 10 of these were diamond chests, containing special rewards such as slug slime and would release in-game. Naturally, the treasure chests were custom-made. Thanks to the convenient skill of instant teleportation, the group discovered a treasure chest within 10 minutes. Although it was not a diamond chest, it was still a second-tier golden chest. Experience. Upon opening the chest, they found a scroll inscribed with the words Experience Scroll. According to the official website's description, holding this scroll would allow them to exchange it for experience at the designated location. Fair, you should take this scroll. Your attack power is currently the highest, and leveling up will increase our efficiency in monster hunting, Shun Xiaya suggested. Although the ultimate purpose behind the launch of Real Fantasy by Xiao remained unknown, leveling up within the game could only be beneficial. Thus, she had been fervently leveling up alongside Miao Jiang. Alright, I will leave any future treasure chests for you too. Lu Feier was indeed enamored with the sensation of power coursing through her, which was why she had chosen the warrior class. Glancing at the timer she had been wearing since entering the game, she noted it was almost 8 o'clock and bid farewell to Xin Xiaoya and Miao Jiang before logging out. Hai Jing No. 1 apartment. Lu Feier removed her helmet, emerging from the game pod and walking to the dining room, where she took a sip of water from a glass on the table. In stark contrast to the powerful warrior form she inhabited within the game, her current frail body felt exceedingly unfamiliar to Lu Feier. Even though the mysterious liquid from last time had slightly restored her strength, the difference was still stark when compared to the game. She opened her phone to find a missed call from her attending physician and hastily dialed the number back. Hello, is this Dr. Zhao? This is Lu Feier. Have the results come out? All right, thank you. After ending the call, Lu Feier entered her study and opened her email, locating the health analysis report sent by Dr. Zhao. After consuming the mysterious liquid, she felt significantly better, prompting her to undergo a full-body examination at the hospital yesterday. As she gazed at the various health metrics on her computer screen and the concluding remarks, Lu Feier took a deep breath, her eyes reddening. The final line of the report read, "Symptoms of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis have improved. It is expected that there will be no further deterioration within the next 3 to 5 years." Ever since she learned of her diagnosis, Lu Feier had been under immense psychological pressure, and now she felt as if the stone that had been weighing on her chest had finally been lifted. However, this was not enough. Lu Feier took out her phone and dialed a number. After a few rings, the call connected. Mr. Wu, I would like to meet the true developers of the game Real Fantasy. Chapter 80. The cost. Lu Feier wishes to see me? Li Yi was somewhat bewildered. Why would this superstar suddenly make such a request? Earlier, Wu Xiaokong had contacted Li Yi through a slug, explaining Lu Feier's request. Initially, Wu Xiaokong found it puzzling as well. After all, her relationship with the company was merely that of a game spokesperson. Why would she want to meet the developers? However, after some conversation, it became clear that Lu Feier was implying something significant, emphasizing the actual developers. Wu Xiaokong understood that the star had likely sensed something unusual. Yet, such matters were beyond his authority to decide, so he communicated the situation to Itachi through a smart terminal. Meeting her could be interesting. I've never had close contact with such a prominent star before. I wonder how different she is from her television persona. Thus, Li Yi allowed Wu Xiaokong to agree to the meeting. Although Li Yi was not an avid fan, he was quite familiar with the rising star Lu Feier, as her presence on television and social media was ubiquitous. It was difficult not to notice her. Li Yi held a favorable impression of Lu Feier. Her beauty was one aspect, but being labeled a national goddess indicated her capabilities were equally impressive. What impressed Li Yi the most was that Lu Feier had remarkably few scandals associated with her. In the entertainment industry, where fame often came with controversy, many celebrities found themselves entangled in rumors and negative press. While some of these might be exaggerated for publicity, a portion was undoubtedly based on reality. However, throughout her career, Lu Feier had not faced any substantiated negative reports. Therefore, Li Yi had a positive impression of her and agreed to the request for a meeting. Curious to hear what she would ask. For anyone else, he would have been indifferent. To avoid revealing his identity too soon, Li Yi chose not to call her, but instead decided to meet her directly. This would be his first encounter with a celebrity outside the screen, piquing Li Yi's interest as he prepared to meet this stunning beauty. At Seaview 1 apartment, Lu Feier sat anxiously on the sofa, occasionally sipping water to ease her nerves. Her unease stemmed from the fact that Wu Xiaokong had just called her back, stating that the other party had agreed to meet her. However, when Lu Feier inquired about the time and place, Wu Xiaokong had merely told her to wait a moment before hanging up. This left Lu Feier, who had already harbored suspicions, feeling uneasy. Did this mean the other party might come directly? After a few agonizing minutes of waiting, which felt like hours, she suddenly heard a deep voice behind her. "Miss Lu, I hear you wish to see me?" Lu Feier's pupils dilated as she slowly turned her head, her gaze meeting a pair of blood-red eyes. "You must be Mr. Itachi, as mentioned by Mr. Wu." "Hello, I am Lu Feier." Faced with the imposing figure of the cool, black-haired man, Lu Feier forced herself to relax and introduced herself. Thankfully, she had prepared herself, preventing an embarrassing scream at the unexpected guest's arrival, though beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Not everyone could maintain composure in the presence of extraordinary power. Much like one cannot jest in front of lions or tigers, Li Yi appraised the renowned star before him. His exceptional vision allowed him to see the pores and blemishes on her skin. Thus, even if someone wore makeup, they were not concealed from his eyes. However, Lu Feier still appeared breathtaking to him. Her skin was flawless, her features exquisitely harmonious, and there was a faint fragrance reminiscent of orchids. Among all the beauties he had encountered, Li Yi would readily proclaim her as the most captivating. Of course, beauty is subjective, but Lu Feier aligned well with Li Yi's aesthetic preferences. "Indeed, I am one of the developers of this game," Li Yi stated. "Not one to be easily swayed by beauty." He addressed the national goddess. "As it happens, I am in Blue Star today. What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Wu Xiaokong had informed Li Yi that Lu Feier might have guessed something, and her composed reaction to his sudden appearance confirmed this. Consequently, Li Yi decided to showcase his acting skills, striving to embody the character of a frail, sickly youth from the original narrative. "Mr. Itachi, to be honest, I sought this meeting for a particular reason," Lu Feier confessed. Upon hearing in Blue Star today, she trembled slightly, realizing her suspicions were indeed correct, and the reality might be even more outrageous than she had imagined. However, having come this far, she could no longer hesitate. She truly did not wish to spend a lifetime bedridden. Li Yi observed Lu Feier with interest, eager to hear her request. "An intriguing girl. How do you know that what you seek is within my power to grant?" he prompted. "Pray, tell me what you desire." 10 minutes later, Li Yi was seated on the sofa in the living room of Seaview 1 apartment, while Lu Feier sat in an adjacent armchair. Li Yi had indeed not anticipated that this rising star in the entertainment industry would be afflicted by such a dire illness. He was aware of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, often referred to as Lou Gehrig's disease, which was deemed incurable, leaving patients with a grim fate, merely a matter of time. No wonder Lu Feier wished to meet him, he thought. To receive such a diagnosis at the prime of life, with modern medicine unable to provide a solution, it was only natural to seek out extraordinary means. Realizing this, Li Yi recognized the connection to the previous vial of slug mucus. While he was uncertain whether the slug mucus could fully cure the disease, it should at least alleviate the symptoms of such a neurodegenerative ailment. How fortuitous! Among the 3 rewards available, Lu Feier had received one, which seemed to be fate. Li Yi placed his hand on Lu Feier's shoulder, activating his healing technique to assess her condition before retracting his hand. "I can heal your illness." Lu Feier, who had been anxiously waiting beside him as if awaiting a verdict, immediately stood up in excitement upon hearing those words. Before she could speak, Li Yi continued, "However, why should I agree to treat you?" Through the earlier application of his healing technique, Li Yi had discovered that treating this condition was not difficult. As long as all the atrophied neurons are restored and all other potentially afflicted organs are treated back to a healthy state, the likelihood of recurrence is minimal. However, Li Yi wished to tease the ethereal star on the screen, indulging in a bit of mischief. Lu Feier fell silent. Indeed, even if the other party could cure her, what right did a stranger have to offer her treatment? Lu Feier was not lacking in wealth. Yet she believed that individuals endowed with extraordinary powers would not be motivated by mere material possessions. "Whatever you desire, I can provide, and for what I cannot, I shall find a way to fulfill," Lu Feier declared earnestly. "What if I were to say that what I desire is you?" The blood-red eyes fixed on Lu Feier's, playfully inquiring. Chapter 81. The Soul Contract. Li Yi was undoubtedly jesting. Well-educated and possessing a robust moral compass, he could not engage in such coercive behavior. "I do not seek your body. Rather, I wish for you to join our organization as an external member." Observing Lu Feier's troubled expression, Li Yi quickly adopted a solemn tone. It was merely a jest. One should not push their humor too far, lest Lu Feier perceive him as a deviant. Lu Feier exhaled in relief. Despite her years of navigating the entertainment industry, thanks to her good friend, she remained untainted. Perhaps they sought to leverage her influence as a star for some purpose, she mused, and she readily acquiesced. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke again. Though I know I lack the standing to make demands, I shall not engage in any malevolent actions. Lu Feier genuinely yearned for health. She did not wish to languish in bed as a mere shell of her former self. However, her upbringing and inherent kindness compelled her to refrain from inflicting harm upon others. Rest assured, we are not a nefarious organization. We will not compel you to commit wrongful acts. The specifics of your role will be communicated by the organization in due time. You need only await further instructions. As he spoke, Li extended his ring-adorned right hand, summoning a slender wooden board and a small knife, which floated in his palm. Lu Feier stole a glance. The board bore a series of illegible characters. If you consent to join, you must sign this soul contract. Once executed, you shall be bound to the organization for life. Though the consequences of betrayal were not explicitly stated, the implication of a soul contract suggested dire repercussions. Nonetheless, Lu Feier was not one to dither. Since Li assured her that she would not be compelled to commit immoral deeds, she had no choice but to trust him. Such individuals had no need to deceive her, and at this juncture, what good would it do to refuse? Thus, following Li's guidance, she used the small knife to prick her finger and pressed her imprint onto the board. In an instant, the board transformed into a fireball, incinerating itself and leaving only a trace of ash. Li remained impassive as Lu Feier's finger brushed past the wound, which immediately healed, leaving no trace of a scar. Remember, your life is no longer solely your own. When the organization requires your obedience, you must comply. Li placed his palm upon Lu Feier's forehead. A warm current surged from her brow throughout her body. Before she could fully comprehend it, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Li utilized his mastery of healing to restore all her damaged and atrophied cells, ensuring no recurrence would ensue. The so-called soul contract was merely a whimsical creation of Li's. It bore no binding power. In truth, he had yet to determine what role Lu Feier would play. After all, in films, antagonists or deities often operated in such a manner. One could not simply treat someone without expecting something in return, especially given their unfamiliarity. Seeing that Lu Feier would not awaken imminently, Li began to survey the luxurious estate. It was undeniable that the affluent knew how to indulge. The decor and spaciousness exceeded anything Li had previously imagined, particularly in the prime location of Xiaohai. A residence with a view of the river would surely be valued in the tens of millions, if not more. With a wry smile, Li pondered acquiring a similar abode when he attended university in Xiaohai. He then promptly teleported away from the scenic estate. Without delving into Lu Feier's excitement and surprise upon awakening to find herself healthier than before her ailment, Li arrived at the Niujiao Tower base in Miamu Mountain. After completing his training in the gravity chamber, drenched in sweat, he returned to Binjiang Water City for a shower and then reclined on his bed to order takeout. After placing orders from 5 or 6 different restaurants, as he lay there scrolling through Dole, a message suddenly popped up on Feishin. Sweet soft cat, Senior, what are you up to? Playful expression, who could this be? Li pondered for a moment before recalling that this was the high school freshman who had joined the club during recruitment. She was rumored to be the school beauty. Appearing innocent and adorable, he later realized she might not be as simple as she seemed. With nothing else to do, he thought for a moment and replied. Chasing wind youth. Just at home scrolling through Dole. Do you need something? Sweet soft cat. Can't I just chat if there is nothing going on? Cute cat expression. Chasing wind youth. If there is something to discuss, please go ahead. My takeout is on the way. Sweet soft cat. In a room adorned in shades of pink, Shin Mingran, clad in bunny pajamas, leaned against her bed, clutching a strawberry bear plushie. After reading the latest reply on her phone, the girl gritted her teeth in frustration. What a typical male response. Her small hands swiftly tapped the keyboard, sending a message. Sweet soft cat. Senior, haven't you eaten yet? What delicious takeout did you order? Cat expression of confusion. Chasing wind youth. Steak rice, pan-fried buns, sushi, pizza, crab roe noodles, beef brisket casserole. Li candidly listed the dishes. Shin Mingran stared at the lengthy message on her phone, akin to a menu, and took a deep breath. All right, so this is how you want to play it, she thought. She then picked up her phone and, in a soft and adorable voice, sent a voice message. Sweet soft cat. Wow, senior, you're so impressive. You can eat so much by yourself. I can hardly finish one serving of sushi. Sweet soft cat. Cat expression of shock. Upon playing the voice message, Lee felt goosebumps rise along his skin. Had he not discovered that this freshman was not as innocent as she appeared, he might have assumed her voice was merely naturally sweet. However, now that he understood the truth, he could see that this was clearly an act. Uncertain of this beautiful freshman's intentions, Lee maintained his composure, continuing the conversation. After all, in any scenario, he stood to gain nothing negative. Could she possibly be after his physical form? If so, he would comply without hesitation. With a mindset of amusement, Lee engaged in further conversation with the freshman, who did not express any explicit motives, discussing mundane matters of life and studies. She inquired about the best dining and entertainment options around his school, lamenting the difficulty of high school subjects and expressing her fears of falling behind. Their conversation did not linger for long, as Shin Mingran proactively concluded the discussion, stating that she needed to take a shower and suggesting they chat again another time. Lee was left perplexed, pondering what her true intentions might be. Was she simply seeking a casual conversation? Just then, his takeout arrived, and he thought little of it. Whatever came his way, he would handle it. What was there to fear from a mere freshman? Meanwhile, Shin Mingran smirked to herself, knowing that patience was key in fishing. If one strikes too early, the fish may escape. Only by gradually increasing the heat can one ensure that the prey cannot flee. No wonder Senior Ding Qian, despite her beauty, has not succeeded. However, straight men present a greater challenge. I will surely win you over. Shin Mingran clenched her small fist, playfully punching the strawberry bear down onto the bed. Chapter 82. Shields and Ninja Jade. With the Kaioken upgraded to level 1, the shield has been unlocked, non-upgradable, along with 1000 Ninja Jade. As the morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating the bedside, the young boy, previously lost in a tranquil dream, was abruptly roused by an unexpected sound. Lee sighed, acknowledging that what was inevitable had finally arrived. He had reached a bottleneck. Presently, he possessed no entry-level skills, which indicated that he would not unlock any new abilities in the near term. However, having experienced this before, Lee remained unperturbed, for he understood that by leveling up one skill to its maximum, new skills could still be unlocked. Upon reviewing his skills, it appeared that the one closest to achieving maximum level was teleportation. All players in the realm of real fantasy continuously utilized this skill, and even while his shadow clone trained other skills, teleportation was invariably in use, as it incurred no cost and had a short cooldown. He surmised that reaching maximum level would not take too long. Next, Lee examined the recently upgraded Kaioken and the two newly acquired rewards. After upgrading the Kaioken to level 1, its enhancement had increased from a mere 50 to an impressive doubling of power. This boost was quite substantial. With Lee's current strength, he could lift objects weighing 20 tons while employing the Kaioken, not to mention the potential of the Kamehameha wave. Moreover, the Kaioken became increasingly formidable over time, as its enhancement was calculated multiplicatively. The greater the base, the more substantial the enhancement. However, Lee sensed that the Kaioken placed a considerable strain on his body. Since no monsters were currently present to battle, it was prudent to minimize its use. Then, Lee's attention turned to the rewards. Ninja Jade, a mystical material with potentially unforeseen effects. As he absorbed the information in his mind, the corners of Lee's mouth twitched. This was hardly informative. It was akin to a hollow statement. The system, of course, offered no elucidation, as it was notorious for its aloofness. Nonetheless, Lee vaguely recalled that this item resembled something from a previous Naruto mobile game. He found it perplexing that it was designated as a reward. Upon retrieving the Ninja Jade, he observed that it appeared as a blue gemstone, devoid of any chakra presence. Not wanting to dwell on this ambiguous item, he carelessly tossed it into a box in the Bullhorn Tower. The other reward, however, was rather pleasing. Shield, capable of withstanding all energy and physical attacks, effective for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Clearly, this was a result of the system's remarkable modifications. The shield in the original narrative did not possess such extraordinary capabilities and required a substantial expenditure of stamina. However, the revamped shield had transformed into an exceptional skill, providing absolute defense without any cost. Lee vanished from his bed, appearing in a remote location on Namek, devoid of other players. Hovering in the air, he summoned a shadow clone to fly a distance away, while he assumed a stance to test the shield's performance with the Kamehameha wave. The ritualistic essence was essential. Li Yi slowly gathered energy and exclaimed the technique's name. A blinding wave of energy surged forth, colliding directly with the shadow clone enveloped in the shield. The moment of contact erupted in a burst of energy, causing explosions in the vicinity, with stray projectiles creating craters upon impact. As the smoke dissipated, Li Yi's shadow clone floated unscathed, encased in a translucent shield. Impressive. It had sustained no damage whatsoever, nor did it expend any stamina or energy. Li Yi nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this skill modified by the system was remarkably powerful. He could only wonder if the shield would withstand a nuclear blast. Nevertheless, Li Yi had no desire to test his luck with such a catastrophic event, as the environmental repercussions were significant, and one must cherish nature. Given that there was no immediate opportunity to acquire new skills, Li Yi divided his shadow clones into several groups, each focusing on training a specific skill. What to have for breakfast? He pondered the quality of the wontons at the shop nearby. Returning to Binjiang Water City, Li Yi brushed his teeth, washed his face, and donned a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, preparing to venture out in search of sustenance. After savoring 2 large bowls of wontons at the Qianlixiang wonton shop, Li Yi stumbled upon a beef noodle shop on Dole, noted for its multitude of positive reviews praising its deliciousness. Having only whetted his appetite, Li Yi felt his mouth water at the sight of the large chunks of beef and pristine white noodles in the video. With time on his hands, he hopped on the subway to Xiao Sun's beef noodle shop. Such is the efficiency of a true foodie. Upon arriving at the noodle shop, he found it rather quaintly decorated, the entrance modest, yet a long queue of patrons awaited. Wow, so many people. The taste must be remarkable. Li Yi mused as he joined the line, filled with anticipation. After a 20-minute wait, it was finally his turn. Without hesitation, he ordered several signature toppings, prompting the owner to prepare a separate bowl just for him. He also requested extra noodles, as he had a hearty appetite. Finding a place to sit, Li Yi inhaled the fragrant aroma of the noodles, first savoring a sip of the broth, rich with flavorful essence. He then slurped up the noodles, which had a delightful chewiness. The toppings included braised chicken, sauced beef, and an array of other delicacies, leaving Li Yi's mouth coated in savory sauce. Ah, what a delight! He resolved to return often. Li Yi awarded the establishment a 5-star rating, eager to explore other flavors in the future. As he strolled back, his keen eyes caught a familiar figure at the entrance of a cake shop, prompting him to approach. Aunt Sun. Sun Qin was engaged in conversation with a sales representative when she heard someone calling her name. Turning around, she recognized her benefactor. Little Li, what brings you here? Are you looking for Xiaoya? Sun Qin inquired with a smile. No, I have some matters to attend to nearby, and thought I'd stop by to say hello. Li Yi replied, feeling a bit sheepish. He could hardly admit that he had come specifically for breakfast. What brings you here? Are you planning to buy a cake? Li Yi curiously asked. Xiaoya, didn't he mention it? Next Friday is her birthday, and today the cake shop is having a promotion. So I came to check it out and possibly order one in advance, Sun Qin explained, reminiscing about how, in previous years when their situation was less favorable, she would only buy small cupcake cakes for Suya's birthday, yet the girl had never complained. Li Yi paused, taken aback. Suya's birthday? He had been unaware, having overlooked it last year. Little Li, Xiaoya doesn't have many friends. If you're not busy, why not join us for dinner? I'll prepare something delicious for you, Sun Qin invited warmly. Chapter 83. Birthday gift. Han Meng was on stage explaining a reading comprehension passage, while Li Yi below stared blankly at the blackboard. Time in school seemed to fly. In the blink of an eye, over half a week had passed, and tomorrow was Friday. Due to once again reaching a bottleneck, Li Yi had not unlocked any new skills during this period. Teleportation, likely due to its status as a divine skill and having been upgraded twice, had become increasingly challenging to level up. Despite the constant use by players, he still had a ways to go. Conversely, many skills at level 1 had been upgraded. However, Li Yi, lost in thought, was not contemplating his skills, but rather grappling with a dilemma: Suya's birthday gift. Indeed, tomorrow was Suya's birthday. After their last encounter with Suya's mother, Li Yi had yielded to her enthusiastic invitation to join them for dinner and celebrate her birthday. In recent days, it seems that Aunt Sun has not informed Suya about the matter. Therefore, Li Yi decided to let things unfold naturally, preparing to surprise her when the time came. However, he found himself at a loss regarding what birthday gift to present to Suya. Although he had previously given gifts to girls, Those were during elementary school, consisting of automatic sharpeners and plush toys. This time, however, Sia was celebrating her coming of age, making such gifts rather inappropriate. He considered consulting his dormitory mates, but quickly dismissed the idea, imagining their teasing expressions if he mentioned wanting to give a girl a birthday gift. Additionally, Huang Liang, who was under the thumb of his wife, would undoubtedly inform Li Tian of his intentions, potentially causing trouble with Ding Qian. Li Yi felt that his resistance to Ding Qian was waning, and he could not be certain when he might succumb. If he were to give in, he would simply let things be. He had come to realize that his previous reluctance to accept Ding Qian stemmed from a fear of losing her as a friend after a breakup. Yet, he recognized that avoiding her was equally detrimental to their friendship. Thus, he resolved that the next time Ding Qian expressed her feelings, he would agree to explore the possibility. Who knows, they might actually find compatibility after engaging in a relationship. However, fate had other plans. Currently, Ding Qian seemed intent on allowing time to gradually help Li Yi accept her. Consequently, she had refrained from making any advances recently, leaving Li Yi in a state of denial, burying his head in the sand and pretending everything was fine. If Ding Qian were to discover Li Yi's current thoughts, she would undoubtedly berate him. Now you've come to your senses. Where were you before? A grown man behaving so indecisively, it's just pathetic. Han Meng called out Li Yi's name. This lad had been behaving himself for a few days, yet here he was, daydreaming in class again. If his grades suffered in the upcoming monthly exam, she would have to deal with him. Han Meng was still brooding over the incident when Li Yi had called her by her nickname. It refers to estimating or appraising, she clarified. Having already mastered high school English independently, Li Yi found such trivial matters easy to handle. He might not be aiming for prestigious universities like Shirmu or Kyoto, but gaining admission to a decent university posed little challenge. After all, it was merely the result of relentless dedication behind the scenes. Mom need not worry about my studies anymore. All right, sit down. Pay attention and don't zone out during class, Han Meng instructed, deliberately introducing a difficult vocabulary word to challenge Li Yi. To her surprise, he answered correctly. It seemed he had prepared beforehand. She decided to let him off the hook this time. Han Meng continued her lecture. The bell rang, signaling the end of the morning classes, and the chubby boy dragged Li Yi to the cafeteria. As they departed, he glanced at Suya, who was retrieving her lunchbox from her drawer. Aunt Sun usually prepared meals at home and brought them to her, and the staff room was equipped with a microwave for heating. Hey, have you bought the gaming pod yet? The chubby boy asked, his mouth full of chicken leg. Li Yi sipped his tomato and egg soup, noting that the cafeteria staff had skimped on the salt today. I bought it, but I'm still in line, not sure when I'll get it. Although he could easily create a new gaming pod at any time, he opted to follow the official procedure to reserve one for the sake of discretion. You wouldn't believe it. The game's immense popularity means that just selling the gaming pods could be quite lucrative. After all, the so-called gaming pod is merely a layer of metal casing, devoid of any high-tech components, making it astonishingly cost-effective. Yet, it retails for 19,999 Daxia coins, and still, the demand exceeds supply. It's no wonder there are so many wealthy individuals in Daxia. Li Yi wasn't concerned that the high price would deter buyers. Those who couldn't afford it at 9,999 or even 3,999 would simply not make the purchase. Individuals with limited financial means could always experience the game at Internet CAFS, whereas pricing was generally accessible. Given the current capacity of the slugs, they could not support a vast number of players online simultaneously. I feel the same. This game is too popular, and the number of private gaming pods is limited. It's all about luck now, the chubby boy sighed after swallowing a piece of chicken. Li Yi shrugged, offering no comfort, knowing that even if the chubby boy managed to acquire a gaming pod, he would only have time to play during the holidays. After taking a bite of braised eggplant, Li Yi twisted open a bottle of green tea and took a sip. As he stared at the bottle of Master Tang's green tea, an idea struck him, and he began to ponder. In room 302, the chubby boy and Pang Bo had gone to play basketball, while Huang Liang was likely with Li Tian in the library, leaving Li Yi alone in the dormitory. He lay on his bed and opened his phone, selecting a cat avatar. Little green tea, sweet soft cat. Indeed, when Li Yi saw green tea in the cafeteria, it reminded him of his junior, Shin Mingran. Since this somewhat mischievous junior had initiated a conversation with him previously, she had occasionally sent him messages, sharing amusing anecdotes or complaining about teachers and classmates. Due to her playful demeanor, he had saved her contact as Little Green Tea. This phenomenon of mutual attraction is not without reason. If it were Pang Bo or the chubby boy, they would likely be ensnared by her charm within mere exchanges. However, straight men tend to be resistant to the allure of green tea. For instance, recent chat records show, "Sweet soft cat. Oh dear, I'm so clumsy. I couldn't manage even 10 volleys with both hands during gym class, and the teacher scolded me." Playful emoji, chasing wind youth. That is indeed clumsy. During my freshman year, I could do 50 in one go. If you can't manage 10, there might be an issue with your coordination. Sweet soft cat. Can you teach me, senior? Pitiful emoji, chasing wind youth. I have no time for that. Go ask your gym teacher. They're being paid for nothing. Yet now, he found himself needing this junior's assistance, as Li Yi had very few female friends. Chapter 84, An Unexpected Battlefield Buzz. Chasing wind youth. Are you there? Shin Mingran was in class, listening to her friend Baiyu gossip about a senior in the third year who might have a complicated relationship with the class's sports representative. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. To her surprise, it was a message from Senior Li Yi. This was frustrating for Shun Mingran. Her usual charm had faltered against Li Yi. She had encountered straight men before, but her beauty and adeptness in the art of seduction had typically allowed her to prevail. Yet this time, Li Yi seemed utterly unfazed by her attempts to appear cute, even ignoring the flattering photos she had sent. She had even tried to invite him out for a meal, but he had declined, citing a lack of time. This left Shin Mingran feeling deeply defeated. Had her allure as an unparalleled beauty diminished? However, observing her classmates, who fell head over heels at the mere flutter of her eyelashes, led her to conclude that the issue must lie with Li Yi. In truth, Shin Mingran's assessment was not entirely inaccurate. Li Yi's standards had been elevated by the beauty of Ding Qian, Lu Feier, and others. And even the newly acquainted Lin Shui was a striking beauty. Thus, after experiencing a bombardment of stunning women, Li Yi's resistance to beauty was notably formidable. Another reason is that Li Yi, during his leisure time, is constantly on the move, leaving no opportunity to accompany a newly acquainted green tea schoolmate for a meal. Is it that the king crab from Alagas is unappetizing, or the barbecued meat from Samba has lost its tenderness? However, this is the first time Senior Li Yi has taken the initiative to chat with her. Could it be that the effect of her subtle allure has finally taken hold? Lowering her head, Shin Mingran typed a response. "Sweet fluffy cat, I am here. Is there something you need, senior? Could it be that you have started to miss me?" Covers mouth and giggles, wind-chasing youth. "No, I simply have some questions to ask you." Shin Mingran rolled her eyes at the straightforwardness of his text. She knew that Senior wouldn't reach out to her without a purpose. Yet, despite her exasperation, she patiently revised her reply several times, ensuring it was satisfactory before sending it. "Sweet fluffy cat, of course. I'd be delighted to assist you, senior." Cute expression. Who are you chatting with? You seem to be laughing one moment and frowning the next. Baiyu, who was spreading gossip, noticed Shin Mingran's ever-changing expressions as she gazed at her phone screen and couldn't help but ask, "Who else but Senior Li Yi? He just messaged me to chat. It's so annoying. He's too clingy." Shin Mingran feigned exasperation. "Ran, have you really captured Senior Li's heart? Oh my. This is huge news. You're incredible." Baiyu covered her mouth in astonishment, surprised by her friend's prowess. In just a few days, she managed to attract the attention of a senior who had previously been unattainable. Relishing Baiyu's admiration, Shin Mingran felt a bit elated. "Let me see your chat history. I want to learn how you hooked him." Baiyu expressed her desire to glean some insights, hoping to apply them when she encounters her own crush in the future. Shin Mingran quickly hid her phone behind her back, determined not to let her friend see it. Otherwise, her hard-earned reputation would be tarnished. "No, I can't let you see. It contains private matters that aren't suitable for someone as innocent as you." Wow, has it really progressed to this stage? Baiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It felt like a romantic battlefield. Haha, absolutely. Shin Mingran forced a smile, feeling a bit guilty, before turning to check for Senior Li Yi's reply. "When chasing youth, what kind of gifts do girls generally prefer for their birthdays? Is it Ding Qian's birthday soon?" After a moment of contemplation, Shin Mingran replied, "Sweet fluffy cat, girls tend to appreciate gifts from someone they have feelings for. But for someone like Ding Qian, it would be better to choose something thoughtful. When chasing youth, it's not for Ding Qian, it's for a classmate of mine." Shin Mingran was taken aback. So it wasn't for Ding Qian? Another female? Isn't Senior Li a straightforward guy? What does this mean? Is he hiding a side of himself? "Sweet fluffy cat, are you dating someone, senior?" Wind chasing youth. Don't overthink it. It's for my deskmate's birthday. Can you help me think of suitable gifts for a male to give to a female friend? Phew. Shin Mingran sighed in relief. It was just about his deskmate after all, no need to feel flustered. Wait, she didn't actually have feelings for Senior Lee. Why should she be worried? After a moment's thought, she sent another message. Sweet fluffy cat. How about this? Do you have some time now? Let us meet at the playground to discuss. I need to understand your deskmate's general situation and personality to offer better suggestions. Wind chasing youth. Sure, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Let us meet under the shade by the basketball court. Sweet fluffy cat. Cat nodding expression, 10 minutes later. Senior, I have arrived. Shin Mingran arrived right on time. Flashing a sweet smile at Li. Li looked at the vibrant Shin Mingran and had to admit that aside from her somewhat tea-like demeanor, she was quite pleasing to the eye. Let us sit and talk. The two settled onto a nearby bench. And Li shared a brief overview of Suya's situation, glossing over certain details. So you helped Su Shueji with something previously, and now her mother has invited you. But Su Shueji isn't aware? Shin Mingran summarized. That's basically the case. Li nodded, impressed by her comprehension. Her reading skills were evidently strong. Shin Mingran rested her chin on her hand, pondering, and various gift ideas flashed through her mind in light of what Li had said about Suya's introverted nature. After a while, she spoke. Senior, I think for a girl like Suya who is quite simple, she generally doesn't appreciate flashy gifts. Shin Mingran spoke confidently, and Li nodded along. Therefore, when you give a gift, it should not be extravagant, but rather something practical that aligns with her interests. Practical and aligned with interests. Li furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, then suddenly had a eureka moment. I've got it. I know what to give her. Thank you, little green schoolmate. Little green? Shin Mingran found it a bit peculiar but brushed it off. Receiving gratitude from him was already a bonus. No worries, I'm just glad to assist you, Senior. Shin Mingran beamed her signature sweet smile once more. As they enjoyed their conversation, unbeknownst to them, two pairs of eyes were watching from the shadows. Fatty, what should we do? It seems like TZ has a special relationship with that schoolmate. How would I know what to do? I never expected you, Li, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be chasing after a younger girl. Fatty gritted his teeth, recalling clearly that Li had explicitly stated he had no interest in that schoolmate, yet here he was, flirting with her. Should we inform Ding Qian? Pangbo suggested. Due to Li, a few in the dormitory had a good relationship with Ding Qian and were quite fond of the beautiful girl who was bold and full of charm. They hoped for a potential pairing between Li and her. Notify Huang Liang and let Li Tian inform her. It wouldn't be fair after all the fruits we've enjoyed from Ding Demei. Fatty sighed. We can't let Li let down Ding Qian's sincere feelings. TZ, bro is doing this for your sake. It's not out of jealousy over you chasing after a younger girl. Chapter 85. The main consort and the green tea schoolmate. Is the senior planning to buy gifts tonight? I can help with suggestions. Shin Mingran certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. After school, they could shop for gifts together and then enjoy dinner, perhaps even catch a movie if time permitted, during which she could subtly express her admiration for the senior, likely boosting her favorability. Yes, we'll go shopping tonight. Tomorrow is the birthday. So it's better to be prepared in advance. Li didn't think much of it. Men often struggle to choose gifts. Having a companion would be beneficial. So he agreed. If you're free after school, help me pick out a gift, and as a reward for your assistance, I'll treat you to a lavish dinner. Count on me. But has the senior decided on what to give? Where shall we go shopping tonight? Observing her plans unfolding as desired, Shin Mingran silently rejoiced and inquired about the specific type of gift. It would be best to choose a mall nearby that also has a cinema, making it convenient to watch a movie afterward. I have a plan. I'm ready. Li's sentence was abruptly interrupted by a voice. Li, what are you doing here? Ding Qian, sporting a high ponytail, approached with a smile, but for some reason, Li sensed an underlying tension. Ding Qian, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be in a meeting about this year's recommendation slots? Although he hadn't done anything wrong, Li felt an inexplicable sense of being caught in a compromising situation. Ding Qian should have been at a meeting. How coincidental that she would run into him here. Li's keen senses compelled him to glance towards the basketball court, where he spotted Fatty and Pang Bo perched on the fence, their heads peeking over in curiosity. Oh, the mystery was solved. It was undoubtedly these two rascals who were up to mischief. Earlier, he had indeed seen them lurking about, but he never anticipated that they would stab him in the back. Upon noticing Li's gaze, The duo quickly ducked back, only to be unable to resist the urge to peek again. With a glare that conveyed, "I'll deal with you two later." Li Yi could only shake his head in resignation. Ding Qian, overhearing Li Yi's words, glanced sideways at the seemingly delicate Shen Mingran and responded with a frosty tone, "We're just having a meeting. It will be over soon." Meanwhile, our esteemed master Li seems to be enjoying quite the leisurely time, engaging in romantic banter with a young lady on this sweltering day. However, I must admit, I didn't expect this to be your type. Feeling more wrong than Do-yi, Li Yi wished he could summon an ice storm to blanket the scene. If there were something going on with the green tea schoolmate, it could be understood, but right now, they were completely innocent. Ding Qian, you're overthinking it. Come, let me introduce you. This is Shun Mingran from the first year, a newcomer in our sports club. He then continued, Little Shun, this is Ding Qian, your senior and the current vice president of the music club, soon to be the president. Hello, senior, Shin Mingran, a bit intimidated, greeted with a smile. Realizing that being caught in the act of scheming was indeed frightening. We're merely discussing serious matters here. It's not as sordid as you think, Ding Qian retorted, greeting Shin Mingran, but appearing somewhat perplexed by the situation. Although Li Yi was a bit blunt, he was not one to lie. Could it be that there was nothing going on between them? Li Yi decided to clarify the matter, summoning Fatty and Pang Bo over to recount the events leading to Su Ya's birthday celebration and his consultation with the green tea girl. Once the truth was revealed, Ding Qian felt a bit embarrassed, having just acted like a jealous queen catching her lover in the act. She realized she might have frightened the young girl unnecessarily. After all, upon hearing from Li Tian that Li Yi was on the playground with a schoolmate, her blood had rushed to her head, prompting her to act impulsively. She hastily wrapped up the meeting, postponing matters until tomorrow, and rushed to the playground. How could she allow the pig she had nurtured for so long to go after someone else's cabbage? Moreover, Ding Qian was intrigued to see who could possibly outshine her allure. With the misunderstanding resolved, she felt slightly embarrassed towards the younger schoolmate. As for Fatty and Pang Bo, they realized they had made a blunder and remained silent in the corner. Ding Qian proactively shifted the topic to lighten the atmosphere. By the way, weren't you going to buy a gift? Let me join you. I can help you pick something out. What she didn't mention was her genuine concern about leaving Li Yi alone with such a charming young schoolmate. Li Yi was indifferent. Whether it was one sheep or two, they could all be herded together. Naturally, Shin Mingran didn't dare to voice any objections about the change of plans. After school, Li Yi found himself on the subway, flanked by two stunning beauties, one large and one small, instantly becoming the center of attention in the carriage. Surrounding male passengers cast envious and jealous glances at him, while the females noted their boyfriend's wandering eyes, employing their own tactics to remind them to stay focused. Li Yi felt a bit uncomfortable, especially whenever Shin Mingran leaned toward him with the swaying of the train. He could sense the dangerous aura emanating from Ding Qian. Finally, as the train came to a stop, he sighed in relief, glad to escape the awkwardness. They arrived at the watering studio, a professional art supply store recommended by Ding Qian. Since music and painting are both forms of art, as the vice president of the music club, she had some knowledge of such matters. The store boasted a wide range of products, including professional sketch pencils, charcoal, drawing paper, and sketchboards, all of assured quality. Li Yi recalled Suya mentioning her lifelong passion for painting, even gifting him a sketch that was quite impressive. Inspired by Shin Mingran earlier that afternoon, he decided to buy her a complete set of art supplies. Knowing Suya's family circumstances and personality, she would never ask Aunt Sun to buy such expensive tools. So gifting them would surely delight her, proving both practical and thoughtful. Thus, the trio took the subway to this art supply store. Upon entering, they found the shop tastefully decorated in a somewhat retro style, with spotlighting creating a beautiful interplay of light and shadow, a testament to the owner's refined taste. The two girls immediately marveled at the beautiful decor and soon left Li Yi to explore the store on their own. In contrast to Ding Qian and Shin Mingran, Li Yi, now adept at discerning nuances, could appreciate the quality of materials on offer. The entire establishment was crafted from solid wood, with joints employing traditional mortise and tenon construction, suggesting a higher renovation cost than it might appear. Is anyone here? We'd like to purchase a few items. Li Yi called out, sensing someone in the back room. After a rustle of sounds, a man in his mid-20s, with long bangs and paint splatters on his clothes, emerged from the back, where it seemed a studio was located. What can I help you with? He asked, leaning wearily against the counter, exuding an air of lethargy. Upon closer inspection, he was not unattractive, though his disheveled appearance detracted slightly from his appeal. Seeing someone had arrived, Ding Qian and Shun Mingran joined him at the counter. "Hello, ladies. How may I assist you? All our items are professional grade and of impeccable quality." The man suddenly perked up, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Li Yi suppressed a smile, nearly unable to contain his urge to roll his eyes at the rapid change in attitude. A typical lecher, he assessed. When the man learned that the trio was together, his enthusiasm waned slightly, though his gaze continued to linger appreciatively on Ding Qian and Shun Mingran. Nevertheless, he showcased his expertise by offering a thorough overview of the art supplies, discussing materials, origins, and providing examples of which brands to use under various circumstances. If you're a beginner, this domestic brand, Xiaohua, is affordable and offers a rich palette. If you have some experience, you might prefer Windsor. It contains minerals. With two beauties before him, the man was eager to impress, taking a moment to introduce himself as Qin Lang, the store's owner. According to Qin Lang, he opened the shop to keep himself occupied. While he adored painting, he lacked the talent for it, so he settled for running an art supply store. His products, being of genuine quality, came at a premium, resulting in fewer customers. He spent his free time creating in the studio at the back. Thus, Li Yi and his companions collectively assessed him as a wealthy slacker living off his family's fortune. Under the introduction of Qin Lang, Li Yi selected 3 sets of oil painting, watercolor, and sketching tools, all of which were quite professional. After all, one could tell from the paintings Suya created for herself that she was no novice. Upon calculating the cost, which astonishingly exceeded 10,000, Ding Qian was taken aback, as she had not anticipated that mere painting supplies could be so expensive. On the other hand, Shun Mingran remained unfazed. Her affluent background and lack of familiarity with such matters left her with little concept of value. As for Li Yi, he could now arrogantly declare that money was merely a number to him. Approaching the cashier to make payment, Qin Lang generously offered a 30% discount, resulting in a fortunate sum of 800 yuan. Watching Li Yi swipe his card without a flicker of an eye, Ding Qian regarded him with a complex expression. "Are you certain this is just a normal classmate relationship? Which ordinary classmate gifts nearly 10,000 yuan worth of items for a birthday?" She recalled that Li Yi was not from a wealthy family. Little did she know, Li Yi had indeed become indifferent to money. In his eyes, there was little distinction between 10,000 and 100,000. Just as they were about to leave, 2 individuals unexpectedly entered the store, one of whom was surprisingly known to Li Yi. "Li, my classmate. Boss Qin." The newcomer was Qin Yao, the owner of the Jinglangshuan shop where they had met during the orchid sale. The other was a voluptuous young woman, displaying an intimate rapport with Boss Qin. Though their age difference was significant, if she weren't his daughter, one might assume her to be a mistress. What a coincidence. "I was just mentioning you to Lin Lao a while ago, inquiring if you had any stock left." Qin Yao had a vivid impression of this young man who had directly procured 3 pots of top-tier orchids. "Are you here to buy something?" "Yes, it's a classmate's birthday, so I came to purchase a gift." With his enhanced physique and chakra, Li Yi's memory had also sharpened, even after less than a month. He still remembered Qin Yao well. Moreover, Qin Yao had been his benefactor, as the orchids sold to him and Lin Lao had alleviated Li Yi's financial concerns during that period. After a brief conversation, Li Yi learned that this shop was actually owned by Qin Yao's younger son, who had just returned with his elder daughter, Qin Ruolin. Thus, their meeting was fortuitous. However, it was clear that Qin Ruolin did not resemble her father. It was not that Li Yi had a twisted mind. Rather, Qin Ruolin was undeniably beautiful. While she might not surpass Ding Qian and Shun Mingran's natural allure, her mature charm and enhanced appearance for makeup surely earned her a score above 80. Contemplating that the shop owner, Qin Lang, was also somewhat handsome, Li Yi understood that Boss Qin must have improved his genetic legacy by marrying a stunning wife. After chatting with Qin Yao for a while, Li Yi took his leave, as they were not particularly close. However, having sensed something during their encounter, he could not resist advising Qin Yao before departing. "Boss Qin, you might want to consider visiting a hospital soon. Your breathing earlier seemed a bit off, and it may be wise to check if there are any issues with your lungs." Though their acquaintance was brief, Qin Yao was a decent person, devoid of the arrogance typically associated with wealthy individuals. Therefore, knowing the other had health concerns, Li Yi could not simply ignore it. Yet, he could only say so much. Their bond did not warrant further discussion. "Thank you, Li. I will make time to visit the hospital," Qin Yao replied. his expression shifting slightly before returning to normal as he bade farewell to the trio. Once Li Yi and his companions departed, Qin Rulin could not help but inquire, "Dad, who is that boy? How do you know him? And wasn't it a bit rude for him to suggest you might be ill? I previously purchased orchids from him." "He's quite an interesting young man," Qin Yao responded. Initially, he felt a bit uncomfortable with the directness of Li Yi's suggestion to check for illness, as anyone would be taken aback by such a statement. Moreover, it was uttered by a young boy who may not even have reached adulthood. However, recalling that Li Yi had confidently acquired 3 pots of top-tier orchids and casually dealt with significant sums, Qin Yao was left pondering. With a mindset of better safe than sorry, he decided to visit the hospital soon, considering it an early health checkup for the year. "Qin Liang, your sister is back from abroad and will not be leaving again. Spend some time with her and help her reacquaint herself with the domestic environment," Qin Yao advised his younger son, deliberately avoiding any further discussion of the earlier incident. "Understood, Dad," Qin Liang replied wearily. "What's the matter? Don't you want to accompany me?" Qin Rulin teased, playfully tugging at Qin Liang's ear. "Stop. I never said that. I will accompany you," Qin Liang exclaimed, escaping her grasp and rubbing his reddened ear. He had always feared his elder sister, and after her years abroad, he had relished a brief period of freedom, only to have her return. Chapter 87. Ding Qian's confusion. While we ponder whether Qin Yao would take Li Yi's words to heart, the trio who had just finished shopping made their way back. Shinmengran's plans were entirely disrupted. With Ding Qian present, any notion of watching a movie was out of the question. Reluctantly, she parted ways with Li Yi and the others at the subway entrance, as she lived nearby in the Qinan district. As for the promised grand meal, she delayed it under the pretext of needing to return home early due to family matters. After all, a meal alone with Li Yi would constitute a date. And with Ding Qian now in the mix, the opportunity to deepen her relationship with Senior Li seemed unlikely. Better to leave such matters for another day. On the subway, Ding Qian sat to Li Yi's right, the 3 sets of art supplies leaning against the seat beside them. Both remained silent, each lost in thought. Li Yi was unsure of what to say, as their relationship now hovered between friendship and something more intimate. Meanwhile, Ding Qian's silence stemmed from her growing inability to decipher Li Yi. Recently, he appeared more confident and mature, but had also become somewhat enigmatic. For instance, he had directly won 3 consecutive championships at the sports meet and spent nearly 10,000 yuan today without batting an eyelash, engaging in casual conversation with someone like Qin Yao, who was clearly wealthy. Yet, this was not necessarily a negative development. Rather, it intrigued Ding Qian even more. Exceptional individuals often inspire admiration. As she contemplated the reasons behind Li Yi's recent transformation, she could no longer contain her curiosity. "Li Yi, when did you become so wealthy?" After a long silence, Ding Qian finally succumbed to her inquisitiveness. Unable to evade the question, Li Yi had prepared a response. "Well, I wasn't planning to keep it a secret, so since you asked, I'll tell you, but please don't spread it around." He had long anticipated this inquiry. In truth, ever since selling the orchids, he had known that his financial situation would eventually come to light. After all, once one has money, it is impossible not to spend it, and those close to him would inevitably notice something amiss over time. Thus, Li Yi's strategy was straightforward and rather kitsch, a lottery win. This would also serve as his explanation to his parents in the future. While others might falter in such an explanation, Li Yi's account was grounded in truth and corroborated by evidence. Notably, his shadow clone had recently utilized the techniques of stealth and instant movement to visit virtually every lottery store in Jinling City, and indeed, he had won 400,000 yuan. Although the ability to see through the layers of a scratch-off ticket is not attainable without the coveted white eye, reaching a telekinetic strength of level 2 allows one to penetrate the surface and glimpse its concealed contents. While this may sound straightforward, the process is indeed arduous. Despite telekinesis enabling a view into the scratch-off tickets, the question of whether one has one still necessitates a meticulous examination by Li Yi, one ticket at a time. Consequently, during those 2 days, he refrained from practicing his skills, deploying all his shadow clones instead. Ultimately, he discovered the grand prize of 400,000 yuan within a tenfold lucky scratch-off ticket. The lottery shop was conveniently located near Qinglong Lake, not far from where Li Yi resided in Binjiang Water City. Thus, he promptly took a taxi to procure the entire batch of scratch-off tickets. The subsequent process was relatively simple. In front of the shop owner, He scratched off ticket after ticket until he revealed the grand prize, feigning excitement before taking a taxi to the city lottery center to claim his winnings. After the personal income tax deduction, he received just over 300,000 yuan, sufficient to cover his expenses. Since his family was not in dire financial need, he opted not to disclose this windfall to his parents, considering it a precautionary measure. When his extravagant spending eventually comes to light, he could present the lottery ticket as evidence of his skill-based earnings, rather than resorting to any illicit activities. Similarly, he could use this as an excuse with his friends, like Pang Bo, casually mentioning his luck and treating them to a few meals. The sum of 300,000 yuan is neither excessive nor trivial, and anyone who learns of it would merely envy his fortune. Are you saying you won 400,000 from a scratch-off ticket? Ding Qian gazed at Li Yi in disbelief, finding it far more plausible that he had inherited a fortune from a distant relative abroad. Li Yi produced his phone to reveal the transaction record from the lottery center, alongside a photograph of himself receiving the prize. As for the winning ticket, it had been collected by the lottery center for financial accounting, auditing, and archival purposes to prevent its reuse. All that remained on Li Yi's phone were images of the ticket, which he shared with Ding Qian. Your luck is astonishing. That's 400,000 yuan. I rarely win even a bottle of soda, Ding Qian exclaimed, the undeniable reality compelling her to accept that he had indeed struck it rich. However, her admiration was tinged with mere envy, astonished by Li Yi's fortune. After tax, it's just over 300,000, Li Yi corrected her. And what is the story with that boss Qin? Ding Qian pressed, eager to clarify her confusion. Unlike the protagonists of television dramas who engage in endless guessing games, she preferred directness. There's nothing to hide here, Li Yi replied candidly. This happened less than a month ago. Boss Qin runs a flower shop, and I sold him a few potted plants from my home. He particularly liked them, which is how we became acquainted. He conveyed the essence of his relationship with Qin Yao, omitting only the details regarding the sale price. Really? Ding Qian frowned, skeptical. Absolutely. Why would I deceive you? Li Yi vowed, swearing to the heavens that his introduction to Boss Qin indeed stemmed from selling flowers. While Ding Qian remained unconvinced, she chose not to delve deeper into the matter. She then remarked on the extravagant gift Li Yi had purchased, noting that even with a 300,000 yuan windfall, he shouldn't be so lavish. Li Yi felt a wave of embarrassment, reminiscent of facing his mother, Tang Wan. This was a conversation he could not evade, so he concocted a lie, claiming he had gone to Qinglong Lake due to an incident involving Suya and had fortuitously bought a lottery ticket that turned out to be a winner. Thus, the gift could be seen as a form of repayment. One lie necessitated another, a realization that weighed heavily on him. Yet fortunately, Ding Qian did not pursue further inquiries. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to resort to illusions to escape. Goodbye, I'll treat you to a meal another day, Li Yi said as Ding Qian prepared to disembark. Well, you are the wealthy one now. I'll leave it to your discretion, Ding Qian responded, signaling for contact and waving goodbye before stepping off the subway. Phew, Li Yi exhaled, relieved. Although he sensed that Ding Qian did not fully believe his earlier words, he had, for the moment, managed to smooth things over. Chapter 88. Super Saiyan and Susanoo. Today is Friday, marking Su Ya's 16th birthday. Although she will reach adulthood after today, she remains seated quietly in her usual spot, engrossed in her reading, not mentioning the occasion to anyone. In previous years, she celebrated her birthday at home with her mother, sharing a modest paper cupcake and a few homemade dishes. Though simple, these moments were warm, representing one of the few pockets of happiness in their fractured family. This year was expected to be similar, but since the family's debts had been settled, her mother had promised her a large cake, which Suya eagerly anticipated. After all, it had been 7 years since she had savored a genuine cream cake. The final period was math class with their homeroom teacher, Lu Jianxing. Just as the bell rang, Lu's chalk came to a halt, showcasing his remarkable teaching prowess and mastery of the syllabus. Lu Jianxing never extended class time unnecessarily, as he consistently covered all necessary material within the allotted time, ensuring that attentive students grasped the concepts. For those who struggled to pay attention or comprehend, extended class time would not remedy their lack of understanding. For students who listened earnestly yet still found difficulty, Lu would invite them to his office after class to clarify their misunderstandings. This week, there will be no assignments. We have a monthly exam on Monday, so please review diligently and ensure you return home safely. Class dismissed, Lu Jianxing announced before departing. As soon as he left, the students erupted in joyous cheers, rushing from the classroom, their spirits lifted by the impending weekend, despite the upcoming exam. Suya was slowly packing her bag when she noticed Li Yi still seated nearby, not accompanying the others. Li Yi, why haven't you left yet? She asked, hoisting her bag and turning to him with a smile. I'm waiting for you, he replied with a grin, standing up. Suya paused, her heart fluttering with a mix of surprise and disbelief. You're waiting for me? Indeed, Suya, happy 16th birthday. Li Yi beamed, revealing a radiant smile. Just then, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face, and that brilliant smile etched itself into Suya's memory, a treasure she would carry forever. Thank you. For the first time in many years, apart from her mother, someone had wished her well, leaving Suya momentarily speechless, touched and astonished, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Li Yi felt a twinge of concern. While it is often said that women are made of water, this girl seemed to possess an abundance, her emotions easily manifesting as tears. Please don't cry. Otherwise, if someone sees you, it could lead to misunderstandings, he urged, swiftly offering her a tissue from his desk. Last time, I happened to run into your mother while she was buying a cake. She mentioned your birthday and invited me over for dinner today, he explained, waiting for Suya to compose herself before they left the classroom together. Li Yi took a moment to grab a few things from his dorm before they made their way to the bus stop. Li Yi, thank you. You are truly kind, Suya expressed, her language arts skills ranking in the top tier of the class, yet now she found herself at a loss for words. Feeling that no amount of language could adequately convey her gratitude, Li Yi, having received a good person card, turned to Suya and smiled, gazing into her eyes as he said, we are desk mates and good friends, are we not? Yes, you are my best friend, Suya nodded, her face brightening with a radiant smile. She said nothing more, choosing to etch this moment into her heart. By the way, what is this large bag of yours? Suya inquired curiously. Earlier, Li Yi had emerged from the dormitory carrying a sizable white plastic bag, which was opaque and concealed its contents. That's a secret for now, Li Yi replied with a grin. You'll find out shortly. Just then, the bus arrived, compelling Suya to suppress her curiosity and follow Li Yi onto the vehicle. After 10 stops, they arrived at Suya's residential complex. It was Li Yi's second visit, and his remarkable memory allowed him to navigate directly to her building without needing directions. At the entrance, an ant sitting nearby, sorting vegetables, spotted Suya and greeted her. Xiaoya, you're back from school. Is this your boyfriend? The young man seems quite nice and handsome, like a star. Aunt Lu, what are you saying? This is my classmate, here to visit. Suya's cheeks flushed crimson, her ears warm with embarrassment. Li Yi could only manage a shy smile in response. Aunt Lu's knowing look prompted both Suya and Li Yi to hastily retreat into the building. Hello, Auntie, they greeted as they reached the 6th floor, where Sunshine welcomed them. After a brief exchange, Li Yi settled onto a small sofa, leaning the large bag against it, while Suya went to fetch water for him after placing her backpack in the room. Xiao Yi, I've prepared a lot of delicious dishes today. You must eat plenty, Sunshine said. Don't worry, Auntie. Your cooking is so delightful that I will certainly finish everything. I just hope there's enough rice, Li Yi replied, eliciting laughter from Sunshine. After a few more words, she encouraged Suya to keep him company and retreated to the kitchen to finish preparing some vegetarian dishes. Left alone in the living room, Li Yi and Suya engaged in a light conversation that soon faded into silence. The small space allowed them to clearly sense each other's presence, and recalling Aunt Lu's playful comments, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. As Li Yi pondered how to break the tension, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Saiyan bloodline upgraded to level 2. An unexpected surge of energy coursed through him, filling his body with strength. Excusing himself under the pretense of making a phone call, he stepped outside and activated Time Stop. The Saiyan bloodline had finally upgraded. He hadn't anticipated reaching level 2 so soon. Feeling a rush of excitement, Li Yi closed his eyes and concentrated, gathering his energy. In an instant, his body transformed. His hair stood on end, turning golden, while his pupils shifted from black to green, radiating a faint golden light. Super Saiyan! Li Yi exclaimed joyfully, astonished that he could transform at level 2. As he reveled in the immense power within him, he estimated it to be around 50 times his normal strength, consistent with the lore of Dragon Ball, indicating the system had not been overly modified. Taking out a mirror from his backpack, He admired his golden locks before reverting back to his ordinary form. While the Super Saiyan form was undeniably striking and powerful, it also placed a considerable strain on his body, limiting the duration he could maintain it. Perhaps due to insufficient levels, he was not anxious. He knew he would eventually reach greater heights. For now, sustaining the transformation for around 10 minutes seemed feasible, although he speculated that a full power attack might only allow him to last about 23 minutes. Overall, this upgrade was quite impressive, granting him the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan and enhancing his physical capabilities even in his normal state. Just as he prepared to deactivate time stop and return to the room, the mysterious voice resounded again. Chakra level reached. Unlocking Susanoo. Chapter 89. Preparing for action, Li Yi nearly burst into laughter, taken aback by this unexpected surprise from the system. Not only had he unlocked Super Saiyan, but he had also gained access to a formidable technique. Recognizing that this setting was unsuitable for utilizing Susanoo's abilities, doing so would likely cause the building to collapse. Li Yi swiftly transported himself to Namek. He dispelled all his shadow clones, as there would not be enough chakra to sustain Susanoo otherwise. The division of chakra among multiple clones proved to be quite inefficient. Focusing intently, Li Yi's eyes transformed into a crimson hue, surrounded by black tomo and swirling patterns, resembling a pinwheel. A stream of golden chakra began to flow from within him, enveloping his entire being and ultimately coalescing into a massive skeletal structure. Susanoo, he declared, invoking a powerful technique described in the original work as a high-level skill of the Sharingan. This ultimate power, residing within the Manjiki Sharingan, materializes vast amounts of chakra for combat, serving as both offense and defense. Li Yi could distinctly feel his significantly enhanced defensive capabilities and the destructive power in his every movement. However, due to insufficient chakra, he could only manifest the initial form of Susanoo, which appeared skeletal. Nevertheless, with his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he was confident he would soon summon the complete form of Susanoo. On Namek, Li Yi tested Susanoo's attack power. A single punch equated to the force of a bomb, easily shattering a massive boulder. Its defensive strength was also impressive, as all ninjutsu and chakra techniques failed to penetrate Susanoo's protection. As for its golden appearance, Li Yi speculated it was likely a result of his Saiyan physiology, considering that each individual's Susanoo color varied in the original narrative. Dispersing the chakra, Li Yi's eyes reverted to the normal three-tomo Sharingan. Both Susanoo and Super Saiyan forms were substantial chakra consumers. Even in a brief duration, he had expended nearly 1/3 of his chakra. Clearly, this was a last resort for critical moments. What a pity, Li Yi lamented, for reality had not presented him with any combat. Wait, that's not right. It seems there are indeed quests in the real world. He recalled a news story he had seen yesterday about a star being deceived in Bagan, igniting his spirit for mischief. However, this was not urgent. After all, he had the next couple of days off to plan leisurely. His immediate priority was to celebrate Su Ye's birthday. Returning to Tongxiao community, Li Yi deactivated time stop and stepped back inside. Li Yi, if you have something to attend to, you can head back first. I'm going to cut the cake now. You can have a piece before you leave. Su Ye said cautiously, eager for Li Yi to celebrate her birthday, but worried about imposing on his time. It's fine. A package has arrived. So I need to call home to collect it, Li Yi replied, finding an excuse as he noticed Su Ye's anxious demeanor. As a result, Li Yi realized he was becoming increasingly adept at lying, inadvertently evolving towards a more unscrupulous persona. Before long, Sun Qin called them to dinner, having prepared a feast. The 50,000 yuan Su Ye had won previously had cleared her family's debts and left them with a small savings. With Li Yi, the benefactor, present for Su Ye's birthday, Sun Qin had indeed bought an abundance of delectable dishes. The table was adorned with a variety of enticing meals: braised crucian carp, sweet and sour spare ribs, and chicken with edamame as the main dishes, alongside stir-fried dried tofu with pork and celery slices as the lighter fare. The vegetable dishes included scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried broccoli. Additionally, there were dry-sliced beef and a small plate of cold cucumber salad, totaling 8 dishes. The soup, a seaweed and egg flour concoction with shrimp and pickled vegetables, was Li Yi's favorite, likely remembered from his last mention. This time, with an abundance of ingredients. Sun Qin's culinary skills were perfectly showcased, leaving Li Yi utterly satisfied to the point of nearly forgetting to mask his delight. He consumed a total of 5 bowls of rice, with a significant portion of the dishes disappearing into his belly, only pausing when Sun Qin, concerned for his well-being, inquired if he was feeling too full. "Auntie, your cooking is simply exquisite. I wish I could enjoy your dishes every day," Li Yi exclaimed, taking a sip of his drink, leaning back in his chair, and giving a thumbs up. This sentiment was no mere flattery. Li Yi was seriously contemplating hiring Sun Qin as his personal chef at a handsome salary. Unlike the fine dining establishments that focus solely on the sensory experience, Sun Qin's dishes embodied the comforting flavors of home cooking, truly enhancing the dining experience. "If you truly desire, you can have Xiaoya cook for you every day in the future. My culinary skills have been fully inherited by her," Sun Qin remarked with a smile, casting a knowing glance at Li Yi. "Mom, what are you saying?" Suya's face turned as red as a ripe apple as she gently nudged Sun Qin. Too shy to meet Li Yi's gaze, Li Yi chuckled awkwardly, unwilling to respond. "All right, Annie was just joking, but there is truth in her words. Xiaoya's cooking is indeed quite similar to mine. Next time, when you come to our home, let Xiaoya prepare a meal for you," Sun Qin said. Noticing the embarrassment on both children's faces and choosing not to pursue the teasing further, she began to tidy up the table, bringing out a cake. As the box opened, Sun Qin and Suya placed candles atop the round fruit cake, inscribing "Happy Birthday, Suya" with chocolate sauce. They lit the candles and dimmed the lights. As Li Yi and Sun Qin clapped in rhythm, singing the birthday song, the flickering candlelight glimmered in Sun Qin's eyes, moistening them. It had been many years since she had celebrated Suya's birthday with such earnestness. Suya then glanced at Li Yi, closed her eyes to make a wish, and blew out the 16 colorful candles in one breath. Li Yi refrained from inquiring about her wish, as revealing it would render it ineffective. He switched the lights back on, picked up a large bag that Suya had not seen, and handed it to her. "Happy birthday, Suya. This is a gift for you." "Thank you. Can I open it now?" Suya asked, her heart racing with excitement. "Of course." Li Yi replied with a warm smile and a gesture inviting her to proceed. As she opened the plastic bag, she found it wrapped in colorful paper. Eagerly, she tore through the wrapping, and upon seeing its contents, she gasped in delight, covering her mouth in surprise. "Do you like it?" Li Yi inquired, although he could already discern the answer from her expression. "I love it. I absolutely adore it." Suya nodded vigorously, unable to contain her joy as she hugged the art supplies tightly, secretly wishing she could embrace Li Yi instead. "Li Yi, this must have cost quite a bit." "You're too generous," Sun Qin interjected, noticing the art supplies and recognizing their value, having previously purchased simpler tools for Suya. However, she could never have imagined that these items were worth nearly 10,000. Otherwise, she would have refused to accept them. Yet, she appreciated Li Yi's thoughtfulness and hoped that Suya would eventually be with him. "It wasn't too much. A friend of mine owns an art supply store, so I got them at cost," Li Yi emphasized, unaware that Sun Qin regarded him as a potential son-in-law. Suya gazed at Li Yi with expressive eyes, emotions brimming within them. Interestingly, her wish had not been for herself. She had wished for the safety and happiness of the boy before her. Chapter 90. Qin Yao's invitation at 8 p.m. In the Zhonggu district at Su Province People's Hospital, Qin Yao held a report in his hands, his brow furrowed deeply. The data on the report eluded his comprehension, yet the doctor's words struck him like a heavy hammer to the chest. Shadows in the lungs. Elevated carcinoembryonic antigen levels. Early signs of lung cancer. Although the possibility of misdiagnosis existed, the likelihood of having lung cancer was over 90. "Dad, don't worry too much. It's possible that the hospital made a mistake. There are often news reports about patients being misdiagnosed, where what was thought to be lung cancer turned out to be merely lung nodules," Qin Liang comforted. Though he recognized that the chance of misdiagnosis in a reputable institution like the provincial hospital was exceedingly low. Nevertheless, he clung to a glimmer of hope until the final results were revealed. "Indeed, Dad, the final results haven't come in yet," Qin Rulan added, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she forced a smile. When she received her father's phone call, it felt as if the sky had collapsed, prompting her and Qin Liang to rush to the hospital. Qin Yao understood the concerns of his children. They wished to prevent him from overthinking. Yet, after years in business, he had cultivated a certain composure. All right, you needn't comfort me. At my age, I know what's at stake." The doctor mentioned that the final results are pending, but the outcome is unlikely to differ. Observing his children, he continued, "You both needn't be so somber. The doctor also stated that since the issue was detected early, the chances of recovery are quite promising. At this point, Qin Yao fell silent. Had it not been for that boy named Li Yi reminding him to seek medical attention, along with his curiosity about the boy, he would not have gone for an examination. In a few months, the situation could have escalated beyond control. The doctor had mentioned that early-stage lung cancer typically presents no obvious symptoms. Even if one experiences coughs or phlegm, these could easily be mistaken for common respiratory ailments. During the early stages of lung cancer, when the changes are subtle, misdiagnosis is highly probable, as most individuals would not pursue a chest examination without clear symptoms. Should the cancer cells spread in a few months, even if chemotherapy were to cure him, the damage to his body would be irreversible, significantly shortening his lifespan. For someone of Qin Yao's stature, material pursuits had lost their allure, as there was little that wealth could not procure. However, concerning health and longevity, money proved to be of little use. Wealthy individuals might prolong their youth and extend their lives through wellness practices and costly medications. Yet, when confronted with terminal illnesses such as cancer or ALS, or faced with various calamities, the true meaning of equality becomes apparent. Wealth cannot stave off death. It merely delays it. Thus, Li Yi had effectively saved Qin Yao's life, and out of gratitude, he felt compelled to reciprocate this boy's kindness. Qin Yao retrieved his phone and located Li Yi's contact on Feixing. After finishing the birthday cake, Li Yi bid farewell to Suya and her mother, embarking on his solitary journey home. As he sat on the subway, his phone rang, an incoming voice call from an unfamiliar contact. Upon answering, he greeted, "Hello, who is this?" "Li Yi, this is Qin Yao, the person who purchased orchids from you. We met at the ink and wash gallery a couple of days ago." Qin Yao's voice resonated through the line, and Li Yi recalled the encounter. "Oh, Mr. Qin, I remember you. Is there something you need?" Hearing Qin Yao's voice, Li Yi surmised that he must have undergone a medical examination, hence the call. "Yes, you had mentioned I should get checked at the hospital, and I did. Only to discover there was indeed a problem, early-stage lung cancer. The doctor said I was fortunate to have caught it early and that my chances of recovery are high. Do you have some time recently? I would like to invite you out for a meal to express my gratitude in person." Qin Yao earnestly extended the invitation. While gratitude was indeed one aspect, he was also genuinely curious about this young man who could so effortlessly procure expensive orchids and discern his lung condition. Li Yi, however, replied, "There's no need for a meal. I merely offered a word of advice. Besides, I truly don't have time lately. I appreciate your kind intentions, Mr. Qin. Recently, I have been exceedingly busy, even engaged in the noble endeavor of saving the world, leaving little time for meals." "Very well, since classmate Li has been rather occupied, I shall not impose further. We can arrange to meet when you find the time. Moreover, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me." As I am acquainted with several people in the Jinling area, Qin Yao discerned Li Yi's reluctance and refrained from pressuring him, extending goodwill instead. "Indeed, if I encounter any insurmountable issues, I would still need to trouble Boss Qin. That said, if even Li Yi cannot resolve certain matters, it is likely that no one on this blue planet could." After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Gazing at his darkened phone screen, Qin Yao sighed, realizing that there are indeed extraordinary individuals in this world. When Li Yi received the news of his lung cancer diagnosis, his tone was devoid of surprise, as if he had known all along. "Regardless, it is vital to maintain good relations. Perhaps I should encourage Qin Liang to engage more with him, as young people often share more common ground." Noticing the director of the oncology department approaching, Qin Yao set aside his thoughts momentarily to learn about the forthcoming treatment plan. Upon returning to the Binjiang Water City, Li Yi proceeded to the gravity chamber as per his usual routine to complete his physical training. In the gravity chamber, Li Yi experimented with training in his Super Saiyan form, discovering that under 15 times the normal gravity, he felt no strain whatsoever. Gradually adjusting the intensity, he only began to feel pressure at 100 times gravity, with his limit hovering around 150 times. Switching back to his ordinary human form, he found that his limit had also increased from 20 to 30 times gravity. After completing his daily gravity training, Li Yi returned home, took a refreshing shower, and lay on his bed, scrolling through Duel. Tomorrow is a day of rest. I shall check some dungeon information. Exiting Duel, Li Yi opened his browser and entered a few keywords regarding the scam park in Bagan country into a search engine. As he scrolled further down, his expression darkened, growing increasingly grim with each revelation. He then searched for short videos about the scam park on Dole, the content of which was equally appalling. Closing his phone screen, Li exhaled deeply, feeling that continuing to read might lead him into a state of depression, especially when he considered that the information he had uncovered might only represent a fraction of the truth. A surge of indignation welled up within him. The enhancement of his Saiyan physique and the increase in chakra had fortified his spirit, elevating his cognitive abilities beyond those typical of an average high school student. Thus, this was also the reason Ding Qian perceived Li Yi as growing increasingly confident and mature. However, perhaps due to his gradually burgeoning absolute power or the influence of the Sharingan, Li Yi felt less awe towards life than before. The last time he intervened in a robbery in America, he nearly extinguished the assailant's life. While I may not possess the capacity to uphold world peace, I believe I can eliminate a bit of trash. A glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Li Yi's eyes. Chapter 91. Purgatory. Huang Ye is a social media influencer. After 5 or 6 years in the live streaming industry, she has garnered hundreds of thousands of followers on Dole, thanks to her stunning beauty and curvaceous figure, primarily sharing content related to culinary explorations and outdoor travel. Initially, live streaming and promoting products, along with occasional advertisements and gifts from loyal viewers, allowed her to lead a comfortable life. She even recently purchased a car. However, insatiable greed can lead one down a dark path. As her financial situation improved, Huang Ye became increasingly exposed to affluent circles, intensifying her desire for wealth. Coincidentally, a long-lost friend, Jiang Man, reached out to Huang Ye, claiming to have a lucrative opportunity. Jiang Man, previously a streamer from the same guild but with a smaller following, had ventured to Bagan country, introduced by a fellow countryman, to assist local manufacturers with offline sales. According to her, the local business owners were NAVE and affluent, and within less than 6 months, she had earned enough commission to buy a sports car. She mentioned that the local government offered policies to support foreign friends like them, allowing them to retain most of their earnings with minimal taxation. Her words dripped with a sense of superiority, filling Huang Ye with both envy and admiration. Jiang Man then inadvertently revealed that they were seeking a sales supervisor, offering a base salary of 50,000 with commissions that could yield a net income of 20 to 30,000 a month. This news thoroughly captivated Huang Ye, who subtly probed Jiang Man about her own qualifications. Initially, Jiang Man appeared reluctant to provide details, but eventually agreed to communicate with her superior, considering their shared history. Thus, after a day's wait, Huang Ye finally met the so-called big boss. Dressed in a black shirt and adorned with a gold watch, the man exuded charm, captivating Huang Ye with just a few words. Subsequently, she found herself entranced, unwittingly boarding a plane to Sava country as per his arrangements, under the pretense of being escorted to Bagan country by a dedicated reception team. Upon arriving in Sava country, she was taken by the reception team, who treated her to meals and entertainment, allowing her to spend without a penny. This alleviated her initial apprehensions. After 2 days of leisure in Sava country, Huang Ye accompanied the team to the riverbank and boarded a small boat heading to northern Bagan, purportedly a quicker and simpler route. Due to the team's previous hospitality, Huang Ye's vigilance had diminished significantly. However, upon disembarking and boarding a minibus, she began to sense something amiss. The once friendly and talkative Ma Jie grew silent, her demeanor shifting from warmth to an expressionless facade. As the vehicle traveled farther, the surroundings transformed into desolate farmlands. When Huang Ye sought to exit the vehicle under the pretext of needing the restroom, Ma Jie brusquely denied her request, and the 2 men at the door subtly blocked her escape. Despite her growing unease, Huang Ye clung to the hope of meeting Jiang Man upon arrival. However, when the bus finally halted, her heart sank into icy despair. Before her stood a compound resembling a rural town in her homeland, surrounded by high walls equipped with barbed wire and patrolled by armed guards. The entrance featured multiple checkpoints, with strict inspections for all entrants. This bore an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions of the scam park in Bagan country found online. Only then did Huang Ye realize the gravity of her situation. But it was too late. Under the forceful guidance of 2 armed guards, she was ushered into a jeep, heading deeper into the compound. Ultimately, Huang Ye never encountered Jiang Man outside a 6-story building. All her personal belongings, including her phone, passport, identification, and wallet, were confiscated, with a dark-skinned man taking the opportunity to grope her. Yet, confronted with the dusty rifle, Huang Ye dared not utter a word. The experiences that followed plunged Huang Ye into a living hell, a place where the inhabitants scarcely resembled humans, indistinguishable from beasts, akin to demons. As a popular influencer with hundreds of thousands of fans, she was spared from the brunt of inhumane abuse, yet she was coerced into training, tasked with deceiving more individuals into coming to Bagan, akin to what Jiang Man had done. This was, of course, compounded by the fact that she had surrendered her hard-earned savings of several 100,000 daxiao coins as ransom to the park. She witnessed firsthand how some girls, lured here and drained of their families' finances, were still relegated to becoming escorts within the park's establishments. One girl, who vehemently resisted, was brutally gang-raped and ultimately taken away in a vehicle, her fate unknown. Later, an elder within the park revealed that disobedient individuals faced a singular, grim fate, being sent aboard ships to the open sea. Initially, Huang Liang did not grasp the implication, but she soon learned that those deemed without value ultimately became sources for organs such as corneas and kidneys. The prospect of escaping was virtually impossible. Even if family members attempted to pay for her release, she would merely be resold to another park after being thoroughly exploited. During her time in the park, she often heard heart-wrenching screams reverberating from all directions, and the management treated the captives with utter disdain. Recently, she noticed the supervisor's gaze had shifted ominously, and she understood that if this continued, she too would inevitably become someone else's plaything. However, witnessing the tragic fates of those who had attempted to flee only filled her with dread, leaving her to weep in her bed each night. "Oh, is that not our big star?" Jiang Man, who had referred to herself as Huang Liang's sister in videos, finally made an appearance half a month after Huang Liang's arrival, but only to mock her. It turned out that Jiang Man, shortly after her arrival, had used her looks to charm a member of the management and, through relentless flattery and exceptional skills, had risen to a small leadership position. Huang Liang became her most lucrative project. Chapter 92, Annihilation. Jiang Man. Huang Liang, engrossed in client data, surged forward, wishing to tear apart the mocking smile on Jiang Man's face, but was restrained by two burly security guards. A resounding slap from Jiang Man left 5 crimson imprints on Huang Liang's cheek. "You think this is still your homeland? Let me tell you, you will never escape from here. Jiang Man, I have never wronged you. Why do you seek to harm me?" Huang Liang clutched her face, glaring intently at Jiang Man. If it weren't for this woman, she would not have descended to such depths. "Humph, who are you trying to impress with that big sister act? You even sent a plane to my live stream, as if you were some beggar." Jiang Man sneered disdainfully. Huang Liang widened her eyes in disbelief. She never anticipated such a response from Jiang Man. Initially, she had merely noticed Jiang Man's low viewer count and, as a member of the same union, had sought to promote her. Little did she know this would lead to resentment. "Enough chatter. I'm here to inform you that it's been nearly a month and you haven't made a single deal. Tomorrow is the deadline. If there's no result by Monday, you'll find yourself waiting patiently in the supervisor's bed." With that, Jiang Man sauntered out of Huang Liang's room, spitting on the ground as she departed. In despair, Huang Liang collapsed onto the floor, burying her head in her legs and weeping uncontrollably. Suddenly, she heard gunfire erupting outside. Initially dismissing it as yet another misguided captive attempting to escape, she soon realized something was amiss. The gunfire intensified, accompanied by explosions and frantic shouts in a language she could not comprehend, clearly not the typical scolding of captives. Rewind to earlier. Li Yi had planned to take his time dealing with these malignant entities, thinking tomorrow was Saturday, a perfect opportunity to eradicate them. However, after finishing his session on Dole, his inner fury grew unbearable. He swiftly searched for the location of Bagan and teleported there in less than 10 minutes, covering a distance of over 3,000 kilometers. Although he could find general information about the scam parks online, precise locations eluded him. Language barriers forced him to seek out a nearby town to find someone who spoke Xia. Through illusions and telekinesis, he quickly found someone familiar with the scam park, Meng Yiba, who was also part of the management. Ironically, the upper echelons of this notorious park, ranked among the top 3 in Bagan, were predominantly composed of Xia nationals. "Oh, so Xia nationals are scamming their fellow countrymen," he mused as the embodiment of justice, adopting the persona of Sun Wukong. Guided by Meng Yiba, Li Yi swiftly arrived at the entrance of the park. Under the influence of his illusion, Meng Yiba provided a detailed account of the park's dark operations, intensifying the cold glint in Li Yi's eyes. According to Meng Yiba, while the inhabitants of the park might not all deserve death, there were surely many who would escape justice. "Let us see how you vermin assess my current capabilities," Li Yi declared, effortlessly lifting Meng Yiba into the air, where he plummeted to the ground with a wail. This individual had committed numerous heinous acts. A few deaths were hardly sufficient. Who are you? Do not advance further, or I shall fire. Meng Yiba's cries alerted the park's armed personnel. 2 guards, armed with rifles, approached Li Yi, speaking incomprehensible words. Spare me your nonsense. Today, none of you scum will escape, Li Yi retorted. His hair transformed to a golden hue, radiating waves of light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. He dashed forward, appearing before the guards in an instant, not using teleportation, but moving so swiftly that no one could perceive his actions. He hurled the guards skyward, making his way into the park's depths. This method allowed him to eliminate foes without shedding blood, for he sought to cleanse the filth, not indulge in senseless slaughter. As he extended his telekinesis, everything within a kilometer was laid bare before him. The thud of the guards hitting the ground alarmed the park's higher-ups, who soon emerged armed to the teeth. Ignoring their frantic chatter, Li Yi seized a nearby stone bench and hurled it into the crowd, knocking several down. The armed personnel, now in disarray, were bewildered by the might of this creature before them. In response, they unleashed a torrent of gunfire, fear driving them to waste ammunition recklessly. Undeterred, Li Yi did not use his telekinesis to shield himself. The standard caliber bullets could not penetrate his physical form, merely tearing through his clothing. Yet he safeguarded his vital areas with telekinesis, mindful that an errant bullet could lead to an embarrassing incident. Seeing that firearms were ineffective, one guard even attempted to bring forth a rocket launcher, aiming it directly at Li Yi. As the rocket flew toward him, Li Yi effortlessly grasped its warhead and crushed it with a single, powerful grip. Adhering to the principle of no harm with smoke, Li Yi appeared before his adversaries unscathed, exuding a formidable presence that instilled despair. Experiencing the sensation akin to a rocket's impact, Li Yi, amidst the astonished gazes of his foes, lifted a nearby jeep and hurled it into the throng. The vehicle crashed down, flattening several nefarious individuals, igniting flames, but contrary to cinematic portrayals, it did not explode. TCH, I knew it was all special effects, Li Yi muttered, disappointed by the lack of dramatic flair, and followed up with an energy blast to create the effect he desired. With a thunderous boom, the debris from the jeep sent many flying, and Li Yi soon noticed heads peering from the surrounding buildings. It seems there are still many deceived souls here. I must tread lightly to avoid collateral damage. Fortunately, he had already vented much of his frustration, and it was prudent to exercise restraint moving forward. Li Yi swiftly traversed the entire compound, scattering armed factions like autumn leaves in a storm. Moments later, it appeared as though it were raining men, as countless bodies plummeted to the ground, forming a veritable mountain of miscreants. Li Yi mused that this might be a fitting homage to the films of Stephen Chow. Subsequently, he levitated into the air, expanding his telekinetic prowess to rescue those who were bound or confined. He effortlessly eliminated any remaining threats, turning their brains to mush with a mere thought. Handcuffed, imprisoned, or bound, all were liberated from their restraints. Channeling his energy, he proclaimed, "Listen well, inhabitants of the compound. All the villains have been vanquished. You are free. Remain where you are and report to the authorities if necessary." His voice resonated powerfully, nearly shattering glass, yet ensuring that all present heard his declaration. Despite speaking in the dialect of Xia, he knew most could comprehend his words. However, Li Yi was not yet inclined to cease his onslaught. The horrific sights he had witnessed only intensified his wrath, and merely subduing one compound would not quell his fury. Chapter 93. The dust settles, recalling the hollowed-out corpses and the girl reduced to a mere plaything. A terrifying glint flashed in Li Yi's eyes. These individuals were nothing short of beasts. Nay, to liken them to beasts would be to exaggerate their depravity. With a sweep of his hand, a spared low-ranking leader was drawn to him, grasped by the throat. Tell me of any other fraudulent compounds nearby. The crimson tomo of his Sharingan whirled as the man's gaze dulled, like a machine divulging all he knew. With the destination now clear, Li Yi hurled the man skyward, propelling himself towards the other compound indicated. Outside, the sounds of gunfire and explosions gradually faded, and Huang Liang, sheltered in her room, heard the most exquisite sound of her life. Attention, residents of the compound. All villains have been eradicated. You are free. Stay put and report to the authorities if necessary. Uncertain of the circumstances, Huang Liang could not restrain herself from flinging open her door and rushing outside. Upon witnessing the corpses of the armed personnel littering the ground, she realized that the voice had not been a figment of her imagination. Am I truly free? Tears streamed down her face as the once resigned individual found hope in salvation, overwhelmed with joy. Soon, many who had been deceived began emerging from the buildings. And realizing the gravity of the situation, Huang Liang hurried to the supervisor's office, locating a mobile phone to dial the authorities. The emergency number of Bagan had been ingrained in her memory, and she never expected to utilize it. As Li Yi soared towards another fraudulent compound. In a Super Saiyan state, he covered the distance of several kilometers in an instant. According to the earlier low-ranking leader, this was one of the few military-controlled areas. Military control did not imply the official army of Bagan. A nation would not descend to the level of employing its military to guard fraudulent operations. The military in question referred to the Bunker Border Defense Force, a former militia that had been subsumed by Bagan. However, nominal allegiance to Bagan did not prevent them from acting as the primary protectors of local scams. I am eager to witness the true capabilities of this so-called Border Defense Force. Li Yi descended upon the infamous compound's entrance. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed an energy wave that obliterated the gate, declaring war. The military-controlled compound was different. Alarms blared immediately following the attack, yet Li Yi was undeterred, intent on eradicating this den of iniquity. As adversaries swarmed forth, Li Yi braved their bullets, charging into their ranks, delivering devastating blows that sent some crashing into walls, their breath escaping them. A monster. Use grenades, he's coming. Regardless of whether they wielded machine guns or grenades, Li Yi withstood their assault, harvesting lives with ruthless efficiency. A cannonball struck him squarely in the chest, staggering him, and he realized there was a light tank ahead. Die, die, die. Fueled by bloodlust, Li Yi unleashed a barrage of energy orbs, annihilating the tank and its occupants. As the explosions subsided, a dense cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and Li Yi's silhouette emerged gradually. Having dispatched the foes before him, Li Yi finally regained his composure, reverting from his Super Saiyan form, his hair returning to its natural hue. It was not merely a matter of transformation duration. He had realized that in his Super Saiyan state, his emotions were somewhat uncontrollable. Truly, the fighting spirit of a warrior nation is formidable, normally composed, yet upon transformation, I find myself craving battle, he reflected. In truth, he could have replicated his earlier strategy, soaring over the compound and utilizing his telekinesis to eliminate enemies with ease. Yet, in the throes of his Super Saiyan state, he opted for a more direct confrontation. I must remain vigilant. It is I who wields this power, not the other way around. Enough of this. I shall resolve matters swiftly. There are only these two compounds nearby. I shall address the rest another time. Li Yi proceeded to execute his strategy once more, soaring over the compound, utilizing telekinesis to dispatch armed personnel and liberating those trapped. Amidst his efforts, he unexpectedly encountered someone familiar. Huang Liang. Startled by the previous explosions, Huang Liang, who had sought refuge in a corner, looked up in bewilderment upon hearing his name, only to be met by a black-haired youth he had never seen before. Who are you? Do you know me? Oh, I've seen your livestream before. Li Yi recalled that he was not currently in his original appearance, and he chuckled, remembering that their initial acquaintance had also been under the guise of Trunks. What brings you to Bagan? Li Yi inquired. I was deceived here. They promised to fly me in for a competitive eating contest, covering my round-trip ticket, and claimed a grand prize of 500,000, Huang Liang replied. Having recently fallen victim to the scam, still retaining the spirit to share his grievances with Li Yi. All right, I understand. Just call the authorities when you can. All the scoundrels here have been eliminated, and you can return home. Not bothering to listen to any further complaints, Li Yi prepared to depart. I truly hesitate to report. I've heard the police here are in cahoots with the scammers, Huang Liang mentioned, recalling what he had been told. Upon hearing this, Li Yi paused. If he reported them and these individuals were sold to other compounds, his efforts today would have been in vain. Thus, under Huang Liang's astonished gaze, he ascended into the sky. Whoa, Superman! Huang Liang sat down abruptly, staring up in awe. Li Yi soared higher until he could see distant skyscrapers, then teleported directly towards them. With a swift teleportation, Li Yi arrived in the city, descending gracefully as he employed his telekinetic abilities to locate a Chinese restaurant and inquire about the nearest police station. Fortunately, given the considerable Chinese population in the northern region of Bagan, he was not left in utter confusion. Grasping the restaurant owner's arm, he teleported to the police station, where he used an illusion to control an officer and sought an audience with the chief. Translate his words for me, Li Yi instructed the startled restaurant owner. By casting the illusion on the chief, Li Yi finally gained some understanding of the complex situation here. It appeared that some officers and higher-ups were indeed connected to the fraud rings operating in the area, perhaps even complicit in their misdeeds. However, it was implausible for Bagan to be entirely corrupt. Due to certain historical legacies, effective governance over specific regions was challenging, resulting in rampant scams in the Northern Territory. Once he discerned that the chief could be trusted, Li Yi dispelled the illusion, allowing the restaurant owner to explain the situation to the chief before he disregarded their astonished expressions and teleported home. As for subsequent matters, he had no time or inclination to intervene. He would simply wait to see if the news would cover it. If the armed factions had been eradicated and they still couldn't manage the aftermath, then what good were they as police? After all, Li Yi was responsible for the killing, not the burial. Chapter 94. A ripple of shock on a Saturday morning. While Li Yi lay in bed, blissfully asleep, the internet was ablaze with activity. The catalyst was the sudden reemergence of internet celebrity Huang Liang, who had been missing for nearly a month. She posted a video on Dole, claiming she had been abducted to Bagan and had entered a fraud ring, from which she had just been rescued. In her video, she stated that the fraud ring had been destroyed and that the Bagan police were in communication with officials back home, promising her imminent return to Xia country. Almost simultaneously, food blogger Huang Liang released a video with a similar narrative, yet he claimed that the destruction of the fraud ring was not the work of the Bagan police, but rather a flying superhero. The videos ignited a frenzy online, particularly Huang Liang's, which garnered over 100,000 comments. Some netizens mocked him for saying anything for views, questioning why he didn't claim to have been abducted by aliens. Others speculated whether it was a weapon developed by a certain nation, such as a powered exosuit. A particularly humorous commenter boldly declared himself to be Qin Shi Huang, recently resurrected, offering to lift his seal for a mere 500 coins in exchange for his promise to unify the world and appoint the commenter as a great general. Within minutes, both videos were taken down. Subsequently, both their companies released statements confirming the events and announcing that the two would be returning home shortly, while remaining silent on the topic of the superhero. Meanwhile, in a conference room at the Kyoto office of the Xia Intelligence Bureau, smoke filled the air, and ashtrays overflowed with cigarette butts. Each attendee had a cup of coffee or strong tea in front of them. The meeting had commenced the previous evening upon receiving news of the incident and continued into the present, addressing not only the online uproar, but also coordinating with Bagan authorities. Bloodshot eyes reflected the fatigue of sleepless nights. Given the gravity of the situation, it was clear that those in higher echelons had likely spent the night strategizing response measures. I must emphasize once more that this incident is of significant impact, and since it occurred abroad, it cannot be concealed. It is likely that all parties are already aware, stated Huang Liang, his expression grave as he pointed to the projection screen. This video was just relayed by intelligence personnel from Bagan. The surveillance within the fraud ring was compromised, preventing us from capturing specific details. However, nearby cameras recorded some indistinct images. It is preliminarily established that this was the result of extraordinary powers, and there was only one intruder. Survivors from the two facilities corroborated this assertion. The video displayed a distant shot where a blurry orb of light descended into the compound, followed by explosive clashes and the harrowing cries of the victims. Due to the previous incident involving Itachi, the Xia Security Department had temporarily established a division for handling special events, dubbed the Special Affairs Bureau, under the leadership of Huang Liang, the former head of the Xia Intelligence Bureau. Following discussions, numerous elite professionals were reassigned from various departments to serve as the initial core of this bureau. Given that this incident involved extraordinary phenomena, it was assigned to the Special Affairs Bureau for Comprehensive Management, its first task since inception. Chief, do you think this could be the work of that Akatsuki organization? Inquired a dapper young man with a buzz cut, Su Yuan, aged 28, who had been Zhang Liang's subordinate at the Xia Intelligence Bureau and was now part of the Special Affairs Bureau. It is unlikely. Regardless, we must suppress the information to prevent public panic, Zhang Liang replied, rubbing his temples while sipping his coffee. Though he lacked extensive knowledge of Akatsuki, based on their discreet operations within the country and Itachi's demeanor, he surmised that this incident did not align with their typical modus operandi. After all, The audacious use of extraordinary powers, leaving behind such chaos, suggested a lack of intent to conceal their actions, which contradicted Akatsuki's style. During the earlier meeting, it was vaguely mentioned that Akatsuki seemed to have had dealings with the United States, as President Trump had recently reached out to discuss the introduction of a real fantasy game. Coupled with the recent announcement from the United States regarding military exercises at the presidential mansion, Huang Liang speculated that they too might have been threatened by Akatsuki members. He could not ascertain whether it was Itachi or someone else involved. Contemplating this, Huang Liang deemed it necessary to reach out to Itachi, regardless of whether Akatsuki was implicated. After printing out several response plans established through the Night's discussions and distributing them, Huang Liang reiterated the confidentiality protocols before adjourning the meeting. Similar meetings were convened across nations to verify the authenticity of the extraordinary powers displayed in this incident and to formulate response strategies. The entire blue planet was stirred by the notion of the extraordinary. In the United States, at the five-star building, the conference room screen displayed the footage Huang Liang had presented, featuring only a blurred golden orb. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is shifting towards an unknown direction, and we may witness an increase in extraordinary events in the future, Trump exclaimed passionately, addressing the high-ranking officials of the United States. At this juncture, we must unite. I propose a 20% increase in next year's military budget, allocating 10% of the total funds to projects related to the extraordinary. Seconded. 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 A majority of attendees concurred with Trump's proposal. It was evident that, with the reality of extraordinary powers now established, these politicians were eager to funnel resources into understanding the extraordinary. After all, if the phenomenon of physical bodies deflecting bullets was possible, could immortality truly be beyond reach? Previous occurrences of the island incident served as testament that as humanity's wealth increased and their societal status elevated, so too did their fear of death. For the sake of longevity, they would spare no expense. At this moment, Secretary of Defense Peter Lawrence spoke up. He was not opposed to the proposal, on the contrary. As the Secretary of Defense, he was quite pleased to see an increase in military funding. However, he felt the need for clarification on certain matters. Mr. President, though my request may seem presumptuous, I hope you can find a way to contact that Mr. Satan, as I believe everyone present shares this desire. Lawrence, I understand your intent. Trust me, you will meet him soon, Trump replied with a smile. He mentioned that when the real fantasy game enters the United States, he will return to America. Feeling rejuvenated, Trump, now decades younger, longed more than anyone else to reunite with Satan. The protagonist, who has finally had his fill of sleep, opens his phone to check if yesterday's events made the headlines. TSK, the news certainly can be suppressed, but in due time, it will be impossible to contain. Observing that various websites are dominated by chaotic news, Lee chuckles softly. He now possesses enough power to ensure his own safety. Let me unveil the curtain on this extraordinary era. Chapter 95. The eve of battle, where shall we cleanse the refuse today? Lee leisurely sips his chilled soda, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, browsing through Dole. Perhaps it was the one-sided massacre from yesterday that awakened the Saiyan blood within him. After breakfast, Lee contemplated annihilating a few more districts. A confrontation with a real army would be even more exhilarating. After all, the unilateral slaughter yesterday left him unfulfilled. With the weekend upon him, why not set a challenge to eliminate 50 districts within 2 days? A quick search on Shindu reveals that a single temple district houses over 100 fraudulent zones, and the entirety of Bagan may contain thousands. Unless one employs a Kamehameha wave to obliterate everything at once, it is virtually impossible to clear so many districts in such a short time. However, using such a technique would also eliminate the duped individuals trapped within. Eureka! After gathering extensive information from Chindu and Dole, Lee devised a plan that would satisfy his thirst for excitement while swiftly eradicating these districts. Without hesitation, he drained his soda, accurately tossing the empty bottle into the trash like a basketball, and vanished from the living room in an instant. In Bagan, in the Temple District, at the Gaudig Valley, lies the garrison of the Bunker Border Defense Force, the residence of its leader, General Bong. Bong is a warlord in the northern region of Bagan, nominally incorporated into Bagan, but, in reality, still reigns as the local emperor. He commands an armed force of nearly 10,000, equipped comparably to Bagan's regular army. Some of these weapons are remnants from the Vietnam War, while others have been acquired through smuggling from foreign powers. The camp even boasts tanks and armed helicopters. Damn it! A burly man with dark skin slams his fist on the table, causing those in military uniforms around him to hold their breath. Fully aware that General Bone is in a foul mood, no one dares to provoke his ire. Forget about the Mula district. We lost contact with them. And we have no idea who the enemy is. The source of Bone's fury is the destruction of 2 fraudulent districts the previous day. Not only did he receive no prior warning, but nearly a day later, he remains in the dark about the specific circumstances. Who is responsible? How many were involved? He feels utterly blind, devoid of any intelligence. Some fools below him, having heard some ridiculous rumor, even claim that the invader was a solitary individual. It is essential to remember that he had stationed no less than 500 men in that district, equipped with rockets and tanks. Even the Bagan military would struggle against them. General, the Maiwan district has just come under attack, and we cannot establish contact. A soldier rushes in with the report. Just splendid. Bone fumes, his face turning red with rage as he kicks a nearby chair across the room. Realizing that the Maiwan district is the closest, he barks orders. Hunai gang, Gachiang, take 1,000 men and head over there. I want to see who dares to act on my turf. Yes, General. 2 fierce-looking middle-aged men salute and dash out of the tent to gather their equipment and assemble troops. 20 minutes later, Bone arrives at the Maiwan district with a battalion. A long convoy trailing behind, accompanied by 2 tanks and 2 armed helicopters overhead. As the helicopters descend, Bone leaps from the cabin, greeted by an eerie silence enveloping the district. You, go check the situation. Before Bone can finish his sentence, the shorter Gachiang gestures for 2 soldiers to scout ahead. Yes, the soldiers, armed with automatic rifles, cautiously approach the district entrance, finding the 6 armed guards lying on the ground, their bodies unscathed but bleeding from every orifice. Feeling a chill run down their spines, the 2 exchange anxious glances and return to report. Report, Colonel, all 6 guards are dead, but there are no visible injuries. The cause of death is unknown. Upon hearing this bizarre revelation, Bone disregards his initial caution. With so many men at his disposal, even if it were a ghost, he intends to see if it can withstand a cannonball. All troops on high alert, enter the district. Through the radio, he commands his forces to advance. And soon everyone is inside the Maiwan district. However, the scene that unfolds before them causes even Bone to gasp in shock. A mountain of bodies. More accurately, a small hill composed entirely of corpses. Given the scale, it seems all the armed personnel from the district have met their end. Search for survivors. Bone, stealing his courage, commands. As the troops investigate the bodies, they discover that all have met the same fate as the guards at the entrance. No visible wounds, yet bleeding profusely from every orifice. General, this is rather sinister. Should we retreat? Hunai Gang feels a chill creeping down his spine. Although he is known for his ruthless nature, facing such unknown circumstances unnerves him. Just as Bone contemplates whether to acquiesce, a subordinate calls out. Report, we have a survivor. Bring him here. 2 soldiers escort a man forward, and Gachiang recognizes him as Li Zhong, a local responsible for the district. Li Zhong, tell me precisely what transpired. Upon seeing Gachiang and the others, Li Zhong collapses to the ground, weeping profusely. Devil. It's a devil. Wherever he passed, people perished. He is undoubtedly a demon from hell. Gachiang, witnessing Li Zhong's breakdown, slaps him hard across the face, knocking out 2 of his teeth. He then grips his collar, demanding, enough of your nonsense. Previously, the district's dupes called you a devil. Speak clearly what happened. Having been slapped back to reality, Li Zhong, blood trickling from his mouth, stammers out the details. You're not drunk, are you? The entire district was taken out by a single person? Gachiang nearly delivers another slap, but holds back as Li Zhong swears on his life that he speaks the truth. That person could fly. Wherever he went, my brothers fell, bleeding from every orifice. He spared my life only to deliver a message to the general. Li Zhong, trembling, has clearly been terrified. What about the dupes in the district? Gachiang inquires, noting that aside from Li Zhong, no other survivors can be found. I don't know. I was too busy hiding. I had no time to worry about anyone else. Useless. Bone kicks Li Zhong, sending him tumbling. You say one person did all this. Why did he leave you alive to convey a message? Li Zhong, sprawled on the ground, scrambles to Bone's feet, saying, that person said he would come personally tomorrow at noon to see the general and requested that you gather your troops to avoid. Li Zhong hesitates. Avoid what? Speak up, or I'll have you executed. I'll tell you. As Guchang brandished a pistol at himself, Li Zhong could no longer afford to hesitate. for the words were not his own. The man had instructed that the general should gather more men to ensure his murderous spree was thoroughly satisfying. No sooner had he spoken than Li Zhong suddenly froze, blood trickling from his nostrils and the corners of his mouth, collapsing limply to the ground. Shocked, Boang and the others felt a chill creep into their hearts. None noticed the tiny slug that had vanished from Li Zhong's hair. Chapter 96. Deception this morning. Only 5 districts' refuse had been cleared, a rather dismal efficiency. Much of the time had been consumed by interrogating the whereabouts of other districts. However, tomorrow should bring a definitive resolution. Hovering above the district, Li Yi gazed down at the throngs of people below and shook his head. Among such a multitude, not a single soul could be deemed innocent. In a moment of whimsy, he had employed an illusion to hypnotize a few armed personnel, compelling them to recount their misdeeds. Yet, before they could finish, Li Yi obliterated their minds with telekinesis, for the content was too heinous to bear. Later, upon questioning a leader, he discovered that within the district, no one was untainted. Even those who began clean would inevitably be dragged into corruption, as only those with blemishes could be trusted. Having sensed the dissolution of the summoning spell on the tiny slug left on Li Zhong, Li Yi realized that Boang must have learned of his impending visit to create trouble. Thus, his objective was fulfilled. As for Li Zhong, such a scoundrel would not be spared. He had left a small slug on him to relay the message before sending him to meet his maker. The initial assault on the Maiwan district was also a deliberate act by Li Yi, as it was the closest to Boang's base, and the general would surely dispatch someone to investigate. Consequently, Li Yi employed his telekinesis to eliminate the armed personnel inside, while teleporting the duped individuals to a safe location for subsequent rescue by the police. Indeed, Li Yi had forged an agreement with the police of Pugan. He would handle the armed forces, and the police would take over the district and attend to the victims. Of course, this so-called agreement was a one-sided pact sealed with his Sharingan, rendering him unperturbed by any potential breach. The rationale behind this approach was that methodically eliminating districts was too time-consuming and laborious. Thus, after familiarizing himself with the situation, he orchestrated this scheme to inform General Boang of his intention to confront him, compelling him to amass his forces. This way, he could indulge in a gratifying battle while simultaneously dismantling the main forces, leaving the remaining districts for Pugan to resolve. Li Yi was not a saint and had no inclination to exhaust himself cleaning each district meticulously. He was willing to assist where it was convenient. Moreover, following this significant operation, it was hoped that such predatory districts would gradually diminish or even vanish, for humanity harbors a certain reverence for power. Deciding not to continue for the day, Li Yi resolved to return and treat himself to a sumptuous meal. In the wake of the peculiar events at the Maiwan district, Boang had begun to take this unseen adversary seriously. He not only consolidated his scattered forces in various districts to the Gaudi Valley, but also equipped all weapons in the camp, preparing an arsenal sufficient for a small-scale war. Furthermore, Boang resolved to remain at the camp until noon the following day, attending to all needs without straying from the command center's tent. Simultaneously, Boang's movements were being monitored by various nations, including Xia, Sakura, and America, all of whom received reports regarding the impending conflict. Countries with capability trained their satellites on the Gaudi Valley, preparing for live broadcasts and closely monitoring the unfolding situation. At 2 p.m., Itachi's figure suddenly appeared at the Kyoto office of the Xia Intelligence Bureau. Although this was not his first encounter with Itachi's elusive abilities, Huang Liang's heart skipped a beat. Director Zhang had summoned him, presumably to inquire about matters in Pugan. Li Yi had come because Wu Shaokong had contacted him via a smart terminal, indicating that the Xia Intelligence Bureau wished to meet. Having ordered 10 exquisite takeout meals, Li Yi had just finished his feast when he agreed to the meeting, intending to divulge a fragment of his contemplations to the officials. Indeed, it was hoped that Mr. Itachi could enlighten them regarding the origins of the mysterious individual who had decimated several districts. The implication was that the possibility of Akatsuki's involvement had already been dismissed. Li Yi chuckled and countered, "How do you know this incident was not instigated by us?" Before Huang Liang could respond, Li Yi waved his hand and sighed. "You are correct. The entity present in Pugan is neither a member of Akatsuki, but rather a foolish and belligerent scion." Zhang Liang noted yet another new term from Li Yi, silently taking it down. Then, as if invigorated, Itachi continued to divulge intelligence to Zhang Liang. "These born warriors do not adhere to rules. incessantly seeking opponents. However, you need not be overly concerned. For as far as I know, Saiyans are not an evil race. They simply tend to act without much forethought. Could Mr. Itachi share the motives driving this Saiyant's actions? Huang Liang inquired. The motive? Quite simple. Some unfortunate soul must have provoked him, for otherwise, given Gohan's nature, he would not typically seek out trouble. Another critical piece of intelligence emerged. Gohan was likely the name of the Saiyan involved in this incident. Huang Liang hesitated before asking, Mr. Itachi, may I pose a question? Li Yi remained non-committal, responding, What question do you have? We have exchanged pleasantries before. Feel free to inquire. I shall divulge what I can. Are you and the Saiyans native to Blue Star? Huang Liang asked, voicing a long-held curiosity. I can assure you, we are not, Itachi replied in a low voice. Due to certain circumstances, our world is gradually converging with yours, and Blue Star finds itself at the closest distance, allowing us to traverse between the two realms through certain means. The implications of Itachi's words were earth-shattering. Should this information reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a seismic shift among nations and alter the global landscape. As for why they had come to Blue Star and propagated the concept of true fantasy, Itachi continued. At this point, I can reveal a bit more. True fantasy serves as a test, or perhaps a method of selection, ultimately designed to allow extraordinary seeds to take root in Blue Star. Huang Liang could hardly fathom that Akatsuki's intentions revolved around this, prompting him to press further, Mr. Itachi. Do you mean to say that you intend to bestow extraordinary powers upon players of the true fantasy game? That is one way to interpret it. However, we shall not directly grant the extraordinary. Instead, we will sift through to identify qualified candidates. Itachi's crimson Sharingan bore into Huang Liang, his voice deep and magnetic. We merely provide an opportunity. Whether one attains extraordinary power ultimately depends on oneself. Li Yi intentionally released fragments of information, laying the groundwork for the forthcoming arrival of the extraordinary. Chapter 97. Global attention. Li Yi recognized that fabricating an intricate background or storyline would inevitably lead to exposure. One must not underestimate the intelligence of the people of Blue Star. However, if he could concoct a rough framework, those prone to speculation would naturally fill in the gaps and rectify any inconsistencies. Li Yi contemplated installing a spy within the Xia Intelligence Bureau, allowing them to assist in refining the narrative, gleaning any valuable ideas worth duplicating. Draped in a robe of black adorned with crimson clouds, Itachi continued, currently, only those of shadow-level strength can traverse the dimensional passage by manifesting their avatars. However, it is only a matter of time before it fully opens. Lacking any knowledge of the other world, Huang Liang could only endeavor to retain the information Itachi provided, intending to confer later regarding the veracity of this intelligence. Li Yi had long since noticed the recording device nestled within Huang Liang's pocket, yet with the intent to disseminate this information, he chose not to expose Zhang's little ruse. The passage currently lies within the domain of our Akatsuki, but such news cannot remain concealed for long. When the dimensional passage ultimately opens, it will undoubtedly herald strange phenomena, and the nature of the beings that may arrive will be beyond our control. Having conveyed the gist of the intelligence, Li Yi prepared to depart, pondering that he had yet to finalize the subsequent arrangements, deciding to supplement them when the time was right. At worst, he could employ a few illusions to modify matters. It was not a significant concern. As he watched Itachi's figure gradually fade from view, Huang Liang's expression turned grave. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a secure number. Director Pan, I have just conferred with Itachi. I will send you the recording shortly. After hanging up, Huang Liang could not help but lament the relentless stream of recent events, sensing that Blue Star was on the brink of monumental change. In the nation of Pugong, within the Miaohua district, at the Bunker Border Defense Forces encampment, General Boang, having weathered many storms, still harbored skepticism regarding the existence of superhumans. However, this did not hinder his consolidation of power. As dusk approached, General Boang was receiving an unexpectedly familiar visitor in his tent. Alec, have you come to mock me? Boang asked bluntly, tossing a cigar to his guest without unnecessary preamble. My dear General Boang, it would sadden me to think you would believe such a thing. I have come bearing sincere intent to assist you, replied the man named Alec, who appeared to be in his 40s, diminutive in stature. Yet a prominent scar traversed his cheek, demanding respect. Are you genuinely so benevolent as to offer your help? Speak plainly, what conditions accompany this offer? You are aware that my military funds are nearly depleted following our last transaction. Alec had met Boang several years prior, providing him with a substantial amount of discarded equipment from the Mike military. Boang was no fool. The ability to procure such contraband revealed Alec's true identity. However, sometimes, one must feign ignorance despite mutual understanding. Certain matters, known to both parties, could remain unspoken to preserve the peace. Once revealed, the harmony would shatter. Upon hearing Boang's words, Alec refrained from further pleasantries, promptly producing a tablet from his bag and extending it towards Boang, taking the tablet. Boang cast a skeptical glance at Alec before shifting his focus to the screen. After a brief survey of several images, his expression transformed, filled with incredulity. Are you jesting? How could Mike possibly sell me such items? Furthermore, even if they dared, I possess no funds to purchase them. The tablet contained documentation of an array of advanced weaponry, including formidable fighter jets, which Boang deemed beyond Alec's capabilities to acquire. Moreover, as he had stated, if the information was authentic, it certainly fell outside his financial reach. No, General Boang. First, I am not joking. Second, you need not spend a single cent to acquire these. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Alec's eyes, confident that Boang could not refuse such an offer. Boang fell silent. If Alec's claims held true, it would suggest that his actions were sanctioned, if not directly orchestrated, by Mike's higher echelons. This was far from encouraging news. The inclusion of fighter jets implied that Mike perceived their forthcoming adversary as a threat that conventional weaponry might fail to subdue. Then what must I offer in return? Though aware of Mike's ulterior motives, Boang found himself lacking a rationale for refusal. The more formidable the weaponry, the greater his chances of triumph in the impending battle. The supplies will be arranged for delivery before tomorrow morning. You need only accomplish one task: eliminate the adversary and secure victory in this war, Alec stated with gravity. As Mike's clandestine operative in Pugong, Alec was privy to certain insider knowledge. The equipment provided by Mike represented the zenith of conventional warfare capabilities, aimed at assessing the efficacy of modern weaponry against superhumans. While Mike's leadership had previously resolved to maintain goodwill towards extraordinary powers, refraining from provocation, this did not equate to capitulation. The events unfolding in Pugong presented an opportune test. Indifferent to the outcome for Mike, Alec had even prepared himself for the ultimate sacrifice. Should Boang falter and superhumans trace the actions back to Alec, he would resort to the poison concealed within his dental cavity, lethal cyanide capable of ensuring swift demise. Yet, unbeknownst to Mike, superhumans possessed the capability to manipulate minds. Otherwise, they would not be so reckless. The day slipped by swiftly, and beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, currents of tension surged. Throughout the night, a convoy of vehicles entered Boang's encampment, including a full complement of 10 formidable ace main battle tanks. The following day at noon, within the confines of the Go-Di-Gu encampment, General Boang's forces were fully armed, with mortars, howitzers, and rocket launchers at the ready. The 10 ace tanks that had arrived the previous day glinted ominously under the sun. Nations, alerted to the situation, trained their satellites on the area, with high-ranking officials poised before screens, eager to witness the inaugural clash of superhuman and technological might. As the moments ticked by, the sun ascended to its zenith, marking midday. A youth clad in an orange martial arts uniform appeared without warning in the air outside the encampment. His physique was taut, his contours unexaggerated. Yet he exuded an explosive potential. Suddenly, Gohan seemed to sense something amiss. Lifting his gaze to the heavens, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "It appears today's audience is quite substantial. This battle must be executed splendidly." Chapter 98. The fierce battle soldiers atop the watchtower spotted Li Yi's presence. An old veteran, who had served a lifetime, swallowed hard, encountering a combat scenario with an unprecedented disparity of forces, 1 to 7,000. Indeed, Boang had recalled nearly all his troops to confront this battle. Yet even with such an exaggerated ratio, gazing upon the figure hovering above, the veteran remained unconvinced that victory was assured. The unknown was the most terrifying element. Confronted with a power never before witnessed, no one could ascertain the opponent's capabilities. Ultimately, only the crucible of battle would reveal the truth. The enemy has appeared. The veteran wasted no time. Upon sighting the figure, he communicated the information via radio. However, when he looked up again, the silhouette had vanished, reappearing before the encampment's gates, where it unleashed a powerful punch that sent the gates flying, carving a deep trench into the earth. Soldiers, already primed for combat, rushed from the encampment, seeking cover as they unleashed a torrent of ammunition upon Li Yi. With formidable physicality, Li Yi disregarded the bullets, stamping the ground with such force that it created a deep crater, and he charged into the throng with incredible speed. With a series of resounding impacts, he sent machine gunners flying, crashing through two walls, embedding his upper body into the ground. Li Yi appeared as if by teleportation, materializing behind the soldiers in succession, and with each punch and kick, he recklessly harvested lives. Slightly bending his knees, Li Yi leaped into the air, landing directly upon an armed jeep, crushing both the vehicle and its driver beneath his feet. He casually tore off the car door and flung it into the crowd with the nonchalance of tossing playing cards, severing the torsos of 3 soldiers in the process. Rockets were aimed, tanks prepared to fire. From his command post, Guchong witnessed this scene in horror and immediately ordered heavy artillery deployment. Soldiers, armed with rocket launchers, charged forward, pressing the launch buttons as multiple rockets soared towards Li Yi. Without evasion, Li Yi enveloped himself in energy, his muscles swelling as he braced against the incoming rockets. Upon impact, the warheads exploded violently, echoing 6 thunderous booms. As the smoke dissipated, the surrounding soldiers gazed in despair at the figure that still stood resolute, his clothing merely tattered, not a single drop of blood spilled. Fire the tanks. Everyone else, continue shooting. Anyone who dares to flee will be shot on sight. Guchong executed a deserter with a gunshot, quelling any thoughts of retreat among the others, and then issued commands. The main cannon of the Ace tank, a 120mm smoothbore gun with a .44 caliber, was equipped with the latest 8294 depleted uranium armor-piercing shells, capable of easily penetrating standard tank armor. Li Yi sensed a hint of threat from the incoming shells and understood that a direct hit would likely injure his physical form. Not one to underestimate the situation, he activated his telekinetic shield just as the shells drew near. The armor-piercing rounds collided with the shield, tearing through part of the defense before ultimately being halted. 10 deformed shells hovered in the air before clattering to the ground. Not bad. The tank's power is quite commendable, Li Yi mused, impressed by the shells that nearly breached his telekinetic barrier. However, in the spirit of reciprocity, he felt compelled to return the favor. Suspended a few meters above the ground, Li Yi extended his palm towards a tank. An energy orb gradually coalesced in his hand before he swiftly propelled it towards the vehicle. The Ace tank, as the frontline main battle tank of the United States, boasted a graphene-coated depleted uranium armor that could withstand typical tank projectiles to a certain degree. Nevertheless, Li Yi's energy projectile unleashed a force comparable to a small missile, creating a breach in the tank and searing the driver within to a medium-rare state. Continuing his relentless assault among the soldiers, Li Yi struck fear into the hearts of the 1,000-strong army. Guchong, despite executing several deserters, could not stem the tide of panic as many soldiers scattered in flight. General, our brothers can't hold on any longer. Nearly a third have already fallen. Guchong contacted Bo Wong at the Central Command tent via intercom, realizing that even if they exhausted their troops, victory was unattainable. Damn it, what manner of monster is this? Bo Wong's eyes burned with fury. Having painstakingly built his forces to around 10,000, losing a third in a single day made his heart bleed. But now was not the time for lamentation. If they were to falter, his own life would be forfeit. Alec, hurry, send in the fighters. Although the munitions were provided to Bo Wong free of charge, command over strategic assets like fighter jets could not be entirely relinquished. Alec understood that this was their sole recourse. Astonished by the superhuman's ferocity, one individual nearly decimating the entire camp, Li Yi seized the cannon barrel, lifting the tank and spinning it around before hurling it several hundred meters away, resulting in a violent explosion upon impact. He struck down incoming rockets with a punch and dispatched another energy blast to obliterate the assailant who had shot at him from the shadows. Just as Li Yi reveled in his carnage, a sudden sense of danger surged from behind. Without hesitation, he activated his skill, a protective shield. A missile detonated upon contact with Li Yi's shield, the shockwave obliterating everything within a radius of several dozen meters. As the smoke cleared, Li Yi remained unscathed yet startled. Had that strike landed, even a Saiyan would have sustained some injuries. Looking to the sky, he noticed 2 fighter jets engaging in the battle, causing him to squint. having been surprised by the ace tank earlier. He had not anticipated such advanced equipment from the warlords of the Pugan nation. Now, with the appearance of fighter jets, it became clear that a nation was probing his capabilities. Do not mistake the tiger's silence for weakness, he thought, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Ignoring the soldiers on the ground, he soared into the sky, pursuing the two jets. Though he could have easily evaded injury by retreating to the Myoko Mountains, he found the notion of a sneak attack intolerable. Kamehameha. Ascending into the air, Li unleashed an energy blast at the fighter jets. The Kamehameha wave, adeptly maneuvered, pursued the aircraft relentlessly, rendering their evasive maneuvers futile. Boom. The energy blast ultimately struck one of the jets, turning it into a brilliant fireball high above. Through the screens, high-ranking officials from various nations sat in stunned silence. Satellites broadcasted the battle in real time, and every move Li made captivated the attention of all. At this juncture, while the battle had yet to conclude, the outcome was all too apparent. Even fighter jets were powerless against Li. What more could be deduced about the inevitable result? Chapter 99, The Curtain Falls. Watching the most expensive fireworks in history bloom in the sky, Li wore a satisfied smile. He was well aware of the exorbitant cost of the fighter jets. After all, nothing came without a price. However, if a nation dared to test him, they would pay dearly for their lesson. Extraordinary feats were not for the faint-hearted. Turning his gaze to another fighter jet, Li was struck by inspiration. Eager to compare his speed against the aircraft, channeling all his strength, he employed the flight technique, hurtling towards the jet with a sharp sonic boom, vanishing from his previous position and leaving a trailing wave of energy in his wake. As he approached the jet, he noted that while he was indeed faster, the distance still remained significant, and catching up would require some time. Utilizing the akin, despite the strain it placed on his body, he felt it was manageable for a brief period to close the gap with the jet. Thud, thud. Upon catching up, Li released the akin, flying alongside the pilot, tapping on the cockpit glass, and waving with a grin that revealed his pearly whites. What the F? The pilot, startled by the sight of Li outside the window, nearly lost his composure, unable to comprehend that someone could approach at such altitude. In a fit of panic and rage, the pilot pushed the jet to its maximum speed, temporarily shaking off Li before executing a sharp turn to launch an attack. Countless high-explosive incendiary rounds and armor-piercing projectiles were fired from the cannons, but Li effortlessly dodged them. With a burst of acceleration, he surpassed the fighter jet and positioned himself directly in front of it, making a face at the pilot. "You monster, die!" The pilot, overwhelmed with despair, faced a humanoid beast he could neither fight nor flee from. Desperately, he aimed the jet directly at Li in a suicidal charge. Li, exerting his telekinetic control, aimed to halt the aircraft. Although he could currently lift only 1 ton, he was more than capable of slowing the fighter jet down. The alarmed pilot discovered that the aircraft's instruments were incessantly signaling alerts, its speed gradually diminishing below the sound barrier while it continued its rapid descent. Ultimately, the plane was halted a mere several meters in front of Li, its powerless fuselage plummeting towards the ground. Li, intrigued by such a colossal toy, was determined to prevent its crash landing from causing damage. With a flick of his mental prowess, he rendered the pilot's mind into a state of chaos before ejecting him from the cockpit. Utilizing the Earth escape technique, which allowed him to manipulate weight, Li mused that if he could control objects weighing 1 ton, he could simply reduce the fighter jet's weight to below that threshold. Indeed, he considered himself rather ingenious. While Li wished to experience the thrill of piloting an aircraft, he lamented his lack of a license. Unlike driving a car, where one might escape scrutiny, a fighter jet required extensive training, and he had no idea how to even initiate its start. However, with the aircraft's weight now diminished beneath 1 ton due to his technique, his telekinesis could easily lift it. After reveling in the aircraft's prior assault on him, it was now his turn to retaliate. He maneuvered the jet to perform a sharp turn before accelerating into a dive towards the ground. Below, Bohin and Alec had been intently observing the battlefield. Their excitement peaked when the jet's missile struck Li, causing them to leap in exhilaration. Yet, their joy was short-lived as Li reappeared unscathed, swiftly turning the tables and downing one of their planes. Unit 1, please respond. Please respond. After witnessing Li shoot down a plane and ascend towards another, Alec could no longer contain himself and contacted the pilot via radio. "Hello? Can you hear me?" Li Yi heard a voice emanating from his helmet, but could not locate the source of the microphone. So he dismissed it and directed the plane to accelerate towards the encampment below. The voice crackling through the radio was unfamiliar, seemingly not English, prompting Bohan to inquire, "Alec, is the pilot you sent over not of our nationality?" This voice was unmistakably not that of a pilot. It belonged to the extraordinary being. Realizing the pilot was in grave danger, Alec and Bohan understood that their side had unequivocally lost this battle. Suddenly, Guchong, who had returned to the central tent, lowered his binoculars and pointed skyward, exclaiming, "Look, the fighter jet appears to be heading towards us." Alex snatched the binoculars and confirmed Guchong's observation. The aircraft was rapidly approaching, expanding from a small into a menacing silhouette. "This is bad. It's heading straight for us," Alex shouted, urgently pulling Bohan and Guchong out of the tent and into the armored vehicle. The massive fighter jet barreled towards the encampment. Just before impact, Li Yi leapt from the cockpit, landing at the edge of the camp, and before departing, he cast a reverse weight manipulation spell. Enhanced by his techniques, the fighter jet, which weighed nearly 100 tons, crashed into the camp like a meteor, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion and creating a massive crater several meters in diameter. Bohan and Alec, by sheer luck, survived the initial blast, struggling to emerge from the overturned armored vehicle. Unfortunately, Guchong was not so fortunate. His head struck the vehicle's steel roof, leaving him lifeless. With the fighter jet deployed, Li Yi felt confident that no further tricks remained. Observing that his adversary's efforts had failed to inflict any harm upon him, he began to gauge his current strength. Without resorting to teleportation or time manipulation, he surmised that any conventional military force would be insufficient to challenge him. Even if a nation, desperate to intervene, resorted to deploying a nuclear weapon, Li Yi felt little trepidation. He could easily sense danger through his abilities and evade such threats by utilizing time manipulation or simply retreating to sacred locations. Deciding to conclude the battle, Li Yi ascended slowly into the air, bringing his hands together and assuming a posture aimed at the bunker army's encampment. As immense energy coalesced in his palms, the scene at the five-star building unfolded. Onlookers fell silent before the golden-haired harbinger of destruction on the screen. Defense Minister Peters scanned the room with an impassive expression, then addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, conventional weapons, even missiles, are ineffective against this extraordinary being. We are left with but one method that may yield results: the ultimate weapon, the nuclear bomb. However, I must caution you, given his speed and reflexes, he may very well escape the blast radius. So, I ask you, who among us is confident in withstanding his retribution?" Those who had previously boasted about using nuclear weapons against Li Yi remained silent. Quite evidently, neither side had formally declared war. The arms supplied were under the guise of smuggling. A nuclear strike would irreparably sever diplomatic ties, while eliminating the threat would be ideal. Failure would yield consequences far beyond a mere apology. Ultimately, the consensus was to adhere to prior strategies, attempting to maintain cordial relations with the extraordinary being, chalking today's events up to mere coincidence, and ensuring that those involved in the arms smuggling faced military tribunal. After the meeting, the rollout of the real fantasy game pods across various states accelerated significantly. It was unexpected that one day America would concede in the face of military threats. Vice President John stood by the window of the five-star building, gazing into the distant sky, lamenting the situation. Kamehameha, a colossal energy sphere, trailing flames, launched from Li Yi's hands towards the valley encampment, enlarging in the despairing gaze of General Bohan. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, reducing the encampment to ashes. A magnificent mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. The bunker border army, a malignant scourge of the Templewa district for years, had finally met its complete annihilation. Chapter 100. A surprise for the world following the obliteration of the bunker border army. The police of the Kingdom of Bagan swiftly mobilized to dismantle the fraudulent enclave that had previously operated under the protective umbrella of the army. Tens of thousands of victims were liberated, the majority being citizens of Xia country, including several internet celebrities and renowned entrepreneurs. Thus, the extraordinary incidents in the Kingdom of Bagan reached a conclusion. However, the prominent clash between Li Yi and General Bohan had drawn the attention of global elites, who were now acutely aware of the emergence of extraordinary beings in the world, as well as the nuclear-like deterrence they posed. The vast ruins of Temple Hua and the towering mushroom cloud served as undeniable proof that the events were not mere fantasies. While the common populace remained oblivious to the day's tumultuous events, high-ranking officials were inundated with video recordings. Upon receiving the news, global leaders felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that an extraordinary being might soon arrive on their doorsteps. Given the displayed prowess of the extraordinary being in the footage, it was sufficient to wreak havoc in their own capitals. Whether a nuclear bomb would be effective was debatable once an extraordinary being invaded. One could not simply unleash a nuclear bomb in a city for mutual destruction, could they? The most composed reactions came from America and Xia country, the United States. On the verge of launching the real fantasy game, was inundated with advertisements across all platforms, subway stations, buses, and public screens. Having invested so much in free advertising, they hoped for some goodwill in return. Engaging in war would benefit neither side. Peaceful coexistence was the true path forward. Conversely, Xia country exhibited a different response. Through intel from the Weasel, it was understood that the emergence of extraordinary beings was inevitable, destined to be fully revealed to the world soon. Consequently, major media outlets, under official guidance, began shifting narratives towards discussions of superpowers, cultivation, and magic. For instance, there has been a question posed on a certain variety show: what would you do if you possessed superpowers? A special segment on the program Approaching Science explored whether ancient sorcery truly existed. News broadcasts have reported instances of children in certain regions exhibiting suspected extraordinary abilities, among numerous other instances. This serves to subtly acclimatize the public to the concept of the extraordinary. When such phenomena eventually manifest before the masses, they may reflect on these prior discussions with a sense of familiarity rather than panic. The significance of the Special Affairs Bureau has grown increasingly paramount following this monumental conflict. As the central government has resolved to establish offices of the Bureau in every prefecture-level city, according to Itachi, it is highly likely that extraordinary individuals will emerge in large numbers in the future. By preparing in advance, the Xia nation can seize an advantageous position in the forthcoming era of the extraordinary. Consequently, Huang Liang resigned from his position as the head of the Xia Affairs Bureau to oversee matters pertaining to the Special Affairs Bureau, which can be seen as a promotion of sorts. Experts have analyzed that the Akatsuki organization may have lain dormant within Xia for an extended period, or perhaps even that some individuals from Xia have ascended to its upper echelons. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why an organization from another realm would exhibit such amicable relations with Xia, particularly in terms of military prowess. Although the specifics of the Akatsuki's combat capabilities remain unclear, Itachi's elusive abilities alone would suffice to eliminate the upper echelons of Xia in a short span. Thus, the regard for Itachi surpasses even that of the golden-haired extraordinary from the kingdom of Bagan. At the very least, from the footage, it is evident that missiles and rockets can still be avoided or defended against, indicating that the adversary does not wholly disregard these weapons. Therefore, the enigmatic Akatsuki holds a status in the eyes of Xia's leadership that rivals that of superpowers like America. At the very least, without the use of nuclear weapons, America cannot swiftly annihilate the upper echelons of Xia. As for nuclear arms, their numerical superiority holds little significance. The deployment of even a single warhead signals the onset of apocalypse. Through thousands of data simulations, experts have estimated that, based on Li Yi's demonstrated speed and defensive capabilities on the battlefield of Bagan, he could potentially be exhausted by a sustained barrage of missiles over several minutes or even hours. It is indeed plausible that, had Li Yi not possessed abilities such as time stop, teleportation, and camouflage, he might have been defeated when his chakra and energy were depleted. However, such hypotheticals are irrelevant. As a true Xia citizen, Li Yi has been nurtured in patriotic sentiment since childhood. Without the need to invoke lofty notions of serving the nation or its people, he would at least act in the interest of Xia, save for corrupt officials and heinous criminals. Yet these days, Li Yi is too preoccupied to contemplate the shifting dynamics of the world. He has more pressing matters to attend to. Suya, do you believe I can rank above you in this month's exam? After completing the Chinese and physics tests in the morning, Li Yi couldn't help but boast to Suya. Indeed, today is Monday, marking the commencement of the monthly examinations. The pressing matter refers, of course, to the exams. For what could be more important for a second-year student? Really? Then you must strive for it. I felt I did well in Chinese this morning, Suya encouraged earnestly. albeit in a hushed tone. For a moment, Li found it difficult to discern whether her words were sincere or laced with mockery. Yet, given Suyu's character, such sarcasm seemed unlikely. I'm not joking. My goal for this exam is to place within the top 30 of the grade. Given that Suyu's previous best performance was around the 40th position, if Li were to rank within the top 30, it would indeed surpass her. Then good luck. I believe you can do it, Suyu replied with a smile. Li felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton. The lack of engagement in his boasting rendered the experience somewhat dull. During this period, Li diligently carved out time each day, leveraging his extraordinary memory and reflexes to commit vast amounts of knowledge and past exam papers to memory. Mathematics, with its logical framework, posed no challenge given the current activity of his neurons. Most crucially, Li could employ his time stop, teleportation, illusion techniques, and shadow clones to acquire answers from others. Consequently, a mere comparison would elevate his score. Do you think one can achieve the top rank with superpowers? Regrettably, that is indeed not the case. Utilizing superpowers to cheat proves ineffective in subjects like Chinese and history, where academic prodigies excel. After dining with his plump friend in the cafeteria, Li took a short rest in the dormitory before the afternoon tests in politics and chemistry. In truth, had there been a division between arts and sciences, he would not have needed to take so many subjects. However, nearly a decade ago, the Xi'an National Education Bureau reformed the system, abolishing the division in favor of a more holistic development for students. How did you fare in this exam? I feel my essay strayed from the topic. I may struggle to pass, his friend lamented, lying on the bed with a distressed expression. I fared reasonably well, while I may not score 130. I should manage around 120, Li replied. His performance in Chinese had typically hovered around 110, and with the memorized questions, a few extra points would not be unusual. The dormitory was filled with restless students, and the last-minute cramming proved futile. Thus, the midday hours swiftly passed in idle chatter as they prepared for the afternoon exam. Once this monthly test concludes, you shall witness my true prowess, Li mused, envisioning the astonished expressions of his friends upon the release of the results. Furthermore, he would be able to appease his parents, thus ensuring they would not meddle in his affairs moving forward. In due time, he would also surprise the world. Li, feeling the imminent threshold of leveling up, muttered to himself as he prepared for the next chapter. Chapter 101. Impure World Reincarnation. With his teleportation maximized, Li unlocked the Impure World Reincarnation ability, non-upgradable. On Tuesday evening, as he indulged in a juicy watermelon, a mysterious voice whispered in his ear. The tone was devoid of emotion, yet to Li, it resonated like celestial music. Obtaining a super skill is undoubtedly delightful, yet regrettably, it is not subject to enhancement. Li's feelings oscillated from elation to disappointment and ultimately to satisfaction, akin to a roller coaster ride. Alas, the absence of an upgradable skill implies a prolonged interval without the acquisition of new abilities. Currently, the closest skill to max level is the fire release he obtained earlier, yet it remains some distance from level 3. Considering Amaterasu, the true max level should be 4. However, Amaterasu is a unique skill exclusive to the Sharingan and likely does not fall within the conventional fire release category. Refocusing on his newfound reward, Li contemplated the nuances of Impure World Reincarnation, a form of summoning technique in the Naruto universe. Distinct from ordinary summoning techniques, it played a pivotal role in the latter stages of the narrative. Countless characters who met their demise early on were resurrected, and the Fourth Great Ninja War was made possible through this technique. Even our Madara Uchiha showcased his extraordinary prowess thanks to this ability. Previously, when Li had stumbled upon Madara's entrance scene on Duel, even the dogs on the street paused to witness the spectacle. The oppressive aura of Impure World Madara is rarely rivaled by any antagonist, with only early pain being a comparable figure. Particularly when Madara declared the initiation of Impure World Reincarnation, Li felt a surge of anxiety for the protagonists. As Madara himself articulated, possessing an immortal body, boundless chakra, and the ability to act independently of the summoner while wielding extensive combat experience, it was unfathomable how one might defeat such an entity. It is likely that even Kishimoto himself could not conceive of Madara's defeat, which is why he resurrected him, only to introduce a plot twist involving Black Zetsu. Li closed his eyes, meticulously absorbing the information within his mind, and in an instant, he comprehended the usage of Impure World Reincarnation. This iteration of impure world reincarnation diverged slightly from the original narrative, undoubtedly a result of the system's modifications. In the original, the technique required a certain volume of genetic material from the deceased and entailed the risk of losing control. However, with the system's enhancements, unless the caster willingly relinquished control, even someone like Madara would remain bound. Additionally, as long as any part of the deceased exists, even a single strand of hair suffices for the technique to be performed. Li Yi was eager to experiment with this technique immediately, yet he lacked one crucial element, a sacrificial offering. Indeed, the conditions for performing the impure world reincarnation remained unchanged from the original text. A living human must serve as a sacrifice to summon a deceased soul from the Pure Land. Where could Li Yi possibly find a living person? Oh, it seemed that the police station in the Mayawati district had apprehended numerous individuals involved in scams. Perhaps he could borrow a few from there. After all, these individuals no longer deserve to be called human. With a thought, he decided to test his fully upgraded instant teleportation ability. Instant teleportation truly lived up to its reputation as a divine skill. Theoretically, a fully leveled teleportation technique could traverse the entirety of the universe. However, this was merely theoretical. The limitation was not distance, but rather the scope of teleportation. Li Yi had drawn the ability of Jebit, allowing him to instantly reach any planet within the jurisdiction of the Kaioshin's universe. The problem lay in the fact that there was no Kaioshin in this world. Thus, the system defaulted to locations Li Yi had previously visited or seen. For instance, he could teleport instantly to Namek without utilizing the scene function. Similarly, he could teleport to the moon as long as he could see it. Interestingly, the term see was quite literal. For example, on a clear night, he could teleport to any luminous star he could perceive, even if the light had traveled for decades or centuries. However, on cloudy nights when the stars were obscured, he could only teleport to stars he had previously visited. Naturally, Li Yi was not foolish enough to teleport recklessly. After all, if he accidentally landed on a star, he would be obliterated, leaving no trace behind. In the Mayawati District Police Station, since the complete annihilation of the Bunker Border Patrol, most scam operations had been dismantled by the police with astonishing efficiency. The prison was overcrowded, with cells designed for 6 crammed with 10 inmates, and temporary bunk beds hastily added, leaving little space to even stand. Yang Yu, 35 years of age, was a group leader in the scam operation and a true native of the Summer Kingdom. However, since arriving in the operation, he had deceived countless compatriots under